Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 Shen Bao wants to self-destruct. On the huge field, there were rows of trees and green grass, and countless young figures were sweating on it. In the corner of the training ground, a vibrant figure walked to the white wall, leaned slightly against it, stretched his white legs and arms, and stretched. Baizai wiped the sweat on her face and neck with a blue sports towel, and took out her mobile phone from the relic space. After returning from Dragon Palace City, she returned to Gudo University to supervise the school team members to practice more. After all, the national competition was about to begin. Just now, the instructor of the Battle Club of Gudo University came to the training ground to inform everyone about the changes in the rules of this national competition. Because of the world competition, this year's and next year's national competitions will undergo certain rule changes, mainly to cater to the world competition and even the domestic sequence competition, and even the rewards will be increased. Not surprisingly, in this year's national competition, all schools will work extremely hard, taking advantage of the last half month to madly throw resources at students. "What are you doing?" After the call was connected, Baizai yawned tiredly and asked at the same time. "Training overtime," a voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ning, beast tamer, add points." "Oh, nurturing that water slime," Baizai understood. Although he is not in the ancient capital university, it seems that Shiyu is also very hard-working. With Shiyu's strength, he is stronger than her, and there is really no need for him to train with the school team. She is already looking forward to the scene of Shiyu and Su killing each other in the national competition. "No, the rules have changed this year, and I may also be the target of killing." Baizai's face suddenly darkened. "What's wrong, senior sister?" "The rules of the national competition have been changed. This year, the groups will be divided according to strength. Beast masters below the master level will participate in the team competition. Master-level beast masters are no longer allowed to participate in the team competition. Correspondingly, only master-level beast masters can participate in this individual competition. It is still divided into two titles, National Champion Team and Individual National Champion." "Shiyu, huh? That's a big change. Masters are not allowed to participate in the team competition, and the individual competition has a strength threshold." Baizai: "No, it's a big change. This time the national competition has reduced the reward proportion of the team competition, and increased the reward proportion of the individual competition. Therefore, this year at Gudo University, it is estimated that only the two of us can participate in the individual competition. Moreover, the rules of the individual competition have changed the most outrageous." "What are the specific rules of the individual competition?" Shiyu asked. "This is the trickiest part. The team competition is still the same as in previous years, with a bunch of people playing honestly on the ring, and this time the individual competition, it's very similar to the survival trial in the professional assessment. It is said that all the contestants are thrown onto a huge island full of ferocious beasts, and then these people fight indiscriminately. The condition for advancing to the next round is to eliminate two master beast masters from other schools or your own school on the island and successfully survive until the end of this game. Finally, the qualified contestants will decide the individual national champion in the second round. However, this does not mean that one person can only eliminate two people on the island. The more people each contestant eliminates, the more rewards they will share. Of course, if the contestants on the island are eliminated until only one person is left at the end of the game, then there is no need to proceed to the next round. The person who remains in the end will be the national champion. This process will also be broadcast live nationwide." After Baizai finished speaking, Shiyu was stunned. Damn, he really started preparing for the world competition in advance. Fighting in the wild, this is much more difficult and more dangerous than a serious ring match. Shiyu said, "What if I am targeted by more than a dozen people, especially the three masters from Imperial Capital University, and they want to team up to fight me?" Baizai was stunned and said, "You shouldn't be so hated, right?" After hanging up the phone with a beast-eared senior, Shiyu rubbed the water slime on his thigh and pondered for a while. Indiscriminate fighting in the wild. It means that you can use a few pets at random, and the beastmaster himself can also participate in the battle. Of course, equipment that exceeds his own level must not be used. In this case, the comprehensive quality of the players is tested more. For example, if I can't beat you, I run fast, so you can't eliminate me, which is also an advantage. For example, if two other people are fighting, one person jumps out and takes advantage of the other side's loss, which is also in line with the rules. For example, Shi Yu asked Shen Bao to create a clone, lead the wild beasts to Gaojuan, and let Gaojuan be besieged by the king-level beasts, which is a tactic that conforms to the rules. With such rules, the performance is much worse, but it is understandable. The world competition at that time will definitely be more dangerous than this, and even life and death will not be counted. The revision of various competitions is also to give a vaccination to the young beast masters of the ancient country of Donghuang in advance. In the next year, there will probably be more and more such selection competitions. Whatever rules you like, just add points, Shi Yu sighed. The national competition is approaching, and it's all over. Strength is the most important thing to deal with all rules. One day later, in the ruined space. At this time, 11 is practicing Dao Dao Bear as usual. The giant 11 holds several Dao Dao Bears in one hand. Dao Dao Bears, who know their fate well, cry together. When they use the group defense skill are movable together, 11 also uses electromagnetic control. As we all know, when the defense reaches an indestructible level and gives it extremely strong speed, it can also be transformed into super strong attack power. 11 opened his palms, and the combination skill Super Electromagnetic Bear was activated, directly launching the indestructible Dao Dao Bears wrapped in solid iron as cannonballs. Buzz! The Super Electromagnetic Bear turned a circle in the magnetic field, and then bounced back, attacking 11 himself. With a bang, 10 lightning bolts hit 11 from all directions, causing a violent explosion. The smoke dissipated, and the hardened material fell from 11's body layer by layer, and shocking wounds were all over 11's body. But soon, the white halo high-speed healing wrapped these wounds. With the racial talent of the Panda royal family, that is, the buff that improves strength after being seriously injured, it didn't take long for 11 to increase his energy value from the 4.04 million basic energy that had just been broken to 4.07 million, and his abilities in all aspects were greatly improved. But 11 was not satisfied, thinking that the increase was not big enough. Generally speaking, the more serious the injury, the better the improvement effect after recovery, but the problem is that the more serious the injury, the longer it takes to recover, which will delay other training, which is a headache for 11. Otherwise, it can do more brutal training. Of course, it is also okay to cooperate with a baby ginseng, but unfortunately the baby ginseng is very busy at present and is being squeezed by Shi Yu and Su Su. There is no doubt that 11 is currently the top single combat power in Shi Yu's team. As for the second, it is Chi Tong who has just broken through. After the breakthrough, Shi Yu gave Chi Tong a task to let Chi Tong choose the low-level, medium-level, and high-level skills that he likes and fits himself. Compared with several other fancy teammates, Chi Tong's skills are the least. Shi Yu thinks that Chi Tong should be given more teaching skills. After all, after Chi Tong learns skills, the cost performance is still very high. For example, it has learned supervision. After possessing Shi Yu can also use supervision himself. Such general skills are very valuable. The way Chi Tong selected skills was also very simple. It was through various beast-controlling movies that it had made a lot of records in a day, waiting for Shi Yu to copy and teach it. Chi Tong's notebook, skill, red fire armor, flames form armor, skill, fire soul, protected by the flame soul, skill, guardian flame, guardian fire that can predict danger, skill, soul shelter, skill, holy soul shield, all high-level defensive enhancement skills. Chi Tong thought that for the sake of Shi Yu's safety, it should learn more defensive skills, preferably buff defensive skills. Once it possesses, it will first stack more than a dozen superbly skilled defensive buffs on Shi Yu, so that he can fight without worries. By then, there should be no big fool to fight a fully armed turtle, so that the ginseng baby can attract enemy firepower. Anyway, the ginseng baby can be resurrected after death. About the fact that if all skills are given to the Beastmaster, the Beastmaster will not die. Chi Tong thought it was great. On the other side, Shi Yu didn't know that he had been arranged properly and clearly. He held Shen Bao in one hand and Su Su in the other, and he was still working overtime. Ning, Su Su on Shi Yu's thigh was in a good mood, like a docile cat who had accepted the fate of being pinched every day. She should become stronger every time she was pinched. This kind of good thing is really hard to refuse. I don't know why, this feeling of lying down and upgrading makes Susu feel very relaxed, as if thousands of years of training have finally been purified. No one can resist the temptation of adding points. Even the will of the Overlord can't. If there's, it must be because the points added are not super-level skills, otherwise the demigod direct train and the totem can't hold it. Aya, Shiyu added points to Susu, and Shenbeo added points to Shiyu. Looking at Susu's rising aura, Shenbeo was very worried. 11th king level, Red Eye king level, Susu, a little guy who has no worries about being suppressed, can reach king level at any time. In other words, in the team, it is possible that it and Chong will be the last two to break through to king level. Not only Chong does not want to be the last one to break through in the team, but Shenbeo does not want to either. However, in the team, Chong and Shenbeo are the busiest and most tired. At this time, Chong imagined several of his own clones. Some were making ice dragon badges, some were filming movies, and some were practicing fantasy dragon skills and visualizing the will of the dragon god on the dream. It was so miserable. Shenbeo was not much better, commanding a group of clones to enrich the inventory. Longgong City has almost consumed the time fruit and nutrient fruit. Now Shiyu is about to start a new round of points, and it can't be idle for a moment. In this case, Shenbeo felt that he was in danger. Although it has the time fruit and can have king-level combat power at any time, this is not as good as the normal king level. So, while providing supplements to Shiyu who is adding points, Shenbeo also thought about how to reach the middle wall and be promoted to the king before Chong. According to the current situation, Chong who visualized the dragon statue is likely to break through before it, which is not good. Okay, purification and poison resistance are full. After a long time, skill, poison resistance, skills are advancing to the Tao, skill, purification, skills are advancing to the Tao. After completing the addition of points to these two skills, Shiyu stretched comfortably. Ning, next to him, Susu transformed into two big words, thank you, and came to Shiyu and Shenbeo one after another. You're welcome, but after you break through the king level, it's time for you to work. Shiyu smiled slightly. Purification has reached a maximum level. The full level purification, in addition to the effect of purifying toxins and curses, can also purify some negative emotions. For example, if a pet is in a state of extreme anger, fear, and despair, then once the purification is released, the other party's anger and fear will slowly dissipate. This effect is very suitable for assisting 11, Chong, and Shenbeo to exercise their will of the Overlord. After all, the will of the Overlord is to overcome negative emotions such as fear and despair. In addition, after Susu breaks through to the king level, Shiyu thinks that 11 should be able to absorb the fragments of the meteorite. At that time, with the protection of the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf who has mastered the full level purification, there should be no problem in evolution. Ning, Susu turned back into a water ball, indicating that it was up to it. Yeah. At the same time, Shenbeo secretly poked Shiyu. It stared at Shiyu with its big emerald green eyes. What are you doing, Yi? I want to experience a real life and death. Shenbeo saw that Chong was not here, and secretly said to Shiyu. Huh? Shiyu was stunned. Yi, apply for self-destruction once, and then revive, Shenbeo said. Even the life with the will of the Overlord has never died in the true sense. If it really died once and then resurrected, and experienced life and death, even if it could not cultivate the will of the Overlord, it should be no problem to cultivate the middle will. At that time, it can break through to the king level before the bugs, and it will not be at the bottom of the team. Shiyu pondered for a moment, and then said, have you thought about it, Yi? Shenbeo nodded expectantly. I have thought about it. After learning these two skills, I haven't used them at full strength. It has long wanted to use them once. Okay, although Shiyu wanted Shenbeo to keep it, after all, the time mark is not easy to recover, but since it is Shenbeo's own idea, Shiyu also supports it. If Shenbeo breaks through to the king level earlier, it will also be good for adding some super level skills to the team next time. Yeah. With Shiyu's permission, Shenbeo jumped up in surprise. But it's a rare opportunity to self-destruct. It would be a pity to self-destruct directly. I think it's better to self-destruct in the battle. Shiyu touched his chin and said, it would be great if there were any strong enemies. At least self-destructing once can bring more benefits, and you can see the effect of self-destruction more intuitively, which is convenient for future use. Shen Baobao looked at Shiyu eagerly. Is there? Fishing, law enforcement. Chapter 302, Gemcat's Breakthrough Wish. I know where to go. Looking at the baby ginseng, Shiyu chuckled. The baby ginseng wanted to self-destruct, but it certainly couldn't do it in the city. After all, the power of its self-destruction, even if it is not as powerful as the small forbidden weapon that Gao Zhuan threw, is probably not much different. Although it is only at the commander level now, it will die anyway, so before self-destruction, it must be full of buff. For example, to stimulate the ability of the time fruit with a maximum effect. Under normal circumstances, in order not to bear the side effects of the time fruit it makes, whether it is eaten by itself or given to 11, is not full. The maximum effect of the time fruit, in theory, can instantly upgrade the pets of the group of hegemon races to the hegemon level. But the side effects are definitely 10 times greater than the super level skills taught by Shiyu, and you will die if you dare to try. However, since the baby ginseng has decided to self-destruct, there is no need to consider the side effects of the time fruit. I'm going to die soon, so why am I afraid that the fruit is poisonous? Therefore, the self-destruction of the baby ginseng is directly equivalent to the self-destruction of the hegemon level ferocious beast. Even if they were the same overlord, they would probably be terrified when they saw him. Perhaps only the top overlords of the level of Longgong City General Tong Shinwei and the mutated Kun of the Legend of the Sea could face him calmly. Other ordinary overlords would be seriously injured if they didn't die. This level of killing moves could be used to ambush the overlord. It must be used in the right place. Shiyu glanced at the message on his mobile phone and said, "Today is Saturday, right?" Then the assistant that Principal Feng and others mentioned should arrive today. Although the news of the World Championship has now swept Donghuang, Shiyu and Binglong have joined forces with Longgong City to establish an environmental protection department with the Kanghe Elves as the center, which has also attracted great attention. In order to strengthen cooperation with Longgong City, the Donghuang Association decided to establish a marine environmental protection department in Donghuang and lay the foundation for making friends with a reincarnation of the Kanghe Elves. As for the headquarters of this environmental protection department, Shiyu determined the address to be in the sea near the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain in Binghuan City. At that time, the Legend of the Sea, Principal Feng and others said that they would send assistants to help Shiyu establish it. The so-called assistant will arrive in Binghuan City today, arriving from the ocean. I remember, it seems to be the Donghuang Navy, Shiyu said. They will drive a warship to assist us and build an offshore environmental protection base on the sea. Shiyu said, I have a driver, I know where to go. Boom boom. When Shiyu was full of bad thoughts, the outside world suddenly shook. Seeing this, Shiyu scratched his head. Okay, the bodyguards are in place, and it's more stable. Outside the training villa, a hungry white cat yawned and ran back to Pingchang from the ancient capital. Anyway, I'm sleeping in the ancient capital university, so I might as well come back to eat and drink. East China Sea. A silver warship with a length of 200 meters and a width of more than 20 meters is slowly sailing towards the direction of the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. On the warship, 3 young men and women in white navy uniforms are looking at the snow-capped mountains in the distance. Among the 3, 2 men and 1 woman, they look young, no more than 30 years old. Judging from the badges on their uniforms, the highest rank of the 3 women is Brigadier General, and the other 2 are majors, all of them are school officers. Among the 3 branches of the beast taming corps, whether it is the Air Force, Navy or Army, having a school-level rank basically means that one has master-level strength. We're almost there. The leading female general looked fierce, with a huge burn mark on half of her face, and a cigarette in her mouth. Brigadier General Xiao Qin, we have contacted Minister Shiyu, and he said he would wait for us at the edge of the snow mountain, Major Wang Qi said. Got it, the Brigadier General named Xiao Qin nodded, and recalled the order he received 2 days ago. Donghuang Navy Headquarters. The office of the legendary General Xiao Hai. The Donghuang Association recently established a Marine Environmental Protection Department. From today, you will be transferred to work there. Here is the document. Xiao Hai handed the document to the female general in front of him. I don't understand. Didn't I say I would participate in the world competition? Why did you transfer me to such a weird place? The woman glanced at the document, then slapped it on the table and said, Dad, what do you mean? What is this Marine Environmental Protection Department? The Environmental Protection Department, it doesn't sound like a serious place. She is a top master, she should have been fighting on the front line, but she went to the Environmental Protection Department? It's very simple. You are not qualified to participate in the World Championship. If you are half as good as your sister or Yizing, I wouldn't worry about you so much, legendary beast tamer Ziohai said. Go, this Environmental Protection Department is not simple. You can get better experience here, Ziohai said. Besides, with your mechanical attainments, it won't take you much effort to go there to assist in building a marine base. Okay, Ziokin frowned, glanced at the document and said, but there is no key information written on it. I want to know what this Marine Environmental Protection Department does and who is in charge. Don't tell me, I'm just going to help build a marine base. The Marine Environmental Protection Department, as the name suggests, is a department that protects the marine environment, Ziokin. The minister is Shiyu. At present, there is only one person in the entire Marine Environmental Protection Department, Ziokin. Which legend is Shiyu? Why haven't I heard of him? A new legend? Or a top master? Is there such a person in the Navy? Ziokin asked. He is not a legendary beastmaster, nor a member of the Navy, Ziohai said. He is a freshman at Gudo University, Ziokin. What? But he is also a formal member of the 3rd and 11th bureaus. Oh, the 1st bureau should be coming soon. It's normal that you haven't heard of his name. You don't pay much attention to the situation on land, but you should know this. The green worm cocoon, the special evolutionary form of the green cotton worm that will be promoted in the army, was researched by him. Ziokin's brows were still frowned, and suddenly she had an impression. The breeding bureau, the archaeological bureau, the green worm cocoon, she knew all of these, but Ziokin didn't understand how such a scientific research, and exploration-oriented genius beastmaster could be related to the Ministry of Marine Environmental Protection, and it was outrageous that she was asked to be a subordinate and even help build a base. I don't understand, she said. I don't understand it either. Ziohai looked at his daughter and said, in the Dragon Palace city of the East China Sea, a Marine Environmental Protection Department has actually been established. The Environmental Protection Department of Donghuang was actually established to correspond to the Department of Dragon Palace City. You only need to know that Shiyu is also the director of the Marine Environmental Protection Department of Dragon Palace City. According to reliable information, the Marine Environmental Protection Department of Dragon Palace City has more than 50 Dragon Palace City overlords, and the heirs of the Sea Dragon King, the Blue Dragon King, and the Thunder Dragon King have also joined. Many descendants of overlords and kings are just ordinary members. In addition, there are tens of thousands of kings and commanders inside. So now, do you understand? On the opposite side, Ziokin's pupils dilated slightly. In short, there is nothing wrong in joining this department. If it is not unsuitable, I would like to go and see what the situation is. Ziohai pushed out the document. At the same time, Brigadier General Ziokin said in disbelief, how is it possible? This Shiyu commands dozens of overlords? Tens of thousands of kings and commanders? How is it possible, unless he is the son of the dragon god? No, even if he is the son of the dragon god, it is too outrageous. He also has a close relationship with a totem ice dragon that survived from the time of Emperor Shi. That ice dragon has also joined Longgong City and became the 8th dragon king of Longgong City. Shiyu himself has even won the honor of Longgong City's general. With a relationship between Longgong City and Donghuang, his status and position are not a problem for him to be a general of our navy. It is in line with the regulations for you to temporarily become his subordinate. This is all the information I know. As for whether there are more secrets, you can explore it yourself. I hope you can grow in this Marine Environmental Protection Department that has a close relationship with Longgong City. Do you still have any questions now? Ziokin had not recovered from the shock. After a moment of silence, she said, besides me, are there any other people going this time? Wang Qi, Qin Mingzi, Ziokin said, the two of them. By the way, did they get the opportunity to go to Longgong City this year? These two people are also talented warriors in the Navy. They have achieved very good results in the military performance of the Navy Beastmaster. Well, they should have seen Shiyu a long time ago, and he's the first Navy to know about the Marine Environmental Protection Department. Is this Shiyu really as powerful as you say? He easily defeated the 2nd prince of Longgong City with the iron-eating beast. And defeated the heir of the overlord with a water slime. On the warship heading towards the snow mountain, Xiao Qin licked her lips and asked the two majors Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi beside her. The tall, thick-browed and big-eyed Qin Mingzi exhaled and said, although we didn't have much contact in those days, judging from the situation at the long-going banquet, Minister Shiyu's strength is very unfathomable. I don't know about other things, but the Jiuli war beast is a monster. Its strength and ability crushed the Prince of the Thunder Dragon. It's a 100-meter giant beast. It's even bigger than the Totem Dragon Kings. It's so scary. I'm definitely not his opponent, Wang Qi said. Xiao Qin said, then I have to meet this Minister Shiyu later, the Beastmaster who is strong, talented, and has a very mysterious experience is about to become her boss. She wants to fight him and see. Oh, the other two smiled bitterly. No way, are they going to fight again? The warship was getting closer and closer to the glacier. Xiao Qin, Wang Qi, and Qin Mingzi, three naval beastmasters sent by the Donghuang Association to assist Shiyu, suddenly found a super ice floe. On the ice floe, a figure was sitting on a chair fishing. On his body and head, there was a water slime. The water slime became a bird's nest, and a little bird spirit was lying on it. There was a panda on the young man's left shoulder and a butterfly on his right shoulder. The most incredible thing was that there was a ginseng baby on the fishing rod. Here it comes. In addition to these pets, there was also a gem cat next to the young man. It yawned and slowly spoke. At the same time, Shiyu looked up at the warship in the distance. Shiyu, on the other side, holding a telescope and seeing this figure from afar, Qin Mingzi took a deep breath and said, what a refined taste. Is this the life of a big boss? Nice battleship, it's a pity that it doesn't look like it can fly. Name, Silver Sea Battleship. Attribute, mechanical. Race level, High King. Quasi-Overlord. Growth level, King level. Energy value, 20.6 million. As the battleship sailed over, Shiyu retracted the fishing rod and slowly stood up. A super battleship with special energy enhancement must be expensive. However, although this kind of battleship has huge energy, it is basically used to maintain its functions. It is actually very strenuous in real combat. It is best at ultra-long-range strikes. If the enemy boards it, the countermeasures are not that strong. After a while, the Silver Sea battleship stopped not far from Shiyu. Xiao Qin and the other two stood on the battleship, and the four of them looked at each other. See you again, Shiyu smiled and greeted the two soldiers. Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi nodded with their teeth bared. At that time, Bahai Chuanqi suggested that they join the Ministry of Environmental Protection. They didn't expect that they would have such a chance. They hoped that they could also get the Ice Dragon badge. As for the Time Fruit, as long as they work hard for Shiyu, they should have a chance to become a core member, right? I am Xiao Qin, the former Brigadier General of the East China Sea Fleet of the Donghuang Navy. Later, I was injured and had been recovering in the mechanical unit. It's the first time we meet, Minister Shiyu. Xiao Qin looked at Shiyu. Since it was the first time they met, she took the initiative to introduce herself. Brigadier General Xiao Qin, hello. Shiyu also nodded. He had obtained some information about the other party from Principal Feng. Xiao Qin, the daughter of Xiao Hai, a legendary beastmaster in the Beastmaster Corps, joined the army directly after she became an adult and grew up to be a brigadier general. She was a powerful beastmaster in the navy. However, she was in danger due to bad weather when she was fighting against pirates. She was eventually seriously injured. It is said that she withdrew from the front line to recover from her injuries. When Shiyu saw the scars on the other party's face, he knew that it might be true. As for the other two, they are also the best of the younger generation in the Navy, otherwise they would not have been able to get the quota for the Dragon Palace City once every 5 years. They are all Master Beast Masters who have contracted several King-level sea beasts. Shiyu remembered that Wang Qi seemed to have contracted a King-level sponge life in Dragon Palace City this time, and Qin Mingzi contracted a King-level Dragon Claw octopus. Did you contract this battleship? Shiyu asked Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin shook her head and said, no, this Silver Sea battleship is a subship of a super battleship of the Navy Mechanical Force. It is similar to a clone and cannot be contracted, but I can temporarily command it with instructions. Next, I will use this battleship as the core and transform it into a maritime base of the Ministry of Marine Environmental Protection. Shiyu was slightly startled. He wanted to transform this big guy into a maritime base of the Ministry of Environmental Protection. Not bad. However, don't worry, This thing is very fast, right? Do you have the coordinates of the chaotic sea area? How about we go there for a turn? Shiyu smiled slightly. When he was in Longyang City, after returning from the colorful islands, he asked the Ice Dragon and the Sea Dragon King to help recapture the colorful islands. The Sea Dragon King did promise to send troops there later. Shiyu didn't know what the situation was like there, and now he was going to take a look. The colorful islands belong to the Chaos Sea, at the junction of the Donghuang Sea and the Kidao Sea. It's not too far away. Susu hasn't been home since she followed him out. Now that she has mastered the full-level purification, it's not bad to go back and practice. On the way, send a badge to the Ice Dragon in Longyang City. The most important thing is that after leaving the Donghuang Range, the area near the colorful islands is all totem area, and maybe you can find a bombing target suitable for Shen Bao. As for danger, Shiyu looked at the gem cat playing with fish on the ice next to him. It was protected by the overlord cat who could teleport. What's the danger? For the gem fruit, the gem cat returned to Gudo University not long after returning immediately. It is impossible for it to put Shen Bao in danger. Chaotic Sea, Ziokin raised her eyebrows and said, that place is far away from the Donghuang Sea, and there are pirates everywhere. What are you going there for? Could it be for the secret treasure left by the Pirate King? Ah, Shiyu was stunned. What did you say just now? This girl, is she also a time traveler? How can she know about the Pirate King and the great secret treasure? Is it a misunderstanding or? One Piece, is, real? Shiyu asked tentatively. What's naughty death? Ziokin was puzzled. What's the matter with the Pirate King and the great secret treasure you just mentioned? Shiyu sighed and asked. What is the Pirate King? Don't you know? Ziokin grinned and said, I thought you knew. 11. Chong, Shenbao and other pets hung on Shiyu, shaking their heads secretly. How could Shiyu know that this guy has been tortured by adding points in meditation and has no time to study, relying on the query function of the illustration book? And the illustration book only contains domestic intelligence information. It would be strange if Shiyu was not confused about foreign things. The Chaotic Sea is a paradise for pirates. These pirates mainly plunder merchant ships between the 7 islands and poach dragon blood creature cubs in the East China Sea. They do not belong to any force, but because they are wanted by Donghuang, Ryugu City, and the 7 islands, they mainly stay in various totem countries and sell goods. Since entering the modern era, there are actually very few pirates, and even fewer powerful pirates. However, in ancient times, the profession of pirate was very popular. There were even many legendary beastmasters who roamed the sea and called themselves the overlords of the sea. The so-called Pirate King was a title-level pirate who appeared on the 7 islands during the Sky Emperor dynasty. A pirate, he is said to have traveled around the world as a pirate, plundered the secret treasures of many countries, and fulfilled the dreams of many pirates. Before his death, he even claimed that he had transformed the beast control space into a secret realm, leaving behind a legendary resource, which was sealed somewhere in the East China Sea, waiting for the destined person to find it. However, after a long time, no one really found this so-called great secret treasure, but some time ago, the news of the remains of the One Piece suddenly spread, and many pirates began to revel again. The Donghuang Navy also secretly paid attention to this matter, but I don't know whether it is a rumor or true. Ziokin pinched out the cigarette and said, It's outrageous. Shiyu took a deep breath. After all, it's really good to have strength. Being a pirate can travel around the world and plunder treasures from other countries. What legendary resource? Shiyu asked again. It is said that it is a legendary gem that the One Piece looted in the Jewel Kingdom. Why, are you interested? Ziokin said. That's not the case. It's just that I and the members of the Environmental Protection Department of Ryugu City have an appointment to meet at the colorful islands in the Chaotic Sea, Shiyu said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the jewel cat next to him almost fell into the water, with a look of surprise on his face. The Jewel Kingdom? Is it the Totem Kingdom that believes in the Jewel King beast? That is the best place to produce cat's eye gems that the jewel cats need to evolve. Legendary gems? Suddenly, the jewel cat looked at Shiyu. Shiyu also looked at the jewel cat. The jewel cat stared. Damn Shiyu, how can you not be interested? If there really is a gem, I can successfully break through the totem with a gem, and I can be your bodyguard better. Ah, Shiyu was stunned, and suddenly remembered that the jewel cat seemed to have been thinking about the legendary gem resources and wanted to break through with this. The jewel cat wouldn't be interested in the ruins of the Pirate King. However, if he remembered correctly, the jewel cat seemed to have used the legendary gem to try to break through. Unfortunately, it failed. Although the legendary resources can almost 100% allow the king level pet to break through to the overlord level. However, there is less than a 10% chance that an overlord level pet can break through to the totem level. It is too extravagant to use this to break through. Is Mr. Cat planning to break through again? But even if he gets the gem, the success rate of this breakthrough is still worrying. Shiyu, let's take a step back. Even if there are relics of the Pirate King, with so many pirates, isn't it a bit dangerous? Do we need to disguise the ginseng baby as a gem and kill a bunch of them first? Gem cat, just drive. I'll think of a way. One person and one cat communicated with each other in a sneaky way. However, if there are really legendary resources that need to be robbed by force, Shiyu and his team will have it easy. He is now the Minister of Environmental Protection of Ryugu City, and all the Ryugu overlords owe him a favor. With a phone call, he can shake dozens of overlords over. The resurrection of the Pirate King would be scared, not to mention a group of small pirates. You can go to the Sea of Chaos, Ziokin said without much care. Anyway, there's a battleship. But before we go there, Minister Shiyu, I wonder if you can teach me a little. Of course, it's okay to refuse. I just heard them talk about the miraculous deeds of Minister Shiyu's pets, and I want to learn a little bit. Ziokin's eyes full of fighting spirit fell on Shiyu's cute pets. She was curious why these cute pets were so scary in the mouths of Wangqi and Qin Mengzi. After recuperating in the mechanical department for so long, she hasn't fought against the strong for a long time. The world competition is coming soon, and Ziokin, who hopes to enter the top 10 sequence, doesn't want to miss any opportunity to challenge the strong. Fight. Shiyu didn't expect that the subordinates assigned to him by the association would challenge him, and he was stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the opponent was level 6, and he was only level 5. Isn't this bullying him? If he loses, how can he be a boss happily? Yes, a single control will do. Ziokin finished speaking, and as her spirit moved, a purple summoning diagram appeared in front of her. In the summoning diagram, a naked red starfish with black holes all over its body, 2 meters tall, and human-like facial features appeared. Name, Demon Starfish. Attributes, Water, Spirit, Racial Level, Low-Level Overlord, Growth Level, King Level, Energy Value. 2.88 million. After the creepy-looking red starfish appeared, it smiled at its beastmaster, waved at the other 3, and finally looked at the panda, ginseng baby, butterfly, and red bird spirit on Shiyu's body. Boom. At the same time, Ziokin's energy surged, her short hair fluttered, and her enhanced talent was activated. Name, Demon Starfish. Energy Value, 6.9 million. The rising aura of the red starfish made the 11 others look at it with concern. Not bad. Seeing that Ziokin's development of the Beastmaster's talent had reached this level, Shiyu was stunned. As expected of the Navy's top master. You've already summoned your pet, how can I refuse? Then, Shiyu said helplessly. At his signal, the bird-like red pupil slowly flew up. Chi, it looked at the demon starfish, sparks flew. Since it's the next assistant, let's have a fight. At this time, seeing that Shiyu and his sister were not in a hurry at all, and were not afraid that the gem would be taken by others first, and even had to fight here, the gem cat next to him suddenly became anxious. You can come back and fight later. It's breakthrough opportunity. Chapter 303 Shiyu vs. Commodore. Demon Starfish. What Ziokin summoned was a very strange pet. Of course, for Shiyu and the others, this demon starfish was not strong as an individual. However, Ziokin, as a super genius with the title of top master and who raised the level of beast control to level 6, combined with her enhanced talent, this demon starfish was quite extraordinary. If it weren't for Shiyu's dual talents, he could lay a very solid foundation for the pet through the skill illustrations, and train the skill level to a very high level. With telepathy alone, as the level gap widened, it would be difficult for him to fight these beast masters with enhanced talents. Master beast masters with enhanced talents can increase the energy value of their pets by up to 1 million, depending on the development of their enhanced talents. As for top masters like Zushai and Wang and Ziokin, Once the enhanced talent is activated, it is not impossible to enhance the energy value by millions. And if you want to reach the 10 million level, that is the exclusive of legendary Beastmasters. The reason why the pets cultivated by Beastmasters are stronger than wild beasts depends largely on the blessing of the Beastmasters. Forget it, if you want to fight, do it as soon as possible. Seeing that Shiyu and Zyokin were already at the point of drawing their swords, the gem cat sighed helplessly and gently placed its paw on the ground. The next moment, its gem eyes turned ice blue, and a chill burst out from its paws. With a hum, in just 1 second, the kilometer range centered on it quickly turned into hard glacier land, and even the Silver Sea warship was frozen in it. Zyokin had actually noticed this gem cat a long time ago, but there was no information about gem cats in Shiyu's team data. Seeing this gem cat burst out with such powerful power so casually, she instantly recalled something. Are you the cat that followed Lu Qingyi at the Dragon Palace banquet 5 years ago? Zyokin said subconsciously. The little girl has a good memory. The gem cat didn't have a deep impression of Zyokin, but after hearing what Zyokin said, it estimated that Zyokin had also been to the Dragon Palace banquet. Commodore Zyokin, this teacher Ying is the guardian overlord of Gudu University and the deputy minister of the Ministry of Marine Environmental Protection. Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi, who had been to the Dragon Palace banquet this time, explained quickly. Hearing this, Zyokin nodded silently, and the blue energy wave surging around her body like water slowly merged into her body. After taking a deep breath, she jumped lightly and jumped onto the glacier. When she landed, a stream of water appeared out of thin air under her feet, reducing the impact of her jump and allowing her to land smoothly. However, the action of the demon starfish was much more domineering. With a bend of his legs and a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of Zyokin in an instant. The glacier under his feet was even stepped on by him to create a crack. My pet, is it? At the same time, Shiyu put one hand in his pocket and took a few steps forward. At this time, Qitong, who was currently in the form of a bird spirit, chirped and flew in front of Shiyu. Seeing this, the red panda 11 who was left on the stool had no choice. Although it also wanted to fight, it had just finished self-harm training in the ruined space before going out, and was still in the rest stage and had not recovered yet. It could only be handed over to Qitong first. After all, the opponent did not look weak. Yeah. Bird spirit? I remember it was a sword spirit. Zyokin looked at the flying Qitong and said slowly. Although she and the demon starfish could feel that this cute, harmless, pigeon-like bird spirit was not simple, but if she remembered correctly, Shiyu's information recorded that he contracted a flame sword spirit. It's just a different form of the same pet. Shiyu smiled slightly. At the same time, a flame sword appeared under the pink claws of Qitong flying in the air. Swish. 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 As it flew, it grabbed the flame sword spirit with its claws and swung out several flame sword ki. Little Qitong showed a calm expression of these are all my vests. Interesting. Seeing this, Zyokin showed a very interested expression. It was the first time she saw this kind of undead race that could switch between sword and bird. But it doesn't matter. There are too many strange pets in the world. As a navy, she has a deep understanding of this. After all, almost every day, new deep-sea species are updated in the Navy's database. Quick battle. At this time, with the urging of the gem cat, Zyokin and Shiyu nodded and entered the battle state at the same time. There was a stream of water flowing in Zyokin's eyes, because the strengthening process requires a high degree of tacit understanding with a pet. On the glacier, when the demon starfish slowly raised his fingertips and aimed at the red pupil in the sky, Zyokin also made a finger gun gesture and aimed at the red pupil in the sky. Bang! 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 In just a moment, several groups of rotating water balls composed entirely of red liquid were fired from the demon starfish's fingertips like water cannons, turning into red meteors, and the target was locked on the red pupil in the sky. Super-level skill, wave cannon. Swish. At the same time, in the sky, Qitong, who was holding the sword spirit with both feet, also threw the sword spirit away, using Yang Yan as fuel to activate the light flame sword skill. The moment the sword spirit was thrown out, it burst out with a speed faster than the red wave cannon, and turned into the same amount of sword light in the sky, trying to resist the red wave cannon. So fast, Wang Qi exclaimed. But the power is a bit weak, Qin Mingzi said. The full-level light flame sword is extremely fast, But unfortunately, it is a fire skill after all, and is restrained by the water system. Just a face-to-face, countless red wave cannons swept the heat wave with a bang collision sound, swallowed the sword light, and continued to attack Chi-Tong. Seeing this, Chi-Tong was so scared that he quickly spread his wings and ran away. The demon starfish laughed Gigi, moved his hands, and these wave cannons actually tracked Chi-Tong like air bombs. However, the total number of sword lights just now seemed to be one more than the wave cannon. After the collision in the sky, a sword light fell from the gap and continued to fall. Seeing this, Ziokin's eyes fixed, and the demon starfish reacted and instantly made a blocking posture. The materialized telekinetic wave condensed into a shield in front of the demon starfish, and instantly pinched the sword light that escaped the net. Be careful. At the same time, Shiyu appropriately reminded Chi-Tong, but he didn't need to remind him. Chi-Tong, who had supervision, had already flown quickly in the sky, trying to avoid these wave cannons that kept chasing him through super reaction consciousness. This is not a simple wave cannon, it's a combination skill. However, as Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi swallowed their saliva, something strange happened. Approaching the bird spirit Chi-Tong, these wave cannons didn't even think about hitting directly, but collided with each other. Then, like a tsunami, the water wave force swept in all directions, and the super large range directly locked the flexible Chi-Tong. Seeing this, with a boom, orange flames burst out around Chi-Tong, trying to make a final resistance, but the impact of these water waves was much stronger than its power, and instantly swallowed the flames, turning into a tsunami that rolled up Chi-Tong's entire body, and at the same time a red telekinetic wave invaded its body. High-level mental skills, mental control. This is a combination of water wave cannon and mental control. As long as the attack touches the enemy, you can control the opponent's mind. Wang Qi and others saw this and immediately thought solemnly. Just as they thought, the moment the water flow touched the bird spirit, the mental wave instantly invaded its body. The little bird spirit's pupils instantly passed through a trace of red, and its mind was controlled, becoming a puppet of the demon starfish. However, just when the two thought that Shiyu and Chi-Tong were going to be in trouble, suddenly, the roar of the demon starfish came from the battlefield. Roar, the two looked in surprise, but saw that the demon starfish, who had condensed the telekinetic shield, was still in a stalemate with a light flame sword. No, to be precise, it was in a stalemate with the light flame sword's body and the sword spirit. So this is the real body. After Ziokin's voice, the bird spirit in the sky gradually dissipated. The bird spirit that was controlled by the mind and successfully attracted the firepower of the super-level skill was instantly abandoned by Shiyu, because it was Chi-Tong's clone. At the moment of condensing the sword spirit, the relationship between the bird spirit and the sword spirit's body had been transformed. At this time, Chi-Tong, who successfully approached the enemy's body, although not as powerful as the opponent, was also trying his best to burst out a stronger attack. It swept Yang Yan and burned the power of the soul. The interlaced swords composed of the soul sword and the Yang Yan sword were wrapped with a strong deterrent wave and cut directly. Boom! The gray sword with a hot breath pressed and cut, and the telekinetic shield created by the demon starfish was instantly shattered, and the amazing sword light was about to cut the demon starfish. Wave cannon. Ziokin was not in a hurry, and instantly let the demon starfish understand the tactical intention of the Beastmaster. It immediately condensed a huge blue water wave in its mouth to resist. The wave cannon condensed in front of the demon starfish, directly acting as a second shield, bearing the sword light slash. As Ziokin expected, the sword light directly detonated the wave cannon, and the energy explosion wave swept away Chi-Tong and the demon starfish in an instant. The amazing explosion caused serious damage to both Chi-Tong and the demon starfish at the same time. Crazy woman. Shiyu saw that the other little girl actually liked the tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries, and his mouth twitched immediately. Wang Qi, Qin Mingzi and others also realized the toughness of this brigadier general again. However, 11 and Shen Bao, who were not far away, gave a thumbs up. But unfortunately, this trick was useless to them, Shiyu's pets. In this day and age, who doesn't know a recovery skill? Meow, the huge explosion instantly blew Chi-Tong away, but it didn't affect anything. In the smoke, Chi-Tong flew backwards. Under the wrapping of the regeneration flame, its injuries and physical strength were almost recovered very quickly. It hurt, but it was harmless. After all, it was the main attacker, and the core of the explosion was closer to the demon starfish. The demon starfish on the opposite side of Qitong, whose body was blown up with several cracks, shouted and screamed. However, seeing that Qitong was fine, it immediately stopped screaming and showed a dissatisfied expression. The damaged parts of its body also regenerated quickly and recovered in an instant. After a while, no injuries could be seen. Super-level skill, rapid cell growth. In this scene, Qitong, who is in the posture of a bird spirit, spread his wings in the sky and looked at the demon starfish on the opposite side solemnly. At the same time, Xiaoqin hugged his arms and showed a serious expression. You are really strong. After a brief confrontation, Qitong and the demon starfish were still in a confrontation, which made Wang Qi and others swallow their saliva. Both sides are very strong. Brigadier General Xiaoqin is worthy of being the daughter of General Xiao and the sister of Xiao Xuanqi. This family is so abnormal. Is this strength the result of the former ace being killed in the mission? How strong is Brigadier General Xiao who commands the ace pet? Enhanced talent is really a headache. Shi Yu also laughed and scratched his head. A beast master without enhanced talent will suffer a lot in battle. Even if Qitong has full-level skills and a very high utilization rate of energy, he is still at a disadvantage. Xiaoqin nodded and said, That's right, you too, can you hurry up? Use whatever moves you have. At this time, the gem cat couldn't wait any longer and urged painfully. Woo woo woo, the gem should be taken by other kittens first. Seeing the gem cat say this, Xiaoqin was startled, and then said, In that case, next, we have to go all out. Xiaoqin said, Demon starfish, frenzy, although this sword spirit is very powerful, it is still a little behind the demon starfish that she has strengthened. If it is normal, they are definitely not opponents, but talent is also a part of strength, why not use it? Xiaoqin finished speaking, the eyes of the demon starfish suddenly became scarlet and deeper, and a black vortex appeared in the pupils. The whole body instantly exuded a wildness that was 10 times stronger than before, like a beast out of the cage. Hulala. At the same time, its hands and feet quickly wrapped around the red water waves that looked like boxing gloves. The breath of the demon was clearly revealed on the demon starfish. Seeing this, Shi Yu knew that he could not continue to underestimate the enemy, otherwise Qitong would definitely overturn if he relied on himself. Then let's end the warm-up. I also want to contribute to the battle. Shi Yu finished speaking, and Xiaoqin on the opposite side said Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi were also stunned. Qitong, possess, soon, Shi Yu's voice came out, and the three people's faces changed. They almost forgot about this. Possession? Could it be that this abnormally powerful undead can also possess? Although many undead have mastered possession, some undead races cannot. This is not a race-bound skill. Qitong is so strong. Xiaoqin thought that all its abilities were assigned to itself. Now tell her that such a powerful undead can also merge with a beast master? At the same time, Qitong didn't want to fight alone, and gradually fell from the sky. The opponent was 2 people, and it was too disadvantaged to be alone. Soon, Qitong fell into Shi Yu's hand. Under the gaze of everyone, it turned into a flame sword spirit again. At the same time, a red flame flowed from the sword spirit to Shi Yu's whole body. Suddenly, an astonishing momentum swept out from Shi Yu and Qitong. Under the blazing breath, Shi Yu's eyes and hair were all dyed red. His thin figure and deep eyes made him seem to have entered the realm of God. Boom! The powerful breath spread, causing Xiaoqin's face to change, and the other 2 majors to show shocked expressions. They only felt that the increase in the red pupil was greater than that of the demon starfish. Fight! Almost instantly, Shi Yu exuded an aura that made the demon starfish, a fierce beast, feel dangerous. Its eyes condensed, and it came to Shi Yu in an instant, with a wave fist wrapped around its hand, shouting and smashing it suddenly. Boom! A violent white mist came out. Then, an amazing air wave spread from their bodies, shattering a layer of ice and sweeping up the waves 1,000 meters away. The smoke dissipated, and the demon starfish's punch failed to succeed. Shi Yu held the sword with one hand, erected the sword in front of him, and easily resisted this wave fist. Shi Yu looked at the demon starfish, who was taller than him, with red pupils, and said, "You are too impatient." After that, the illusory huge red wings spread out behind Shi Yu. These gorgeous phoenix wings, each feather seemed to be made of sword spirits, exuding a strong phoenix power. Seeing this, the demon starfish suddenly had a bad premonition. "Stay away from him," Xiaoqin shouted. The demon starfish exerted force with his legs, and indeed his pupils shrank and he quickly retreated. At the same time, Shiyu slightly raised the sword spirit, and it seemed that thousands of sword lights burst out from behind him, sweeping a hot wind, instantly swallowing the rapidly retreating demon starfish. Thousands of sword lights instantly began to cut its body like 1,000 knives, making it scream in the hot wind. In the hot wind, the figure of the demon starfish gradually blurred, and the wounds on his body were one after another, which made Zyokin take a deep breath, and instantly showed a very solemn expression, staring at the red-haired young man opposite. Impossible. She had seen undead spirits that could possess and beast masters that could combine. However, it was unreasonable to increase the strength so much just by possessing. Of course, what Zyokin didn't know was that Shiyu's physical fitness, coupled with a full-level possession skill, could no longer be called a simple combination. This was cheating. At this moment, seeing Shiyu in this posture, a nearly invincible form, Wang Qi and others were already stunned, because it was the first time they had seen it. Even in Longgong City, they had never seen it. In this state, they actually felt that Shiyu was more terrifying than the 100-meter iron-eating beast at that time. Soon, the hot wind dissipated, half of the ice surface disappeared, and the demon starfish, whose body was already broken and standing on the water, looked at the opponent in silence. If it was a normal life form, it would have been a life-threatening injury at this level, but the demon starfish had a super-level skill, cell rapid growth, and the healing effect of this skill on itself was also among the best among super-level skills. It can be said to have an immortal body. Even after and during the combined attack of Shiyu and Qitong just now, it was not hurt at all. After roaring, it instantly recovered completely. After recovering, the demon starfish sank directly into the water, as if it wanted to launch a surprise attack from the bottom of the water. However, at this time, Shiyu, who was standing on the ice, was very calm. Under the superb supervision, even if the enemy dived into the water, in his eyes, it was no different from a frontal sneak attack. Hadouken, Zyokin didn't know whether the sneak attack in the water would work, but she could only give it a try. At this time, Shiyu made her very uneasy. Boom. After the demon starfish had been hiding in the water for a long time, the ice around Shiyu suddenly broke, and 7 or 8 wave cannons burst out from the bottom of the water. Shiyu ignored these wave cannons, because they were just feints of the demon starfish. In front of the supervision that could see through energy changes, the ice and water could not stop him from controlling the battle situation. Then, along with the feint, the demon starfish in the water did not wait too long and hit it with all its strength. At the same time, Shiyu slowly inserted the sword spirit into the ground. If it was 11 who faced this demon starfish, he might have a headache, because its cell growth was too fast. Even if 11's burst could beat it into pulp, it might not be able to kill it in seconds. However, when it met Akame, it could only be considered that the demon starfish was unlucky. Zanpaku, boom. As Shiyu finished speaking. The next moment, the sword body burst out with gray airflow, forming a soul sword domain, and entangled with spiritual deterrents. The materialized deterrents instantly turned into red sword feathers all over the sky, like a phantom sword dance, 100 phoenixes singing, sweeping towards the wave cannons in all directions. As Shiyu floated up slightly into the air, the sword spirit he inserted, under the unbelievable expressions of Zyokin, Wang Qi and others, suddenly increased in size, and suddenly turned into a 100-meter giant sword, like a divine weapon to suppress the ocean, and instantly burst out with terrifying soul pressure. The sword pressure smashed into the body of the demon starfish, who was about to break through the ice like the sky falling. In the sea water, the demon starfish felt a huge pressure from the sky, and its frenzied pupils instantly recovered clarity, revealing a horrified expression. The next moment, accompanied by the last scream of awe, plop. Its eyes that were shocked without a trace of scars on its body turned white, and it kept falling into the sea. Rumble. At the same time, the sea roared, and huge waves rolled in all directions. Countless layers of ice turned into ice flowers in an instant. Ahem. At the same time, Zyokin felt that the demon sea star had lost its spiritual connection with her, and her enhancement was interrupted. She took a step back dizzily and looked up at Shiyu with red hair and red eyes. The other two majors were at a loss. Only the gem cat smiled and said, "Okay, the winner has been decided, we should set off." After that, it wrapped the demon sea star that fell to the bottom of the sea with its telekinesis, and with a designated instant movement, It fished this guy out and sent him to Zyokin. Demon Sea Star. At looking at the Demon Sea Star that looked like a fool, Zyokin was extremely silent, staring at Shiyu and said, I lost, but you defeated me with a level 5 telepathic talent. Are you a monster? The last person she identified as a monster was the grandson of the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. Using this guy entered the legendary level before he was 30 years old, and he had 2 overlord level lives under his contract. He even hunted 3 overlords with his own hands. He was a real monster, even more perverted than her sister was back then. Shiyu, on the other hand, was a monster in another sense. With his telepathic talent, he possessed such strength. Of course, what she couldn't understand even more was Shiyu's identity as the Minister of Environmental Protection. And if all this was combined, it seemed that it wasn't that hard to understand. Monster. Seeing Shiyu's calm appearance at this time, Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi, who were not far away, were both puzzled. If they remembered correctly, Shiyu, the sword spirit, was still at the commander level when he was in Longgong City. There was no problem in breaking through the monarch level at the moment, but after the breakthrough, he immediately possessed such terrifying strength. If he was not a monster, what else could he be? If Shiyu was given some time to strengthen his pet, that would be too much. I don't dare to be one. I'm still far from it. At the same time, Shiyu withdrew from the possessed form, and Chituang also turned into a bird spirit and landed on Shiyu's shoulder again. Shiyu said, and if it wasn't for Brigadier General Zyokin's trump card that had an accident, the trump card main force of Brigadier General Zyokin seemed to have suffered a lot of losses, otherwise he would not have been transferred from the front line to the mechanical unit. It's all over, and it's fine now. Let's go, Minister, let's go. After Zyokin lost, she wholeheartedly recognized Shiyu as the minister. Okay, Shiyu also nodded. At this time, the most anxious person was the Gemcat. After hearing what the few people said, he directly moved the few people and the pets to the warship. A moment later. Why is this big guy so slow? Then you move with the warship, forget it. At the same time, when the few people went to the colorful islands, the initial version of the sequence ranking that countless people in Donghuang had been looking forward to was finally released. This is the strength ranking of the domestic beastmasters under the age of 30 according to the various battle records of the Donghuang Association. And this ranking soon set off an uproar in Donghuang. Among them, there are many people that Shiyu is not familiar with, and there are also many people that Shiyu is familiar with. For example, the first sequence, using the first in the 3 army martial arts performance, the 7th level of the Beastmaster space, the legendary Beastmaster, contracted 2 overlord level lives, and has a record of killing overlords. For example, the 5th sequence, Ji Feng, a national individual champion, graduated from Imperial Capital University, has the talent of beast control, affinity with all things, a top master, not only can be close to various fierce beasts, but also to the power of nature, can make pets mobilize the power of nature at the king level, and as a leader among the top masters, successfully assassinated a hegemon level life and escaped unscathed during the undercover totem area, and even defeated the genius Lu Qingyi in 11 games. For example, the 7th sequence, Lu Qingyi. Although he is not well known at ordinary times, and the basic race of each pet is not high, but as a genius archaeologist, he has obtained great opportunities in mythological relics. Some pets have received mythological inheritance and mastered the strongest superclass skill Myth Revival, which can make pets easily fight across levels. For example, the 11th sequence, Zuyun Zushian Wang. As the current Master King, he got the lucky number 11. There is also Go Zhuan, the national individual champion last year, ranked 22nd, the front row, and he is the youngest at 21 years old, and Zhao Qin, the 29th naval commodore, are all huge hot figures. This ranking now only ranks the top 100 based on past records in current situations. Among them, the top players all have one characteristic, that is, they have fought against overlord-level life forms. She also registered online, and I don't know if the record in Dragon Palace City is counted. But because he has never fought against overlord-level life forms, his ranking doesn't seem to be high. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, One Piece Remains. On the boundless ocean, a warship was traveling fast, as if it was rushing to reincarnate. Is there any more information about the legendary gem, such as what attributes, what illusions, what color, and how big it is? The gem cat looked at Ziokin, his eyes shining, and his cat claws drew circles and gestured continuously. As we all know, the attributes and colors of the evolved gems depend on the eye color and skill attributes of the gem cat after evolution. Although it is a mutant species, it has evolved more than a dozen times with more than a dozen gems in obtained end properties, but this does not prevent it from remembering the characteristics of the new gems. So where are we going? Ziokin's eyes stayed on Shiyu. Did they say that they were going to meet the members of the Environmental Protection Department of Ryugu City in the Colorful Islands? Why did they feel like they were going treasure hunting with a gem cat now? Why did this cat always think about the legendary gem of One Piece? Wait, you don't want to break through with this illusory legendary gem, do you? Suddenly, Ziokin's mouth twitched, and she looked at the gem cat in comprehension. Now, the information of the gem is unknown at all. It is still uncertain whether it is a strengthening resource, but has this cat already thought about it? How obsessed is he with a breakthrough? Moreover, even if it is a strengthening legendary resource, the chance of breaking through from the overlord level to the totem level seems to be pitifully small, and this is still the case when the gem attributes and the pet attributes are completely matched. You don't understand. The gem cat looked into the distance leisurely. It is a mutant, not picky, and is also an old gambler. As long as it is a gem, it can absorb it. Oh no, gambling on stones. Anyway, it's on the way. Shiyu yawned, but he didn't have any hope for any legendary gems. Is he a fool? He is about to die and still makes the resources into a secret realm for you. The key is that he is a pirate. How can he be so kind? However, he can understand the gem cat's desire to break through the totem level. In this world, the awakening level to the commander level is the basic combat power. The monarch level to the overlord level is the middle and high level combat power. Only when you reach the totem level can you be considered to be at the top of the pyramid. Not only pets are pursuing this realm, but also beastmasters are pursuing it. A few hours later, everyone sailed out of the Donghuang Sea and arrived at the Chaos Sea. After entering the Chaos Sea, this is the territory of the Totem Zone. Between the Donghuang Sea and the Kidao Sea, in addition to the Dragon Palace City in the ocean, there are 4 other totem forces located on the ground islands. They all have a common feature, that is, they are all separated after the independence of the Kidao, and have been hostile to the Kidao from ancient times to the present. These totems are the lava beast born in the volcano, the giant ape totem that mutated and evolved due to the radiation of the outer moon, the 8-headed snake with an ancient background, and the island spirit that evolved into the island god of the suspended island. Among the 4 totem forces, the 8-headed snake, the island god, and the giant ape have human beings who believe in them in their spheres of influence. As for the volcanic island of the lava beast, it is purely a force gathered by extraordinary creatures. Compared with the Kidao, Donghuang is much luckier. There are basically no hostile totems around the sea. Because the Dragon Palace City is too strong, most of the hostile forces have been destroyed by the Dragon Palace City. Although the Amida snake, the island god, the giant ape and other totems also covet the land of Donghuang, they are restricted by the Dragon Palace City and dare not cross it. However, although there are fewer threats in the sea, there are still many threats to Donghuang on land. For example, the current Donghuang land is surrounded by 11 totem forces, which is worse than the current situation of the 7 islands. More importantly, these totem forces that have been able to survive in many totem wars are no longer fuel-saving lamps. Among them, the larger totem forces are even similar to the Dragon Palace City, which is an alliance composed of multiple totems. Pirate ships are found. Not long after entering the Chaotic Sea, Ziokin frowned when he detected a special situation. She observed a warship display floating on the deck and said, "The most powerful beastmaster in the Black Snake Pirates is a master beastmaster with a bounty of 12 million. Shiyu also looked at the display. In the display, there was a huge ship, but compared to the mechanical warship they were riding, the other party's huge ship was still an ancient ship. Although the construction materials looked very expensive and the hull was very durable, the gap in time could be distinguished at a glance. Obviously, except for the 7 countries, most forces do not have the ability to build mechanical life. At present, this black giant ship is being towed by 2 huge king-level black sea snakes." Shiyu watched for a moment and said in surprise, The bounty is quite high. Even if there are no legendary gems, it seems that it is not a loss to kill all the pirates who gathered because of the news, Ziokin. Didn't we agree to go to the colorful islands to meet the members of the Environmental Protection Department of Ryugu City? It's okay for the gem cat to care about the legendary gems, but why are you greedy for money? Why did you change your mind again? Leave it to me. At this time, the most excited person to discover the pirates was the jewel cat, who just wanted to ask the local snake about the news of the legendary gem. After all, didn't Ziokin say that the news of the Pirate King's ruins first spread among the pirates? The figure of the jewel cat flashed and hung on the railing of the giant ship, looking at the distance that Shiyu and others could not see clearly with the naked eye. The opponent is at least 20,000 meters away from us, Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi, who were standing guard next to them, said. But as soon as they finished speaking, they immediately shut up. Because as the jewel cat's gem eyes lit up, with a boom, under the powerful telekinesis, a huge tsunami as high as 20 to 30 meters was formed, and rushed towards the distance. Fuck, so fierce. Seeing this, the two weak and pitiful majors swallowed their saliva. It was difficult to compare this fierce cat with a greedy cat in Ryugu City. A few seconds ago, on the Black Snake pirate ship, as a sea eagle landed, a pirate in charge of sky reconnaissance also immediately informed the boss of the discovery of the Donghuang Navy warship. On the deck, a middle-aged man with a black snake tattoo on his face and wearing a black vest frowned and walked out. The Donghuang Navy and the Kidao Navy have been very active recently. Get out of the way, we won't provoke them, walk faster, and they won't pester us. As soon as the pirate boss finished speaking, the dozen pirates on the ship widened their eyes and looked into the distance. Wow, 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 boss, see, tsunami. The beastmaster with the black snake tattoo looked into the distance and saw a tsunami that had formed in an instant, roaring towards this side at a very fast speed. Seeing this scene, the beastmaster was immediately confused and cursed. Fuck, isn't it just poaching some sea beasts? Is it that serious? Overlord level, definitely overlord level. FCK, the black snake pirates often trade with the Yaqi Totem Kingdom, looking for some sea beasts with weak dragon blood in the East China Sea to hunt, and then transport them to the Yaqi Totem Kingdom. In the Yaqi Totem Kingdom, snakes are respected, and dragon blood is the favorite supplement for snake pets there. However, this will affect the interests of Donghuang and Longang City, and they are also wanted for this reason. In fact, they can understand the flying of shells and swimming of sea beasts on the battleship, but what the hell is the sudden appearance of a tsunami? Rumble. When the tsunami hit, the two sea snakes almost turned around and fled with the pirate ship frantically. However, if escaping is useful, wouldn't the overlord cat be very embarrassed? After a roar, only a fragmented pirate ship was left swaying on the water in the distance. With the power of a group of pirates' pets, the pirate ship barely did not sink completely, but it had lost its ability to move. On the broken deck, a group of seriously injured beastmasters and sea beasts looked at the approaching Silver Sea warship with anger, and at the four humans standing on the warship. A brigadier general, two majors, bad luck. The beastmaster with a black snake tattoo seemed to have long disregarded life and death, but at this critical moment, he still had a fierce look on his face. He stood on the circling giant snake, looking at the messy pirate ship and many missing crew members, and finally looked at the culprit of the attack. His eyes jumped over Ziokin, who had the rank of brigadier general, and Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi, who had the rank of major, and fell on the gem cat in front of Shiyu, because at this time, the domineering aura of the gem cat made the two black water snakes he contracted feel trembling all over. At the same time, Ziokin and the other two were also watching everything in front of them in silence. As expected of the guardian overlord of the ancient capital university. Although it looks unreliable, this power is truly powerful. Chong Chong, go. At this time, the jewel cat didn't want to talk to these pirates at all. It used the hypnosis spell to hypnotize all the pirates who survived at the scene, and then issued instructions similar to those of a beastmaster. Shiyu, Chong Chong, when Ziokin and others were still confused, the fantasy butterfly on Shiyu's shoulder side controlled the mental consciousness to invade the dreams of these pirates, and began to look for the information that the jewel cat wanted. Did you find it? The jewel cat looked at the butterfly flying in the air expectantly. After a moment, Chong Chong's mental consciousness withdrew from the boss of the Black Snake pirates, and nodded. Yes, it is said that some pirates have got some clues that the ruins left by the Pirate King will soon appear on Rishu Island, So a large number of pirates in the Chaos Sea and some beastmasters from Yeki and the giant ape totem kingdom have gone to Rishu Island, which has become the most chaotic island in the Chaos Sea. Chong Chong sent out telepathy. It has full-level telekinesis and is now the first pet in Shiyu's team that can use telepathy. The voice that fell into Ziokin and others' minds was the voice of a child whose gender was difficult to distinguish. Of course, the accuracy cannot be determined. As for whether there will really be any ruins, the captain of the Black Snake pirate ship did not know. He was just a small character in the Chaos Sea. He thought that he would not get any benefits if he went to Rishu Island, so he planned to do more business while many forces were attracted by the attention of Rishu Island. But who knew that he would meet Shiyu and others directly? It was unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Yet, after getting the specific information, the jewel cat nodded with satisfaction. The target is Rishu Island. It patted the boat with its cat paws, and the voice that came out was that of a lazy elder sister, but this time, the laziness was accompanied by a very strong tone of expectation. No. At this time, Brigadier General Ziokin was silent for a moment, and couldn't help but say, the pirates alone are difficult enough. Although there are no legendary beastmasters in the East China Sea, there are many powerful topmasters. In the Totem Kingdom, there are countless ferocious creatures. It's too dangerous to go there. Even if you are very strong, there are still risks. She looked at everyone. Because her own trump card died in battle because of pirates, Ziokin was very cautious. The gem cat sighed and wanted to go solo. Because it is a professional at running away. If the news is accurate, the Navy must have also planted people lurking in Rishu Island, Shiyu asked. Yes, Ziokin nodded. How about this? We split up. Shiyu licked his lips and said, some people will go to Rishu Island to check the situation, while the other part will go to the colorful islands to find reinforcements. At this time, although Shiyu felt that it was unreliable, the word ruins had a natural attraction to him. So many beastmasters are on Rishu Island. They should be able to keep a low profile and fish in troubled waters. Shiyu was also very confident in the escapability of the bodyguard, Gemcat. Even if he took a step back, if there really was a legendary gem, and he could find it by fishing in troubled waters, it would allow Teacher Cat to break through. Then, when he explores other dangerous ruins in the future, it would be more convenient to have an idle and greedy totem-level thigh. Isn't this more? It's okay. Shiyu patted the bug next to him, and the bug immediately split into a phantom clone. At the same time, the bird spirit Red Eyes possessed Shiyu, and Shiyu, who entered the red-haired and red-eyed state, also split into a red-haired clone and appeared next to him. In a flash, 2 Shiyu appeared on the hull, which shocked Ziokin and others. Wait, your clone is not scientific. Shiyu said, so the question now becomes, should I let the phantom clone go to the colorful islands or to Rishu Island? This thing can be maintained for a few days, everyone. The gem cat showed an expression of praise. As expected of its student, it finally understood how to properly squeeze the clone. If it is not a very necessary matter, just let the clone solve it. After saying that, it also separated a clone, but this clone had a face. Rishu Island. This is an island under the influence of the lava totem in the chaotic sea. However, because the lava giant beast totem sleeps in the volcano all year round, and it has not cultivated human believers, the only few tribesmen also live in various places in the volcano, so the area near its habitat is basically a free zone. The environment on the island is hot, and the beach and fruit trees coexist, and the scenery is pretty good. It took another half a day for Shiyu and others to arrive here, but when they got close to this place, they didn't dare to drive the warship over. Shiyu directly received the warship temporarily in the relic space. Shiyu, Ziokin, Wongqi, Qin Mingzi and others, as well as the Jewel Cat, changed their clothes and boarded the Rishu Island on a pirate ship. At present, there are dozens of pirate ships of all sizes around Rishu Island, and countless skull flags are fluttering in the wind. The arrival of Shiyu and others did not attract much attention. As for where their pirate ship came from, of course it was materialized by insects. At the same time, the clothes they wore that were similar to the pirate style were also materialized by insects and temporarily put on their bodies. This is not an illusion. Things materialized by insects are real objects. As long as its power is not completely consumed, it can exist forever, and it can even have a longer shelf life than real similar items. We're here. As soon as they landed on Rishu Island, they heard a lot of shouting around, including Donghuang language, Kidao language, and some unknown indigenous language. As Navy officers, Ziokin and others have received professional training and can understand and talk in these languages. Shiyu has no problem at all. He's gifted with telepathy and can even understand panda language, not to mention different human languages. This telepathic talent will allow him to communicate with local humans without obstacles, even if he goes abroad to Kidao, Rongguang, and Tinxiang in the future. Therefore, there are still many beastmasters with telepathic talents who serve as translators. Let's find a place to inquire about the news first, Ziokin said helplessly after landing on the island. Originally, he came to join the Environmental Protection Department, but why did he come here to explore the ruins like he got on a pirate ship? Is it the Marine Environmental Protection Department or the Marine Relics Exploration Department? But thinking that Shiyu is from the 11th Bureau and his identity as an archaeologist, she was relieved. In short, it was a sin. Yes, big sister, Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi responded next to her, causing Ziokin's mouth to twitch again. It's true that the scar on her face made her look more like a pirate than Shiyu and others. In fact, with Ziokin's status and position, it is not difficult to find a way to remove the scar, but in order to commemorate the dead pet, she chose to keep the battle scars permanently on her face, which should have been young and beautiful. The area of Rishu Island is not large. However, many wooden and stone houses have been temporarily built on the island at this time. Judging from the traces of construction, it can be seen that they were built by the power of pets, such as using wood skills and earth skills to perform the combination skill civil engineering. In addition to the temporary buildings that can be seen everywhere, there are traces of fighting in many places. In such a disorderly place, it is too common to accidentally conflict. Even if someone dies, no one will care. Shiyu and others had just landed on the island, and not far away, two pirates started fighting. At the same time, there was a group of pirates who saw that they were young and wanted to come over to collect protection fees. Hey, are you guys new here? Do you know the rules? Shiyu looked up slightly as 3 or 5 pirates carrying weapons came over. Get out of here. As he finished speaking, a terrifying threat emanated from his pocket, like a thunder that exploded in the minds of several people, causing them to sit on the ground in a daze. Ziokin and the others did not take a second look. Under the leadership of Ziokin, they walked to the street and entered a huge wooden house tavern that looked fancy. After following Ziokin into the house, the aroma of wine instantly spread out, and it was very noisy, with shouting, cursing, and drinking sounds constantly circling in the smoke-filled tavern. Old driver, Shiyu muttered to Ziokin as he looked at her skilled appearance. This is the sign of the station of a pirate group that specializes in intelligence business. Next to him, Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi were also knowledgeable and introduced to Shiyu. After the four entered the tavern, Ziokin walked to the front desk. Standing at the front desk was a female pirate with a face that was even more ferocious than Ziokin and a face full of flesh. Drink, she asked the people who came in directly. Drink. The next moment, Ziokin replied, but when she heard this voice, the female pirate with a face full of flesh was stunned. She looked at Ziokin's face carefully, and then showed an incredible look. Hey, then, she called her companions to take her place, looked at Ziokin and others and said, follow me. This development made Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi a little confused. But Shiyu had already reacted thoughtfully. Afterwards, Shiyu and others were taken to another room by this person, and then entered the underground room with stone steps. At this time, Ziokin said, they are all our own people. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qi and Qin Mingzi were shocked. Damn, the huge pirate group that often sells intelligence in the chaotic sea is our own people? This group of undercover agents. Ziokin, why are you here? At the same time, the female pirate was still looking at Ziokin in shock. Are you here because of the rumors about the remains of the Pirate King? Sister Shi, let's not talk about this. What's the situation on the island now? Ziokin smiled bitterly and asked. The female pirate named Sister Shi pondered for a moment and said, nothing happened. It's even hard to tell whether the news is true or false. However, there are now many vicious guys gathered on this island. Among them, the most noteworthy is that a hegemon-level snake man from Yeki Island and a hegemon King Kong from gigantic Ape Island have also come here. They are accompanied by human servants and their strength is also quite good. 2 hegemons. Ziokin was shocked. Yet, it's okay that the pirates are attracted here, but even the overlords are attracted here. I guess it's their human servants who are fanning the flames behind the scenes. Sister Shi said irritably. Two overlords, hearing the distribution of combat power on the island, the gem cat yawned. Snake Man and King Kong? It sounds stupid. If it wants to run, the other party will definitely not be able to catch up with it. It's safe. If there's really a legendary gem, it will slip away with a smooth move. Who else? This cat. Sister Shi looked at the gem cat who was speaking. This, Ziokin glanced at the gem cat and Shi Yu and others who were eating melons, and introduced them to Sister Shi. Wang and Qin, rising stars, both have king-level pets, and are my subordinates. Sister Shi was stunned, and cast an admiring look at the two young men. Not bad. The Navy is getting stronger and stronger, and the master-level beast masters are getting younger and younger. She looked at Shi Yu. This one is younger, and looks less than 20 years old. Can't he also be a master-level beast master? Then, Ziokin looked at Shi Yu and said, "This is my new boss, Shiji." Shiji opened her mouth slightly. What? Isn't Ziokin the daughter of General Zio? A top master under 30 years old, a former super genius of the Navy. How come there is suddenly a boss around 20 years old? What's going on? At this time, Shi Yu also narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Is there no news about the ruins?" "No, there is not a trace, and it is even impossible to determine where the rumor came from." Shiji was stunned and immediately replied. Hearing this, Shi Yu looked at the gem cat and shrugged. Meaning, look, it's probably a rumor. The gem cat puffed up its mouth stubbornly. It suspected that Shi Yu was targeting it. What good would it do without the legendary gem and the ruins of the Pirate King? You obviously want to explore it yourself. Then, is there any ruins on this island that may be related to the Pirate King, stone statues, etc.? Shi Yu asked. Also, can we sell information? Can you help me spread some information? It's like saying that in the ruins of One Piece, in addition to the precious legendary gems, there is also a legendary quality immortal ginseng. Smelling it can extend your life by 100 years, and holding it in your mouth can make you immortal. Ginseng baby, your head will be blown off. Sister Shi looked at Ziokin blankly. Who is he? I can't figure it out. Chapter 305, Threats from Two Overlords. Things related to One Piece, I really don't have any, but if I have to say, this island is rumored to be the place where One Piece died. Does it count? Shi Yu, does this count? Is he going to lie on the ground and listen to the earth this time? Although it's not impossible, it would ruin his handsome figure. Also, what is this rumor about the immortal ginseng? Sister Shi's eyes kept wandering between Shi Yu and Ziokin. It was as if she was saying to Ziokin, "Help, I don't understand the orders of your new boss." Ziokin was also a little confused. What is the immortal ginseng? Good question. She also wanted to know. Can you do it? I just mentioned it casually. It doesn't matter if you can't do it, Shi Yu said indifferently. Yes, you can, Sister Shi said, but I heard that One Piece died of old age. The immortal ginseng is so powerful, how could One Piece die? Shi Yu pondered. Because the immortal ginseng was not mature at that time, not being able to eat the mature immortal ginseng to achieve immortality is the biggest regret of the Pirate King, so he transformed a secret realm suitable for the growth of the immortal ginseng, and planned to give it to the destined person together with a gem after the immortal ginseng matured. Well, is this okay? Ziokin, Wangqi, Qin Mingzi, and Shiji were silent. Tears, how can you speak so freely? The gem cat also had tears in his eyes. It suddenly suspected that the news of the legendary gem was also made up by people like Shi Yu who spoke freely, to deceive a little cat like it who was inexperienced and simple-minded. At the same time, the Sea of Chaos, the colorful islands. Half a month ago, this was still a paradise for poisonous creatures. But now, everything has changed. Every island is occupied by a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. A group of king-level beasts that dominate the islands surrendered without any resistance under the deterrence of the Overlord covering the archipelago. The army of Ryugu City has arrived, and if you don't surrender, you will die. On the Water Island, the leader of the Water Slime Susu's hometown, the Water Purification Elf King, looked at the two members of the Marine Environmental Protection Department in front of him in shock. Tuanshan Whale, the deep-sea overlord whose reputation intimidates the entire East China Sea, claims to be a core member of the Marine Environmental Protection Department of Longgong City. Bai Kanglong, the son of the Dragon King of Longgong City in the East China Sea, who has the totem blood, claims to be an ordinary member of the Marine Environmental Protection Department. Although he knew that the Marine Environmental Protection Department of Longang City was very strong, the Water Purification Elf King did not expect that it was so strong. So when Shi Yu first came last time, he said that he would appoint it as the deputy minister. What did he mean? Does it still count? Facing Tongshan Whale and Bai Kanglong, it didn't dare to mention it, nor did it dare to ask. Minister Shi Yu asked us to come. The little white dragon who came to brush the performance said to the Water Purification Elf King with dignity. From today on, the colorful islands are the jurisdiction of Longang City, and the Marine Environmental Protection Department will start to purify the ocean from here. Yes, Tongshan Whale nodded. It came here to be a bodyguard. As for the performance, it's better to let the little white dragon brush it. Welcome, welcome, the Water Purifier King and the water elves behind him all expressed their welcome. Report, but at this moment, a king crab hurried over. What's wrong? Is the suppression of other islands not going well? Little white dragon asked. No, General, Prince, there is a mysterious ship coming from afar, and the figures on it seem to be, the minister and others, the edge of the island. Tongshan Whale, Little White Dragon, and the Water Purifier King heard the report and came here quickly. However, when they saw several vague figures on the ship floating in the distance, they were silent for a moment. Abba, because it was too far away from the main body, Shi Yu's clone couldn't bear it just after arriving at the destination, and it disappeared directly. The Phantom of Chong Chong could still hold on, but because he wanted to slack off and the program was relatively rigid, he suddenly didn't know the meaning of his life at this moment, and slowly disappeared. Only the gem cat clone with a slumped face was left, looking at the two dead shipmates unhappily. I'm not doing my best, I still need practice. Deputy Minister, what's going on? Little White Dragon asked in surprise when he saw the gem cat. Are you guys joining forces to travel to the colorful islands? What's going on? Great, they're all here. The gem cat successfully arrived at the destination and was very happy. Colorful islands, have they been recovered? It looked at Tongshan Whale, White Dragon, and Water Purification Elf King curiously. It's up to everyone's expectations. After my efforts, Little White Dragon talked about his contributions to the gem cat, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Environmental Protection, hoping to be promoted to cadre and obtain the fruit of time. The gem cat cast an admiring look. It's worthy of being the second generation of the map. It even has a dominant bodyguard. This saves trouble. Very good. Then the matter here has come to an end. Next, there is something more important. Go to the Rishu Island in the Lava Totem territory to meet Shi Yu. He has prepared a large number of ice dragon badges that need to be transported to Longang City, the gem cat said. Hot Summer Island, Tong Bianjing was stunned and said, hasn't it been rumored recently that there are some relics of the Pirate King there? That's right. Seeing that Tong Bianjing had also heard about it, Gem Cat's eyes lit up. Is Ryugu City also paying attention to it? No, it's just a legendary gem, and we don't know whether it's real or not. It's not worth Ryugu City's attention, Tong Bianjing said simply. After all, there are many relics and secret realms in the deep sea, and even the Dragon God relics can produce mythical resources. They really don't pay much attention to things on the ground. Gemcat, Hot Summer Island. Not long after, some strange rumors began to spread on the island. Haha, have you heard that in the ruins of the Pirate King, it is said that there is not only the legendary gem left by the Pirate King, but also a legendary immortal ginseng. It's getting more and more outrageous. What gems, what immortal ginseng, they're all fake, only fools believe them. However, it is rumored that this immortal ginseng can not only enhance the evolution qualifications of pets, but also increase the lifespan of both humans and pets. Why do I feel that it is more attractive than the legendary gems with unknown uses? The pirates talked about it. In addition to the Pirate King, two overlords from the Totem Kingdom also got the news. Somewhere on the island, a snake man several meters long, with a black snake tail, a human female upper body, but with green scales on his upper body and face, listened to the news brought back by his subordinates and showed a disdainful look. I haven't heard of the immortal ginseng, and is the legendary gem you mentioned real or fake? We have been waiting for a day, but we still haven't seen anything. Opposite the snake man, there stood a young man in cloth clothes. He said to the snake man overlord in front of him, it should be true. Although the treasure map passed down from the era of the Sky Emperor has been destroyed, The pirate forces that fought for it at that time clearly determined that the location of the treasure ruins is here, and the time when the ruins were opened recorded on it is also recently. The most important thing is that according to rumors, the Pirate King did die here. I believe you this time. The Overlord-level Snake Man picked up a fruit next to him, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it into his stomach with a gurgle. Elsewhere, a black giant ape as tall as 6 or 7 meters sat on a boulder like an overlord, listening to the reports of the two strong men in front of him boredly. The immortal ginseng that can increase the qualifications for evolution and prolong life. It sounds good, but are you sure it really exists, my lord? We don't know either. It's information circulated among pirates. What are you talking about? Where are my gems? Nowadays, many people are tortured by the news of the legendary gems and the legendary immortal ginseng. As for the guy who spread some of the information, he was leisurely walking around the island of Rishu. As far as Shiyu knows, there are currently 6 relatively powerful forces on the island. The Snakeman Overlord and the Black Ape Overlord from the Totem Kingdom are considered 2. They are the subordinates of the 8-headed totem and the Golden Giant Ape Totem respectively. It is very common for some totems to gather many large and small Overlord-level lives. In addition to the 2 Overlords from the Totem Kingdom, the other 4 forces are all big pirates with top masters in the Chaotic Sea and have a record of fighting against the Overlords. In this case, Shiyu felt that they were still safe on the island. After all, the Gem Cat was one of the few 3 Overlords on the island, and it also possessed the rare space-based magic skill of instant movement. At this moment, in fact, not only many pirates are looking for traces related to the ruins of King Haizet, but even Shiyu has begun to take action. Depend on you, AU, the Gem Cat CEO said as a pirate cat, wearing a pirate hat and eye patch, and walked arrogantly beside Shiyu. Even if you say so, Shiyu sighed. Believe in yourself, you can do it, the Gem Cat trusts very much. In its opinion, Shiyu, the genius of the 11th Bureau, is more reliable than this group of pirates. Well, I'll try. It may not work. Shiyu sat down silently and patted the ground. He closed his eyes, activated his listening talent, sensed the entire island, and listened to the sound of the island. Of course, as usual, nothing can be heard. However, Shiyu has a killer move, being a pirate king for half a lifetime, looting so many treasures, but leaving behind only a legendary gem. It's too poor. No, there may not even be a gem. After all, there is not even a shadow of the ruins. It won't be self-boasting. In addition, after doing so many evil things such as burning, killing and looting, why don't I believe that you would be so kind to give gems? Shiyu expressed his thoughts to the ground of the island through telepathy. In terms of general rationality, he didn't think there was any use in doing this, nor did he think it was a good job. But the strange thing is that Shiyu really heard some strange sounds in a trance. Hey, it was like the evil laughter of an old man. Apart from this, there was no other discovery. Fuck, the creepy laughter came into his ears, and Shiyu's brain roared, and he stood up suddenly with a frightened face. He could judge that what he heard just now was the sound of history. The sound left by some lives in a certain historical period on this island. But this kind of eerie laughter without meaning, was the first time he encountered such a situation. What's wrong? Seeing Shiyu suddenly startled, the Gem Cat immediately asked nervously. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Shiyu had a gloomy face. This island is indeed not simple. It hides some secrets, but it is definitely not a good thing. Let's go. Trust me, trust my intuition as an archaeologist, Shiyu said. The Gem Cat was stunned, but did not hesitate. Considering the death rate of the members of the 11th Bureau, it teleported and wrapped Shiyu back to the tavern just now, and went to meet Ziokin and others again, intending to leave first. Inside the tavern, Sister Shi was chatting with Ziokin and others with a surprised look on her face. Ziokin and others concealed Shiyu's identity. But some professional information could not be concealed. After all, before Shiyu went out, he said that he was going to investigate. Your new boss is actually an archaeologist. Sister Shi looked surprised. Archaeology and ruins seem to be quite suitable. I just don't know what good news Ziokin, the new boss, can bring back. I'm back. While they were communicating, suddenly, a white light flashed, and the figures of Shiyu and the Gem Cat appeared in front of them. So fast, Shiyu came back less than an hour after he went out, which surprised Ziokin and others. However, they found that Shiyu's expression did not seem very happy. What's wrong? Shiyu said, This island may hide some unknown dangers. Let's withdraw a little first, go back to the sea first, and see what the situation is. Sister Shi, your people should also gather together. Sister Shi was at a loss for a moment. However, Ziokin's expression became serious and she chose to believe Shiyu immediately. Do as he says. Shiyu took a long breath, and that laughter meant something. No matter what, wait for the reinforcements from Longgong City to arrive, and then come to this island. At that time, any mods can be ignored. However, Shiyu's idea was good, but accidents are always one step faster. With a loud bang, Shiyu and others who were about to leave the island suddenly shook. Boom! On the island with a depressing atmosphere, a huge air shock suddenly came from the sky, and the string in everyone's heart was directly broken with a click. The pirates in the tavern were startled in an instant and threw the wine aside. Fuck, the ruins have come, it must be the ruins that have come. The huge changes instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the island. It also made Shiyu, Shiji, Ziokin, Gemcat and others stare with wide eyes and show surprise. Get out first. Along with the air shock, there was an earthquake. The ground cracked, and the buildings on the island collapsed in an instant, forcing everyone out to the outside world. Boom. When they came to the outside world, under the amazing airshock, a deep blue vortex seemed to appear in the sky. And the space seemed to be cut, and a huge crack appeared. The big pirates from all over the island and the two overlord-level aliens saw this scene and showed ecstasy. It's really a ruin, there really are ruins of the Pirate King, wow, legendary gems, legendary immortal ginseng, no matter what treasure it is, it's all mine. On the island, the vigilance of many forces has been raised to the extreme. After all, if there is a treasure, then next, this island will inevitably be a bloody storm. The treasure can only be obtained by the strongest force. Under the gaze of countless lives, the sky changed again. A dazzling white light shone in the sky, as if some treasure had fallen from the vortex. At present, although it is still unclear what it is, the pirate's speed of attack is very fast. It's a gem, I can sense it, there really is a legendary gem. At this time, the most shocked was the Gemcat. As soon as the strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, it could feel the Gem-eye trembling wildly. That feeling is like being hungry for a long time and drooling subconsciously when seeing delicious food. Out of racial instinct. Is your perception correct? Since it is a treasure, let's grab it too, Shiyu shouted to the Gemcat. Damn, there really is a legendary treasure. No matter what kind of sinister laughter you have, as long as it is a real treasure, it is a hearty and kind laughter. As for the two overlords, he really didn't hesitate. Once the virtualization and the air hiding were turned on, these two overlords who were not space-based would be at a loss. 10 billion. The treasure appeared. In an instant, many pets flew into the sky and rushed towards the vortex. It was impossible to tell which pet belonged to which force. However, with a shocking roar and vibration, all the pets in the air were stagnant. Roar, get out of the way. Under the gaze of the pirates on the island, a black giant ape, relying on its own jumping power, directly jumped into the air, and exuded a huge overlord deterrent, a perfect level deterrent, instantly like a tornado, blowing away the pets who wanted to snatch the treasure. It waved its big arm, and instantly the king-level pets that blocked the road were smashed into meat paste, making many pirates pale. It's you who should get out of the way. However, at this time, there was not only one overlord on the island. With an equally powerful deterrent, the two overlord deterrents formed a confrontation in the sky, as if they had suddenly cracked the sky, causing countless pirates to show solemn expressions. Putting aside the group fighting tactics, these two overlords should be the two strongest life forms on the island at present. This is for Lord Yankee. Get out of here. In the sky, the snake man also flew up with a light, and formed a confrontation with the giant ape. After a moment, the two sides collided, and the two overlords were bounced away from each other. But no one expected that at this moment, a third party suddenly intervened. A powerful telekinetic field instantly spread and enveloped the sky. With the advantage of the attribute, it first touched the gem. Then, the gem was wrapped in telekinesis and quickly disappeared with space ripples. Looking for death, seeing this, the Snake Man Overlord and the Giant Ape Overlord were stunned and furious. In the sky, they all looked in the direction where the telekinetic field had just been transmitted. In addition to them, countless pirates also keenly locked the direction. Of course, the most shocked at the moment were the pirates near Shiyu and his men. Sister Shi, Ziokin and others, as well as the nearby pirates, All saw with their own eyes that it was the gem cat next to Shiyu who burst out with powerful power. Taking advantage of the Snake Man and the Black Ape Overlord's inattention, it combined telekinesis and space ability to transmit the treasure to his side. Then, the treasure disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared in the world. In fact, it was the gem cat. The moment it snatched the gem, it gave it to Shiyu and put it into the ruined space. Unfortunately, absorbing legendary resources cannot be sloppy, it takes time, otherwise it wants to absorb it now. Meow. At this time, the gem cat was surprised and excited after snatching the gem. The moment the telekinesis locked the gem just now, it already knew what kind of gem it was. It is a legendary gem, the 9-colored jade. It is the core crystal that can only be taken out by killing the totem-level creature Gem King Beast. Legendary resources are worth more than 10 billion. And it is a super resource that you can't buy even if you have money. Among them, the 9-colored jade is even a top-quality legendary resource, containing the power of 9 attributes. However, snatching the treasure is equivalent to becoming a hatred attractor on the island. In an instant, the terrifying deterrence enveloped half of the island. Countless figures moved towards this side frantically, among which the Snake Man Overlord and the Giant Ape Overlord moved the fastest. Almost in an instant. Boom! The gigantic Ape Overlord landed directly on the ground, creating a large crater. In the smoke, he stared at the gem cat with ferocious eyes. The Snake Man Overlord followed closely behind, also with a ferocious face. This scene almost scared Shiji, Ziokin, Wongqi, Qin Mingzi and others to death, and they were extremely nervous in an instant. But at this time, Shiyu and the gem cat were still licking their lips, not afraid of the Overlord-level hostility at all, and they had a gene called madness and adventure in their bones. Looking for death, the Overlord Giant Ape roared first, but it also discovered that the gem cat was an Overlord, and did not take the initiative to attack, fearing that the Snake Man Overlord would take advantage of it. Hand over the treasure. The Snake Man Overlord looked at Shiyu and others with a ferocious look, and said, otherwise, you will become the enemy of the entire Yaqui Kingdom. Facing the threats of the two overlords, Shiyu was sweating, but he was still quite calm. Impossible, the so-called treasure, the capable one, I will not hand over the immortal ginseng to you. I will not hand over the immortal ginseng to you even if you kill me. Chapter 306, Emperor Shenshin explodes and destroys the Overlord. Immortal ginseng. Hearing what Shiyu said, the two overlords were immediately overwhelmed. The pirates who rushed over also became extremely serious in an instant. Only Shiji, Ziokin and others were a little silent. Is this also in your plan? At the same time, Shiyu stared at the two overlords, and kept asking if the cat could do it. Name, Snake Lord, racial level, low overlord, growth level, overlord level, energy value. 43.99 million, introduction. A mixed blood race created by the Yaqui snake totem with its own blood, a noble of the Yaqui kingdom, extremely dangerous, name, Earth Demon Ape, racial level, medium overlord, growth level, overlord level, energy value. 51.73 million, introduction, one of the 5 overlord ape tribes under the command of the 7-island giant ape totem, extremely dangerous. Shiyu discovered that his 3rd and 11th game illustrations could actually detect their specific origins. Is it extremely dangerous? It's okay to deal with one alone, but not 2 together. But I can run away, or take a walk. While the gem cat was concentrating, he was also communicating with Shiyu. Shiyu was thinking. At the same time, everyone was attracted by Shiyu's words. Immortal ginseng, is there no legendary gem? Not everyone on the island heard the rumor about the immortal ginseng immediately. The rumor spread too quickly. Only some powerful forces got the information at the first time. And obviously, the two overlords knew the news. Only the immortal ginseng, really? I don't believe it, the Snake Man Overlord made a sharp voice, preferring to believe that there were many treasures. This Snake Man from the Yaqui Kingdom had unexpectedly sharp eyes. Seeing the treasure disappear unexpectedly, his eyes locked directly on Shiyu's bracelet. Suddenly, its eyes became more fiery. It quickly figured out why the treasure disappeared. It didn't expect that the human in front of it actually had such a treasure. Space equipment. Even if you look at the entire Yaqui Totem Kingdom, there are not many overlords with independent spaces. This Snake Man Overlord didn't expect that in addition to the treasures that really existed in the ruins of the One Piece, he could actually meet a human with a treasure. It instantly showed a greedy look. Why my, boom. In an instant, a strong momentum burst out from the snakeman overlord, and a black cloud lingered behind it. Under the clouds and mist, together with its own tail, 8 continuously extending black giant tails danced wildly in the air, sweeping with terrifying deterrence, attacking Shiyu and others. Not good. Seeing this, Ziokin, Shiji and others were shocked, but the next moment, the gem cat took action. The gem eyes in its pupils turned into ice blue, and under the flashing, the overwhelming cold air emanated from it. In an instant, the cold air swept over, and the 8 giant tails of the snakeman overlord were frozen in the sky. Half of the snakeman overlord's body was also directly frozen. Nothing special, the gem cat said with a smile, and suddenly felt that this guy was not very strong. Are you kidding? It's a pirate cat. Will it be defeated by a mere snake? I've decided, I'll crush them, Shiyu thought to himself after he made the decision. Gem cat plus ginseng baby, it's possible that they can be crushed. The battle of enlightenment is today. Damn it. The snake master's eyes showed a ferocious look after failing to succeed in the attack. He exerted all his strength, the frost shattered, and the 8 giant tails attacked again. At the same time, he shouted, "Big guy, this human has space equipment, and he must have a lot of treasures on him. Let's work together to crush them first, and then we can divide the treasures equally." Don't forget that our countries were once allies, only this time, the giant ape master next to him heard this and thought it was okay. Seeing this, Shiyu retreated while saying, "You can't afford to bully the few with your numbers, boom." At the same time, the snake master's 8-wheeled giant tail collided with the gem cat's telekinetic shield, stirring up a huge dust storm that swept across half of the island. "Ho ha, you humans are the least qualified to say this," the snake master said with a ferocious face. "Yes, when it comes to shamelessness, you humans are still good at it, boom." At this time, the earth demon ape also completed its transformation, its physique increased dramatically, and its body was covered with the black and brown substances. Its body was like cracked earth, and even its eyes were emitting a faint light. It cooperated with the snake master, raised its fist, and smashed the gem cat's telekinetic shield together. "Fuck," I said one by one, "what you fear will come." At this time, seeing that the earth demon ape also joined the battlefield and wanted to fight 2 against 1 for justice, the gem cat instantly had a headache and its pirate hat was blown away instantly. On this topic, the snake master and the earth demon ape seemed to have reached a consensus that humans were the most shameless. This made Shiyu very angry. He was such a simple person. Since you are not willing to give in, then no one can think of getting the immortal ginseng. I choose to eat it directly. After speaking, Shiyu stretched out his hand, and a white light flashed on his hand. A ginseng baby with closed eyes was pulled into his hand by Shiyu from the relic space. At the same time, an incomparable fragrance bloomed from the ginseng baby. The full-level sweet smell, every wisp is the feedback of its countless nourishing effects. Almost a moment Shiyu took out the ginseng baby, the amazing fragrance swept out like a gust of wind. As the ginseng baby was filled with fragrance, the whole sky was like the birth of the immortal elixir, and a very spectacular vision of heaven and earth condensed in the sky. The fragrance became clouds. At this moment, the huge fragrance seemed to contain infinite magic power, instantly attracting the attention of all life. On the island, all the pets were stunned and trembling all over, their genes were shouting, and they breathed hard. The pirates who wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight first because of the 3 overlords fighting, instantly sensed the crazy reaction from their pets. At this moment, whether it was a commander-level pet or a king-level pet, smelling the fragrance, their brains were extremely excited. Even smelling it made them feel refreshed all over. If they could swallow the immortal ginseng in one bite, they even felt that they could directly evolve to the overlord race, and it would be no problem to break through a level by the way. This rich breath of life is an unparalleled taboo for any life. Even the overlord-level pets have the same reaction. When evolving at the Imperial Capital University, the guardian overlords of the Imperial Capital University were all attracted by the newly evolved ginseng baby without any surprise, thinking that some immortal medicine had been born. If it weren't for the president of the Imperial Capital University stopping it at that time, it would definitely have evolved into a battle between overlords. And now, the ginseng baby is even stronger than it was then. With the blessing of the power of time, its nourishing effect has been expanded by who knows how many times. You know, just a perfect time fruit condensed by the ginseng baby has the opportunity to allow the commander to step into the overlord, although the price is a bit tragic, and it itself is definitely many times better than the effect of a time fruit. With the blessing of the power of time, the nourishing effect of the ginseng baby itself to increase the evolutionary qualifications and increase the lifespan will be maximized. So the moment Shiyu took out the full combat power ginseng baby, the snake master and the earth ape demon stopped attacking the gym cat, and their eyes were attracted by the things in Shiyu's hand. They stared with red eyes, swallowed their saliva, and felt the trembling of blood power. Damn, there really is an immortal ginseng. This pirate king is a good man. He really left such a treasure. On weekdays, the ginseng baby doesn't even dare to fight at full strength in the team, for fear that his teammates will crush him, but now, it finally has no pressure and shows its temptation as much as possible. Unfortunately, the ginseng baby has not yet been blessed to the overlord level by the power of time, otherwise, it would be no problem to say that its level is comparable to legendary resources. None of you can think of it. After Shiyu took out the ginseng baby, he opened his mouth wide and subconsciously stuffed the ginseng baby into his mouth. Human. Stop it, let go of the immortal ginseng. Looking for death, the eyes of the snake master and the earth demon ape were red, and in extreme anger, their fighting power even increased directly, and together shattered the jewel cat's telekinetic shield, smashing the jewel cat several somersaults and eating a mouthful of ash in anger. You are bullying the cat too much. At this moment, the snake lord and the earth demon ape had only one thought. Stop Shiyu. Shiyu must not be allowed to eat the immortal ginseng. These humans are very bad. They even destroyed the immortal ginseng and were unwilling to give it to them. Yes, in their view, such a treasure eaten by a human is no different from being destroyed. Grab it, we grab it too. At this time, several pirates who were capable of competing with the overlords and were hidden in the crowd finally couldn't help it under the strong trembling of their pets. How could they bear it? After all, the information fed back by their pets was that if they ate this fruit, they would surely become the overlord level. Among these pirates, there are many whose beast control space level has reached level 7, but their pets have not yet reached the quasi-legendary level of the overlord. At the moment, this fruit is definitely worth fighting for them. Shiyu's move to eat the baby of the immortal ginseng made Shiyu the public enemy of the entire island. However, at this moment, the ginseng baby in Shiyu's hand suddenly opened his eyes, and a burst of power burst out from his body. With a boom, he bounced Shiyu away from his side, and then turned into plant wings and fled to the sky. Seeing this, everyone was stunned, and Shiyu shouted in disbelief, "No, the immortal ginseng is a living thing, it ran away." No one expected such a change. However, at this time, many forces could no longer care about anything. The first target was directly transferred from Shiyu to the ginseng baby flying into the sky. After all, the ginseng baby at this time continued to emit fragrance, and the fragrance was even getting stronger and stronger. Under the lock of countless breaths, the ginseng baby flying into the sky almost ran wildly with tears. Although he made the decision to find an opportunity to self-destruct. But, is it necessary to have such a big scene, to seize the bamboo shoots? Go, ginseng baby, the future belongs to you. At this time, Shiyu, who was bounced by the ginseng baby and sitting on the ground, supported his body with both hands, looked at the ginseng baby in the sky, and thought in his heart. At the moment, no one cared about Shiyu, even if Shiyu had space equipment. After all, after Shiyu was ejected, the gem cat almost instantly split out a clone to protect Shiyu, and the main body also participated in the battle for the ginseng baby. Under the obstruction of a dominant clone, no one was sure to hurt Shiyu. Obtaining space equipment is also a hot potato. In comparison, the immortal ginseng can be eaten directly after grabbing it, and the benefits will be obtained immediately. You don't have to think about which one to choose. Moreover, the formation of the immortal ginseng is also more grand. Of course, some people feel strange at this time, thinking that this immortal ginseng looks like a ginseng baby, but it's not a big problem. Whose ginseng baby can emit such an attractive fragrance? It's normal for the immortal ginseng to look like a ginseng baby. After all, they are all ginseng clans. The situation on Rishu Island changes rapidly. Now the most confused are Shiji, Ziokin, Wonki, Kinmingzi and other people who know Shiyu. They are now wide-mouthed, completely unable to understand Shiyu's operation just now. What happened? Is there really an immortal ginseng? No. That's not an immortal ginseng at all. Isn't that the ginseng baby that Shiyu contracted? That's the ginseng baby. Ziokin, Wonki, Qin Mingzi and other 3 beast masters who knew the information of Shiyu's pet, all stared at Shiyu with big eyes. Shiyu, this is all part of the plan. Sister Shi, remember not to let your own people chase the immortal ginseng, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Aya, at this time, the ginseng baby was still running wildly with tears in his eyes. There was no way. If it didn't run far, it was afraid that it would be killed by Shiyu and the others. The self-explosion of the overlord level beyond the limit is no joke. Stop, in order to fight for the immortal ginseng, this group of fierce beasts also fought hard. The deterrence of the Snake Master and the Earth Demon Ape was almost like a hurricane sweeping away. However, they didn't dare to use too much force. They were afraid that the immortal ginseng would be damaged and the tonic effect would be lost. This also led to the ginseng baby running away very easily with the deterrence of the 2 overlords. However, the other pets that followed the baby ginseng were not so lucky. Those who were not at the king level were all stunned by the intimidation of the 2 overlords. The 2 overlords would not allow the situation just now to happen, and would not allow the immortal ginseng to be eaten by other weak guys. Boom. The Snake Master used a special method to fly, and the Earth Demon Ape could not fly, but it jumped on the ground and made a sound of breaking through the air, which was no different from flying, and the speed was equally terrifying. The immortal ginseng is mine, it's mine. The roars of the 2 overlords came out, their eyes became more and more crazy, and they drooled while flying. The reason was very simple. The baby ginseng's breath became stronger and stronger during the escape, as if it became more nourishing as time passed. Energy value: 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. The reason why the energy value expanded was that the baby ginseng began to transform the power of time and the power of moon explosion. Under the blessing of the power of time, not only its own level was improving, but also the proficiency of moon explosion was increasing. During this process, the baby ginseng was in great pain and felt a huge burden on his body. However, thinking that this was a necessary step for growth and transformation, he held back. Of course, although the baby ginseng's breath was getting stronger and stronger, countless fierce beasts did not realize anything. There was no way. The impression of it as a natural treasure had just been deeply rooted in people's minds. Who would care if a meal was too fragrant? Due to the particularity of the race, the stronger the energy, the more mellow the taste. The hazy moonlight reflected on the baby ginseng, making it look particularly attractive. 40 million, 50 million. Shiyu stood in the distance, catching the changes in the baby ginseng's strength with shock. Its strength is still increasing. However, the overlord is the overlord after all. It has not been long since the baby ginseng learned to fly. Even if a group of fierce beasts treated it as a little sweetheart and did not have the heart to force it too hard, it was quickly stopped. The Earth Demon Ape leaped behind the baby ginseng and grabbed it with its big hand, which scared the baby ginseng. However, at this time, accompanied by a hoarse roar, the Snake Master and the sky trembled all over. This time, not only 8 tails appeared, but also 8 heads appeared on its body. Yaki phase, the Snake Master roared, and a huge shadow dozens of meters high appeared behind him. This shadow also had 8 heads and 8 tails, and its body was as huge as 8 mountains and 8 valleys. Almost in an instant, the Snake Master tied up the Earth Demon Ape with several giant tails. As for the baby ginseng, it also instantly felt a swallowing suction coming from the 8 heads of the Snake Master. Roar, you are crazy. The moment the body was tied up, the Earth Demon Ape showed a look of shock. Yaki phase is a superclass forbidden skill that will consume the essence and blood bestowed by the Yaki totem on the Snake Masters and burn life to explode. Seeing the Snake Master burst out this skill in order to grab the immortal ginseng, the Earth Demon Ape instantly cursed. Roar, however, the Earth Demon Ape didn't want to sit and watch the baby ginseng being sucked into the Snake Master's mouth. After the Earth God armor exploded to its strongest state, it also desperately used brute force to try to break free from this guy's restraints. Seeing this scene, the most anxious became the pets of the pirates who followed closely. Dozens of skills were thrown at the Snake Master at the same time. However, at this time, the Snake Master was already extremely crazy. The huge Yaki phase directly helped it block all attacks. Its body laughed and opened its mouth wide, accompanied by a vortex of black mist in its mouth, and its eyes were hot as it looked at the immortal ginseng that was swallowed by itself. No one can stop me, I remember this grudge. After this, you all have to die. Boom. The Snake Master's giant tail swept across, smashing and killing many king-level beasts, But 5 giant tails were also smashed by some pets that were strengthened to the quasi-hegemon level by the Beastmaster. However, facing the Snake Master who was determined to devour the immortal ginseng, these king-level pets were really powerless. Even after the Earth Demon Ape tore the giant tail that was wrapped around it, it was too late. It could only watch the baby ginseng approach the giant mouth of the Snake Master. Roar! The giant ape showed an expression that was difficult to accept. No. Countless beasts also roared. The Snake Master felt that his spirit had reached a climax, and his eyes were full of joy, because his mouth was less than 1 meter away from the baby ginseng. He clearly smelled the delicious body fragrance of the baby ginseng, and looked at the frightened emerald green eyes of the baby ginseng, and he was extremely happy. Baby, don't be afraid. From today on, we are one. Auntie will be very gentle and will swallow it directly without letting you feel any pain. The Snake Master was very considerate. Hearing what the Snake Master said, the baby ginseng was relieved. The moment it approached the Snake Master's mouth, the traces of the 6-pointed star of time appeared in its emerald green eyes, and at the same time, a sincere voice came out. Yee, thank you, Auntie, I will always remember you. Then, its breath rose steadily. Today, Emperor Shenshin entered the realm of the Overlord to kill the Overlord. What do you want to do? At the same time, next to the tavern that had long been deserted, Ziokin looked at Shiyu in comprehension. At present, there are less than 10 people left here, all of whom are from the ancient Donghuang Kingdom. In addition to Shiyu and his friends, the rest are undercover agents planted among the pirates by the Donghuang Navy. Ziokin and others knew that Shen Baobao was Shiyu's pet. Seeing that Shiyu threw out Shen Baobao to attract the enemy's attention, they could be said to be very confused. Of course, what they didn't understand even more was why Shen Baobao could emit such an attractive aroma. If it weren't for Shiyu stopping them, even their pets would have wanted to follow the large army to participate in the battle for Shen Baobao. If we don't do this, how can we get away? Shiyu said calmly. Ning. 4 small pets also emerged from Shiyu's body. But, sister, she still couldn't understand. Did you expect this to happen, so you asked us to do that in advance? She was referring to spreading the news about the immortal ginseng. Not really, Shiyu scratched his cheek. Could he say that even if there were no remains of the Pirate King, he wanted to kill a lord and get some benefits? Stop talking, let's run first, Shiyu said. Are we going to abandon the ginseng baby? Ziokin was a little angry. Shiyu's behavior was too much like the behavior of a scumbag who used the ginseng baby to attract the enemy's attention in order to obtain other treasures. This practice of abandoning pets for life is really common in the beast taming world. She felt that Shiyu should not be such a beast tamer. Of course not. At this time, the jewel cat chuckled and answered for Shiyu. At the same time, the telekinesis field had enveloped everyone, and they planned to stay away. Shiyu looked at the distance with a serious look and said, I'm afraid, we're too close. Shen Baobao will kill the group of enemies and accidentally hurt us. What? After he finished speaking, Shiji, Ziokin and others widened their eyes in shock. What do you mean? Wait a minute, here we come. At this moment, sensing the energy reaction fusion in the distance, the gem cat grinned and swish teleported everyone to farther place. Just after landing, everyone saw a white light flashing in the distance. Yugai, could it be Kama? At this moment, the fierce beast near Shen Baobao was the most sensitive. The second before swallowing Shen Baobao, the Snake Master was still very happy. But the next second after swallowing Shen Baobao, it felt something was wrong. It felt extremely hot inside. Not far away, the Earth Demon Ape, whose eyes showed an expression of unacceptability, also changed color instantly, and his body was worn to the extreme, and his hair kept shaking. And the many kings around who looked at the Snake Master unwillingly, also felt a fatal fluctuation in an instant. Roar! At this moment, the earth roared. It was countless beasts that took a step back and turned around with almost distorted faces. At the same time, they were also notifying the beast masters behind them to flee. Flee! Flee! However, everything was too late. With a boom, the sky seemed to change drastically. The entire sky darkened. With a loud bang, everyone was pulled into another time and space, to a world belonging to the night. The dark sky and the bright moon made everyone silent. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Under the darkness, everyone saw a strong light burst out from the snake's body in the next moment. Boom! The endless strong light spread to the surroundings. At this moment, The body of the Snake Master was almost instantly annihilated. At this time, the pupils of the Snake Master were still filled with incomprehensible expressions, including the 8-headed phase it created, which instantly turned into nothingness when it came into contact with a strong light. The terrifying energy fluctuations shook the sky and the earth, forming a diffuse explosion. Everything within the explosion range would be directly sublimated. No, the Overlord Giant Ape also screamed wildly. Even though he was not at the core of the explosion, he felt an unprecedented threat. At this moment, the exploding desire to survive made him instantly stack countless defensive skills while desperately fleeing to the distance. And those king-level beasts were trembling to the extreme at this time. However, the explosion spread faster. Almost without any surprise, all the enemies who wanted to devour the baby ginseng were covered by white light. The light of the explosion spread rapidly for several kilometers before slowing down. Although the destructive power caused continued to weaken, it still destroyed everything in a breath. Those pirates who followed their pets to chase the baby ginseng almost instantly shrank their pupils and used all their life-saving skills to face the oncoming white light. As for Shiyu and his group who were far away from the explosion, except for Shiyu and the gem cat who were still calm, Ziokin, Shiji, Wonki, Kinmingzi and others all had their eyes almost popped out. They looked at Shiyu with eyes like a monster. Beautiful, baby ginseng, the gem cat praised it very much. The others were dumbfounded. Is this a ginseng baby? Is this a pet of a master beast master? Are you sure it's not a nuclear bomb baby? At this moment, the entire island can see the huge explosion energy shadow that permeates the sky. It is a white energy body similar to a ginseng baby. It seems to be 10,000 meters high, with its round arms open, as if it is embracing the world, very happy. But under the energy shadow, there are endless ruins and a large pit with a diameter of several thousand meters. The whole island rumbled, as if it was about to sink. Well done, you are the well-deserved MVP of the team today. Shiyu covered his headache brain and smiled at the white ginseng baby shadow that connected the sky and the earth. At this time, the ginseng baby, which had absorbed the power of the moonlight and was reborn, slowly recondensed its body in the air at the center of the explosion with the help of the time mark, bit by bit. And, with the power of the moonlight, it completed the breakthrough and was reborn. Looking down at everything below, name, undead ginseng, growth level, king level, energy value. 7 million A. Chapter 307, the insect who can't bear it anymore wants to break through. What on earth is this? The changes on Rishu Island are not small. The shadow of the ginseng baby, which is over 100 meters long, appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. The explosion just now made the sky dark. But slowly, the blue sky reappeared. But no one cares about these. At present, the survivors just want to know what the immortal ginseng in the ruins of the Pirate King is, what kind of monster it is. The attack just now. Are you sure it wasn't the attack of the totem? The food hit someone? As for the people around Shiyu at this moment, such as Shiji and others who have been on the island and helped Shiyu spread rumors, they are at a loss. Now, they really want to know what the origin of Ziokin, the young boss, is. This kind of hand. At this age, they can't imagine when such a super monster will appear in Donghuang again. You stay here, don't move, we will be back soon. At the moment, Shiyu didn't want to explain anything, but went directly with the gem cat to pick up the ginseng baby. Clean up the battlefield and pick up the spoils. I hope the ginseng baby is not blown up too thoroughly. At this time, Shen Baobao was very happy. At the moment of its self-destruction, Shiyu gave it affirmation. Its will has reached the intermediate level. This means that it no longer needs to suppress the level and can break through directly. At that moment of self-destruction, Shen Baobao felt that his whole body was annihilated, and his consciousness was almost blurred in an instant. At the same time, the most tragic thing happened. The contractual relationship between it and Shiyu began to break directly because of death. Fortunately, the final updated time mark recorded its contracted state. So when it was resurrected, under the effect of the power of time, while the contract was not paying attention, it was quickly repaired when it was not completely broken. This made Shen Baobao relieved. The death of the pet and the breaking of the contract will more or less have a certain impact on the Beastmaster. If the Beastmaster is in a good state, the impact can be ignored. But if the Beastmaster is in a very bad state at the time, the Beastmaster will also be in danger of life. Fortunately, Shiyu's actual physical condition is off the charts, Not as weak as he looks, so Shiyu just felt a little dizzy and tingling in his brain. If this move was used by other Beastmasters, and was used in a desperate situation when the condition was not good, it was hard to say whether the pet would self-destruct or the Beastmaster and the pet would self-destruct together. At that moment, after being resurrected, Shen Baobao looked around. It actually didn't know whether the two overlords were killed or not. But even if they were not killed, they should have been crippled. It has now broken through to the king level. Feeling its own powerful strength, Shen Baobao is not afraid of the two crippled overlords at all. Although its only time mark has been consumed, it will take several months to recondense it if it wants to be resurrected. It can't use self-destruction in the short term, but it can still use the time fruit. Finally breaking through to the king level, it can now make a complete version of the time fruit and use it, and the side effects are much smaller. It is not accurate to say that it is now a king level combat power. It should be called a quasi-overlord level strength. With the help of the time fruit, it can still pay an acceptable price and launch a hegemonic attack. Although it is not as powerful as self-destruction, it should have no problem finishing off the old, weak, sick and disabled overlords. It was this confidence that made Shen Baobao look down from the sky. This look was incredible. Shen Baobao was immediately shocked. Although many king-level beasts that were close had been blown to ashes, including the overlord-level beast Snake Lord, they had all become dust. But in the giant pit, a huge black ape still had signs of life and was still breathing. The earth demon ape was not dead. Although it was not dead, it seemed to have lost its combat effectiveness. Realizing this, Shen Baobao was happy. This was not a bad thing. Speaking of which, Shen Baobao felt it was a pity that Ant Snake was blown to ashes. After all, the materials on the overlord's body were all level 7 resources, and that snake skin was definitely the top material. As a result, it was blown away like this. What a pity. Now seeing that the earth demon ape was still alive and its body was not damaged too badly, Shen Baobao's eyes gradually became sharp. Swish! Its arms spread into huge tree trunks, forming wooden strips, grabbing the earth demon ape and lifting it to the sky. That's the black ape overlord. The survivors were shocked when they saw the corpse raised by the ginseng baby. My lord, woo, my lord, there was also a survivor among the servants of the black ape overlord from the totem kingdom. He looked at the black ape overlord in the sky and covered his mouth with tears. But did he dare to move? He didn't dare to move at all. This immortal ginseng killed 2 overlords with one blow, which directly became a great terror, making all the survivors afraid and terrified. No one knew what happened just now. Self-destruction plus resurrection. No matter how imaginative the Beastmaster was, he couldn't think in this direction at this moment. In the eyes of everyone, it was basically equivalent to what ability the immortal ginseng used to kill the powerful enemy in one fell swoop. Now facing such a powerful immortal ginseng, how dare they offend again? Yee! At the same time, holding the trophy, the ginseng baby roared excitedly. Seeing this, Shiyu and others who were rushing towards the ginseng baby smiled subconsciously. The ginseng baby was happy today. Shiyu, 11, and Changchang were all envious. I don't know when I can be like Shen Baobao and easily destroy the overlord with a backhand. However, I can only be handsome for 2 seconds. With a boom, the explosion just now seemed to awaken and disturb the slumber of some powerful creature. The sky above the island, which had just returned from darkness to blue sky, changed again. It was still the strange phenomenon of the legendary gem just now. Countless whirlpools were spread all over the island, all over the land and sea. Countless space cracks spread everywhere like spider webs. Under the change, a faint deterrence spread out from nowhere and enveloped the entire island. The deterrence touched Shen Baobao, and Shen Baobao's expression was almost frozen in an instant, and his smug look stopped abruptly. Yee, I always feel that I have caused some big trouble. Wait, it won't be the boss of these 2 overlords who came to avenge them. Yee, Shiyu, save me. This is, the gem cat beside Shiyu also changed his face instantly. The power of totem. The gem cat shouted in disbelief. Where did the totem come from? Shiyu was also very surprised, and then, he realized something and looked at the space cracks. Hey, at the same time, the most bizarre thing was that Shiyu, who was rushing towards the ginseng baby, had his brain wrong again. He entered the state of listening to the voice of history. This time, not only was there that sinister laughter, but also blurred historical images appeared in front of him. In the picture, There is a white-haired old man in a coat who is in his twilight years. He sits on a huge rock on the edge of the island, looking at the sea and muttering to himself, "I'm going to die, woof woof." Next to the old man, there is a giant pirate dog. It has a black and white body, and its face is half white and half black, as if it is wearing a pirate mask. Old buddy, what do you think? I plan to transform the beast control space into relic, and then put a legendary gem in it to attract later explorers. Of course, since it is an adventure, there must be some risks if there are rewards. How about we put the vortex monster that we have tried hard to seal together with a gem? When the gem appears, the vortex monster that was troubling the ocean at that time will also be unsealed. I hope it will add a little fun to these explorers. Hopefully, by then, they should hate me, an old man, very much. I wonder if the pirates hundreds of years later can successfully steal this gem from me under the threat of the totem. It's really interesting, but it's a pity that I can't see it. Woof woof woof. Maybe I'm not a human, but you're a real Dogma. The shadow of history shattered, and you cursed instantly. Pirate King? This old man is very bad. Even if you design a conspiracy to seize the body, resurrect, and seek benefits for your descendants and pets, he can understand. But this operation is not only harmful to others but also beneficial to oneself. It is too bad. It turned out that a trap was set next to the treasure. No wonder he laughed so sinisterly. You didn't know what the vortex monster was, but the word totem alone carried great power. It's over. What the hell is this thing? When you recovered from the shadow of history, the outside world had changed. The huge ruins seemed to overlap with the entire Rishu Island. Under the island, a huge demon shadow similar to the body of an octopus appeared. Its countless tentacles spread out, breaking out of the water like stretching. Then, along with the tentacles, countless water flows followed. Hundreds of 100-meter diameter vortex water columns connected to the dark cloud vortex in the sky, blocking the entire island. Next to Shiyu, the gem cat looked at the changes around him in shock, and was extremely confused. The survivors on many islands were also shocked by the huge monster covering the island. The power it exuded was so terrifying that it made people realize in an instant that it was a totem. Outrageous, why is there such a thing here? Oh my god, our ship, name, whirlpool monster. Attribute, water, racial level, growth level, totem level, energy value. Introduction. The monster that wreaked havoc on the 7 islands in ancient times disappeared for mysterious reasons. The most outrageous thing is that Shiyu's archaeological illustrations actually recorded the information of this thing. This guy is a totem monster from hundreds of years ago. Let's go, Shiyu said immediately. At the same time, he telepathically told Meo what he had just seen. In an instant, Meo's expression was fixed. Let's go. Meo also trembled. One person and one cat did not regret snatching the legendary gem, but they did not want to face the whirlpool monster in front of them. At this moment, Meo shouted in the sky, and the mental induction spread throughout the island. Oh no, we've all been fooled. Both the legendary gem and the immortal ginseng are the conspiracy of the Pirate King. The immortal ginseng is the first trap left for us by the Pirate King, and this whirlpool monster is the second trap left by the Pirate King. His purpose is to kill us. Before running away, it did not forget to transfer the hatred and whitewash Shiyu. The words of the gem cat instantly broke the defense of the pirates on the island. There was a subtle feeling of pain in the balls, floating on the body. I shouldn't believe in the nonsense of treasure. The Pirate King is a bastard. The whirlpool monster, isn't it the monster that caused chaos on the 7 islands hundreds of years ago? How can this guy be related to the Pirate King, bastard? At this moment, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and countless stiff pirates looked at the Block C area, at a loss. At this time, someone discovered that the immortal ginseng and even the corpse of the Black Ape Overlord had disappeared. But at the moment, this is no longer the most concerned issue for everyone. Now, as the vortex monster awakens and the ships on the sea are swallowed up in an instant, they just want to know how they can leave here alive in this situation. The gem cat instantly gave the Black Ape Overlord a finishing blow, and at the same time teleported back to the baby ginseng, and immediately took Shiyu and the baby ginseng who had just been so powerful and ran away. They soon returned to Ziokin and others who were also panicked. I'll take you away first. After arriving here, the gem cat was shrouded in the light of telekinesis and was about to teleport away from the island, but the next moment, the cat was sluggish. The light in the gem's eyes stopped abruptly. The teleportation failed to start. What's wrong? Seeing that the gem cat was slow to act, Shiyu asked hurriedly. Now the island is surrounded by super vortices, covering the island. Even ships, even warships, cannot pass through, and can only rely on teleportation. Everyone is like a turtle in a jar. Because the ruined space overlaps, the surrounding space seems to be blocked, and teleportation cannot lock onto the location outside the island. The gem cat wanted to cry, and it wanted to leave here more than anyone else. Flying? No, it looks like we are still on the island, but we are actually locked in the subspace. If we can't find a way to crack the ruins, we may not be able to escape at all. We will just keep wandering around the island like a ghost wall. As soon as it finished speaking, the vortex monster that created countless water columns was like a beast that had been hungry for a long time. Everyone only heard a deep roar from the bottom of the sea, and countless water columns like tentacles began to pull down and pull towards the island. The target locked every life on the island. Hundreds of water columns, like whips and tentacles, smashed and hit the life forms on the island. In an instant, countless screams came from the island. Those pirates who did not get too close to the ginseng baby and survived the explosion were almost powerless to resist the attack of the totem-level vortex monster. The huge water flow smashed down, and those beastmasters and king-level beasts were instantly smashed into meat paste. Then the life essence of the body was absorbed into the body by the vortex monster along the water flow. Meow. Shiyu and his team were lucky because they had the overlord level thigh of the gem cat. Although these tentacles were powerful, not all of them were coming towards Shiyu and his team. Under the gem cat's telekinesis, the tentacles that were smashing were directly fixed in the air, and then directly crushed and thrown back by the gem cat with full combat power. This guy is very weak at this time. Although he is a totem, he is far inferior to the Dragon Kings in Longgong City, the gem cat shouted. Shiyu and others were delighted. But, sister, I still can't beat him. If this goes on, when the others are absorbed, it will sooner or later draw all its attention to deal with us. It has been sealed for hundreds of years. Although it is weak now, it is also hungrier and more brutal than all the beasts just now. What do you say? It is indeed brutal. Shiyu also MMP in his heart. He tried to communicate with the vortex monster telepathically, hoping to talk well and make friends. There is no need to fight and kill, but this guy seems to be irrational at this time. After being sealed for so long, the hunger directly turned it into a real demon beast. It's impossible to ask for help. The space magnetic field is chaotic and the signal is interrupted. Ziokin looked at the communicator solemnly. Minister, why don't we summon the battleship and give it a try? Although I don't know if it can contact the main body when the space magnetic field is chaotic, I can only give it a try. If it succeeds, someone will definitely come to rescue us. We just need to hold on until that moment. Or, Sister Shi, there should be our people on the surrounding islands. There are indeed our people on the surrounding islands. They should have captured the current situation here, but, Sister Shi said at this time, but she hesitated. She looked at herself and the several Navy undercovers around her. Somewhat unconfident. Even if the Donghua Navy noticed the situation here, with their status and position, it would be difficult for the Navy to send strong men who could fight against a totem to rescue them in a short time. On the contrary, if Ziokin was in any danger, her father would definitely ask for strong men to rescue her as soon as possible. That's too slow, the gem cat said. By then, the daylily will be cold, and it can only be the last hope. It didn't think that they could hold out for long under the siege of the totem. The current situation is very difficult, unless it has space skills and can understand the difficulty of this blocked space better than Ziokin. The descending ruined space, plus the influence of the power of the vortex monster, have made this place a cage. Unless someone can become the master of the ruins and gain control of the ruins, just like Shiyu got the ruins bead, so that they can leave safely. However, in such an environment, the probability of becoming the master of the ruins is very small. Even when the Pirate King transformed the ruins, whether the switch to control the ruins was left or not was the same. Give me a few minutes, Shiyu, give me the gem. Suddenly, the gem cat looked at Shiyu. You mean? Shiyu immediately understood, took out the legendary gem from the ruined space, and threw it to the gem cat. The 9-color gem, the 9-color jade, instantly floated beside the gem cat. I don't know if it will work, but I can only take a gamble. During this period, I will try to absorb the power of the gem with all my strength. Your safety depends on you. The power of its single tentacle is not strong. Shiyu, You should be able to resist it with difficulty, and you can also use the power of the battleship. The most important thing is to protect me from being disturbed. It cannot be disturbed during the absorption of the gem. Unfortunately, Shiyu's relic space level is too low, otherwise, it may try to break through the relic space, but the relic space that can withstand the totem level, even if it is in good condition, must be the legendary Beastmaster's space. Therefore, it can only try to break through in the outside world. If the breakthrough is successful, with the power of the totem, it will be easy to break the relic space of the Pirate King and the power barrier of the Vortex monster, and all of them can leave smoothly. I know, you can absorb it with confidence. After Shiyu finished speaking, the gem cat floated into the air, and its eyes flashed with a sacred color, shining with a 9-colored jade in front of it, trying to absorb the power of the legendary gem. At this time, Shiyu also took a deep breath, and one pet after another stood on Shiyu 11. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, and Susu all looked solemnly at the hundreds of tentacles dancing wildly in the ocean and hitting the island. The island was shaking and getting closer to sinking. The Silver Sea battleship was summoned by Shiyu along with the legendary gem and thrown to the side. Xiao Qin boarded the battleship almost immediately. Shiji, Wang Qi, Qin Mingzi, and a group of Navy officers also looked solemnly at the tentacles in the sky with the pets they summoned. Soon, 2 more huge tentacles attacked. That was because the life forms in other places had been absorbed by the huge tentacles. In a blink of an eye, there were only a few Beastmasters on the island who could resist the Vortex monsters. With a boom, the Silver Sea warship fired a golden cannon and directly smashed back a tentacle. Shiji's king-level giant crocodile turtle, Wang Qi's king-level tornado sponge, Qin Mingzi's king-level dragon claw octopus, and nearly 10 other king-level pets all attacked another tentacle. However, their combined strength was very powerless in the face of this huge tentacle. Although they had many skills, they were too scattered to condense into force and could not form effective destructive power at all. None of them had a top master, and facing the totem-level tentacles, even the totem tentacles without skills and in a weak state, were still difficult to resist. Damn it! Seeing this, Wang Qi and others showed unwilling expressions. But at this moment, Shiyu's attack successfully defeated this tentacle. Susu jumped up, transformed into humanoid water elemental form, wearing the Gemini silver armor that appeared out of thin air, and swallowed the time fruit at the same time. Boom! When the huge king's aura burst out from Susu, the fiery flames also burst out from it, and a long sword filled with solar flames appeared in its hand. Using the legendary quality Gemini silver armor as a medium, Qitong possessed Susu, and in an instant, their auras rose to an extremely terrifying level, even surpassing Shiyu who was possessed by Qitong. The appearance of the water elemental general with red hair and red eyes and armor instantly shocked Shiji, Qin Mingzi, Wang Qi, and Xiao Qin who were trying to communicate with the outside world in the warship, and waiting for the skill to cool down. Almost a sword. The sword pressure intertwined with red and blue directly swept the huge power, crushed countless water flows, and shook the tentacles away. Of course, this is not worth boasting about. The weak Vortex monster, without even using any skills, relied on its hundreds of tentacles wrapped in natural forces to cause amazing damage to the Beastmasters on the island. At this moment, just after repelling one, 4 more tentacles came down, making Shiyu and others look solemn. Seeing this, the king-level Shen Bao Bao and Shi stood up at the first time. Only Chong Chong was left at a loss. It felt that with the strength of the commander level, even with equipment, it would be useless in the face of these tentacles. It could not devour as much as Susu, which could absorb the time fruit relatively quickly and perfectly. At this moment, Chong Chong suddenly found that it was a scum. Chong Chong, no, don't. It didn't want to be the one who dragged its feet. Don't break through. Shiyu's voice came out, saying, although I don't know what happened, but just now, your willpower has been improved, Chong Chong. Chong Chong was silent for a moment. So, 11's intermediate willpower was improved by awakening the royal bloodline, Shen Bao Bao's willpower was tempered by experiencing life and death, Qitong's willpower was sublimated by strengthening the meaning of life, Susu's willpower was tempered by countless reincarnations, and it broke through because it didn't want to be at the bottom? Chong Chong looked at the Vortex monster angrily for a moment. Damn it, it's too bullying. Die? Chapter 308, This day, the gem cat enters the totem realm. In order to ensure that every pet has a good foundation, Shiyu asked each pet to choose a special breakthrough method when it breaks through. That is, to use the power of nature to strengthen itself. When 11 broke through, he absorbed the power of thunder to the maximum extent. Chi Tong absorbed the power of Yang Yan. And Shen Bao Bao absorbed the power of moonlight. Of course, this method is not something that every pet can do. First of all, the pet needs to master extremely high energy control, and secondly, it also requires them to have the skills to mobilize the power of nature. And these, 11 and the others meet all of them. But compared to 11, Chi Tong, and Shen Bao Bao, Chong Chong does not have any skills to mobilize the power of nature. However, it has two other more special skills. Virtual and real phantoms, fantasy domain. These two skills allow Chong Chong to create phantoms, and the characteristic of phantoms is that they can use external objects to strengthen the phantoms themselves. At the same time, Chong Chong also has the fantasy dragon skill. The fantasy dragon can strengthen itself by creating the phantom of the dragon. Therefore, although Chong Chong cannot rely on the power of nature, it can maximize the effect of some dragon resources. For example, with the help of the 7th level resources, the whiskers of the ice dragon, the scales of the sea dragon, and the teeth of the Tyrannosaurus, it can directly allow it to lead the War King. Therefore, when breaking through now, Chong Chong also began to rely on external forces. As for the external force this time, it is not the 3 7th level resources. It is the traces of power of hundreds of dragon gods that it stole in Long Gone City. These traces of power that contain the will of the dragon gods, although Chong Chong only stole less than 1%, to be honest, Chong Chong has not digested them all. They were all forcibly imprinted by Chong Chong through stealing dreams and stored in the consciousness space. When sleeping, it is conquering these things. At present, Chong Chong's will has broken through, and Shiyu and Chong Chong think that Chong Chong may try to control these powers. Not good. At this time, 4 huge tentacles attacked on Rishu Island, and everyone's faces changed wildly. Just now, 2 were deadly enough, and now there are 4 here. That's it. Boom. The Silver Sea warship fired another energy-accumulating cannon, blasting away a tentacle. At the same time, Ziokin on the ship shouted solemnly, "No, we can't contact the main body." After she finished speaking, the surrounding Donghua Navy was silent. Although they didn't expect this, it was still very uncomfortable to get such news. Buzz! With the attack of the Silver Sea warship, the second tentacle was still pressed back by the combination of Susu and Chitong with a cross sword. Roar! The third tentacle was accompanied by a thunder of bang, and was caught by the giant beast that suddenly grew 200 meters with its arms. Boom! The huge impact of the tentacles and the water flow made the ground under 11's feet bend, but with a sound of sizzling, 11 also successfully used the thunder palm to penetrate the water flow, electrocuted the tentacle, and pushed it back. There is another one. Wonky and others looked at the last huge tentacle that swept the water flow. "Leave it to me, you guys go charge the Silver Sea battleship," Shiyu said to these guys who could not help much. Although this vortex monster was in a weak state and had no skills at this time, it was purely relying on the physical plus natural power to attack, but it was not something that ordinary beastmasters and ordinary king-level pets could deal with. Even if they were 11, it was very difficult for them to resist. Instead of just watching here, it would be better to be a battery for the Silver Sea battleship. Ziokin alone would not be enough. At the same time, it was not the ginseng baby who had just completed the breakthrough who resisted the last tentacle. Although the ginseng baby was also very strong, at the moment, the most suitable position for the ginseng baby was undoubtedly auxiliary and treatment. There are other insects to deal with this tentacle. Up, the fantasy butterfly had already flown up. At this moment, the surrounding environment, under the transformation of the fantasy power, seemed to have become a huge valley, which made everyone look surprised. Because if it was an ordinary valley, it would be fine, but this valley was very huge, and there were hundreds of dragon statues of various shapes carved between the mountain walls. Among them, there are sea dragons, thunder dragons, sky dragons, and mirage dragons, but each individual form is unique, and they are all quasi-mythical races, exuding unparalleled dragon majesty. Roar! At this moment, in the fantasy realm, every dragon statue is lifelike, exuding deterrence, as if alive. On their bodies, phantoms slowly emerge, gradually forming dragon bodies, flying into the sky. For a time, the sky is full of dragons dancing wildly, shocking. Combo skills. Dragon God Sacrifice. As the insect mobilizes the weak power of these dragon gods with its sublimated will, it seems to sacrifice these dragon god phantoms and make them its own power. Roar, accompanied by the roar of the sky, hundreds of dragon phantoms flew towards the butterfly body together, and instantly poured into the body of the fantasy butterfly. The energy of the insect began to rise steadily at this time. Name, fantasy butterfly, growth level, king level. At this moment, with the help of the fantasy dragon skill, Chong Chong directly broke through. In front of Shiyu, Chong Chong's energy value began to soar. The first stage, energy value, 3.79 million. This is Chong Chong's normal energy value. Afterwards, as Chong Chong entered the fantasy dragon state, it obtained the life, energy, physique, and attributes of the divine dragon, and gathered countless advantages of the perfect dragon clan. Even if there was only a trace, its attributes were directly doubled. Energy value, 7.88 million. For its own increase, it was not inferior to the restrained edge of 11. At this moment, although Chong Chong still maintained the body of a butterfly, its strength was no longer as simple as that of a butterfly. Even the seemingly fragile wings, like the wings of a giant dragon, contained the physical strength to destroy everything, enough to smash a steel building without any skills. Whoosh whoosh. Stagnated in midair, Chong Chong began to grow huge. It spread its huge wings and waved its wings. The surrounding valley environment collapsed instantly, and the fantasy field turned into a hurricane environment. Countless strong winds began to sweep out from the wings of Chong Chong, and the fierce white whirlwind rushed like a tsunami. The water flow on the tentacle almost dissipated in an instant. Then, the strong wind left countless marks on the tentacle like a blade, and burst out with a very powerful force, and directly pressed the tentacle back. Up in the sky, Chong Chong showed his strength as much as possible, which was very refreshing. Now, he doesn't have to be the last one, right? Gulp. Not far away, Sister Shi and other Navy officers swallowed their saliva and were surprised by Shiyu's strength. It's okay for one, but why are all of Shiyu's pets so outrageous? In comparison, why are their pets so weak when they are all king level? Of course, at the moment, the stronger Shiyu is, the happier they are. Whether they can successfully leave alive depends on this person. No, to be precise, they looked at the gem cat who was absorbing the 9-colored jade in midair. The most important thing is whether this person can successfully break through. At this time, Shiyu also looked at the gem cat with a worried look. Can it work? If the gem cat fails to break through, it will be troublesome. At that time, they can only take a gamble and hide in Shiyu's ruins ring space. Although they cannot leave the island, they can hide deeper. This vortex monster has no space system and no reason, so it may not be able to find them. Although this choice means giving up struggling and becoming a living target, if the enemy cannot find the target, there may be a chance to survive until the vortex monster leaves. The life-saving equipment distributed to each member by the 11th Bureau will be useful at this time. But if it does not leave? In this case, Shiyu looked at the ocean and estimated that he could only wait for reinforcements from Donghuang or Longgong City and Totem Country. The Snake Lord and the Earth Demon Ape died at the hands of the Vortex Totem. The Yeki Totem and the Giant Ape Totem are both the best among the top totems. There is no reason to let go of the weak Vortex monster. Outside. As the changes occurred on Hot Summer Island, it was trapped by countless sky-high water columns and the ruined space overlapping with reality. The Donghuang Navy hidden in the surroundings did discover the abnormality at the first time, and then looked at it all in surprise. This is, on a certain Donghuang Navy warship. A brigadier general looked at the picture displayed on the warship monitor and compared them in shock. On the warship, there is naturally a detection system. Almost without any effort, they recognized the identity of the culprit who caused all this. During the Kangdi period, the vortex monster that caused chaos in the sea was a totem-level monster. Not good, something bad is going to happen. The brigadier general almost immediately passed the news here back to the Donghuang Navy headquarters. However, although the news was passed, at present, whether it was the Navy, pirates, or passing sea beasts in the outside world, they did not dare to approach the area around Rishu Island. After all, it was a totem-level monster. Going to the chaotic area is to die. But at the moment, what makes these Donghuang Navy feel more difficult is the changes in Rishu Island and the appearance of the Vortex monster seem to have attracted more trouble. Name, love a giant beast, racial level, medium overlord, growth level, overlord. Introduction, a powerful life form born naturally in magma. There are already 2 lava monsters heading here. They are dozens of meters long, shaped like turtles, and their shells are like volcanoes. They walk directly on the ocean. With every step they take, hot land will be generated on the ocean. These lava monsters are all subordinates of the lava totem and belong to the same race. Rishu Island belongs to the territory of the lava totem. The moment the vortex monsters appeared, they alarmed the overlord of the lava country. Human, the arrival of the two overlords made the brigadier general on the warship and the navy standing on it tingle. They didn't expect to run into these monsters head-on. Give us an explanation. After the arrival of the two overlords who came on the ocean, they immediately threatened the Donghuang navy that broke into their territory, and at the same time looked at the vortex monsters in the distance with fear. The overlord of the molten country, Brigadier General Ma Zheng of the Donghuang navy, took a step forward with a dark face and said, "I still want to know what's going on. Why did the vortex monster that caused chaos in the East China Sea hundreds of years ago appear in your territory?" Because Donghuang was standing behind him and there was a recorder on the warship, he was not very weak when facing the two overlords at this time. How do we know? It must be another conspiracy of you humans. The lava beasts are typical of violent tempers. They don't like vortex monsters either. After all, water and fire don't coexist. Now that vortex monsters have appeared in their territory and humans happen to gather here, how can they be happy? If you don't give an explanation, Dragon Palace City can't save you, the two lava beasts roared. What did you say? What are you talking about? Dragon Palace City, roar. Just as the two lava beasts were asking for punishment, suddenly, the sea shook. The next second, with a boom, a huge water spout rose out of thin air, connecting from the deep sea to the sky. And in it, a deep whale-like roar was heard. Wow! Immediately afterwards, the water spout was shaken off from the inside, and a giant whale rushed into the sky with the water entangled. Its back was black, its belly was grayish-white, and it had a sharp dorsal fin, resembling a killer whale. The question just now came from its mouth. At this time, seeing this huge monster, the two lava beasts changed their faces instantly, and the East Wang Brigadier General Ma Zheng was also stunned for a moment. Speaking of Longgong City is here. At the moment was the first general under the command of the Dragon King of Longgong City, the overlord of the strongest echelon of Longgong City, Tongshan Whale. On Tongshan Whale's body, they also saw a white dragon, and recognized at a glance that this was the offspring of the Dragon King of the Sea, the third prince of Longgong City. In addition, there seemed to be a kitten. The vibration of Rishu Island was naturally noticed by Tongshan Whale and his party, who rushed to Rishu Island from the Dondon Islands. The cat clone changed color almost instantly, urging Tongshan Whale to come over to see the situation quickly. At the moment, the cat clone looked at Rishu Island wrapped in the whirlpool, and his expression gradually collapsed. Our whale, leave them alone. I can feel that the main body is there. What is going on? Shiyu and the others must be in there. Hurry up, find a way. How could the totem appear? I can already imagine the miserable situation of the main body and Shiyu inside. They must be crying and making a fuss at this time. They are so pitiful. Hurry up and save them. Fuck me. At this time, Tongshan Whale was also shocked, looking at the vortex monster in the distance in confusion. Did you say you were coming to get the badge? What's going on again? Why is it different from what you said? You are clearly coming to get the badge. Why is it going to be a fight with a totem? There must be overtime pay for this matter. Little white dragon, so what is going on? Tongshan Whale, the prince of Longgong City, with the appearance of Tongshan Whale, even the son of the Sea Dragon King and the Blue Dragon King, the two lava monsters instantly became timid. Who doesn't know that Tongshan Whale is enough to rank in the top 5 in the overlord level of the East China Sea? Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat the Tongshan Whale. Besides, there was also the biggest playboy in the East China Sea. Provoking the White Kanglong was basically equivalent to provoking two totems. The Dragon Palace City was obviously far away. How could they suddenly come here? General Whale, third prince. At this time, the most surprised to see the Tongshan Whale appear were the Donghuang Navy. Ma Zheng seemed to have found his backbone, and instantly said, General Whale, do you know what's going on? There are Donghuang Navy on Rishu Island. Please lend a hand. The Donghuang Navy will definitely thank you very much. At this time, the Tongshan Whale looked at the vortex monster in the block space, and ignored the Brigadier General. What does the Donghuang Navy do to it? How could it provoke a totem for a few navy? But Shiyu. According to what the gem cat said, if Shiyu was really in there, he must not be allowed to be in danger. Shiyu has a great relationship with the Dragon Palace City. Not only does he have a close relationship with the Ice Dragon King, but he is also valued by the Dragon God. So, when it saw the island being whipped by the tentacles of the vortex monster, it was anxious. But it didn't have the confidence to break the space, which was very unsolvable. The opponent is a totem. I don't have much confidence. I can only try to hold it back as much as possible. Xiao Bei, didn't the Sea Dragon King give you a life-saving scale? Don't keep it. Use it quickly. If they sense that you are in danger, the Sea Dragon King will definitely come to find you. After saying that, the whale general rushed towards the vortex monster with a whale roar. It could also sense the weakness of the vortex monster at this time, and thought that it could still hold the opponent back for a while. I know. At the same time, the little white dragon also said immediately. At the moment, looking at the Tongshan whale rushing towards the hot summer island and the vortex monster, Brigadier General Ma Zheng and the two lava beasts were a little confused. At this moment, even if they reacted slowly, they knew that there was an extremely important person trapped on the island. The Dongguan Navy alone would not make Longgong City fight so hard. Admiral Whale and his men took it very seriously, and even asked the third prince to use his life-saving scales to summon the Sea Dragon King. Who is it? The two lava beasts were silent. Who is on that island? On the Rishu Island. The vortex beast is still attacking. Right now, the life forms on the island have been almost absorbed by it. A few minutes have passed. Shiyu and his men are under a lot of pressure. Without other people to attract the attention of the vortex beast, its many tentacles began to sweep towards Shiyu and his men. 11. Within a few minutes, Shiyu and his men had spent a lot of effort to resist the vortex beast's multiple rounds of attacks, but the counterattack was like tickling this guy, and it seemed to have no effect at all. This was the attack of the vortex beast, which had been sealed and hungry for hundreds of years and was exhausted, without using any skills, and simply using its body to sweep the natural force. Is this the totem? Shiyu was extremely solemn. Too many this time. Seeing 11 tentacles attacking, Shiyu's scalp tingled. 11 and the others were also exhausted, and even had injuries on their bodies. If it weren't for the fact that the gem cat was still breaking through and couldn't be disturbed, Shiyu would have wanted to take everyone into the ruined space at this time. Hold on a little longer, Shiyu said to 11 and the others. 11 and Chong and the others all looked at the tentacles of the vortex monster with determination. It must be said that the results of the will training were reflected. Facing the attack of the totem, if it was before, they might not be able to deal with it so actively. Although they haven't tempered the will of the overlord, each of them has begun to have the mentality of a strong man. No, too many, however, there were still too many tentacles. Seeing the tired 11 and the others, Ziokin and others on the battleship already felt that it was difficult to resist. However, at this moment, with a boom, the tentacles of the vortex monster seemed to have encountered a major impact. Its whole body shook violently, and even the tentacles that were sweeping towards Shiyu and others suddenly stopped in midair, and then subconsciously retracted. This scene made Shiyu and others stunned. Someone attacked outside and attracted the attention of the vortex monster. Shiyu reacted subconsciously, and then looked at the gem cat. Good news. Although I don't know who it is, I hope to buy them more time. At this time, under Shiyu's attention, the energy value of the gem cat was rising crazily. It has been rising for several minutes. It has reached 60 million. Even if the breakthrough is not successful, the legendary resources are also top treasures, and they can also enhance the combat power of the pet. But at the moment, the gem cat is not pursuing this level of enhancement. What it is looking for is that the legendary gem can help it improve its life level and reach the totem level. No one knows what happened outside. The vortex monster did not continue to attack. Although its tentacles were still waving, they were mostly waving outside the fog. Don't worry, at the moment, immersed in the process of absorbing the legendary gem, the gem cat was trying to stay calm. There's hope. This gem was tailor-made for it. Originally, it was just an ordinary gem cat at Gudo University. But at the moment of life and death crisis, it unexpectedly mutated. Ordinary gem cats can only complete one evolution through the gem eye and the evolution gem, but after it mutated, it can absorb multiple gems, absorb gems multiple times, and evolve continuously. According to the different properties of the gems, it can also obtain skills with different properties. It is this outstanding talent that allows the gem cat to reach the overlord level while slacking off. This 9-color jade contains 9 kinds of attribute power. Generally speaking, it is not a very good enhancement resource because there are few pets that can match it. But the gem cat thought that maybe he could. At this moment, it was not looking at whether the gem could make it evolve again, which was not important. It just wanted to know whether this gem could drive its growth level to rise. Soon, 10 minutes had passed since the gem cat began to absorb the legendary gem. Outside. At this time, Tongshan Whale was struggling with the tentacles of the vortex monster. After absorbing a lot of life essence, the power of the vortex monster has recovered a small part. Thick fog began to cover its infinite tentacles. In addition, hundreds of tentacles at this time jointly attracted the power of nature and entangled with deterrence. Tongshan Whale faced a huge pressure that Shiyu and his men did not face. Roar, Tongshan Whale roared. The body was entangled and whipped by countless tentacles, and it struggled to break free, spitting out dragon waves from its mouth to sweep across the tentacles. There were lightning and thunder around, waves appeared frequently, and tornadoes raged, like a doomsday scene. The lava beast, the little white dragon, and the Donghuang Navy in the distance swallowed their saliva frantically. Why hasn't Lord Sea Dragon King come yet? Tongshan Whale was furious. If this continued, every time it was attacked, it felt that a lot of its life essence was absorbed by this guy. If this continued, without 10-time fruits for its retirement, this matter would never end. General Whale, can you win? On a naval warship, the Brigadier General looked at all this solemnly. He still wanted to know what was going on inside the island. Impossible, no matter how strong the Overlord is, no matter how weak the totem is, as long as there is no Beastmaster's enhancement, it will be difficult for the Overlord to defeat the totem, the 2 lava overlords said. Sizzle. The terrifying power formed a confrontation in the air. Roar, the vortex monster roared, and the diffuse mist formed a deep power, swallowing up Tongshan Whale's moves. Tyranny, bloodthirstiness, chaos, hunger. A series of negative emotions emanated, eroding Tongshan Whale's will. Why hasn't my father arrived yet? At that moment, even the little white dragon was anxious. If it were in danger, it would have been dead long ago with this rescue speed. Damn it. Donghuang, where's your rescue? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Yes, quickly apply to launch that intercontinental missile and bomb it, the gem cat urged. Facing the questions of little white dragon and gem cat, the Donghuang Navy was silent. But at this moment, the gem cat clone, who was also very anxious, suddenly froze, looked into the distance, and sensed something. Totem. Its words instantly attracted the attention of Little White Dragon and Brigadier General Ma Zheng. Little White Dragon was delighted and said, "Is my father here?" But obviously, it was not. This totem power does not belong to the Dragon Clan. As the gem cat clone finished speaking, a boom sounded, and a huge space crack appeared in the sky above Rishu Island. Suddenly, the clouds were disturbed and dark clouds gathered. The space crack, like a huge eye, slowly opened. It was indeed a huge pupil filled with strong totem power. Seeing this scene, all the creatures that could see Rishu Island suddenly swallowed their saliva. They didn't know what happened. The 2 lava beasts felt a headache and didn't understand why another mysterious totem came. General Whale, get out of the way. After the giant pupil opened, it revealed the 9-color 9 Magatama gemstone pupil on it, and conveyed a familiar female voice, which surprised the Tongshan Whale, Bai Kanglong and other creatures in the outside world. The power of this totem is much stronger than the weak vortex monster. For a time, the deterrence swept across the vast sea, causing countless sea beasts to stop their movements. In the deepest volcanic magma of Lava Island, the lava totem that the vortex monster could not wake up suddenly woke up, and opened its eyes after shaking its 100-meter body. In the deep sea, the Sea Dragon King and the Blue Dragon King, who were roaring and rushing to Rishu Island, felt the power of the new totem from the Rishu Island area. This breath was very strange, containing many kinds of power, but it seemed to be condensed into one. For a moment, it was impossible to determine which totem had descended. Boom! After a huge pupil appeared in the sky, the entire chaotic sea area shook, and the violent thunder and lightning, wind, and waves almost calmed down instantly, inside Rishu Island. Boom! As Shiyu and his team guarded for a long time, when no one reacted, an astonishing breath suddenly burst out from the gem cat. This spirit that rushed straight into the sky stunned Shiyu and others instantly. The gem cat floating in the sky opened its 9-color 9 gem eyes, exuding an unparalleled totem power. Seeing this, Shiyu was instantly ecstatic. 1 in 10 chance of breakthrough. The gem cat only tried twice and succeeded. In addition to not being willing to work hard, you are so lucky in Krypton. Success, totem level. Zyokin and others looked unbelievable but extremely happy. Energy value? In an instant, the gem cat's energy value broke through to a point that Shiyu's illustrations could not detect. At the same time, the gem cat that broke through was like a god descending from heaven, floating in the air, looking at the space frog and tentacles all over the sky. At this moment, the chaotic one-piece ruined space was no longer an obstacle to it. It knew the situation inside and outside the island in an instant. Next, leave it to me. On this day, the gem cat entered the totem realm. The gem cat's aura was rising steadily, and the space behind it became blurred, and gradually separated into 8 clones. Including the main body, a total of 9 bodies floated in the sky. Then, different colors of light began to linger on the 9 gem cats, and then their eyes began to change to different colors. White, blue, red, black, purple, green, gold, pink, all kinds of different lights bloomed. The 9 gem cats instantly burst out with a powerful aura. Boom. When the light completely dissipated, with the 9 gem cat as the center, 9 gem cats emitting totemic power turned into light balls of various colors. The 9 light balls directly formed a galaxy that rotated with each other. At the same time, the giant pupil in the sky also bloomed with infinite light. Super-level multi-system combination skills, Phantom Starfall. The inside and outside shone together, and the powerful moves instantly passed through the space and appeared in the ocean, hitting the body of the vortex monster heavily. Meow. The light that pierced the space was infinitely magnified in the eyes of countless people, almost like a crushing blow. With the aftermath, the entire broken one-piece space was shattered, and countless mists disappeared under the broken mirror. Roar, boom. Phantom Starfall shattered the space, sank the vortex monster, and smashed into the deep sea, directly penetrating an eternal hole in the ocean, allowing countless ocean currents to bypass. At this moment, Rashu Island reappeared in the outside world like the sun after the clouds were cleared. Many lives in the distance, as well as the Tongshan whale that was repelled by the aftermath of the power, instantly saw the situation of the island clearly. Rashu Island was already in ruins at this time. A gem cat floated in the sky, looking at the sinking island with dissatisfaction, and was bargaining with a young man on the island who had a mini panda, a butterfly, a ginseng baby, a sword spirit, and a slime on his body. Thanks to me this time, I only want 10% of your collection. It's not too much, right? The whole pile is not worth a legendary gem, Shiyu argued. Why is it not too much? The totem cat in the sky roared, and didn't expect to be slaughtered just after the breakthrough. But forget it, it's happy today, and the collection will be all given to Shiyu, as long as Shiyu provides food. At the same time, the Tongshan whale in the sky silently looked at the gem cat clone in the distance, and then looked at the gem cat body that repelled the vortex monster with one blow, and was extremely silent. Is this what you said, crying and making a fuss, so pitiful, oh. I'm so fucking. Tongshan whale looked at the totem-level cat in the sky, with a face full of shock, and his worldview was completely shattered. He didn't understand why this idiot who always went to Longgong City to eat and drink could break through to the totem level. Crash. Soon after, under the vibration of countless marine life, 200-meter dragons appeared from the sea, hovering in the sky, silently looking at the little white dragon who was fine and the gem cat emitting the power of the totem in the distance. Dad and Mom, I'm fine. I called you to come and save Minister Shiyu, but it seems that it is fine too. The little white dragon looked at Shiyu who was commanding the totem-level gem cat with shining eyes, and knew that Shiyu was a hidden strong man. Cultivating a totem is the ability of the legendary Beastmaster. Minister Shiyu, what exactly happened here? The Sea Dragon King and the Blue Dragon King were also confused. That cat, as for Brigadier General Ma Zhang on the Donghuang Navy warship, he instantly learned the identity of the gem cat through the warship's reconnaissance system. Guardian Overlord of Guda University. No, now it should be called Guardian of Guda University or Guardian of Donghuang. Why did it appear here? Soon, Brigadier General Ma Zhang discovered the humans near the gem cat and saw the Navy members he was worried about. It was even more incredible to see the figures of Zyokin and others. General Zio's daughter, and the Silver Sea warship, why are they here too? Of course. The most important thing is Shiyu. The detection system of the warship also quickly detected Shiyu's identity. After hearing what Xiao Bailong and the others said, how could Brigadier General Ma Zheng not know that Xiao Bailong called the two totems to save Shiyu, student of Gudu University, Minister of Donghuang Marine Environmental Protection Department? This is the identity of Shiyu in the Navy's information database. It was the first time that Brigadier General Ma Zheng heard of the Marine Environmental Protection Department, but when he heard Xiao Bailong and the Dragon King of the Sea both respectfully called Shiyu as the minister, he was instantly confused. He quickly transmitted the information here back to the Donghuang Navy headquarters, and also transmitted the current situation here. Although he didn't know what happened, he felt that everything that happened here would definitely shake the entire Donghuang, for no other reason than that Donghuang had added another guardian god. At the moment, the two lava overlords who came from the lava country to inquire about the situation were the most trembling. Sandwiched between the four totems, they regretted going out a little. What's going on today? After a while, the waves rolled again, and the vortex monster was not so easy to defeat. The huge breath began to come out from the deep sea again. But the next moment, the three totem powers of the Gemcat, the Sea Dragon King, and the Azure Dragon King locked onto the vortex monster at the same time. The vortex monster gradually woke up. Donghuang Navy Headquarters. A totem-level vortex monster appeared in the chaotic sea, and the vortex monster was a vicious totem hundreds of years ago. It was indeed a very serious matter. After Brigadier General Ma Zheng sent back the news, almost immediately, all the Beastmasters who were above the Lieutenant General at the headquarters gathered together to discuss the situation in the chaotic sea. Although Brigadier General Ma Zheng reported that an undercover naval agent was trapped on Rishu Island, it involved a totem-level creature, so even the Donghuang Navy could not immediately rescue him. As the convener of this meeting, the legendary General Xiao Hai had held a meeting with the generals of the Navy for several minutes and roughly sorted out the situation on Rishu Island. That is to say, Rishu Island has gathered a large number of pirates, totem aliens, and are undercover agents because of the rumors of the remains of the Pirate King. Then, I don't know what happened on the island. The vortex monster that mysteriously disappeared hundreds of years ago reappeared and blocked the entire island, and launched an indiscriminate attack on the island. That's about it. The naval meeting room was already full of doubts, and everyone didn't know how to deal with this matter for a while. At this glance, there was no hope. Facing the totem-level offensive, any life on the island, even the Overlord, would probably find it difficult to survive. The latest intelligence on Rishu Island, just when many naval generals couldn't make up their minds, an intelligence officer rushed in. "Speak." General Xiao Hai slapped the table and said. "The vortex monster has been suppressed, and Rishu Island has seen the light of day again." What? What happened? Could it be that the lava totem was awakened? Many generals were shocked when they heard the news. General Xiao Hai was also stunned for a moment. It is not so easy for totems to conflict. No, the latest information from Brigadier General Ma Zheng. General Xiao Hai, your daughter Xiao Qin, Rising Star Major Wang Qi, Qin Mingzi, are also on Rishu Island. What did you say? General Xiao Hai, who was very calm just now, was shocked and said, "How could she be there? Is she okay?" The expressions of other naval generals were also solemn in an instant. General Xiao Hai's daughter had already encountered a major change because of the mission. How could she be in such a dangerous place now? It's okay, Brigadier General Xiao Qin and the others are fine. Although the vortex monsters attacked the life forms on the island indiscriminately, and the life forms on the island suffered heavy casualties, our Donghuang people don't seem to have many casualties. What happened? General Xiao Hai said heavily. According to Brigadier General Ma Zheng's intelligence, Shiyu, the Minister of Marine Environmental Protection, and the Gemcat, the Guardian Overlord of Gudu University, are also on the island. Shiyu, the Minister of Marine Environmental Protection? Among the generals present, including Xiao Hai, not many knew about Shiyu. Even General Xiao Hai only knew that Shiyu had become the Minister of Marine Environmental Protection of Longgang City, but he didn't know why he was so valued by Longgang City. The relationship with the Ice Dragon Totem alone was not enough. As for the other generals, they didn't know who Shiyu was. To be precise, they couldn't connect Shiyu, a student of Gudu University, with the Marine Environmental Protection Department, a department they had never heard of. I only know Shiyu who researched the green worm cocoon, the Shiyu who ranked 81st in the sequence battle. They shouldn't be the same person. No, Shiyu is a student of Gudo University, and the guardian overlord of Gudo University is also here. Is it the same person? Many generals discussed it. At this time, the intelligence officer continued, although I don't know what happened, the guardian overlord of Gudo University, the Gemcat, broke through to the totem level and repelled the vortex monster. At the same time, in order to rescue Shiyu, the two totems of the Sea Dragon King and the Blue Dragon King of Longgong City descended to Rishu Island. In the end, under the combined efforts of the three totems of the Gemcat, the Sea Dragon King and the Blue Dragon King, the vortex monster was suppressed. What? The intelligence on Rishu Island was still too explosive. When these generals heard that the guardian overlord of Gudo University broke through to the totem level, their eyes widened. Later, when they heard that Longgong City had descended two totem dragon kings to rescue Minister Shiyu mentioned by the intelligence officer, they opened their mouths in disbelief. Who is this Minister Shiyu of the Ministry of Marine Environmental Protection? They all looked at General Zio Hai, and at this time, Zio Hai fell into endless contemplation. Shiyu, what on earth did he do there? Chapter 309, Great Gains After Returning to Donghuang. In the Chaotic Sea, Rishu Island. The vortex monster was suppressed by the totem cat, the Sea Dragon King, and the Blue Dragon King. If it was a totem in its prime, it might be a little harder to deal with. But a weak totem that had been hungry for hundreds of years had no power to resist under the combined efforts of the three totems. However, at the suggestion of the Sea Dragon King, the weak vortex monster was not killed directly. Although the Gemcat wanted to taste the totem-level ironplate squid tentacles, it was immediately stopped by the Sea Dragon King. Can't kill. Totem-level life is full of treasures. Living totems are like hens being raised. They can produce treasures at any time and are more valuable than dead totems. Ryugu City has a deep-sea prison that specializes in sealing, suppressing, and imprisoning totems. The previous poisonous dragon totem was imprisoned there. The vortex monster can be handed over to Ryugu City for processing, so that its value can be maximized. It's not fresh to cut and eat the whiskers when it's dead. It's better to cut them when they are alive and they can regenerate. Hearing that what the Sea Dragon King said made sense, the Gemcat agreed immediately. Decided to go to Dragon Palace City to eat and drink later. Now that it is at the totem level, it is not troublesome to go to Dragon Palace City alone. Very good. Seeing this, Shiyu couldn't help but sigh. It's really dark, almost catching up with him who wants to make the meteorite as a renewable resource. Being able to cultivate such a Sea Dragon King, it seems that Lin Feng legend is not a good person. In the Chaotic Sea, after the change on Rishu Island, under the attack of the vortex monster, except for Shiyu and his party, only two people survived. One is a quasi-legendary pirate. Because the level of the beast control space is high enough, he has the ability to virtualize. With the help of space virtualization, he survived to the end. Another little pirate, he has a special beast control talent camouflage, which can disguise himself and his pet into stone, dust, and wood, temporarily erasing the traces of life. Therefore, he escaped the attack of the irrational vortex monster. Others may have some means of escape, but facing the fierce attack of the vortex monster, they were not so lucky and eventually became the food of the vortex monster. But unfortunately, although these two lucky ones escaped the attack of the vortex monster, they still couldn't escape the punishment of the Gemcat in the end. Unlike the vortex monster that hunted by instincts before, the Gemcat found the two people at once after the telekinesis field covered the entire Rishu Island. In the end, when the Gemcat teleported Shiyu and others to a safe area in the distance, it also knocked the two people out and teleported them over. All of them are detained. Brigadier General Ma Zheng was on the warship, commanding the Marines to detain the two surviving pirates and prepare for questioning later. Next to them, on the Silver Sea battleship, Shiyu and his group were leaning on it weakly to rest. The Sea Dragon King and the Azure Dragon King did not stay for too long. They took the vortex monster back to the Dragon Palace City. After all, this was the territory of other totems and it was not suitable to stay for a long time. Two lava overlords also slipped away. They slipped away during the battle between the four totems, fearing that they would get into trouble if they stayed for too long. Soon, the previously chaotic sea area of Rishu Island had returned to peace. During this period, Shiyu and others naturally chatted while slipping away. Hey, Zia Long, you have also broken through? Leaning on the deck, Shiyu and his pets looked at the third prince who stayed behind with a smile. Yes, Hehohi. Senior Shiyu, This time I helped you call for rescue in the first time. It's not too much to become a core member of the Ministry of Environmental Protection. It's not too much? I'll give you 2 time fruits. Shiyu was rare. Tell me, what natural treasures did you use? Shiyu smiled. Name, White Kanglong, growth level, king level, energy value. 5.61 million. This energy value is not right. Before, Xia Abelong only had an energy value of 160,000, which is lower than the commander level bugs. As a result, after a breakthrough, the normal energy value is stronger than 11 and the others. Only the Shen tribe, which is known for its energy value, can suppress Xia Abelong. It must be that some high-level resources were used. I used 100 million points of strengthening resources before and after the breakthrough. It's nothing, nothing, Xia Abelong said embarrassedly. What level? It's only level 8, damn. Shiyu sighed. Longgong City is still rich. 11, bugs, Shen Bao, Chideng and the others also showed envious expressions. Let alone the 8th level strengthening resources, even if it was the 7th level strengthening resources, Shiyu didn't prepare them when they broke through. All of them were natural energy for free. Of course, it's not a big problem. Wasn't money tight before? After taking over the collection of the Gemcat, there will be money. Shiyu plans to cooperate with 11 and the others when they break through to the Overlord and then spend some money. There are 3 ways to break through from the King level pet to the Overlord level 1. Break through the limit of the Overlord's will 2. Legendary resource enhancement. Unlike the 10% chance of the Overlord level being promoted to the Totem level, the legendary resource can almost 100% allow the King level to be promoted to the Overlord level, which is still very safe. 3. The super level racial skills reach the perfect level of proficiency. The strength after the breakthrough is basically that the Overlord's will is approximately equal to the legendary resource enhancement and is less than the super level skill proficiency. Of course, this is only a 1 out of 3 situation. The strongest state is definitely to reach the super level skill proficiency, have the Overlord's will, and use the legendary enhancement resources to enhance. Therefore, if possible, Shiyu naturally hopes that his pet will have all 3 by then. As for the transition from the commander level to the king level, it is just a transition, so it is not so particular. Ajing, thank you for attracting firepower outside, otherwise I would not be able to break through. I will give you dried fish next time I go to Longgong City. On the other side, the Gemcat took back the clone and immediately received the memory of the clone during this period, and then thanked the Tongshan whale who also stayed. Me, you, it, forget it, congratulations. Tongshan whale still didn't understand why he had fought in the sea for so many years. But he was not as good as a mixed cat to break through to the totem first. Its superclass racial skill proficiency is definitely higher than that of the Gemcat. It has fought for Longgong City for so long and has been rewarded with legendary resources 3 times. However, it has used legendary resources 3 times and has not successfully broken through to the totem once. This made Tongshan whale very uncomfortable. It looked at the sea, looked at its own face that looked like a killer whale, and looked at the face of the Gemcat that looked like a big white cat, and immediately came to a conclusion. Maybe its face is darker, and the Gemcat's face is wider. However, in order to prevent itself from being envious and jealous, Tongshan whale quickly found a balance and comforted itself. The totem that breaks through with resources is just the weakest totem. It has a weak foundation and poor combat effectiveness. No envy, no envy, no envy. It doesn't envy at all. At this time, Shiji and other superior, Brigadier General Ma Zheng, finally began to ask about the specific situation. After saluting Xiaoqin and others, he began to ask about a cause and effect. However, although Shiji and others are directly under Brigadier General Ma Zheng, when it comes to the situation on the island, they still subconsciously cast their eyes on Shiyu, Xiaoqin, Gemcat and others. Without the permission of Shiyu and others, they dare not say anything, even if the other party is their superior. It doesn't matter, just tell the truth, Shiyu said. There's such a big commotion here, and they are all their own people, so there's nothing to hide. The most important thing is that when the Gemcat breaks through the totem, Shiyu is very happy. Invincible, really invincible now, totem-level fighters, who else is there now? Although it is the weakest totem, as long as you run fast, there will be no problem. After a moment. Is the whirlpool monster really a conspiracy of One Piece? What? Is the rumor about the legendary gem in One Piece's ruins true? The Gem Cat succeeded in a temporary breakthrough with the help of the gem. Wait a minute. Minister Shiyu crushed 2 Totem Kingdom overlords with a ginseng baby? Or killed them instantly? The story gradually became clear. Shiyu, a student of Gudo University and an archaeologist of the 11th Bureau and Minister of the Marine Environmental Protection Department, took the Guardian Overlord of Gudo University to explore the island of Rishu in pursuit of the legendary gem. As a result, not only did they really find the legendary gem, but they also snatched food from the mouths of the 2 overlords and crushed them. Then, a bigger conspiracy of One Piece emerged, and the vortex monster broke the seal, but Shiyu and others were not in trouble. The Gem Cat temporarily broke through with the help of the gem and overthrew the vortex monster that had once caused chaos in the East China Sea with its terrifying strength as a new totem. The incident on Rishu Island was kept as a top secret and only reached the hands of Admiral Ziohai of the Navy headquarters. After reading it, Admiral Ziohai could not calm down for a long time and his eyes were blurred. He understood the truth, but what the hell was it that Shiyu crushed 2 overlords? Isn't Shiyu a level 5 beast master? A master level? Although Shiyu is very strong. The Sequence Battle Committee ranked Shiyu at 81st. To some extent, this is a comprehensive evaluation of Shiyu's record and strength, but what does it mean now? Yi Xing, who ranked first in the sequence, couldn't kill 2 overlords so easily. Normally, Ziohai would never believe it, but the problem is that this record was confirmed by nearly 10 Navy officers present, including Ziokin. Even the 2 captured pirates saw with their own eyes that it was a ginseng baby that crushed the 2 overlords. The pirates may not know the situation, but the Navy present knew that the ginseng baby was not the immortal ginseng of the Pirate King's ruins, but Shiyu's pet. This 20-year-old young man used a ginseng baby to crush 2 overlords with one blow. It's out of the ordinary. The Admiral was completely confused and felt that this incident revealed an unscientific and weird feeling. He quickly thought that Shiyu deliberately lied about his battle record with the help of the Gem Cat for the sake of ranking in the sequence battle, but soon he felt that it was unnecessary. With Shiyu's identity, there was no need to do so. Moreover, the ranking that was raised in this way would immediately reveal his flaws. So, is it true? Shiyu? I remember. If everything is true, then I look forward to your next performance. General Ziohai walked to the phone and prepared to pass this information to the Legend of the Sea and the old president of Gudo University, who entrusted him to help Shiyu establish the Marine Environmental Protection Department. Moreover, the breakthrough of the Gem Cat must be let know to President Feng of Gudo University first. Gudo University. The retired President Feng is training Lu Qingyi. In fact, President Feng is very reluctant to let Lu Qingyi participate in the sequence battle and the World Championship. After all, Lu Qingyi's strength, to be honest, is not strong. Although the record is impressive, now it is ranked in the top 10 by the Sequence Battle Committee, but how can President Feng not understand that these records are all achieved by Lu Qingyi relying on the superclass Forbidden Move myth revival? The effect of this skill is similar to letting the shadow of the mythical beast possess the pet to play for Lu Qingyi. It is an opportunity that Lu Qingyi obtained in the mythical ruins. After using it, the comprehensive strength of the pets inherited by Lu Qingyi can be infinitely improved. For example, the light energy value can be increased to more than 10 million. However, the side effects of each use are not small, so Principal Feng is not willing to let Lu Qingyi take risks in the world competition. However, he also understands the attraction of the world tree to archaeologists. Therefore, after careful consideration, he can only decide to use this year to fully improve Lu Qingyi's normal combat power, so that she will not rely too much on the myth revival skill that overloads the combat power of pets. But apart from Qingyi, there are no one else in Gudo University who can perform well in the sequence battle. It's a pity for those rewards, Principal Feng sighed while looking at the occasional change in the ranking of the sequence battle, and his eyes fell on Shiyu, who was ranked 81st. This ranking is low. This ranking only counts Shiai's victory over the Thunder Dragon Prince in Dragon Palace City. Although it is already remarkable, it is not enough to bear the fact that Shiyu only had a king-level pet at that time, and Shiyu was gifted in telepathy and had no other outstanding achievements. The overall score of 81 is already good, but Principal Feng knows that Shiyu just rarely fights hard. In terms of explosive power, Shiyu is also very terrifying now. For example, the Ginseng Baby, although only at the commander level, but relying on the time fruit, If Shiyu does not care about the cost, he may not be unable to fight the Overlord. Of course, the cost of fighting the Overlord is too high, but with all the king-level combat power, it is still easy. In Principal Feng's opinion, Shiyu should have a place around 20th place. As for higher, it depends on whether Shiyu is willing to pay such a high price for the battle. Principal Feng, who is looking at the ranking, was suddenly occupied by a call on the communicator page. When he saw the caller, General Xiao Hai, he was stunned. General Xiao Hai, Principal Feng answered the phone, and the two did not exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. Principal Feng, I have some information to share with you, General Xiao Hai said. It's related to Shiyu and your school's guardian overlord, the Gem Cat. You tell me. Principal Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. But a moment later. Chaotic Sea, Rashu Island, One Piece Ruins, Whirlpool Monster. A bunch of information poured into Principal Feng's ears, causing his expression to gradually change until it solidified. Fuck. Gem Cat broke through to the totem? How is that possible? What? Shiyu commanded the ginseng baby to crush two overlords. Wait. I'm a little confused. Donghuang Sea, near the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. The Donghuang group did not stay in the Rishu Island area for long, because the previous battle would inevitably awaken the lava totem. As a top-level totem, although the lava totem was not feared by the Dragon Palace City, it also looked down on it, but the Dragon Palace City was unwilling to make enemies. After all, even if multiple dragons joined forces, they could not take this guy down. Because this guy is not only powerful in combat, but also has a first-class ability to escape. When the time comes, once he drills deep into the magma and deep underground, the Dragon God will not be able to do anything to him. Just look at the countries that are hostile to it, such as Kidao. Now, there are still minor volcanic eruptions and minor earthquakes from time to time, which are all revenge of the lava totem. To be precise, the Yaki totem, the gigantic ape totem, the lava totem, and the Sky Island totem, these totems that can only be active in the chaotic sea, none of them are fuel-saving lamps. If there are no special circumstances, Donghuang, Kidao, and Longang City are unwilling to tear their faces and go to war with them directly. Therefore, Shiyu and his party quickly left the lava totem area and returned to Donghuang. At this time, although Shiyu and his party learned that the colorful islands had been recovered, they did not have the leisure to go there to take a look, and planned to wait until the chaotic sea stabilized. So many pirates died in the lava totem domain, and the overlords of Yaki Kingdom and Giant Ape Kingdom died. The chaotic sea will inevitably become more chaotic in the future. It is not advisable to stay for a long time. Tuangshan Whale, Bai Kanglong and others escorted Shiyu and others out of the chaotic sea. After obtaining the new resources for the Ministry of Environmental Protection from Shiyu, they also returned to Longang City. As for Longang City, Shiyu and Gemcat also planned to visit it later. It would be better for Gemcat to report back to Donghuang first for such a big breakthrough. Why did you suddenly become diligent? On the Silver Sea battleship, Shiyu saw Gemcat lying on the flying carpet and practicing hard, and he was happy. This is not like Gemcat. It stands to reason that after the breakthrough, he should be more lazy and have no worries at all. What do you know? Gemcat curled his lips. The current efforts are for better lazy fishing in the future. Why don't I understand? Shiyu also curled his lips and said, isn't it just perfecting the race? After the extraordinary life reaches the totem level, the race and racial level are no longer important to them. Because at this level, they can already tap into the potential of life, optimize their own races, develop new race skills, and optimize their own and even the next generation's bloodline. Although they cannot reach the mythical race, as long as they are willing to practice, the totem level life will basically not be lower than the high-level overlord race. The term quasi-mythical race is tailor-made for the totem level. It can be said that every totem is ultimately a quasi-mythical race. Therefore, if the creatures of the overlord race still have a small probability of having the same race and ethnic groups, then the totem-level creatures, because they can DIY optimize the race bloodline, it is already difficult to find completely similar races. For example, the dragon god of the Dragon Palace City evolved himself into a humanoid dragon girl through this ability. The gem cat grinned. No, the most important thing is to develop new skills. What skills? Shiyu asked. Keep it secret, Shiyu. Is it very powerful? It should be very powerful. The gem cat is sure, After all, it can fish. Shiyu nodded. Then you develop it. After the development is successful, I will see if it is really powerful. If it is powerful, it will be mine. Now, Shiyu is too lazy to copy superclass skills, even if it is Mao Mao's Phantom Starfall. Although Phantom Starfall is very powerful and is a rare multi-system superclass skill, it is not necessarily weaker than skills such as Cross Sword, and it is even much stronger, but he did not copy it. It is no longer fresh. The main reason is that non-racial skills are difficult to drive the growth level to increase, and superclass skills are difficult. Therefore, unless it is a super powerful superclass skill like Time Mark and Infinite Devouring, Shiyu still intends to prioritize the improvement of the race skills of pets, which can also better drive the growth level to increase. We are here, at the moment, we are getting closer and closer to the land. Although it was Shiyu and the Gem Cat who brought Xiaoqin, Wangqi, and Qin Mingzi to Rishu Island, and the three of them were almost involved in danger because of Shiyu and the Gem Cat's suicidal behavior, but after experiencing this crisis, the three of them are completely convinced by Shiyu. Shiyu's ginseng baby crushed two overlords. Any pet can resist the attack of the Vortex monster. He can attract two totems to rescue him. In addition, he has personally cultivated a totem-level gem cat. It is obvious that following Shiyu, he will definitely have a good life. When Shiyu got off the boat and prepared to return to Pingcheng, Xiaoqin stood on the warship and nodded to Shiyu, saying, "The transformation of the base of the Ministry of Marine Environmental Protection will be handed over to me next, please." After Shiyu finished speaking, his figure was blurred and he was teleported back to Pingcheng by the totem-level gem cat using teleportation. Once. Only one teleportation was used. In an instant, they crossed the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, which is larger than the ice-filled city, and arrived in Pingcheng, arriving at Shiyu's training villa. The efficiency of this teleportation made Shiyu drool. When will Chong Chong be able to reach the totem level? What is the difference between this teleportation and the city teleportation array? It is so easy to use, 10,000 times easier than before. Totem level, love it. Oh, it feels much worse than the intercontinental teleportation array of the Sky Emperor. It's annoying, however, the gem cat next to him was not satisfied. "Don't be so Versailles," Shiyu said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The reason why they were in a hurry to come back this time was because Principal Feng rushed directly from the ancient capital to wait for them. They couldn't let the old man wait too long. Of course, the most important thing is Principal Feng. Now, the first game is officially a member, there should be no problem. Seeing that Shiyu and others finally came back, Principal Feng, who had been sitting at the stone table in the yard for a long time, finally stood up happily. However, the next sentence that Shiyu and others said just after they came back made Principal Feng speechless. The requirement for the first game to be a formal member is to have the ability to command totems to fight. They have worked together to solve a crisis in Donghuang. Although Shiyu and Binglong were good friends before, it didn't seem like he could invite Binglong to help at will. But this time, he looked at the Guardian Overlord of Gudu University. No, now it should be the Guardian God of Donghuang, who followed Shiyu to eat and drink, and was silent for a while. In addition, two Totem Dragon Kings went to rescue Shiyu together, and there was also the growing sea elf. With this background, even some other details can be ignored, and it is not impossible to enter the first game in advance. "Shiyu, I'm protecting him, so let him join," the gem cat said generously. The resources of the first game are worth taking. At the moment, Principal Feng has a lot to say, but when he sees Shiyu and the others, he doesn't know where to start. Reprimand Shiyu and the others for running around and going to dangerous places. The key is that their gains this time are ridiculous. You should praise him. Principal Feng, who regards Shiyu as his own child, treats Shiyu the same way he treats Lu Qingyi, and does not want to encourage him to go to dangerous places. In the end, Principal Feng just covered his forehead helplessly and said, "Your ginseng baby should be a combination of the time fruit and the self-destruction effect of the moon explosion." Yes, Shiyu nodded. It is true. But it can actually kill the Overlord. I underestimated the power of this combination skill. Principal Feng sighed. Shiyu, Gemcat, maybe I didn't underestimate it, but putting the ginseng baby into someone else's mouth before exploding, this method, a beastmaster with a clean heart really can't do it. This is much more powerful than a direct self-destruction. Can the effect of the forbidden weapon exploding next to you and exploding in your mouth be the same? However, This trick should not be usable in the short term, Principal Feng said. That's right, Shiyu nodded. He didn't know how long it would take for the ginseng baby to condense the next time mark, but it would definitely take less than a year. It would be fine as long as it didn't delay him from going to the world competition to defeat the Overlord. Anyway, within this year, he had planned to stay in Donghuang to add points, so he shouldn't be in danger. Then don't run around for the time being. Stay in Donghuang. Haven't you signed up for the sequence competition? The ranking is pretty good. The top few even have legendary resources as rewards. Principal Feng made promises to Shiyu, and he didn't want him to run around anymore. What? Legendary resources? After hearing this, Shiyu was really fooled. After all, we are going to compete with a totem nation for the blessing of the world tree. The country will definitely train the best contestants vigorously and devote all its resources. If we can get the blessing of the world tree and give birth to a legendary beastmaster, even if we spend more than a dozen legendary resources, it is worth it. For the world competition, the country can be said to have spent a lot of money. Teacher Ying, don't let Shiyu run around everywhere. Let him stay honest for a while. Principal Feng smiled bitterly. I understand. Even if he wants to make trouble, I won't accompany him in the short term. The gem cat smiled slightly and said, I will retreat and practice for a while. Shiyu shrugged. It doesn't matter. Just don't forget the collection you agreed to. However, it still feels not enough. If you want 11 to achieve a perfect breakthrough in the future and become a perfect overlord, it's still a bit difficult. After all, the gem cat has saved for 100 years, and it can only save the money for a legendary resource. And he currently has 5 pets. It's probably difficult to save them. I guess he still has to think of other channels, such as the sequence battle where he can get legendary resources for free. By the way, are you going to announce your battle record this time to the sequence battle committee? Principal Feng said to Shiyu. Actually, I suggest not to. In other words, even if it is announced, it will be troublesome to deal with it. It is better to use it as a trump card, huh? Although the record of killing 2 overlords can put you in the top 5 or even top 3 in the sequence ranking, but, can you replicate this record in the short term? Even if you can replicate it, can you use it easily in the sequence battle? Shiyu said, it's tough. First, there is no way to resurrect, and second, it is too fierce to self-destruct in a fight among one's own people. When you rank in the top 5 or top 3, there will be countless challenges waiting for you. You may not be able to hold that position now. The Beastmasters in that position all have true Overlord-level combat power, just like Gao Zhuan, although he can apply for the use of small forbidden weapons. Such weapons are not allowed to be used in the sequence battle, so his record of using small forbidden weapons, when he cannot make small forbidden weapons himself and use them at will, such records are basically not counted in the ranking of the sequence battle, so his comprehensive ranking is only 22, and the situation of your Shenbeo's record this time is actually very similar, so my suggestion is not to announce it or to announce it after you can control the corresponding strength ranking in the future. The initial ranking of the sequence battle is out. Shiyu discovered the blind spot. Principal Feng was stunned and said, you don't know yet, Shiyu. I really didn't notice it. Let me see. He quickly took out his mobile phone, logged into the official website of the sequence battle, checked the ranking, ignored the people in front, and quickly found his position, 81st. It's so low. Shiyu looked forward, and indeed saw Gao Zhuan at the 22nd place, and Xiaoqin at the 29th place. However, this ranking should have been counted a long time ago. At that time, Qitong, Chongchong, and Shen Bao had not yet broken through to the monarch level. Now, Shiyu estimated that he could easily get into the top 20. If he worked hard regardless of the consequences, it would not be impossible to get close to the top 10. As for the top 5, it really seemed that he could not control them. The top 4 were actually legendary beastmasters with real overlord-level combat power. Shiyu suddenly became serious. It seemed that it was not so easy to get legendary resources from the sequence battle. After all, even if Shen Bao self-destructed, he could not kill the Black Ape Overlord in one blow, and the Black Ape Overlord was still a wild overlord without a beastmaster. Then I'll listen to you, and we can fight step by step, Shiyu said. Even without deliberately fighting, after the national competition is over, if we strive to defeat Gao Zhuan, the ranking will be almost high. But Principal Feng, entering the first game, it's not too much to allocate a legendary resource, Shiyu suddenly said. Principal Feng. After all, Even if there are 10 legendary resources, it is not necessarily possible to cultivate a totem. Shiyu looked at the gym cat and felt that it was not too much for the first team member, as the combat force of the 13th team, to be allocated one legendary resource. I also think it is not too much. It would be best to have two. Becoming the new guardian of Donghuang and getting a legendary gem is not too much. The gem cat also planned for his future. Breaking through the totem is to get more salary. Principal Feng's mouth twitched, and he said, "It's not a question of whether it's excessive or not. The legendary resources in the country are all strategic materials. Each one must have a strict and necessary purpose before it can be mobilized. For example, competing for the blessing of the world tree," Shiyu said. "Isn't it strategic enough to make friends with the Kanghe elves?" Principal Feng found that he couldn't argue with Shiyu, so he said, "Forget it, it's not mine anyway, I'll apply for it for you." It's true that with what Shiyu has tinkered with so far, the evolution chain of the iron-eating beast, the evolution chain of the green worm cocoon, and a totem cat, and making friends with the Kanghe elves. Even Principal Feng himself feels that allocating a legendary resource to Shiyu doesn't seem to be excessive. However, he probably needs to review this matter for a while. Recently, legendary resources are being used everywhere and are in short supply. I don't know the situation of legendary resources, but there's an 8th level resource that I think I can definitely apply for you. Suddenly, Principal Feng thought of something. What? Shiyu was stunned. Burning gold. Principal Feng smiled slightly. Burning gold. Shiyu was stunned and didn't react for a while, but soon, his expression gradually became rich. Burning gold, damn, he remembered that this was what Changsun told him at the beginning. The iron-eating beast needed one of the 9 corresponding metals to carve 9 inscriptions. When he came out of the Emperor Wu ruins, he reported all 9 metals, hoping to use the power of the association to find them, because these metals are basically extremely rare species, and they may not exist in modern times, so they can only rely on national power. Now after so long, have you finally found inner peace? Burning gold was actually found a while ago in an ancient ruins, but it was taken for research rather than use. After all, this is the first time the association has discovered this metal. I guess they can't research anything, so it's better to give it to your iron-eating beast, Shiyu said. Okay, I like this one, although it is called burning gold. According to Changsun's description, this is not a metal that can allow the iron-eating beast to awaken the gold, fire attribute superclass race skills. Burning gold corresponds to the spirit system. Shiyu was looking forward to the fact that the iron-eating beast could awaken new gold, spirit dual system superclass racial skills. Unlike teaching skills, the more superclass racial skills the better. After all, they can drive growth. Thanks to Zhu, Moi Zioken, Wangxiang Agiai, Big Ayu Shuang, Yishi Shiangsen, Weird Yan, I must break chapters when writing books. Dawn under the moon, smiling face and crying face, full of clear dreams pressing the star rivers, Li Nunyu, Yu Xing family, ZZ, Mingyu Bo Shuang, Shaozi. Peak number 1 is not just about having hands, watermelon mixed with a C. Reader Saint, Mengji's Hugan, Origin Night, Catastrophic Earth, Love Song, Moi, Remaining Scars, Lang Lang 270, It's Raining, Time Traveler, Yun Fengaiyu, Unheard of Flower Name, Miner Who's Working, Call Me Rock Lee, Zengayu Zheng Yao Mang, Destroy Yuyisaki Temple, Embrace and Be at Peace, Zio Hang, Liu Honki, Shui Chang Chengduang, I Walk the Road Covered with Snow. Boy is drunk all over the city, Gentleman Rabbit, Stupid with Limited Flow, Demon Hunting Expeditionary Force, Wandering and Lonely, Can't Come Up with a Good Name, Single Noble, Nilan Zhuanzhen, Nether Spirit Dream, European Flying Fish, Book Friends 2019062705192596 Mo, Sunny Day and Long Hatred, Wish to Be Like the Beginning, Crossing the River in White Clothes and Fighting If You Don't Agree, Lost in the Early Autumn and White Clouds, Bloodthirsty Flame Wolf, Laughing in the World, 3 Lives and Fate Little Foodie Fruit, Shang Kifang himself, Zuanlin, Holding a Pacifier, Cheyenne and Zumi, Air Cheyenne Kong, Molly and William, Lois, He Yuan, Sea of Stars, Panic War, Xinglunai, is the leader of Sarah and other big guys. Chapter 310 All members have reached the king level. For the next period of time, Shiyu chose to stay at home and work overtime to prepare for the national competition. Ning, 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 Su felt very uncomfortable after returning from failing to go to the colorful islands to purify the heavily polluted colorful sea. It was as if she had obsessive-compulsive disorder of cleanliness, knowing that there was a dirty place in her home, but she couldn't clean it. However, Su was also very sensible and knew that the chaotic sea was now dangerous. So, it purified Shiyu's house and the ruins inside and out 10 times before it calmed down. Su, Greek letter epsilon, 3 I still want to go to the colorful islands. Don't worry, you've made Chong unemployed. It's been crying and laughing behind my back and almost going crazy. After Shiyu rested, he said to Su, the colorful sea area is just a small fight. After the national competition, I will take you to a place called the Undead Battlefield. That place is full of plague and curses. It needs purification more than the colorful sea area. You will definitely like it. Su, Undead Battlefield? It doesn't sound like a place in the world of the living. Great. Meow. Chi-Tong next to him also brightened up and applied to team up with Su. At that time, Su will be in charge of purifying the plague and curse, and it will be in charge of purifying the undead. Perfect partners. Okay, let you team up, Shiyu laughed. Before, he didn't plan to go to the undead battlefield in the short term. After all, there is a sealed top-level totem there. Chi-Tong's mother is very threatening. But, isn't the gem cat a totem-level cat? Are you still afraid of the sealed undead phoenix? When the time comes, let the gem cat lead the team. He thinks it's okay. This place is a good place. Chi-Tong's spiritual solution skill is currently at the mastery level. If you want to upgrade to perfect proficiency, you need to kill a hegemon level undead and 100 king level undead. At that time, Shiyu plans to take Chi-Tong to the undead battlefield to upgrade and improve the proficiency of this superclass race skill. Even if it can't reach the perfect level, it's not bad to reach mastery plus 10. What? There are no hegemon level undead in the undead battlefield? There are not enough high level undead? Even if there are enough, they are too good at hiding so they can't be found? Is that a problem? Just carry a basket of nutrient fruits and time fruits, give them something good to eat first, raise their levels, and then send them on the road, which perfectly solves this problem. Eat well and drink well, and have a good journey. Although I don't know if the level increased by the time fruit counts, it is definitely better than killing directly. At the same time, the undead battlefield is also a good place for Su. Not only can Chi-Tong's spiritual solution be trained there, but Su's sacred water ring can also be trained there. Skill, sacred water ring, introduction, superclass water skill, creating a resistant water ring. When the abnormal state of its own life form is affected, the abnormal state effect is reduced and the water skill effect is improved. The battlefield of the dead is full of plagues and curses from top totems. More than 1,000 years have passed and they have not dissipated. Compared with the colorful islands where the pollution has almost dissipated in more than 100 years, it is much more dangerous. If you go deep and stay for a long time, it is estimated that the Overlord will be affected, but Su will definitely love this environment. With a sacred water ring and the full-level water purification skill, maybe, it can really make a name for itself in the battlefield of the dead. At the same time, in the battlefield of the dead, Su and Chi-Tong can also practice a combined tactics from time to time to kill the king. This is simply a training treasure tailored for them. Although you can't train hard in the ruined space, there are still many good places in Donghuang. At present, there is no beastmaster in the country who can purify the dangerous place of the undead battlefield. If Su can do it in the future, it will be a great achievement. Why not? After the Donghuang Environmental Protection Department is built, let's start with the undead battlefield. The sea elves can purify the vicious sea beasts into the guardian of the sea. It is not a problem for my Su to purify the undead battlefield into Dead Nature Reserve. At that time, we can open a dead amusement park to sell tickets and help people contract dead cubs, and make a lot of money. Shiyu was very moved. This is not a heaven-sent achievement. In short, super-level skills are still difficult at present, so adding points and training should be carried out simultaneously. At present, there is still more than half a month before the national competition, and Shiyu is hurrying up. In the past half a month, he plans to devote all his energy to Su. As for 11, Chong, Shen Bao, and Shiden, they have all reached the king level. Shiyu asked them to suspend high-intensity combat training. After all, the relic space is difficult to withstand the continuous tossing of the king-level power. Therefore, The training content of the four of them is still mainly to exercise will and develop mysteries. That is, use the time fruit of the ginseng baby to retreat to the awakening level, extraordinary level, and command level, and enter all kinds of imaginary extreme environments. Their will can reach the intermediate level so quickly, and this training method has contributed greatly. Half a month later. The burning gold that Principal Fang mentioned still hasn't arrived, and there is no news about the legendary resources. It is estimated that it will take some time to review. During this time, Shiyu has already maxed out a bunch of Susu skills, name, Susu, mutated water slime, reincarnation of the self, attributes, water, racial level, low overlord, growth level, king level, racial skills, under super level, all maxed out, multiplication, bubble, water regeneration, poison resistance, purification, lightning resistance, boiling water, freezing water, water dragon bomb, pray for rain, steam explosion, guardian water super level, sacred water ring, entry level, water element control, mastery, professor skills, deterrence, mastery, absolute sleep, mastery, infinite devouring, mastery, energy value. 4.29 million. After half a month of hard work, Susu's growth level, with Shiyu's addition of points, has naturally reached the king level. Among them, all the skills below the super level were maxed out by Shiyu. Although the super level skills did not have points added, because many lower level water skills of water element control were added, the proficiency of the super level skill of water element control, driven by the low level skills, has also reached the mastery level. As for the proficiency of infinite devouring, it was improved by devouring the 3 gems in the Dragon Palace City and a bunch of nutrients made by ginseng babies. At present, Shiyu's team can be said to be very powerful. Shen Bao now has a normal energy value of 7.01 million, Susu, a normal energy value of 4.29 million, 11, a normal energy value of 4.11 million, Qitong, a normal energy value of 3.94 million, and Chongchong, a normal energy value of 3.81 million. All members are king level. Moreover, each pet is very powerful. The normal energy value alone is enough to kill ordinary kings. In addition, they also have a bunch of burst skills. For example, the time fruit of ginseng babies. For example, Susu can summon the water element of nature through the full level rain prayer, and then store it in the infinite devouring space, achieving a storage effect similar to 11's introverted edge, and with the control of water elements, it has a huge backup energy. This usage is even more ferocious on the side of the Overlord legend. He even raised tens of thousands of water elemental lives in the giant Kuna's backup energy. It is worthy of being a legend with the title of Overlord War Totem. For example, 11's introverted edge and legion skills. For example, the secret skill newly developed by Qitong, 10,000 swords return to the origin. Through the perfect combination of clones in possession, I attach myself, and combine the power of countless clones into one body, bursting out with super combat power. For example, Chongchong's fantasy dragon and the ginseng baby stolen by Dao Meng, 11, Susu, Qitong, ice dragon, and the phantom thugs of the gem cat. They can all gain combat power beyond their current state. In this case, Shiyu looked at his ranking of 101st in the sequence battle and was speechless. After half a month, he dropped 20 places directly. He fell out of the top 100 sequence. It's not that Shiyu lost to anyone during this period. Although a bunch of challengers appeared in the background of his official website of the sequence battle, hundreds of challengers wanted to pinch him, a soft persimmon with an unknown record in combat before, but he thought it was too troublesome and didn't accept any of them. Although there are resource rewards for winning, he doesn't look down on the rewards for ranking too far behind, and plans to sprint to the front in one breath after working overtime. Therefore, after half a month, as the players who were ranked behind him and the new players were working hard to move up the rankings, Shiyu, who had no record of fighting, did not have enough basic points and his ranking dropped rapidly. If you don't make progress, you will fall behind, Shiyu muttered, and then stretched. It's not a big problem. The national competition will be held in a few days. After defeating Gojuan, who is currently ranked 24th, he will be able to replace Gojuan. During this period, Gojuan also dropped 2 places. He should be preparing for the national competition like him, so he ignored the sequence competition. Although I don't know what kind of upgrade training Gojuan did during this period, He has made sufficient preparations to fight Gojuan. All members are king level. Take any pet beast alone, and it is not necessarily inferior to Gojuan's ultimate holy dragon beast. Moreover, these pets can be combined in pairs, threes, or fours. In this case, unless Gojuan really uses a small forbidden weapon, even if the opponent temporarily contracts a few pets, Shiyu thinks that his chance of winning is relatively high. He is determined to get the 8th level mechanical material, the changing stone. During this period, in addition to all members being king level, Shiyu's own physique has naturally reached the current upper limit through continuous points. Although it did not take much time to improve the level of his beast control space, because one pet after another broke through to the king level, the feedback given by the pets did not fall behind the improvement of his beast control space. The feedback from these pets saved Shiyu at least 5 years of training time. However, although he got many benefits, Shiyu's beast control space level is still a little bit away from level 6. So next, Shiyu plans to quickly improve his beast control space level. Seeing that the world competition is approaching, his beast control space is only level 5. Even if he can add some super level skills now, the level of the beast control space will once again become a burden to the pets, preventing them from being promoted to overlords. The beast control space level is level 7, and only overlord level pets can be contracted. At present, Shiyu's beast control space is only level 5, and there is still a distance from level 6, which makes Shiyu very worried. Everyone, gather. Looking at the time, Shiyu called the 5 pets who were training in the ruined space, intending to do the final training. After a while, in front of Shiyu, the panda with lightning bursting all over its body, the butterfly flying while sleeping, the ginseng baby with a bachelor's hat, the redbird flying with a sword, and the water slime lying on the ground all appeared. Of course, in the ruined space, in a dragon circle, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex that was released was also jumping and trying to get out, but this was impossible. The national competition will be in a few days, and it's time to test the results, Gulu. As Shiyu lectured, the expressions of the pets gradually became fierce. Go, go, go. My requirements are not high. When the time comes, except for Gojuan, as long as you can eliminate one player and all his pets alone, it will be fine. If we go together, it will be a bit of a bully. The pets' faces did not change. In addition, I guess you have been training as babies for a long time, and your bodies may be rusty, so before you go to the national competition, you should have a team ranking competition with each other, not as babies, but as kings at their peak. Shiyu smiled while touching his chin. After the words fell, the pets were shocked. How could Shiyu still remember this? Meow, ning. In an instant, the 5 pets looked at each other. They were wary of each other. Although they did not know each other completely, how could they not know the abnormal strength of their teammates? This internal battle of the team might be more bumpy than the upcoming national competition. Now you are all king level, except for super level skills. Your skills are basically maxed out, which is very fair. I will not participate in the battle. The rules this time do not allow the use of external equipment. You can do it all by yourself. Oh, by the way, after the legendary resources of the first round are applied for, the first place this time can get a legendary resource to use when breaking through the overlord level. Shiyu smiled. When the time comes, I will give priority to choosing legendary resources that match the first place, the kind of legendary resources that allow the gem cat to break through. Swish. 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 After the words fell, the 3 pets, 11, Chong Chong, and Shenbeo Bao, immediately separated and looked at each other hostilely. Only Chideng and Susu were left in the middle, a little speechless. Meow, ning. Chideng and Susu stuck to each other, good sisters, not moved by interests. Compared with the other 3 who care about rankings very much, the 2 of them seem to be more indifferent, but even if they are more Buddhist, they are secretly moved when they hear about legendary resources. Let's give it a try. 11, Chong Chong, Shenbeo Bao are naturally competitive. Chi Tong and Susu look indifferent, but that's just on the surface. One is the reincarnation of the power of a titled general who has fought against fate, and the other is a little guy with the will of a hegemon. How could they easily admit defeat? Seeing that they are also active, Shiyu also became curious about what the ranking in the team would be like. Just looking at the energy value, Shenbeo Bao has the highest, but this is purely a problem of attribute distribution. Although it has a high energy value, it is also the most fragile among the 5 pets, even more fragile than the normal Chong Chong. After all, it is a tonic race, specially for people to eat. An ordinary king level with an energy value of 1 million, one skill hits 11. 11 can even rely on his flesh to resist unscathed, and his physique is comparable to that of the Dragon Clan. But if it is Shen Bao, no matter how weak his skills are, if he doesn't use defensive skills, his body will probably fall apart immediately. After all, even Shiyu can bite it. If nothing unexpected happens, in the team battle, most of the energy value of the baby ginseng will probably be used to repair the broken body and for defense. Otherwise, the battle cannot go on at all, and it will crack at the touch. Of course, the baby ginseng also has a trump card, the time fruit, but the effect of the time fruit is also clear to the 11. They know that this fruit has a time limit. The more it is improved, the shorter the maintenance time and the stronger the side effects. Therefore, whether the baby ginseng can defeat the opponent with the time fruit depends on the tactical arrangement. If the baby ginseng uses the time fruit, the bugs will immediately teleport to a few thousand meters away and then disappear in the air. The baby ginseng will be dumbfounded. It is estimated that before attacking the bugs, it will be consumed too much and fall down. Among Shiyu's several pets, 11's electromagnetic levitation, the instant movement of the bugs, and the light flame sword of the red pupil are all ridiculously fast. It is estimated that the baby ginseng will be difficult to deal with. After all, it is also the bottom of the team in terms of speed. In this case, several pets rely on their own combat experience and combat awareness to decide the outcome. Shiyu thinks it will be very interesting. You go back and prepare yourself today. We will go to the snow mountain tomorrow to fight there. Ying, Wu, Yi, Mi, Ning. The next day, ice and fire snow mountain. Shiyu's relic space can no longer withstand their tossing, so he can only choose this place. According to Shiyu's understanding, his current relic ring is still left by the beast space for the legendary Beastmaster of level 7. Unfortunately, if it is the relic space of the legendary Beastmaster of the title level, it may be more useful. If it is the relic space of the legendary Beastmaster, it will be even better. Of course, this is pure wishful thinking. Somewhere in the snow mountain, on the endless ice field, Shiyu and his friends found a quiet place and stopped. The cold wind blew, but each of the 6 guys was in high spirits. The competition is based on a point system. You have to take turns to fight. At present, the relic space has sufficient supplements, medicines, and resources. You can rest assured, I have fought in Longgong City for 3 days and 3 nights, and I will definitely be able to do it this time. All pets. Is that a difficulty level? Compared to the team competition, the national competition and the Dragon Palace City Dungeon are all baby cups. Okay. Let me see the result of the draw. Shiyu held his mobile phone and fell into deep thought. He used the small program downloaded in advance to input the names of 5 pets, and then let the system randomly. After a moment, the system shook the name of Qitong. Qitong. Shiyu turned over the phone, showed them, and then said, "You are the first to go on stage." Meow. Qitong suddenly became nervous. It was the first. Who will the opponent be? It has already studied the tactics against 11, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao. I don't know if it will work. 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao also looked at Qitong cautiously. Although Qitong looked peaceful, except for 11, other pets in the team had no way to defend against soul attacks and were very afraid of the Zanpaku skill. In addition, Qitong's 10,000 swords returned to the origin. They were lucky enough to take a glimpse. This is based on the clone skill and removes the strongest possession secret that requires external objects. This battle is not easy to fight. The pets took a deep breath. Soon, Shiyu's applet shook the second name. Seeing this name, Shiyu was stunned, then turned it over and showed it to them. Qitong's opponent, Su, you two, will have the first battle. Qitong, me. Qitong was also stunned. Su? It looked at the water slime with a blank expression. At this time, after Su was at a loss, she quickly reacted and looked at her good sister firmly. Great, it is a water system, which restrains the fire system. This wave is stable. During this period, it has asked Shen Bao for homework and has memorized the attribute restraint table proficiently. Sister Qitong, I'm sorry, I will accept this battle. Ning, as Su jumped out, Qitong, who immediately felt Su's momentum, fell silent. Sisters backstab, often in a moment. This wave, it is a battle between besties. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Teen Rankings released. Ice, Fire and Snowy Mountains. The Redbird Spirit, riding on a spirit sword and flying on the sword, stared at the water slime on the ice field in silence. Beside them, 11, Chong Chong and Shenbei were all holding melon seeds, eating melons and looking at Shi Yu. He was very suspicious of inside information. I just like to watch women fight. No, Shi Yu stood in the distance, looking at the battlefield fairly and impartially. There is no inside information, it's all random, friendship first, competition second, the first team competition, the first battle, Chiden versus Su Su, are you all ready, Ning, me, both pets nodded immediately, indicating that they were ready. Friendship second, competition first. They understand. In a flash, the battle began. Boom. A deafening sound immediately spread across the ice field. With a huge movement, dark clouds appeared in the sky in an instant. Heavy rain fell, the sky was dark, and among the rolling rain clouds, the shadow of the Dragon King who could call the wind and rain could be vaguely seen. The combination of water dragon bombs and rain prayers, dragon rain. At this time, the heavy rain fell, and each drop of water seemed to compress a water dragon. Each drop of water was very strong, and the speed of each drop of water was extremely fast. These water drops, like bullets fired at high speed, fell indiscriminately towards the ice field, like a meteorite rain. Chong Chong, degree, it's the Dragon King spraying water. 11, Shen Bao and other pets pointed and talked. Unexpectedly, Su Su, who had just finished adding points, had already begun to study the secret. This move seems to be very aggressive and has a large attack range, but in fact it does not consume much. It is mainly through praying for rain and using the power of nature. At the same time, as the surrounding water elements condense, Su Su can also swallow and reuse them through the control of water elements and infinite swallowing. Chi Tong, Greek letter sigma, degree. Seeing Su Su attacking without saying hello, Chi Tong was shocked. However, it is not a vegetarian. This secret that doesn't seem to be very powerful is not worth mentioning, and it can be broken at will. If we don't count Chong Chong's teleportation, in Shi Yu's team, Chi Tong is the fastest. Even if we count teleportation, Chong Chong is only faster in an instant. In terms of sustained speed, Chi Tong is still better. High-level skills, light flame sword. Swish. In an instant, Chi Tong used the Yangiant skill that was upgraded to the proficient level under the drive of the energy beam as energy, activated the full-level light flame sword, and turned into an invisible sword light, killing Su Su's body. This sword light was extremely fast. Even if Su Su had supervision, it was difficult to catch it. Before the rain fell, Chi Tong was only one step away from Su Su, and the attack came in an instant. Crash. Su Su was startled and didn't react at all. Fortunately, the automatic defense guardian water skill saved it once, turning into a water curtain to block the light flame sword. However, even so, a violent energy fluctuation broke out between the two sides, resulting in a huge explosion, which bounced Chi Tong and Su Su out together. However, this non-positive aftermath damage can be ignored for Chi Tong, who has regeneration flame, and Su Su, who has water regeneration. At the same time, countless raindrops fell completely. At this time, Chi Tong was surrounded by Yang Yan. Before these raindrops touched Chi Tong, they all evaporated due to the high temperature. However, this did not invalidate the rain prayer. As the water droplets turned into high temperature, the nature of the water droplets suddenly changed, turning into high-temperature steam and then producing a steam explosion. Boom. In an instant, continuous explosions were triggered next to Chi Tong. Seeing this, Su Su showed a happy expression, but the next moment, its expression suddenly changed. I'm so annoyed. Chi Tong temporarily ignored the damage, and while recovering himself, he separated countless sword spirits filled with Yang Yan and swirled in the air. Then, countless clones began to overlap each other through the possession skill. The ultimate mystery of possession and clones, 10,000 swords returned to one. Boom. After the 10,000 swords returned to one, a terrifying aura burst out from Chi Tong's body. The attributes of countless clones were superimposed on one body through the possession skills beyond the limit, which instantly made Qi-Tong's power reach an extremely terrifying level. It swung a sword towards the sky, and the unparalleled sword pressure was generated from its body. The energy was scattered and diffused. Countless swords flew like a storm, flying all over the sky. The sword force was like a net, unparalleled and spectacular. In an instant, the water droplets in the sky disappeared, and a big hole was broken in the dark clouds. The body of the Dragon King swimming in it was split into two. At this moment, Qi-Tong's energy value was close to the 10 million level. Although they are both mysteries, Qi-Tong's 10,000 swords returned to one as more powerful than Su Su's dragon reign. The so-called combination mystery is not just about skill proficiency and skill level, but also about the effect after the skill combination. 10,000 swords returned to one is obviously a super burst skill. Of course, Qi-Tong could not last in this state. Taking advantage of the increasing load, it directly launched the light flame sword again and turned into a beam of sword light. This time, the speed of the sword light was not only completely unable to be captured by Su Su's superb supervision, but also even the water of protection did not have time to automatically defend. A sword pierced Su Su's body, and with a bang, Su Su was broken into pieces. Ning, after the steam dissipated, Su Su's eyes were full of circles, and her body was broken into pieces like a fist. She fell asleep. At this time, countless sword lights floated above Su Su's head, indicating that they could make up for it at any time. In the team competition, everyone knows each other well, and it is impossible to give you time to recover. After a period of silence, 11, Chong Chong and Shen Bao Bao looked at Qi-Tong. This secret is really strong. After a moment of silence, Shi Yu said, "The winner of the first battle, Qi-Tong, me." In the sky, Qi-Tong shouted happily. Great. Ning, Su Su was dizzy, and didn't understand why she couldn't beat Qi-Tong even though her attributes restrained Qi-Tong. This is not scientific. Both sides are good, keep working hard next time. Shi Yu smiled and shook his head. Su Su's combat experience was obviously insufficient. Since it has been adding points during this period, it does not have much time to train and develop powerful combination secrets on its own. Therefore, in terms of combat effectiveness, it is still a little behind Qi-Tong and others who have been training with Shi for a long time and have their own tailor-made secrets. Qi-Tong's advantage of Wanjian Git-ie and the fastest speed in the team is indeed unsolvable, but if Su Su combines all the skills that have just been upgraded into adaptive secrets, it may not be impossible to fight. In general, the future is promising. The next direction of Su Su's improvement should be the same as Shi, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, and Qi-Tong, to develop stronger and more suitable combination secrets. Soon, Su Su was dragged down to eat fruit and rest, looking at Qi-Tong on the field with tears and anger. Shi Yu smiled and said, "Then continue, the order of the 10 games has been drawn. Qi-Tong, you come to rest too, and you will be the last one. Me, you still say there is no insider, don't worry, it's really random by the system to let the rest well." The second team battle. Qi-Tong, who has recovered, will face Chong Chong. Chong Chong dared not be careless, but he was not afraid. If anyone, besides Shi Yu, knew every pet in the team best, it would be Chong Chong. When training the will of Shi and the others, Chong Chong stole the phantom templates through dream stealing. Although the phantom templates were not as powerful as the original, Chong Chong could also have a deep enough understanding of each teammate. At the beginning of the battle, Qi-Tong used the same trick again, using the quick attack tactics and slashing with the light and flame sword. Mimi, phantom sword dance. However, the skill that Su Su could not react to did not mean that Chong Chong could not react. The same supervision, used by the spirit type Chong Chong, would definitely be better than that of the water type Su Su. Buzz! Chong Chong left the attack range of the opponent's skills through teleportation. Roar! After dodging the attack, Chong Chong immediately entered the state of fantasy dragon, obtained the qualities of the dragon clan, and surpassed Qi-Tong in comprehensive attributes. He also transformed into a dragon body, wrapped in the butterfly body, and used his strongest secret to add the finishing touch, and crashed into Qi-Tong. Under the powerful attributes and telekinetic acceleration, at this moment, Chong Chong's finishing touch ultimate speed surpassed the light flame sword, and its power far exceeded Qi-Tong. With a flash of blue light in front of him, Qi-Tong was forced to continue to enter the state of 10,000 swords returning to one, intending to rely on stronger attributes to fight Chong Chong head-on. Boom! Chi Tong once again overlapped with 10,000 swords. At this moment, Chi Tong's power and speed, with the outbreak of the ultimate, once again surpassed Chong Chong. Of course, Chi Tong's side effect was greater. The two broke out in succession, and Su Su, who was watching the battle, stared with big eyes, so strong. 11 and Shen Bao Bao watched silently, constantly collecting information and analyzing intelligence. As expected, Chong Chong, who was finishing the finishing touch, and Chi Tong, who was returning to one, collided directly, and violent fluctuations were transmitted. Among them, Chi Tong took the advantage and pierced the dragon. However, at this time, Chong Chong itself was not injured at all, and the consumption was not much, because it was in the phantom of the dragon. It directly opened the empty hidden state, which could ignore all non-space damage, and Chi Tong had no means to crack the empty hidden skill. So, it was basically equivalent to Chong Chong making Chi Tong pay the biggest price at the smallest cost. As he suffered the backlash of 1G on GUI and endured the direct damage of the finishing touch, Chi Tong looked at Chong Chong, who entered the hidden space, yelled cheating, and then quickly removed the possession. Chong Chong didn't care so much, and continued to use the same trick, entering the fantasy dragon state, and manifested the finishing touch. This time, Chi Tong learned his lesson and did not burst out with a stronger power than Chong Chong. He just wanted to be on par, intending to defeat Chong Chong with strong endurance. Unfortunately, Chong Chong didn't intend to fight hard this time. At the moment when the two sides were about to collide, Chong Chong disappeared into this space with his skills, leaving Chi Tong empty-handed. Obviously, Chong Chong teleported with his skills, and then appeared from behind Chi Tong in an instant, so as not to exchange injuries with the opponent, and smashed Chi Tong from the sky to the ground with one claw. Meow. In terms of tactics, Chong Chong suppressed Chi Tong throughout the whole process. Soon after, the battle between the two was won by Chong Chong, who was exhausted. Not only was he physically tired, but he also had to scheme against Chi Tong all the time, and his brain was also tired. For this battle, everything was still within Shiyu's expectations. But this time, it was Chi Tong, who was dragged back for rescue, who looked at Chong Chong with tears in her eyes and angrily. Ning ning ning, seeing that her sister Chi Tong, who had easily defeated her, was defeated, Su Su was a little sad. It was not because she felt sorry for Chi Tong, but if she replaced her sister in the same amount, wouldn't it mean that she was very weak? The third intra-team battle. Chong Chong vs 11. Well, come on. As Shiyu announced the next list of players with a smile, Chong Chong's expression became serious. 11 stared at Chong Chong, but his expression was still calm. The little giant panda rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. Come on. Chong Chong, let me test the results of your training. Chong Chong was silent. He didn't expect to face the leader so soon. Can he defeat the leader? Chong Chong. The overwhelming force was transmitted to the surroundings, and Chong Chong even dared not to move instantly or hide in the air. These two skills were just a gift to Zhen Kong. It could only maintain the state of fantasy dragon and try to fight against 11 head-on. However, Chong Chong's strongest secret skill was the finishing touch, and it turned into a beam of light and hit 11. As a result, Shen Bao Bao, Su Su, and Chi Tong covered their mouths with tears. Bang! The dragon phantom seemed to hide an unbreakable copper wall, with only a sound but no cracks. With a dong, Chong Chong was knocked unconscious by the reaction force, and then was picked up by the arms of 11 who continued to grow larger. Even if he entered the state of fantasy dragon, facing the huge body full of Dao bears, and 11 who entered the state of legion skill solid as a rock, Chong Chong could not break the defense. Chong Chong, what kind of defense is this? Even Chong Chong suspected that even if Chi Tong used all his strength to attack, he could not break the defense skills of the army of Shai. Boom! The next moment, the thunder fell. The thunder washed the ground, and Chong Chong, who was held by Shai, was smashed to pieces by Shai as expected. Seeing this, Chi Tong and Su Su's expressions were extremely solemn, and Shen Bao Bao was even more serious. However, its burst was stronger than Chong Chong, and it should not be a problem to break the solid rock. It's worthy of being Shai, Shiyu smiled. The fourth game, Su Su vs Shen Bao Bao. The list of the fourth game was finally announced, and Su Su was afraid to play. Facing this team leader who had smashed two overlords, Susu thought it was more threatening than Shai. The main reason was that the time fruit was too buggy, and it could even increase the combat power to the overlord level. How to fight this? Shenbeo, calm down. Although Susu is the little sister of the overlord's will is not combat power. Otherwise, the reincarnation of the self would not have died countless times in 3,000 years. The will of the overlord can only be effective in the desperate situation of life and death, allowing the pet to burst out its potential or break through. This kind of peaceful team competition is basically a blank. In order to take care of the little sister who just joined the team and didn't know the dangers of the seniors in the team, Shenbeo didn't even use the fruit of time. Rumble. As soon as the game started, the ice field next to Shenbeo cracked, and countless trees entangled its body. Soon, Shenbeo's figure disappeared and was swallowed by the giant tree. In its place, there was a giant tree several meters high, a giant tree with earthy brown color and arms. At the beginning of the game, Shenbeo used planned control and hardening to create a hard giant tree, and sneak into it to protect its body. After all, its body is really fragile. It may not be too much to deal with passers-by, but it is better to be safe when dealing with this group of teammates in the team with full skills and explosive destructive power. At this time, seeing Shenbeo so cowardly, Susu was stunned. Among the plant-type pets, there are many pets with poor speed. The speed of Shenbeo was already quite poor, and now seeing Shenbeo become like this, it seems that he has completely given up the idea of this aspect and plans to stack all defense. Seeing this, Susu, who had just been ravaged by Chitin's speed, felt relieved. But soon, it cried. It truly understood what the world is like. Its various water-based skills attacked the target Shenbeo, but did not stir up any ripples, and were all sucked into the giant tree. Anti-Susu energy fruit. In the giant tree, Shenbeo controlled the giant tree to absorb the power of water elements and turned it into nutrients for the energy fruit on the tree. This wave is attribute restrained. Boom. Then, the giant tree's big hand threw the energy fruit amplified by the moon explosion at Susu. Susu, cack. 4 games, as Susu returned from another defeat, Shiyu looked at the match list. At this time, Susu was very depressed because it had lost 2 games in a row. However, for Susu, who has the will of a hegemon, these defeats will not only not have a counter effect, but will greatly enhance its competitive spirit, which is a good thing. There is no way. The team is so cruel, even the reincarnation of a powerful demigod like the Kanghae elf cannot take the first place. Of course, Susu has not yet accepted the inheritance of the Kanghae elf. After accepting it, I don't know how the battle will go. Shenbeo was very excited at this time after easily defeating the reincarnation of the Kanghae elf. And 11, Chong and others said that Shenbeo was insidious. What kind of fruit can absorb water? Although it is said that the wood system restrains the water system, it can't be done like this. A water-storing Shenbeo? How can the water system play with this? Shenbeo felt that Chong, a space system, had no right to say that he was insidious. But this was also forced. There was no way. The team was too competitive. It had to study anti-Chong, anti-Susu, anti-11, and anti-Red Eye energy fruit. The 5th game, Shenbeo, you continue, against 11. At this moment, Shiyu announced the 5th game. Shenbeo, Cyrillic letter deck, 11, Cyrillic letter deck, the 5th match, Shenbeo versus 11. As Shiyu finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. This battle made all the pets look serious. Shenbeo, who possessed the fruit of time and could temporarily launch a dominant attack, had crushed 2 dominants. And the team leader 11, who is better? 11 has always been the spiritual leader of Chong and Shenbeo, and the goal they have always wanted to surpass. Now, Shenbeo finally waited for the opportunity to officially clash with 11, and took a deep breath. Finally, it's time. Come on. Leader, this time, I want to win. Now I am invincible. No one is invincible in front of me. 11's eyes were firm. The atmosphere on both sides was extremely solemn. Chong, Chitong, and Susu all swallowed their saliva. After the rest, Shenbeo and 11 will look at each other on the ice field. Fight, Ying, fight. At the beginning of the battle, boom, Shenbeo still used the same routine, creating a giant tree to protect itself first. However, when Shenbao reacted, he was dumbfounded. 11 turned around and ran away with the electromagnetic flight speed that was not inferior to the speed of the red pupil's light and flame sword. He flew into the sky. In an instant, only a black dot was left. If Shenbao didn't have supervision, he really couldn't see it. Shenbao on the ground? What is this for? Before Shenbao could react, 11 had already completed the explosion in the sky, opened his arms, and after pulling away from Shenbao, countless electromagnetic cannons were fired from the air. It showed a completely different tactical style from the battle with Chong Chong. Aerial firebombing. Electromagnetic acceleration, the more it is, the better. Eat my super electromagnetic cannon. Shenbao on the ground? Under the supervision lock, the hardened shells enchanted with the effects of attracting lightning and breaking through the air were accelerated by the electromagnetic force of 11 and fired at Shenbao. Knowing that Shenbao was very explosive, 11 was very smart and didn't become huge to be a target for Shenbao. Instead, it flew directly to a height that was difficult for Shenbao to reach and attacked. If you have the guts, why don't you throw the fruit so high? Go ahead and see who will hit you first or I will bomb you first. Shenbao, W leader, you have changed. Don't you like to become giant and then crush people violently with fists? Boom. Waiting for the confused Shenbao is an endless stream of electromagnetic cannons. Of course, Shenbao with a normal energy value of 7 million plus is not a vegetarian. After his face changed, he immediately controlled countless hardened giant trees to resist. Boom. Countless trees rose up. However, countless giant trees still couldn't withstand the bombing of 11 in the sharp state. The destructive power of the hardened air-shaking shells accelerated by electromagnetic force is too strong. As the sea of trees quickly collapsed, Shenbao was forced to convert the power of the time fruit. However, it did not dare to convert too much, and only increased the energy value to more than 10 million, so that it could maintain it for a while. If it was upgraded to Overlord in an instant, it would probably fall down with just one blow. If it could not kill 11 in seconds, it would be the loser. Next, Shenbao was finally able to complete the defense, but because 11 occupied the air superiority and refused to get close to Shenbao, always keeping a safe distance, Shenbao could only be forced to defend. At this time, the only move it could hit 11 was the energy beam, which could not break the defense of 11's Legion defense skill, solid as a rock. 11's Dao Bear skill, driven by the clone, has reached the proficient level. With so many Dao Bears summoned together, solid as a rock, even if Shenbao's attack power is higher than 11's at this time, it still cannot break the defense. This is the power of the Legion skill. Soon, the two sides turned into a war of attrition. Shenbao had the Earth Chain and Energy Beam for recovery, while 11 had Energy Lightning that could be used with Lightning Attraction to restore physical strength. However, due to the venue, Shenbao could not use the Earth Chain to restore physical strength well on the ice field. The Energy Lightning wanted to absorb the power of the sun, but the dark clouds attracted by 11's Lightning Attraction skill also blocked the sun. As a result, Shenbao was soon dragged down by 11. He was forced into a desperate situation by 11, who did not play by the rules and changed his tactical style. Shenbao was so angry. In the end, Shenbao made a desperate move and decided to activate the power of the time fruit to the maximum extent, raising his strength to the Overlord level and unleashing an Overlord attack. Crash! A huge amount of energy began to increase in the body of the baby ginseng, 2000W, 3000W. When it was at the commander level, the price of upgrading to the Overlord level was death, but now that the baby ginseng has broken through to the king level, and then upgraded to the Overlord level, the side effects are much smaller, and it can almost make it launch an Overlord attack, but it will be exhausted, and there will be no danger to its life. With an Overlord attack, the baby ginseng is confident that it can break the impregnable and kill 11 in seconds. I am invincible. However, the baby ginseng did not know that 11 had always locked onto him through supervision. When the energy value in the baby ginseng's body began to increase violently, 11 found the problem at a glance. Ying, who claims to be invincible, who dares to say that he is undefeated? Then, he turned around and ran away, leaving the baby ginseng, who had just improved his strength, behind, unable to find an attack target and fell into deep thought. Baby ginseng? The result of this battle, as expected, was that 11 used the kite tactic to successfully drag the baby ginseng into the water, letting it use the side effects of the time fruit to tire itself out. You are very strong, but I won't fight you. Anyway, there is no venue restriction. With the leaf wings of the baby ginseng, even if it is at the overlord level, it is impossible to catch up with 11 who launched itself electromagnetically. Fifth game, 11 wins. After the whole audience was silent, Shiyu announced. Baby ginseng, at 11, I also know tactics. Chi-tong, chong. This is not like a leader. Su also opened her mouth, everything is self-evident. Shiyu sighed, although 11 likes to rush, it is not stupid. A head-on confrontation is against a weak person. Who is willing to confront a self-destructing ginseng head-on? Keep going, cough, or else the venue range will be restricted next time. The unconscious baby ginseng raised both hands in agreement. Chong said it would be better to update the equipment system. Chi-tong also agreed with this point. It can also be attached to the equipment, and the ice dragon blade is good. Su said that it would be better to change the venue to the ocean battlefield. For a while, the pets were talking about it. About a day later, 5 more battles were fought. A total of 10 battles ended, and the first team meeting came to a successful conclusion. The final ranking, from weak to strong, is as follows. 5th place, the reincarnation of the sea elf, Su. First, she was crushed in the sister game with Chi-tong, and then she was blood killed by the anti-Su energy fruit of Shen Bao. Later, the Chong she met was even more unreasonable. Chong directly materialized Shen Bao and moved to Su's side in an instant. Su was not fast, and her defense was not strong. She was blown to pieces without any resistance. She was blood killed by Shen Bao again. As for the game against 11. Although Su has full level lightning resistance, 11's main attribute is gold. The result is self-evident. She was suppressed and smashed by a huge palm of the air shaking hand. There is no way. Even if she does not actively attack, 11 will stand and let Su fight. As long as the Legion skills are turned on, Su may not win. In Shiyu's team, under the singles rules, only Shen Bao can break the defense skills of the 11th Legion through the time fruit. Su is powerless in this situation. After the conference, Su is completely autistic. How can she protect the sea when she is at the bottom of the team competition? Shiyu's evaluation was, come on, even if you can protect the sea, you may not be able to win the team competition, Su. Human words? 4th place, Mu Huan Yingling, Chi-tong. It only defeated Su. Then, it was first tortured by Chong with the space system and lost, and then it met Shen Bao. At the beginning, Chi-tong also wanted to learn from 11 to defeat Shen Bao with the kite tactics, not to mention that it also defeated Shen Bao. However, Chi-tong's endurance, attack strength and defense are obviously not as strong as 11. 11 is almost strong without any shortcomings, which leads to Chi-tong letting Shen Bao's energy beam shoot down directly and then smash it when learning 11's tactics. Finally, in the game that met 11, Chi-tong was also Buddhist. After several attacks that failed to break through the defense, he was directly suppressed by the backhand. Secondly, Shen Bao. Although Shen Bao claimed to be invincible, he still failed to beat Chidai and Chong except for defeating Chideng and Su. Of course, he did not lose to Chong. The two sides tied, and there was no winner at all. After 3 hours of fighting without a winner, Shiyu called it a draw. The tactics chosen by Chong were similar to those of Chidai. There was no other way. This was the best tactic to deal with Shen Bao, who was not good at flying in air combat. Although Shen Bao had accumulated the space-based mutation power through the mutation fruit skill in advance and could create anti-Chong energy fruit at any time, facing Chong who refused to confront head-on and hid in the sky, it had no effective means to launch the fruit. It could not be thrown high or fast with tree branches, and it could be easily avoided by Chong teleporting. The only energy storage beam that could attack high altitudes was restrained by Kongayan, which was similar to the situation facing Shidai's impregnable situation. However, Chong had no way to deal with Shen Bao. Facing Shen Bao, who was unwilling to give up his martial arts and upgraded to the overlord level, it had no good means of attack. It materialized 11, materialized Ice Dragon, and materialized Shen Bao's bomb and moved it to the side of Shen Bao's body in an instant. All of them were cracked by Shen Bao one by one. After all, The materialized ones were definitely not as strong as the original body. Even if Shenbeobeo's phantom exploded, it could not blow up Shenbeobeo, who had used part of the time fruit power to increase his energy value to tens of millions and had endurance. The two fought stubbornly for 3 hours, both hoping to get the second place and not wanting to be the third. If they continued, they might be able to decide the winner, but Shiyu was tired of watching and called a halt directly. On the second night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. As the team meeting was completely over, every pet was unwilling to give up. Team ranking, 11, Chong Chong Shenbeobeo, Chitong, Su Su. Even 11, who won the first place, felt a little pity because he felt that his victory was not glorious. Chong Chong and Shenbeobeo were both second. It would be perfect if it could crush Shenbeo head-on like it did when it beat Chong Chong. Thanks to the fact that the venue is not restricted this time, otherwise, it and Chong Chong would probably be crushed by Shenbeobeo. As the pet with the most comprehensive attributes and the most superclass racial skills in Shiyu's team, 11 is well deserved to be the first. It has a strong physique, sufficient endurance, a legion defense skill that no one can break, and Gold and Thunder are both powerful attack attributes, and the distribution is almost perfect. Chong Chong relied on his understanding of each teammate, with the weakest racial attribute, as well as powerful racial skills and tactical arrangements, to defeat and tie other teammates. It is indeed not easy for Chong Chong. If we don't count the improvement brought by active skills, and simply divide vitality, energy value, and physique into the 3 dimensions of pet beast racial attributes, then 11's 3 dimensions should be vitality, medium, energy value, medium, and physique, extremely high. The 3 dimensions of Chitong and Susu are vitality, high, energy value, medium, and physique, medium. Shenbeobeo's 3 dimensions are vitality, extremely high, energy value, extremely high, and physique, extremely low. As for the 3 dimensions of Chong Chong, they are vitality, very low, energy value, medium, and physique, very low, which is a big tragedy. So it is not easy for Chong Chong to get to this point, thanks to the weirdness of the space system and the fact that its space system skills do not have as big side effects as the time system skills of Shenbeobeo. Although it may not be able to beat Shenbeobeo if the venue is limited, Chong Chong has not brought any equipment yet. If it can bring an 8th level or 9th level dragon resource, its improvement may not be less than that of the time fruit. After all, as a high-level skill, the upper limit of the improvement of the time fruit is to increase the strength of the pet to the overlord level when the potential of the mythical race is not revealed. And Shenbeobeo, who has the highest racial attribute, tied for second place, Shiyu was not surprised. Its attributes are really strong. But unfortunately, if there is no teaching skill, except for the moon explosion, none of its racial skills are offensive skills. This is also the price of strong racial attributes. A bunch of little perverts. After the team competition, Shiyu began to take them down a mountain. Next, it was time to go to the national competition to see the situation. With the current strength of the team, although it is still difficult to play in the World Championship where the entry threshold is the Overlord level, going there will be a death sentence, but in the national competition, they should be able to slaughter, just like playing in the Baby Cup. It can be said that this team competition is a warm-up for the national competition. I hope everything goes well. Chapter 312 11 New Skills. After the team competition, Shiyu came back. After finally winning the team competition, 11 stopped training and kept hanging around Shiyu, acting cute. Shiyu didn't show any mercy and pinched her for a long time. It's true, after getting used to pinching Susu recently, it's a different experience to play with a panda again. 11, oh, Shiyu saw through 11's thoughts. What he meant was when the rewards for the team competition would be credited. Isn't it just for the legendary resources that we worked so hard to win the team competition? This is a good question. Shiyu also wanted to know. Coincidentally, at this moment, Shiyu's phone rang. The caller was Principal Feng. Shiyu put 11 on his shoulder and answered the phone. Principal Feng, Shiyu, Principal Feng's voice came from the other end. Do you remember what we talked about last time? Shiyu was startled and turned his head to look at 11. Here they come. Whether your legendary resources can be credited depends on what Principal Feng says next. If it works, you will have the resources. If it fails, we can only find a way out from other channels later. The burning gold has been sent to me. Will it be given to you when you come to the ancient capital? Or when I go to the Magic City in 2 days. This year's national competition is held in the Magic City, and it is about to start. In 2 days, the ancient capital university team will go to the Magic City. Shiyu will naturally go to the Magic City to participate in the competition. Well, I'll go to the ancient capital, and then I will go to the Magic City with the school team, Shiyu said. By the way, Principal Feng, what about the legendary resources, burning gold? This metal can allow 11 to carve a new inscription and awaken a new racial skill. Of course, Shiyu is looking forward to this, but legendary resources are also necessary. His money was spent on buying evolutionary resources. Although evolutionary resources have the highest cost effectiveness, once evolved, they can comprehensively improve the potential of pets. But now, each of Shiyu's pets has almost evolved to the end, and it is very difficult to go further, so the cost effectiveness of strengthening resources is now apparent. Especially legendary resources, this kind of resources, whether for kings, overlords, or totems, is a must-have. It can perfectly enhance the king level to the overlord level, and it can give the overlord level a chance to be enhanced to the totem level, and it can also make the totem level go further, saving countless years of hard training. It is normal that a resource with a chance to create a totem level is difficult to prove. I knew you would ask this, Principal Feng laughed and said, from the current approval progress, there is basically no problem, and the chance is still great. The difficulty now is not whether you are qualified to get the legendary resources, but that you are only at the master level. Is it too early to hold the legendary resources? Whether you can perfectly utilize the value of the legendary resources is the problem that the association is worried about now. By the way, tell me your demand for legendary resources. Hearing this, Shiyu laughed and realized that it was stable. He said, gold. It is best to have gold-based enhanced resources that can enhance vitality and energy value. I understand, Principal Feng nodded. And he knew that it was prepared for 11 again. The life of the Jiuli war beast, the three-dimensional race actually has no shortcomings, but it is not impossible to continue to strengthen. Their physique is comparable to that of the Dragon Clan, and they are almost the top physique among all pets. Therefore, it is very difficult to continue to strengthen the physique. However, in terms of race vitality and race energy value, Jiuli war beasts still need to be improved. Vitality determines the lifespan and self-healing ability of pets, as well as the recovery effect after being treated, and the growth potential. Generally speaking, in a battle, when the combat power is similar, the pet with stronger vitality has a greater chance of survival and victory. Even if there is an extremely strong will, it is difficult to burst out miracles without the support of vitality. The energy value represents how much energy the pet's body can withstand. Although some pets can fight with the help of natural forces, the energy value is no longer so important to them, but the more energy the body can withstand, the more benefits it will definitely have. After all, natural forces depend too much on the environment. Just like Susu and Shen Bao this time, because they were fighting on the ice field, their combat power was not fully exerted. If it were a battle in the deep sea, it is estimated that Shiyu's other pets, except Chong Chong, would go crazy, but Susu would definitely be like a fish in water. If they were to fight in a forest with strong earth power, Shen Bao, with his endurance, might not be able to defeat 11, but he might not be weak to 11, and they could drag it out for 10 days and 10 nights. Of course, a place like the ice field is definitely not an ideal place for Chitong and 11 to fight, and everyone is about the same. Only Chong Chong can ignore the adverse effects of various environments on himself because of his fantasy power. From this point of view, Chong Chong is still powerful. Therefore, Shiyu's idea is that in terms of physique, 11 is already perfect, so the next legendary resources are better to strengthen 11's life race value and energy race value, so that it can become more without shortcomings. Okay, I will try to apply for the right resources for you, Principal Feng said. Don't worry, take your time. Shiyu was satisfied. This is indeed not urgent, because the above concerns are also reasonable. Even if he is given legendary resources now, he can't use them, just collect them in advance. To be truly capable of using legendary resources, his beast control space must at least reach level 7. Otherwise, if he uses legendary resources for 11 now, he can indeed break through to the Overlord, but he can't bear it. Moreover, if Shiyu wants to cultivate a perfect Overlord, he has to raise their superclass skills to the perfect level in advance. Well, by the way, Is the construction of a marine environmental protection department going smoothly? Principal Feng asked. Very smoothly. The Silver Sea battleship has almost a prototype of a sea base, and Brigadier General Ziokin is still amazing, Shi Yu said. In the past half-month, although he didn't go there often, he could find the huge changes in the Silver Sea battleship only occasionally twice. That's good. Their family is really amazing. Her sister, her mother, are both very powerful mechanics, haha. Principal Feng smiled and said, speaking of which, the special guest of this year's national competition is Brigadier General Ziokin's sister, legendary mechanic. Zio Shuang. Shi Yu was stunned. Zio Shuang, now should be in her 30s or nearly 40 years old, is a super genius of the previous generation. Shi Yu's biggest impression of her should be that she has a huge dark mecha built with 100 change stone as the core. Very handsome. Yes, this year's champion will be awarded by her. Shi Yu smiled and said, oh, really good. I hope that by then, I can rely on the relationship with Brigadier General Ziokin to let him touch the other party's mecha and copy some powerful mechanical skills in advance, so that he doesn't have to worry about how to cultivate mechanical pets after getting the changing stone. I'm off topic, ahem, Principal Feng said. I just wanted to tell you that Dragon Palace City has invested a lot of resources in the Marine Environmental Protection Department, right, Donghuang. In addition to investing in a base and several talents, we'll also invest some resources in the future. Take a look and see what is more suitable. If Shi Yu didn't mention the legendary resources, Dong Huang would not rush to give them. So even if Shi Yu didn't want the investment from the Environmental Protection Department, Dong Huang would try its best to give them things. Rather than investing in Shi Yu, it's better to say that it's investing in the reincarnation of the Kanghe elf. If you don't treat your child well when he is young, don't blame him for not being close to you when he grows up. Dragon Palace City invested money and provided beasts, but there was nothing on the Donghuang side, let alone making friends with a Kanghe elf. Then let's cultivate resources, the cultivation resources of the reincarnation of the sea elves. Mainly some high quality, but below level 8 cultivation water resources, Shi Yu laughed. Well, in addition to resources, the association seems to be preparing to open several top water pet cultivation sites for you. I will send you the information later, understood? Shi Yu nodded. That's all I have to say. There is also the matter of the national competition. Well, you, take your time. If you can get the first place, it would be the best. Over there, Principal Feng had a strange expression. Originally, when Shi Yu was thinking about the first prize of the national competition last time, he felt that there was little hope. After all, last time, Shi Yu did not have a king-level pet, and Gozhuan had long been a famous super genius. In this case, he felt that it was normal for Shi Yu to have little hope. However, who knew that Shi Yu's trip to Longgong City caused such a big commotion? Not only did Shibai break through to the king level, but after the breakthrough, he could even suppress the Thunder Dragon Prince. In addition, the ginseng baby blew up 2 overlords, which made Principal Feng realize the potential of the fruit of time again. Although it is impossible to achieve such an achievement, it is still okay to exert the overlord's attack, right? Now, according to his understanding, each of Shi Yu's pets has reached the king level. In this case, if Gozhuan does not contract a new pet for this national competition, then Gozhuan will definitely not be able to fight with Shi Yu. There are obviously multiple contract positions, but only one pet is contracted. This is Gozhuan's biggest weakness before, but it is also his biggest trump card. If Gozhuan chooses to use the empty contract position this time and strengthen the equipment of the ultimate holy dragon beast on the contract, then his strength is estimated to soar. After knowing Shi Yu's strength, the Imperial Capital University and the 4th game will definitely help Gozhuan with all their strength during this period. Therefore, at present, Principal Feng has great expectations for Shi Yu, but he dare not have too much expectations. In short, if he can be the first, it will be great. After all, the national competition determines part of the annual education funds, but if he can't be the first, the second is not bad. Anyway, he is content. Don't worry, leave it to me, Shi Yu nodded. I will go back to the ancient capital tomorrow. It's time for the Iron-Eating Beast Knight to return to the arena. The end of this year can be said to be quite lively. Not only is the national competition in December worth looking forward to, but the national professional assessment in January next year is also a hot spot. Coupled with the recent popularity of the sequence competition that has swept the country, the current Beastmaster field is full of vitality. Huh? The ice field flew to the sky of the ancient capital. and 2 people sat on each of the 2 white dragons. These 2 people were both wearing panda suits. The difference was that the young man was wearing black trousers, while the girl, in addition to the loose white short-sleeved shirt, was wearing a black short skirt decorated with a panda tail. "Are you still used to it?" Shiyu asked Lindsay as who next to him. "Very exciting." The panda senior sat on the 3rd prince of the Dragon Palace city, who was materialized by the insect, with a flushed face, looking forward. This time from the ice field to the ancient capital, Shiyu did not choose to take a plane, but went directly through the wild area like he did when he went to the neighboring Binhei city. Lindsay who also accompanied him to the ancient capital and the magic capital this time. In Lindsay who's words, he couldn't miss the opportunity to sell the iron-eating beast and green cotton worm package to the players who lost the national competition. After this competition, the iron-eating beast and green cotton worm will definitely usher in a wave of popularity again. Lindsay who had personally witnessed the evolution of 11 and knew that 11 had millions of energy points, was quite confident in Shiyu's strength. Moreover, she also participated in the juvenile breeding stage and the awakening stage of the royal bloodline in the cultivation process of 11. She had even greater expectations than Shiyu about how far 11 could go in the national competition this time. Not long after, the 2 of them went directly through the wild area and arrived at the mountains that the ancient capital university had cleared for students to train, and entered the ancient capital university from here. Fuck, damn, what is this? The ancient capital university students who were training in the mountains looked at the 2 white dragons flying high in the sky, and their eyes widened, with a look of horror. After arriving at Gudo University, Lindsay who chose to visit his teacher and the 3 little ferruginous animals in the Ferruginous Animal Research Institute. Today, these 3 ferruginous animals with ideological stamps have become the campus mascots of Gudo University. Although they have not yet become national treasures, they have become the school treasures of Gudo University. Gudo University has determined that it will not give these 3 ferruginous animals to students or let them sign contracts. It will raise them for their entire lives with the resources of Gudo University, just like Gudo University raised a bunch of cats 100 years ago, purely as a campus logo. Besides, who says pandas are not cats? Haha. It can be regarded as an old tradition of Gudo University. The main reason is that these 3 pandas are very self-disciplined. They train by themselves every day and play a leading role. Even the ferruginous animals work so hard, so why shouldn't students work hard? Originally, senior sister Beast Ear Girl wanted to contract one of the 3, but later, she changed her mind and planned to wait for a royal iron-eating beast. The royal family like 11 has now found a way to help the royal iron-eating beast awaken its bloodline. In the future, royal iron-eating beasts should appear one after another. Baizai had already made an appointment with Lindsay on this point, and even senior sister Lu had made an appointment with Lindsay for a royal iron-eating beast. In Gudo University, Shiyu first found Principal Feng and asked him for the burning gold. Then, he went to find the gem cat. The reason why he didn't go directly to the magic city but came to Gudo first was because Shiyu planned to take over the treasure house of the gem cat. After returning last time, the gem cat went back to Gudo University to retreat. Shiyu suspected that it was hiding from him. But he could not hide from the first day, and he had seen the list of resources in the treasure house of the gem cat. He had said that he would not lose any resources. Although those resources were not as good as a legendary resource, or even half of it, it was estimated that it would be no problem to sell them for tens of billions. At that time, Shiyu plans to use this money to strengthen his pets. If Shiyu remembers correctly, the gem cat still has an 8th level gem that seals the soul of the undead overlord. I wonder if it can be unsealed and let Chitong chop it. It can be considered half a overlord level undead, right? There are also a lot of other gems, and jades. From the fact that the gem cat has collected the Dragon God Dragon Ball, you can know how rich its family background is. It is a real lucky cat, worthy of being the richest overlord of Donghuang in the year. Where is your original body? In the resource area of Gudo University, Shiyu stared at the gem cat clone and asked. Forget it, the clone is the same. Bring me all the resources first, gem cat clone, meow, I am just a clone. What resources? The original body didn't explain, Shiyu. Then do you know where it is? Go and call it over, gem cat's clone, meow, not sure, but I'll contact you as soon as I find it. Shiyu left. He suspected that the gem cat was hiding from him. But it's not a big problem. Anyway, the gem fruits that the gem cat took away are not enough for it to eat for a long time. When it gets hungry, it will definitely come out. Let's go back to the dormitory first. Shiyu took the burning gold and ran to the dormitory. He didn't care about anything else. Let's see what skills this metal can awaken for 11. Shiyu's student dormitory. He seems to have not been back for a long time. Shiyu instinctively wanted to release Chong Chong to clean up first, but after thinking about it, he released Su Su. After it purifies the room, the air is fresh, and some harmful substances in the home will also dissipate more thoroughly, so some decoration companies like to contract some pets with purification abilities to provide good services. Su Su, leave it to me. Spotless. After contracting Su Su, Chong Chong may become the biggest winner, not Chi Tong. Good kid. After arranging tasks for Su Su, Shiyu began to go to the ruined space and took 11 to strengthen. On the wide training ground outside 11's exclusive training room, 11 looked at the burning gold held by Shiyu excitedly. This is a fist-sized, very irregular, special metal with blue flame patterns, as if the whole metal is about to burn. If you look at it at first glance, you really think it will be a special fire metal. But in fact, according to the research results of the third game, this metal is an 8th level special metal that can effectively strengthen the spirit. Even if it is not used for the evolution of the iron-eating beast, it contains special energy radiation, which can make the spiritual will of the living body burn and emerge with a huge fighting spirit. Of course, this burning has nothing to do with flames, it is just a metaphor. It seems that after breaking the record at the Wheelante of the Emperor Wu ruins, the reward is this burning gold. It's a pity that Chong Sun said that the burning gold there was taken away by an ancient general. Now it can be regarded as making up for the regret. Shiyu smiled and threw the burning gold to the eager 11. Evolutionary resources that can make the spirit burn. I wonder if it can make 11 have a breakthrough in willpower. While Shiyu was thinking, 11 had already excitedly eaten the burning gold. Boom. Then, 11's eyes flashed, and the materialized blue deterrent aura slowly permeated his body, making his breath rise steadily. Ying, because it had the experience of engraving inscriptions several times before, this time it was very skilled. It quickly engraved the corresponding inscriptions, and began to receive the power of the burning gold through the digestive ability brought by the inscriptions and transform it into potential. ZHI, 11's hardened right palm claws began to slowly scratch his body. Then, under Shiyu's nervous gaze, white light began to linger on 11's body. At this time, 11 was very excited because it immediately felt the power rising faster. 11 roared, and his body was completely wrapped in white light. At the same time, the illustration in front of Shiyu was quickly showing 11's growth and changes. Energy value: 4.62 million. It didn't increase much, because burning gold is not a traditional strengthening resource. It doesn't increase the pet's various aspects by much. It just symbolically increases 11's spiritual power. Otherwise, if it is replaced with other level 8 strengthening resources, 11's power can be further strengthened. Of course, Shiyu didn't expect this. He was more looking forward to 11's new skills. Can it help to practice the will of the Overlord? At the beginning, Chong Sun walked fast and failed to ask what the super-level skills of the iron-eating beast were in advance. This was his biggest regret. Soon, the white light and deterrent power on 11's body gradually restrained in this process. At the same time, Shiyu instantly learned the information of this new skill through the spiritual connection between the Beastmaster and the pet. Skill: Unstoppable. Attribute: Gold. Spirit: Level. Super level. Introduction: When in a desperate situation of dying, you can burst out an unstoppable force beyond the limit according to the strength of your spiritual will. Shiyu: Shit, what I want is a skill that helps me practice the Overlord's will. I didn't ask you to awaken a skill with a similar effect to the Overlord's will. Is this to transform the Overlord's will from passive to active? At this time, 11's eyes lit up. He thought that this skill was quite powerful. It goes well with the introverted edge. The introverted edge can burst out a force beyond the limit, but it will put a serious load on oneself. If the force bursts out is too much, it may even enter a state of near death and fall into a desperate situation. There is no need for the enemy to put oneself in a desperate situation. Through the introverted edge, one can manually turn on the desperate situation mode, and 2 consecutive super bursts are really unstoppable. 11 thought it was great. Do you want me to teach you the skills of resurrection and strike back so that you can burst 3 or 4 times in a row? Shiyu asked with a twitching mouth. 11's eyes lit up. Each time, it was an explosion beyond the limit. Each time it was used up, it was on the verge of death. But each time it could continue to explode after being on the verge of death. It had endless trump cards, becoming an invincible panda king. It looked good. At that time, the baby was just so-so. What the hell, if you play like this, you will fall sooner or later. Shiyu's mouth twitched. If you are not careful, you will go from near death to real death. You will not be proud of it. You don't have the resurrection skills. The skills of the Jiuli war beast are really dangerous. No wonder the Emperor Wu has hidden injuries. Even if there is no meteorite, this fighting method, after merging with the Beastmaster, will also be dangerous for the Beastmaster. Fortunately, I am telepathic. It seems that asking Principal Finn to help me apply for the legendary resources to enhance the vitality of the iron-eating beast is right. No. When I think of Qitong's interlaced sword, Shiyu also has a headache. Although his physique can now withstand Qitong's possession, using the interlaced sword will still cause damage. Well, anyway, 11's skill is a bit dangerous. If you want to use it, you have to be on the verge of death. Who can stand it? Although, 11 may have gotten used to self-harming every day. Shiyu looked at the skill illustrations. At present, high-speed healing does not seem to be enough for 11. I will copy more life-saving skills for 11 another day. After the national competition, in order to prepare for the world competition, it is time to strengthen the pets. Adaptive low-level teaching skills and superclass race skills must be arranged. Ying, at this time, after eating a piece of level 8 metal and awakening a new skill, 11 seemed to be unsatisfied. He recovered to a mini posture and poked Shiyu, asking if there was another piece of meteorite fragment. Can I eat that? Susu's purification skill is now at the maximum level, and her strength is also at the king level. It should be able to escort it when it absorbs the meteorite fragments to evolve. If it doesn't work, eat a time fruit. The full level purification of the overlord level Susu will definitely be safe and worry-free. Shiyu smiled slightly, stood up, and said, "That's right, I thought so too, but let's try it after the national competition is over. After all, absorbing the fragments of the meteorite is not risk-free. It is different from burning gold. The next is the national competition. If something goes wrong during the process and you can't participate in the battle, a large amount of resources will be wasted. Moreover, in the process of absorbing the fragments of the meteorite, according to what Master Chong Sun said, the power of darkness will erode the will. I feel that this may be a good opportunity to temper the will. It is best not to use Susu's help. It is better to wait until there is enough time before fully welcoming the challenge." 11. Oh, good. At the same time, in the imperial capital, in a mechanical research institute, Gao Zhuan put down the tools in his hand and looked at the anti-Shiyu ultimate holy dragon beast in front of him, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Zhuan really knew Shiyu's record in Longgong City. Even if he didn't know, with Shiyu's name appearing in the top 100 of the sequence battle, he could judge that Shiyu must have hidden strength. Therefore, before the national competition was held, he decisively upgraded the ultimate holy dragonman with the help of the seniors from the Imperial Capital University and the 4th Bureau. He took out all his assets, awakened and contracted 4 new machines that could be used to combine with the ultimate holy dragonman, all of which were new mechanical equipment of the king race and king level, including new energy sources, new converters, and new weapons. These were very complete. He originally planned to awaken and combine them after obtaining materials such as the metamorphosis stone, but he didn't expect that he would be forced to work hard in advance, which would result in him having to readjust at that time, which would be very energy consuming. Now, with a combination of 5 pets and my controller, we'll be 6 in 1. We should be able to barely defend against an attack from a hegemon. Moreover, when combined with the ultimate holy dragon beast, we can launch an attack from a hegemon. Although it will be overloaded, I feel like it might be a bit of a waste of talent. Gao Zhuan fell into deep thought. Never mind, just think of it as working hard for the sequence battle in advance. He picked up the supplement weekly. He had been working so hard to upgrade his machines recently, but he was exhausted. Before this, he had never thought that a freshman would temporarily become a threat to him. Chapter 313 National Competition. Kudo University. After Shiyu fed 11 the burning gold, he came out to check Susu's cleaning results. Ning, it's true, it's still so perfect, the whole room is full of fresh air. If he had the combination of purification plus sweetness earlier, he wouldn't have lost his patience to meditate. Beautiful, Ning, come on, I'll take you around the school. Shiyu stretched out his hand, and Susu jumped onto Shiyu's arm, and then climbed onto his head. Susu, I'll cue that grave. At this time, Shiyu looked like he was wearing a blue hat, and he looked particularly childish. This was Susu's first time at Gudo University. If it was going to the battlefield of the dead to train next, it would have to stay here for a long time, and Shiyu planned to take it to familiarize itself first. In addition, he hadn't been back for a long time, and he didn't take the final exam this year. It was really cool to be a student. Battle Club. Because the national competition was in 2 days, Shiyu came to check on the situation. When he came, Principal Feng seemed to be there too. He must have gone out for a walk after giving him the money to come and see the contestants from Gudo University. Director He, the instructor of the Battle Club, was also there, giving a lecture to the members of the Battle Club. There are no masters participating in the team competition this year, so if you get the last place again this year, it will be unreasonable anyway. Suzanne, you are the vice president. What place can Gudo University get this time? Vice President Suzelle looked tangled and said, it's hard to say about this, you are just cowards. I'll set a number. The top 5 teams will go to the Magic City together this time, including the reserve members. However, whether you participate in the competition or not, you must write a post-combat analysis of no less than 100,000 words based on the competition situation. After Director He finished speaking, the faces of hundreds of Battle Club members below suddenly became bitter. Damn it. Even if the training is doubled, it is better than a 100,000-word post-combat analysis. Hey, Shiyu is here. At this time, Principal Feng, who was listening to Director He's lecture to the members, suddenly looked towards the door. To be honest, he didn't have much hope for the team competition of Gudo University. After all, the resources of the school were not equal to those of other schools. At present, he was counting on Shiyu and Baizai, the 2 members participating in the individual competition, to achieve good results. This year, the individual competition still determines more educational funds. In previous years, Gudo University's performance was indeed not very good, so the annual educational funds were basically crushed by Imperial Capital and Magic Capital University by several times, but next year, maybe it can be generous. The results of the caterpillar cocoon of the breeding department, the results of the iron-eating beast of the archaeology department, and the results of the national competition are definitely the achievements of the top-tier universities. And all of this seems to be attributed to the super genius that Lu Chengyu picked up from that small county. Shiyu, hearing Principal Feng's voice, hundreds of members of the Battle Club and Director He all looked towards the door. Ahem. At this time, Shiyu also coughed dryly and came in embarrassedly. He didn't expect that everyone was in a meeting. Director He, Principal Feng, Shiyu, you came at the right time. Director He smiled when he saw Shiyu. The other students also looked at this great god in silence, with complicated eyes. The reason is very simple. It's not because Shiyu once swept through the Imperial Capital University and defeated the careless vice-captain of the Imperial Capital University in a single duel with his equipment. Instead, Shiyu, who had been missing in the ancient Capital University for several months, actually appeared in the top 100 of the sequence battle. This is what shocked everyone the most. Although Shiyu didn't feel anything at the time, as soon as the ranking of the sequence battle was announced, every student of the ancient Capital University, especially the Beastmasters of the Battle Club, was very surprised. You know, the Beastmasters in the sequence battle are not just college students. Let's put it this way, among all the students of the 9 universities, only 2 have entered the top 100. One is Gao Zhuan, and the other is Shiyu. Even the Imperial Capital University's Bai Wenji, whom Shiyu had defeated, and the Gudo University's legitimate captain Baizai, were ranked hundreds of places away. Although Shiyu was soon knocked out of the top 100 and his ranking dropped, he had at least been in it before. The top 100. The top 100 were all super geniuses who had grown up, or seniors who were several years older than them and had graduated a long time ago, or those who had reached the top of other systems, and almost all of them were top masters. In this case, Shiyu, a freshman, entered the ranks, which made people who knew Shiyu feel like they were seeing a ghost. In their impression, Shiyu was a high-level beastmaster. Although he could fight beyond his level, he was only a high-level beastmaster. But looking at this ranking, There is no doubt that Shiyu must have made another breakthrough. Not only himself, but also some of his pets must have reached the king level, and their combat power was off the charts. Not many people knew that Shiyu had broken through to the master level in the Emperor Wu ruins, and even fewer people knew about his trip to Dragon Palace City. Therefore, this gave these students of ancient capital university an illusion that things had suddenly become unscientific. Now that they finally saw the missing Shiyu, many people began to speculate what Shiyu had experienced. He experienced, Yushu, one of the few people in the crowd who knew part of the truth and had been to Dragon Palace City, burst into tears. What Shiyu had experienced was the kind that no one would believe even if he told the truth. Therefore, Yushu was tactful and did not publicize the Dragon Palace City. In Yushu's opinion, Shiyu's record in Dragon Palace City was indeed worthy of being in the top 100 of the sequence battle, and that iron-eating beast was a monster. Not to mention these students, even Director he had no idea and had not reached that level. But he also had a guess. He at least knew that Shiyu had contracted the heroic spirit of Muhuian of the Overlord race and the butterfly of illusion of the Overlord race. He knew that Shiyu was a member of the 11th Bureau. He suspected that it might be that these two pets had grown up completely and reached the king level under the secret investment of Gudo University and the 11th Bureau. Other students did not know Shiyu's identity, but he knew that Shiyu must have received much more training resources than these ordinary students. Shiyu, this time in Gudo University, only you and Baizai will participate in the individual competition. You know this, right, Director, he said. Well, but Senior Su hasn't made a breakthrough yet, Shiyu asked subconsciously. It is said that there are 21 Master Beast Masters in the 9 universities, including him, in this individual competition. If he is not counted, among the 20 Masters, there is only Baizai in Gudo University, which is too lame. As the Vice President, how can Senior Suze be so incompetent? Suze? Why are you talking about me, damn it? It's not that easy. Suze's task of leading the team competition is also very arduous, Director, he said. However, all of you still have to learn from Shiyu. Shiyu, Baizai is not here today. As one of the few players in the battle club who can participate in the individual competition, do you have anything to say to everyone? After the new rules of the national competition were revised, Baizai temporarily handed over the task of training the school team to Director He, and returned to Wuling City to prepare for the individual competition. The family also prepared some resources for her. Shiyu knew this. During his chat with Senior Bai, he had learned that Baizai now had 3 pets that had been strengthened to the monarch level, namely the fairy feather crane, the 9-tailed light fox, and the skylight white tiger. Although they were not male and not the heirs of the Wuling Bai family, but with a ruined space, the Dragon Palace City quota, and a large amount of resources invested, Senior Bai seemed to be very favored in the Bai family. What do you want to say? After a moment of silence, Shiyu said, everyone. Come on, everyone, is there any difference between saying nothing? The next day, the group of people from ancient capital university began to head to the Magic City. The mighty super team of more than 100 people, including teachers and students. As for other students who want to come to the scene to watch the game, they have to find a way. Of course, people with connections like Senior Sister Panda must have been taken along by Shiyu, traveling at public expense. Before leaving, Baizai arrived at Gudo University, but after hearing Principal Feng say that Lu Chengyi was practicing hard in the ruins and would not go to watch the game, he couldn't help but feel very sad. However, being able to stick to the beautiful Senior Sister Panda, Baizai quickly recovered his good mood. Magic City. One of the best super cities in Donghuang. At this time, the national competition player village near the East China Sea has gathered a large number of the pride of the 9 universities. Soon, the team battle and individual competition finals will be held at the East China Sea arena near the player village. Of course, the preliminaries of the individual competition, the natural island full of ferocious beasts, is naturally somewhere else. At the player village of Gudo University, after everyone arrived, Baizai, who hadn't seen the team members for more than half a month, immediately summoned everyone to ask about the training and tactical arrangements. Even though Director He had arranged everything properly, she was still worried and planned to check it again. Shiyu also sat beside him and listened in boredom. The more he listened, the less hope he had for the team competition of Gudo University. It was not until Baizai asked the 10 main players to disband that Baizai looked at Shiyu, who was playing with his phone in the corner. How are you preparing? She asked. Not bad, What are you doing, watching the video edited by Chong Chong? It plans to release Legend of Mu Huai in 2, the corner of Bai's eyes mouth twitched. So, with the national competition coming up, you and your pet, it's fine if you don't train seriously, but you don't even take a break to do this? Although, she also clicked on the subscription, but can you update it at a later time? Don't you have a sense of urgency? Bai's eye asked. Others don't matter, but there is still Gao Zhuan, a super monster who is only 21 years old and ranked in the top 20 in the sequence competition, can't be ignored. The sequence battle committee ranked Shiyu's Dragon Palace City record in the 80s and Gao Zhuan in the 20s, which means Gao Zhuan must have hidden cards and stronger records. Don't worry, my goal is the same as senior sister Lu, the World Championship. If I can't kill in the National Championship, I don't have to go to the World Championship. Shiyu was very serious. He didn't underestimate the enemy. The number of cards he prepared was definitely not what senior sister Beast Ear Girl could think of. Bai's eye. Damn it, just bullying her for not being qualified to go to the World Championship. Your pet is really king level, she asked. Yes, Shiyu smiled. Normal king. In addition, he has a lot of fancy combinations. Okay then, Bai's eye sighed, a little tired. Instead of worrying about Shiyu, she should worry about herself first. The National Competition Player Village, at this time, gathered geniuses from various top universities. The Imperial Capital, the Ancient Capital, the Magic Capital, the Divine Capital, the Star Capital, the Demon Capital, the Spiritual Capital. At the same time, there are also special rare pets from various cities, accompanied by Beastmasters, appearing in various places in the contestant village. It can be said to be an unprecedented grand occasion. One after another, media teams shuttled through the contestant village, looking for contestants to interview. On the internet, there are endless discussions about the guessing of the national competition. Although it is a rare grand occasion, Shiyu still chose to return to the contestant dormitory to lie down. The competition will not start until tomorrow, and today is another boring day. Tomorrow is the individual competition preliminaries. At that time, there will be 21 masters, who will compete on an island full of fierce beasts. In the end, those who remain to the end can enter the finals to decide the individual champion. The individual competition preliminaries, team competitions, and individual competition finals are the order of this national competition. After returning, Shiyu continued to take out his mobile phone and brushed it. It was not to see the discussion about the national competition on the internet, but the trailer 2 of Lost History 001, The Legend of Mu Huai in released by Chong Chong passed the review. It is another short and powerful super short film of more than 1 minute, just as short and weak as the Green Cotton Worm. However, although it is short and weak, this time, many exciting clips have been added. Since the ID, Time Traveler, was flipped by the official account of Gudu University last time, it has gained 100,000 fans so far. Many people are looking forward to the sequel of The Legend of Mu Huai. But unfortunately, this one has been postponed for nearly a month. Therefore, the moment the trailer 2 passed the review, many strange comments were added. Grandpa, the author you follow has finally updated, monthly publication is fine, why is it a trailer? It's too much, like first and then watch, develop good habits. This is a comment before reading the content. And the comments after reading the content. Wow, General Mu Huai had a miserable childhood. Not only was he ostracized by his own people, but he also had to suffer from his fire bloodline. Because the fire bloodline in his body was too strong, he had to contract an ice-type pet to suppress it? Hiss, no wonder General Mu Huai had a fire talent but contracted an ice-type pet. Can the bloodline power of a mixed-blood human be so strong that he needs an ice dragon to suppress it? I also have a mixed-blood friend who doesn't have this problem at all, but he has too much body hair and can't be suppressed. Fuck. The Emperor of Time used the super-level skills of the Undead in Time series to transform General Mu Huai's bloodline power into heroic spirit and sealed it in the ruins? Is this true or not? Wipe. This ruins looks so much like the heroic spirit ruins in the ancient capital. The trailer 2 of Lost History 001, Legend of Mu Huai reveals that General Mu Huai of the mixed blood race was tortured by the power of blood, so he had to contract the ice pet to suppress the power, and accidentally obtained the title of General Ice Dragon. At the same time, it shows General Mu Huai's miserable childhood and the suffering brought to her by her mixed blood during her growth. Although experts have analyzed the previous video before, after this time, everyone finally determined the reason why General Mu Huan erased the traces of his existence. Because his mixed blood was not accepted by the world. Indeed, before the period of the female emperor dynasty in Donghuang, the mixed-blood human race had always been regarded as a foreign race. Such a rough experience made many modern beastmasters sigh. I feel sorry for General Mu Huan. However, what made countless beastmasters more concerned at this time was that General Mu Huan's blood had turned into a heroic spirit and still existed in the world. Was it sealed in the ancient capital of the heroic spirit ruins by the Emperor of Time? Soon, this news was completely confirmed. Because the official account of Gudo University reposted this video again. At the same time, it also commented, according to archaeological discoveries, the heroic spirit of General Mu Huan is indeed sealed in the heroic spirit ruins, and the so-called heroic spirit ruins are. The Gudo University account began to popularize what the heroic spirit ruins are. Then, the key point came. Not only the heroic spirit of General Mu Huan, but also the heroic spirits of all the generals under the command of Emperor Shi, exist in the heroic spirit ruins. Every year, our Gudo University organizes students to go to the heroic spirit ruins to communicate with the ancient heroic spirits, inherit the will of the predecessors. And those with outstanding talents have the opportunity to gain the recognition of the heroic spirits and can track them. It is better to act than to be moved. Welcome to apply for the Archaeology Department of Gudo University next year. Hug JPG, the conspiracy of the admissions office of Gudo University. No, it's an obvious conspiracy. All the beastmasters wiped their saliva and suspected that this was the enrollment method of Gudo University. Being able to contact the heroic spirit ruins is indeed the core competitiveness of Gudo University. However, things like the dead spirit system are not liked by everyone. Even though its predecessor was an ancient sage, some beastmasters could not accept it. They felt that under the same conditions, it was not as good as other races. The dragon resources of the imperial capital and the mechanical pets of Xingdu were equally attractive. Gudo University had its own core competitiveness, and other universities naturally had it too. Each university could offer rare pet resources that were not inferior to the heroic relics to attract new students. Moreover, the conditions for the heroic relics to recognize the master were indeed high, which was beyond doubt. But this time, it had to be said that General Mu Huan was too charming. She was a mixed-blood human, had red hair and red eyes, was powerful, and was a beautiful general. The combination of multiple labels made many beastmasters overwhelmed. I understand. I'll apply to Gudo University next year. Is it too late to transfer now? Damn, I want to go to Gudo University. My mother applied to Xingdu University for me. I'm 8 years old now. I'll be able to go to college in 10 years. I don't know if there's still a chance. What the hell? And Gudo University, send money. Shiyu looked at the comments one by one and shook his head. However, when the national competition comes, if everyone knows that he has contracted Mu Huan's spirit away in advance, he won't become a public enemy, right? Chapter 314, Beyond the Ultimate Deterrence. December 1st, 178th year of the League calendar. After Shiyu lay down for a day, the national competition officially kicked off. Millions of eyes were focused on the national competition. Those who had the conditions came to the scene in the Magic City. Those who didn't have the conditions waited for the live broadcast in front of their mobile phones and TVs. Donghuang Radio and Television Station. Donghuang Radio and Television Station. This is the Donghae district of the Magic City. The 114th national competition is about to begin. In the live broadcast of the national competition, the female host said, "I am the host and commentator Han Lu." The male host said, "I am the host and commentator Gu Yu." The two have hosted and commented on 5 national competitions. For the audience who pay attention to the competition every year, they are familiar faces. Soon, as the two talked nonsense, colorful fireworks rose inside and outside the Donghae arena, and the school flags of the 9 Beastmaster universities in Donghuang also fluttered. At the same time, 9 teams of more than 10 people began to enter the venue from different directions. In the Gudo University team, Shiyu followed behind by Zai, and behind him were the senior Beastmasters who participated in the team competition. After the contestants and the audience were in place, one of the 3 people sitting on the podium of the venue, a bearded old man, began to speak. Shiyu looked at the hunched, white-haired, bearded old man. He knew him, but not completely. If Shiyu was not wrong, the other party should be Zhang Yan, the head of the 8th Bureau of the Donghuang 13 bureaus, and the boss of Principal Feng. He has a strong record of excavating and teaching a legendary beastmaster and a legendary beastmaster. As for his own strength, it is not clear. Next to him is a very beautiful and cool long-haired lady. She is a legendary mechanic, Xiao Shuang, the sister of Brigadier General Xiao Qin. It is said that the security work of the individual preliminaries of this national competition is the responsibility of her overlord-level mechanical life, Star Eye. As for the last middle-aged man with great dignity, Shi Yu also knew him. He is the president of the Magic City Beastmaster Association who just took office this year, the legendary Beastmaster Xiaoman. Because this year's competition is held in the Magic City, this person will naturally attend. As for why Shi Yu knew him, because this guy is the husband of Dr. Zuo who researched the ice phoenix moth, and his daughter Xia Qingwei was Shi Yu's assistant at the breeding conference. She hadn't been promoted before, but her promotion speed is quite fast. Ahem, wow, the three important people attending this year's national competition are not simple. After a long time, Director Zhang and President Xia finally finished their speeches, and many contestants looked at the rostrum again. At this time, Ms. Xiao Shuang, who was wearing a black windbreaker, stood up, and then she thought about it, and her figure teleported to appear under the rostrum. As she walked, she said, "I'm Xiao Shuang. Due to the special rules of this year's national competition, I will be the special referee. Next, the individual contestants from the 9 universities, come and draw lots. The result of the draw will determine where you will be teleported to on the competition island Li Island. Li Island covers an area of 40,000 square kilometers and has a complex internal environment. The initial location will affect your competition results to a certain extent. The individual preliminaries last for 1 day. Within 1 day, you need to eliminate 2 contestants on the island, regardless of the school. Only in this way can you meet the conditions for advancing to the next round. If the conditions are not met after 1 day, you will fail to advance. In this process, the more contestants you eliminate, the more rewards you can share in the end. At the same time, there are fierce beasts all over the island. Every time you hunt a king-level fierce beast, you can also get a bonus of tens of millions. Hearing this rule again, everyone felt it was so difficult. There were only 21 contestants in the individual competition this time. And all of them were Master Beastmasters. In this case, it would be difficult to eliminate 2 people within the specified time. And although there are no Overlord-level beasts in the Li Island, there are definitely a lot of Wild King-level beasts. That is to say, after arriving on the island, you have to worry not only about competitors, but also about threats in the wild. It is still more comfortable to play team games in the arena. Let's go. Baizai of the ancient capital university team called Shi Yu and asked him to go to the lottery together. Yet, Shi Yu nodded. At the same time, the master-level students of the 9 universities, a total of 21 people, all walked to the designated position of the Xiao Shuang legend. During this process, these 21 people were observing each other, but in fact, there was no need to observe. Because everyone is an old acquaintance, they fought in the national competition last year. The only new face is probably Shi Yu. Therefore, most people's eyes are looking at Shi Yu, the guy who found the evolution of the iron-eating beast in archaeology, the genius who researched the green worm cocoon and the contract fantasy butterfly. I heard that he defeated device team of the Imperial Capital University in the Imperial Capital Exchange event. The initial ranking of the sequence battle is in the top 100, a freshman. You are kidding. The contestants from other universities all talked about the information they knew in their hearts. Among the many contestants, even Gao Zhuan couldn't overshadow Shi Yu at this time. After all, Shi Yu's achievement spanned several fields. There are many more masters this year than last year. On the rostrum, as the individual contestants went to draw lots for the preliminary round, old man Zhongyan said with a smile. Your daughter is here too, right? She just broke through not long ago, so it's good to exercise a little, President Xia said with a smile. Who do you think will be the individual champion this year? Old man Zhongyan said, stroking his beard. Well, President Xia pondered. He really wanted to say Gao Zhuan, but this year, there was indeed a variable. He looked at Shi Yu who was drawing lots. Others didn't know Shi Yu's record in Longgang City, but his daughter Xia Qingwei also went to Longgang City, so he, as a father, naturally knew it. So this year's champion is very likely to be between Shi Yu and Gao Zhuan. It depends on how much progress the two have made during this period. One is the genius of the 4th round, And even this year's competition reward is specially made for Gao Zhuan. The other is a dual field genius in the 3rd and 11th rounds, and he also created such a big miracle in Longgang City. His rise is so fast that it is hard to understand. I bet on Shi Yu. Finally, President Xia laughed. And Director Zhang laughed and said, then I bet on Xiao Gao, below. Everyone has basically finished drawing lots. Shi Yu drew a Yuning mountain range and didn't know where it was. It was a place where he loved it. He didn't go to learn the detailed map of Li Island in advance. It doesn't matter. Anyway, with the speed of these people, as long as they use the right pet, it is not difficult to search for opponents on an island of 40,000 square kilometers. Prepare to land on the island. After drawing lots, Xiao Shuang said crisply. At the same time, like President Xia and Director Zhang, she paid more attention to Gao Zhuan and Shi Yu. One is a junior in the field of machinery, and the other one, she has also heard about it from her father and sister. It's true that they crushed 2 overlords. If that's the case, Gao Zhuan still has nothing to fight for. Would the resources invested in the national competition in the 4th round be wasted? Of course, she didn't believe this statement, because his father and sister couldn't figure out what was going on. Xiao Shuang would rather believe that it was Shi Yu who used external forces, just like Gao Zhuan could use small forbidden weapons. In short, she felt that it was a bit outrageous, and planned to let the Star Eye broadcast more of Shi Yu's situation later. Boom! Above the sky, the sea of clouds broke open, and a huge mechanical eye of 100 meters in size, like a blue star, appeared. Gurgle! Countless people suddenly looked up at the sky. Name, Star Eye, growth level, Overlord level. This big eye reminded Shi Yu of the Eye of the Sky curtain during the ancient capital professional assessment, and he was very emotional. After a while, the Star Eye in the sky burst out countless beams of light, which fell on Shi Yu and his team, a total of 21 players. Then, everyone slowly disappeared from the spot. Only countless spectators and team players from the 9 universities were left, staring at the venue eagerly. In the next 24 hours, the Eye of Stars will broadcast the situation of 21 players simultaneously. When they do not encounter other players or the King Beast, the live broadcast will be blurred in the distance. When they encounter each other or the King Beast, the live broadcast will be clear, Xiao Shuang said. Please arrange your time reasonably. She was mainly talking to other team battle players. After all, the team battle will start tomorrow. Staying up late to watch the individual competition preliminaries, although it is not a big deal for the physique of the Beastmaster, it will more or less affect the state. Donghuang Radio and Television Station, Donghuang Radio and Television Station, I am Hanlu, I am Guayu. In the next 24 hours, we will provide a full and non-stop commentary on the individual competition preliminaries of this national competition, at the same time. On the huge 4-sided screens of the East China Sea Arena, in the Players' Village, on major online platforms, and on TV channels, the 2 hosts responsible for hosting the national competition continue to show their faces. Even Xiao Shuang, Zhang Yan, and Xiaoman all sat quietly, watching the 2 people's commentary. These 2 were both senior masters and insiders, so they had no problem explaining the national competition. Moreover, if they were unable to explain, Xiao Shuang would be responsible for supplementing through the Eye of Stars. It's starting. A little nervous. At this time, the students of the 9 universities looked at the disappearing pillars of the school and the gradually lit live screen, and swallowed their saliva. The principals and teachers of various universities also came here. Principal Feng took Director He and others to sit somewhere, also watching the live screen. There were a total of 23 live screens, of which 21 small screens were in the corners and were blurry, corresponding to the 21 players. As for the clear main screen, it was the main area responsible for broadcasting when the players had any conflicts. The remaining small screen was the avatars of the host commentator Hanlu and Guyu. Since the players will be teleported to different places on Li Island at the beginning, the players will not encounter each other in a short period of time. Before that, Hanlu will introduce the 21 players from the 9 universities to you one by one. First, it is the individual champion of the last national competition, the leader of the championship team, the genius mechanic from Imperial Capital University, player Gao Zhuan. As far as I know, he even participated in the sequence competition this year and is now ranked 24th. It can be said that he is quite powerful. This means that among the young Beastmasters under the age of 30 in Donghuang, player Gao Zhuan's strength is enough to rank in the top 30. You know, he is only 21 years old this year. Look, he starts to summon his ace machine, the medium-sized overlord race, the ultimate holy dragon beast. At this time, the situation of Lee Island has clearly appeared on the screen. In a plain area, Gojuan, wearing a silver combat uniform, was teleported here. After arriving at Lee Island, Gojuan had a calm expression. A huge space diagram appeared behind him. A handsome ultimate holy dragon beast mecha descended, bent down, stretched out its giant hand, lifted Gojuan up, and sent him to the cockpit. Gojuan, go, go, ultimate holy dragon beast is so handsome. Continuous championship, ranked 20 plus in the sequence ranking. The Gao team will definitely be stable this year. Just look at the ultimate holy dragon beast's killing. On the internet, as Hanlu introduced Gojuan, it immediately caused a barrage of comments. At the scene, the old president of the Imperial Capital University and the director of the Imperial Capital University's Battle Club were all smiling. Those Imperial Capital University students, such as Yin Xiangfen, who was sitting in a corner of the audience, also trusted Gojuan very much. At present, all 21 players have arrived at Lee Island. Shiyu is no exception. After arriving at Lee Island, he was teleported to the Yunying Mountains, where the geographical environment was unexpectedly good, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, sufficient natural energy, and access to all directions. The vision suddenly opened up. Seeing this, Shiyu was happy. Suddenly, I had a bold idea. Didn't I just say, in the individual competition preliminaries, the more players are eliminated, the more king beasts are defeated, and the more rewards are divided in the end? If he can pack up all the remaining 20 players on this island and take them away, will the prize money explode? What's the point of the finals? Just end the preliminaries directly. As I said, you can't kill randomly in the national competition. Why go to the world competition to fish for the overlord and totem? Even hunting king beasts has rewards, but among these people, except Gojuan, no one should be so bored as to provoke king beasts, Shiyu said to himself. After all, the prize money for entering the main competition is more generous. Among the first prizes, the material of the 100 change stone alone is worth more than 10 billion, and the rewards for other places are not bad. On the contrary, if you lose sight of the main thing and hunt the king beast, and fail to enter the main competition, you will lose a lot. The organizers deliberately cleared the overlords of Lee Island, leaving an empty shell of Lee Island without an overlord for the players to harvest resources, so I won't be polite. If others hunt one more king, I will lose 10 million. I have to find a way to act faster. It would be best if I could attract both the beasts and the players at the same time. I don't know how many kings there are on Lee Island. If there are enough, it will be a considerable amount of money. After saying that, Shiyu took a deep breath and made a decision. At the same time, Han Lu, the commentator of the national competition, spent a few minutes introducing Gojuan's record and immediately switched to Shiyu. As a host, she also did her homework, so naturally she had to introduce the most popular players first. Gojuan and Shiyu, as the only two beast masters who entered the top 100 of the sequence competition, it is always right to introduce them first. The second contestant I'm going to introduce is probably familiar to everyone. He's from Gudo University, and he's only a freshman at Gudo University at the age of 19. He can be said to be the youngest contestant in this competition. More importantly, although he's young, his achievements are legendary. He's Shiyu, a freshman in the archaeology department of Gudo University. When Shiyu was an apprentice beast master, he discovered the evolution method of the iron-eating beast through archaeology. Later, he personally researched the green worm cocoon evolution chain, a major achievement that benefits the country and the people. He is an outstanding young talent. More importantly, Shiyu's strength seems to be very terrifying. According to the information, Shiyu also signed up for the sequence competition to select world championship players, and the sequence competition committee has set Shiyu's initial ranking at 81st, which is incredible. Now, Shiyu's appearance here may have proved his strength to us. It's still very rare to be a master-level player under the age of 20. Next, let's see how Shiyu performs. As soon as the commentator Hanlu finished speaking, Shiyu began to summon his pet on the screen. Shiyu did not summon an ace war beast that was worthy of being called a facade like Gojuan did, to escort him to kill all the enemies. With countless eyes staring at the live broadcast screen, Shiyu stretched out his hand and summoned a ginseng baby. A small ginseng baby appeared in Shiyu's hand, which made most of the audience fall into deep thought. Ginseng baby, what are you doing? It's not working before it even starts. You said that you came to a dangerous wild area, and it's fine if you don't summon a pet to protect yourself, but what does it mean to summon a ginseng baby? Moreover, a genius who has entered the top 100 in the sequence battle has contracted a ginseng baby? It's worthy of you. In Pingcheng, those young beast masters who participated in the supplement craze and imitated Shiyu's practice, although they themselves failed to learn, were very moved when they saw that Shiyu, who was getting stronger and stronger, did not forget his original intention and took out the supplements at the first time. They lost. Of course, these are people who don't know Shiyu, and they only think that ginseng babies are extraordinary races and supplements. Those who knew Shiyu a little bit, such as students from Gudo and Edo University, all stared at the ginseng baby. This was not an ordinary ginseng baby of the extraordinary race, but a combat ginseng with attack skills. Moreover, its strength was not bad. Some students and teachers of Dido University were even more solemn. Shiyu's ginseng baby had undergone an evolution at Dido University. The old president of Dido University was one of the few people who knew about the immortal ginseng. Although Yin Zhengfen and others did not know about the immortal ginseng, they also saw the commotion caused by the ginseng baby at Dido University. At that time, the fragrance in the sky almost attracted all the pets of the entire Dido University, including the overlord-level pets. This ginseng baby needs to be supplemented. Now, seeing that Shiyu chose to summon this pet at the first time, they all showed solemn expressions. What was Shiyu going to do? Fuck. The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone happened. The almost materialized fragrance bloomed from the ginseng baby. The fragrance visible to the naked eye flowed to the sky like a tide. Even if it was just through the live broadcast, the Beastmasters had never seen such an outrageous sweet skill. In people's impression, sweet skills are subtle and silent. But when it comes to Shiyu's ginseng baby, it seems to have changed from subtle and silent to a fragrant tornado. As the fragrance spread from the ginseng baby, the whole sky was like the birth of the immortal elixir, and a very spectacular heaven and earth phenomenon condensed in the sky. Gurgle. People can clearly hear a gurgle coming from the live broadcast screen. Whose voice? It sounds a bit like a mechanical sound. Did I hear it wrong? Star Eye. Grievance JPG on the podium of the East China Sea Arena. Xiao Shuang had a black line on his face, and felt the desire of the Star Eye for the ginseng baby from afar. Wait, is there something wrong? Why would a mechanical pet of the Star Eye be interested in the ginseng baby? Xiao Shuang was very puzzled. But, this ginseng baby. Xiao Shuang looked deeply at the ginseng baby in Shiyu's hand on the screen. She heard from her father and sister that Shiyu used a ginseng baby to crush the two overlords. Now Shiyu summoned the ginseng baby again. What does it mean? No, the intention may be very clear. As the ginseng baby appeared and released its fragrance, countless beasts in the surrounding area with Shiyu as the center of the circle began to become restless in an instant, and this range is still expanding. These fragrances, accompanied by the natural wind, slowly spread to the entire island. Although the smell gradually faded, the fragrance was like a fuse connecting the most concentrated center. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid that the entire island will be able to smell this fragrance soon. The host Hanlu obviously realized Shiyu's intention immediately, and said in a very difficult way, Contestant Shiyu. Contestant Shiyu, he summoned the ginseng baby and let the ginseng baby release a large-scale sweet skill. As we all know, the sweet skill is a special fragrance that relieves fatigue, but in the wild, many creatures are actually attracted by the sweet smell. What is he going to do? Is he going to attract a group of fierce beasts, in this way, attract the king-level fierce beasts to come and hunt? It seems that contestant Shiyu is very confident in his own strength. Guyu, it seems so, but the sweet skill of contestant Shiyu's ginseng baby seems to be too scary. What level is the strength of this ginseng baby? Could it be the king level? King level ginseng baby. Everyone, look, there are already a very scary number of fierce beasts moving towards contestant Shiyu. Originally, the two commentators wanted to take advantage of the stage without conflict to introduce the 21 contestants first. But who knew that this Shiyu would not play by the rules and make such a big news? All of a sudden, they couldn't move the screen away, and could only concentrate on explaining the situation on Shiyu's side. At this time, under Xiao Shuang's spiritual instructions, the Eye of Stars began to mobilize more screens from other places in addition to basic instructions. Soon, The situation around Shiyu was played in the form of a bird's eye view. The next moment, all the audience took a breath and almost stopped breathing. How is it possible, this number, at least 100,000, because in the live broadcast, as the ginseng baby released its fragrance, from the extraordinary level to the king level, at least 100,000 beasts, with red eyes, marched towards the mountain where Shiyu was. They involved various races and species, all of which were recorded in textbooks as wild beasts that posed a great threat to humans. As they marched, the sky and the earth were densely packed with black. Just the tens of thousands of extraordinary killer bees led by the queen bee made all the audience shudder. What on earth is that sweet smell? This Shiyu, is he crazy? With such a big commotion, let alone the beasts, other nearby contestants should be attracted by him. The rules of this preliminary competition were that every contestant should be cautious against beasts and other contestants in the wild. Everyone was like a hunter hunting in a dark forest, and they needed to be careful. It was best to defeat others by sneak attacks and picking up loopholes. As a result, Shiyu fired a flare into the sky and marked himself. Looking at the dense army of 100,000 beasts marching towards Shiyu in the bird's eye view, countless viewers swallowed their saliva. Even the beast tide encountered by some cities is no more than this. The analysis results are out. Among these beasts, there are a total of 10 king-level beasts, about 3,000 commander-level beasts, and 110,000 extraordinary-level beasts. Commentator Han Lu swallowed his saliva and said, "This level of beast tide can almost directly paralyze a third-level city like Pingcheng in an instant." And this was just what Shiyu attracted in less than a minute after he summoned the ginseng baby? In the East China Sea arena, Senior Panda sat nervously in her seat. "Don't worry." After a moment, a female voice came from the side. "A big white cat came here at some point and joined the audience of Gudu University." Teacher Ying, Lin Ziazu said unexpectedly when he saw the gem cat. At the same time, the contestants on the competition island may not know the situation yet, but the teachers and students of the 9 universities outside the island all stared with big eyes, watching all this in disbelief, watching Shiyu's crazy behavior. Nearly 120,000 fierce beasts were attracted. Apart from anything else, the 10 king-level fierce beasts alone are enough to make several contestants drink a pot. This kid is not honest. I can't let King Wei find such a boyfriend in the future. On the rostrum, President Xiao looked deep. Even if all his pets have perfect level deterrence, it will be difficult to disperse such a huge beast tide. Director Zhang smacked his lips. Isn't this just courting trouble? Generally speaking, deterrents cannot deal with kings of the same level. As for the 100,000 fierce beasts, although they can be deterred, there are too many of them, and even with deterrence, they will be exhausted. Moreover, the kings who command them will also help resist deterrence. In this case, Shiyu is in a very dangerous situation. Even if these pets disperse in the end, Shiyu himself will probably consume a huge amount of energy. At this moment, no one cares about the situation of other players. All eyes are focused on Shiyu. At present, fierce beasts that are very close have come to Shiyu's vicinity. And Shiyu also felt a breath of beasts from all directions. 11. Come out and deal with one wave first. After the baby, Shiyu summoned the second pet. A little iron-eating beast that is over 1 meter long and extremely confused appeared beside Shiyu. The moment it came out, its body subconsciously permeated with a faint deterrence, making the hundreds of fierce beasts that are currently close to Shiyu look at the baby eagerly, but dare not act rashly. Iron-eating beast. Shiyu summoned the iron-eating beast. My youth is back. I grew up watching the iron-eating beast night, so what is to be done next? You are not going to let the iron-eating beast fight, are you? If it were you, let it run away. It is more exciting to pretend and then run away. Countless comments quickly passed through major live broadcast platforms. At this moment, Shiyu also began to do serious things. Make as much noise as possible and attract all the contestants. Shiyu gave 11 an order. Ying, 11 patted his chest, indicating that it was up to it. The next moment, the little iron-eating beast walked away a little, and then white light began to linger on its body. Boom! Under the light, a terrifying deterrent erupted from it. In addition, with a bang, an invisible white flash of aura, like a volcano, bloomed from 11, whose whole body was filled with white light. In the huge aura that was several meters high, a blue arc of sizzling was flashing at this moment. Under this radiance, 11's body suddenly grew larger, and his height was 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, and 100 meters. And it was still increasing. At this moment, the amazing change made the audience watching the screen suddenly open their mouths and watch it all quietly. Countless people stared with wide eyes, watching a small iron-eating beast that was just over 1 meter tall suddenly double to more than 100 meters. Although it is known that there are beast masters who can master the skills of the giant race after the evolution of the iron-eating beast, but, to grow to this size, is it a bit against common sense? During the giantization, Eleven's form was also changing. As the radiance dissipated, its whole body was wrapped in hard black armor. The armor covering its face and head had turned into the color of silver lightning. In addition, the iron ring-type thickened armor wrapped around the place where the limbs touched the body also turned silver white, with lightning lingering. Mysterious, domineering, noble, and wild are the temperaments revealed by the iron-eating beast now. At this time, Eleven's originally black pupils completely transformed into sky blue with lightning. With a black and white armor and the current flowing on the armor, he looked extremely ferocious, like a lord who could suppress everything. Roar, 11, who had entered the sharp state and burst out with all his strength, immediately roared towards the sky, and the majesty of the king burst out from his body. The skill has reached the level of deterrence. This level of deterrence has surpassed the superb deterrence of entangled objects and skills. It can already imprint deterrence in the souls and blood of other lives, imprint it in the vast natural force, and integrate and induce the powerful natural force to show its majesty. In other words, 11 does not need to consume a lot of physical energy at all. Just once, he can induce the lightning here to become his own will and consciousness, and deter the coming beast. Boom! As 11 roared, the sky suddenly erupted like a thunderbolt, and a loud noise resounded through the clouds. A shocking thunder swept across the sky, and a dazzling lightning burst out, like a judgment of God. The extremely terrifying loud noise almost instantly appeared in the minds of the 100,000 fierce beasts who were rushing towards this side one after another, resounding between their ears. The exploding deterrence detonated their spirits, hearts, souls, and bodies, making the pupils turn white and their consciousnesses fainted one by one. Before they could reach the location of the ginseng baby, their consciousnesses collapsed. Bang! 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 Hundreds of thousands of bangs and bangs of falling to the ground were almost like an earthquake, resounding throughout the place. No matter if they were extraordinary, commanders, or even the 10 king-level beasts in the beast tide, after seeing the thunder of deterrence flashing in the sky, they all lost their combat capabilities without exception, and their pupils turned white from fear. For these ordinary kings whose energy values were less than 2 million and whose deterrence proficiency level had not yet reached perfection, this thunder was the gap between gods and ordinary people, which could not be crossed. The 100-meter-tall beast looked down at the fallen beasts, and killed 100,000 beasts in an instant. For 11, there was nothing to be proud of. Its full-level royal deterrence might only be useful for this. There was no other way. Although its deterrence level was very high, in the team competition, each of its teammates was also a superb deterrence, so it was really not very useful. However, for 11, it might be a very common thing, but for the audience watching the live broadcast at this time, it was an incredible thing that was enough to make their eyes explode and almost pop out of their eyes. This, seeing the 100,000 beasts fall to the ground in an instant with a thunderclap, including 10 powerful king-level beasts that lost their ability to fight. The two hosts who were responsible for explaining the national competition opened their mouths wide in an instant, completely unable to explain this threat. At this moment, the comments in all the major live broadcast rooms paused for a moment, and countless viewers looked at the screen in disbelief. The audience at the scene also found it difficult to understand. Not to mention them, even the top bosses on the rostrum were extremely silent. Then, Elder Zhang Yan took a deep breath and said incredulously, This is a deterrent that has surpassed the superb level and reached a higher level. At present, this level of deterrence has never appeared on the pets of beastmasters since modern times. Only those kings of foreign races are qualified to possess it. What is the situation with this Julie war beast? First, the fragrance slowly spread across the island, and then there was a thunder. Shiyu's place was indeed instantly the focus of attention. Even though they were very far away, many players sensed the energy fluctuations here and were attracted by the movement here. They all rushed to see the situation carefully. One of the faster players had already come here riding an elemental pet at low altitude. However, he looked at the pets that fell to the ground nearby, and his pupils were very puzzled. At the Lingdu University contestant seat, at this time, the leaders of Lingdu University unexpectedly saw their own players appear in the area where Shiyu was tossing on the blurry small screen of their own players. They immediately glared and their eyes exploded. Damn, silly boy, run. What are you doing around here? Don't let that monster target you. That guy is not kidding, he really wants to attract all the kings and contestants to kill him together. Chapter 315 The Lucky Man Who is Crushed by the Slime. Donghoang Radio and Television Station. Donghoang Radio and Television Station, an extremely incredible scene appeared, after contestant Shiyu attracted a large number of ferocious beasts through the sweet breath skill of Shen Bao Bao. He actually killed all the ferocious beasts in an instant, 10 kings, thousands of commanders, and 100,000 extraordinary people. It is incredible. According to the recorded data, even in the front battlefield of the Totem War, there has never been a record of a king-level pet killing 100,000 ferocious beasts in an instant. This should still be a deterrent, right? After being shocked and stunned, the two hosts Hanlu and Guyu reacted quickly and explained immediately. Since I don't know how to explain this phenomenon, let's repeat the live broadcast screen in words again. Old basic skills. They are professionals. Listen to your words. It's like listening to your words. I'm not blind. I can see it. Who can explain what's going on? Is this reasonable? I believe it's a hegemon-level iron-eating beast. Question marks from the audience boomed. In the picture, thunder continued, and occasionally lightning arcs fell towards 11. 11 used the lightning of nature to recharge, shrinking and recovering at the same time. In a blink of an eye, the giant beast that had grown 200 meters turned back into a cute mini form, and the audience was silent for a while. I remember that when Shiyu participated in the professional assessment, his iron-eating beast could also grow to a giant size, but it was only to an acceptable level of 10 meters, and now, this size, reminds me of those totem giants in film and television works. Can other players still play? Let's give it to one kid at a time. Shiyu's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Regarding Shiyu's performance, director Zhang Yan has something to say. The host Guyu also knew that they could not explain this situation by themselves, so they could only ask for help from the three guests. Soon, the camera turned to the rostrum, to director Zhang, President Xia, and Xiao Chuanqi. The expressions of the three people were also silent at this time. Director Zhang pondered for a moment and said, "It is indeed as Master Guyu said, this is a deterrent skill. However, it is a very unusual deterrent. After the deterrent skill is trained to the mastery level, it can form a king's aura, which can stun a large range of creatures with weak wills and spirits and much weaker strength than itself. However, the king's aura still has a limit, and it can never reach the level of stunning beasts of this same level. Moreover, the Jiuli war beast of contestant Shiyu just now did not show an obvious king's aura, but was accompanied by a thunder that resounded through the sky and stunned 100,000 beasts. This is no longer a king's aura, but a higher level of deterrence. It's not perfect, nor is it superb, but it has surpassed the superb level. A thought of heavenly thunder was born, turning thunder into will, and shocking everything on its behalf. This skill even surpasses the entanglement skill of superb deterrence. Since ancient times, animals have been afraid of fire, thunder, and all natural disasters of nature. This is a fear engraved in their blood, and the deterrence just now has reached the level of integrating the power of nature to deter everything. As for why this Jiuli war beast can train deterrence to such a degree, I also find it very difficult to understand. However, the deterrence that can stun the kings of the same level, that Jiuli war beast is undoubtedly a natural king. The pet cultivated by player Shiyu may have created a record, a miracle. There are very few overlord-level creatures that master superb deterrence. As for creatures that master higher-level deterrence, it is too rare in the field that humans can contact. After Director Zhang finished speaking, the scene was silent. Deterrence beyond superb proficiency? For most of the audience, although the skill of deterrence is very powerful, their impression of it is that it is a skill for bullying weaklings and useless in the same level battle. However, after seeing Shiyu's iron-eating beast kill 100,000 fierce beasts in seconds, they can no longer say that this skill is just a skill for bullying weaklings. If you can only bully weaklings, it means you haven't practiced enough. Did you see that even the king-level fierce beasts of this same level were killed in seconds? There were also 100,000 low-level fierce beasts. Ho ha ho ha! At this time, Principal Feng in the audience of Guda University was shocked for a moment, and after a long silence, he laughed. We may be able to give an explanation here. Next to him, Panda senior sister Lindsay Azu, with a red face, looked at the changes on the screen. 11 rushed. Shiyu also rushed. The movement here immediately attracted Xiao Shuang's attention, and the camera turned to the audience of Gudu University, to Principal Feng and Panda senior sister. Principal Feng, what do you think of the performance of your school's contestant Shiyu? That is indeed a deterrent that exceeds the superb level. As for why Shiyu's iron-eating beast can train its deterrents to that level, it is because Shiyu's iron-eating beast is the royal family among the iron-eating beasts, and the royal family among the iron-eating beasts is one of the most powerful king beasts. According to archaeological discoveries, it is said that the Beastmaster Wu Di wanted to change his trump card after seeing the royal family of the iron-eating beasts. This is enough to prove the potential of the iron-eating beasts, and it was Shiyu who discovered all this. He traced back history based on the ruins of the ancient capital iron-eating beast and broke the after deciphering the remains of Emperor Wu in Wuling City and discovering the lost truth. He even found a way to help the iron-eating beast awaken its royal bloodline. His Jiuli War Beast, based on the information of the Jiuli War Beast that had been published, had once again completed the final evolution towards the king of the iron-eating beast. Now, the race level of his iron-eating beast has reached the high-level hegemonic race, which is the undisputed strongest race and the real king beast. It is normal for him to perform like this. After Principal Feng finished speaking, the entire Donghuang domain was shaken again. Countless viewers looked at the old man on the screen with incredible eyes. This person was naturally familiar to everyone. The president of Gudu University, one of the most well-known bigwigs in the archaeological world. There was no reason for everyone not to believe what he said. Shiyu, after the evolution method of the king race of the iron-eating beast. He discovered the evolution method of the hegemonic race of the iron-eating beast? The king of the iron-eating beast? The high-level hegemonic race? It is said that the Beastmaster Emperor Wu also wanted to use the iron-eating beast as a trump card? As the old president of Gudu University revealed this news, countless people stared with wide eyes, and once again looked at the little iron-eating beast on the screen in disbelief. WTF, 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 a high-level hegemonic race? Did Shiyu already contract a fantasy butterfly of a medium-level hegemonic race? He actually got another king of a high-level hegemonic race? Higher than Gao Zhuan's ultimate holy dragon beast? Damn, no wonder Shiyu was ranked 81st by the Sequence Struggle Committee. Everyone believed in the race level mentioned by President Feng, because if it wasn't the king beast of a high-level hegemonic race, the deterrents that killed the same level in 1 second just now could not be explained at all. Now, everyone was looking at the screen, and they were deeply shocked. The king of the iron-eating beast was so strong. Shiyu, so strong. If nothing unexpected happened, after today, the iron-eating beast race will immediately become the object of pursuit of all beastmasters. Even crazier than before. Beside, senior sister Panda was still excited. Great, great. Plan. Past JPG, the national competition has attracted a lot of attention. With the royal deterrence and Principal Feng's certification, the reputation of the king of iron-eating beasts has instantly spread across the country. This made Yu Shu, Yin's Hengfen and other friends who had fought with Shiyu in the professional assessment at the beginning silent and confused. A sense of déjà vu. At the beginning, Shiyu promoted the archaeological discovery of the evolved form of the iron-eating beast in the professional assessment. Still here? Addicted? What if you really go to participate in a world competition? Will you go to the world competition to promote the archaeological discovery again, and you have to show off to the totem aliens? This old man, Director Zhang, looked at the proud Principal Feng and felt a little disappointed. Wow, an archaeological discovery of the evolved form of a high-level overlord race. This time, old man Feng really picked up a super genius. Next to him, President Xiao was a little stunned. In his impression, Shiyu was already awesome enough to cultivate a pet like the fantasy butterfly, but there is another one with a higher race? Hey, no way. Xiao Xuanqi was also silent. Although she was shocked, at this moment, she was still more concerned about the ginseng baby than the iron-eating beast. Did these people forget something? The ginseng baby summoned 100,000 fierce beasts in an instant. No, fierce beasts from other parts of the island are still coming one after another. It's also terrifying, even more terrifying than the iron-eating beast, not to mention that it has a record of crushing 2 overlords. Why do I suddenly feel that Captain Gao is unstable? Nima, I have only seen the high-level overlord race on TV. Captain Gao is definitely stable. Don't forget that the most amazing thing about a mechanical pet is that it can merge with a Beastmaster, and Captain Gao has the same Beastmaster talent as that one. Many supporters of Gao Zhuan of Imperial Capital University suddenly wavered. However, there are still a large number of people who firmly believe that Gao Zhuan is more powerful. Contestant Shi Yu has once again made us realize his amazing achievements in the field of archaeology, the king of iron-eating beasts. The king of iron-eating beasts that instantly killed 100,000 fierce beasts. Amazing. The host commentator Han Lu and Gu Yu were in tears. It was not their fault. They could not explain anything about this new archaeological discovery that had not been announced. Fortunately, at this moment, there was other content to explain. Contestant Shi Yu's ginseng baby was still producing fragrance, and the sky above contestant Shi Yu was also continuing to thunder. The huge movement here, in addition to attracting a large number of fierce beasts nearby, seemed to have attracted some contestants. I thought it would take some time before the contestants met, but I didn't expect that because of the movement created by contestant Shi Yu, two contestants were about to meet so soon. This change once again surprised the two host commentators. Damn, 21 contestants, and they just introduced two. They originally thought that they could introduce the water for a long time, but now it seems that they have to get straight to the point. The entirely island is 40,000 square kilometers, which is larger than several magic cities combined. They didn't expect that the players who deliberately dispersed would encounter each other so soon. This Shi Yu, in addition to deliberately attracting fierce beasts, was also deliberately attracting players from other parts of the island. Let's see which player is within the range of Shi Yu's encounter. The scene changed. What caught my eye was a pet beast with a blue body, more than 3 meters tall, similar to a large bird. Although it looks like a bird, if you look closely, you can find that it is not an animal, because its body and each of its feathers are like a blue tornado, fluttering in disorder. Name: Tornado Bird. Racial level: High King. Growth level: King level. Introduction: Wind element life. Flapping its wings can blow up a tornado. Extremely dangerous. On this tornado bird, a young man wearing a blue combat uniform and fully armed was riding. People recognized who he was at a glance. After all, there were only 21 players in total, and the number was too small. It's the captain of the school team of Lingdu University, Li Shu, and his pet, the dragon sparrow. Lingdu, the capital of elements, is rich in elemental pets. As the representative of Lingdu University, Li Shu's trump pet is also an elemental life, and it is a dragon sparrow that is famous for its speed and destructive power. At this time, Li Shu and the dragon sparrow were not only attracted by the fragrance, but also attracted from afar by the huge thunder just now. For a moment, Li Shu and the dragon sparrow did not actually think about the nearby players. Such a charming fragrance made the dragon sparrow palpitate, but just made them think that there was some natural treasure nearby. However, the blood-eating ants, killer bees, fierce wind sparrows and other fierce beasts nearby also made them feel creepy and chilled. Something is wrong, something is wrong, something is wrong. It is definitely not as simple as the birth of a natural treasure. Looking at their appearance, they all seem to have been frightened by thunder. What happened? For safety reasons, we can't go. Let's observe and hide first. Li Chu felt a sense of crisis. Chu, however, the dragonfinch could no longer hold back after smelling the aroma. His whole body was restless. With a surging airflow, the strong wind made Li Chu's lower body hurt. Delicious. The dragonfinch shouted. Hold on. With such a big noise, other players will definitely be attracted. Don't act rashly first. Li Shu didn't have the strength of Gao Zhuan and Shi Yu, so he didn't dare to relax too much. His limited thinking didn't make him think that someone was deliberately fishing. Silly child, run, run, right, don't go, turn around and leave now, don't be curious, the teachers and students of Lingdu University said to their own representatives in their hearts. The president of Lingdu University didn't think that his students could defeat the little monster Shi Yu. In the freshman stage, he contracted 2 pets of the dominant race, and they were not ordinary dominant races. What kind of monster is this? How could Gudo University pick it up? Judging from the record of Shi Yu's ranking battle entering the top 100, it can be judged that except Gao Zhuan, no one else here is definitely Shi Yu's opponent. Although contestants Li Chu and Shi Yu are the most likely to meet, contestant Li Chu does not seem to intend to continue to explore the truth. At present, they are still a certain distance apart. If they keep this way, I don't know when they will meet each other. The host and commentator Han Lu saw that Li Qiu did not continue to move forward in the direction of the fragrance to explore the movement just now, and couldn't help but regret it. Wait a minute, although contestant Li Qiu is hiding in the valley and not moving forward, contestant Shi Yu and the others seem to suddenly look in the direction of contestant Li Qiu. In the picture, Shi Yu, Shen Bao and 11 standing on Shi Yu's shoulders, all looked in a very distant direction, looking in the direction of Li Qiu. Superb supervision. With extremely powerful reconnaissance skills, Shen Bao and 11 almost immediately sensed the powerful king-level energy fluctuations that suddenly approached. Although the figure was completely invisible, the king-level energy fluctuations that permeated could allow Shi Yu and the others to see clearly. The first opponent is here, but unfortunately it's not Go Zhuan. Seeing this, Shi Yu thought to himself, let's deal with the opponent first. Shi Yu thought about it and decided to take the initiative to attack. Although the opponent seemed to be hiding far away, this distance was very short for Shi Yu's pet to reach. Except for the baby ginseng. Contestant Shi Yu is really looking in the direction of contestant Li Qiu. Did he find the opponent? This distance, incredible. Everyone, please look, contestant Shi Yu has summoned a new pet again. 3 azure summoning diagrams appeared around Shi Yu. Under the glare, Shi Yu's other 3 pets also appeared in the audience's sight. The first summoning diagram was a beautiful butterfly creature with gorgeous and exquisite blue wings, less than the size of a palm. The moment they saw this pet, although the size did not match, everyone immediately determined what kind of creature it was. A medium-sized overlord race, the butterfly of fantasy. For the first time, Shi Yu's name became widely known throughout the country, and for the first time, Shi Yu's personal potential was evaluated as a super rare pet with a legendary appearance. In addition to the fantasy butterfly, not many people have seen Shi Yu's other 2 pets. One is a red flame sword spirit that exists in the form of a spirit. This sword spirit is also very small, just like the ginseng baby, the mini 11, and the fantasy butterfly, which are less than the size of a palm, very small. Since all of Shi Yu's pets have full-level multiplication, if the racial characteristics are not particularly obvious, such as the ginseng baby and the iron-eating beast, it is difficult for the audience to clearly determine what kind of pet it is. However, as expected, a group of pets in the form of babies immediately caused widespread discussion. All in baby form, Shi Yu must have a girlish heart. What girlish heart? Didn't you see the giant Jiuli war beast just now, and didn't you see the normal-sized fantasy butterfly? They are also handsome. You lose if you are deceived by their appearance. Fuck, is that a water slime? In addition to Chong Chong and Chi Tong, Su Su was also summoned. Originally, the little sword spirit of unknown race should have caused the most discussion, and people should discuss what kind of pet it is. However, Su Su quickly stole the limelight from Chi Tong. The reason is not that everyone does not know it, but because everyone knows the slime race too well, so they are very surprised. Contestant Shi Yu summoned 3 more pets. One is the fantasy butterfly, one is the flame sword spirit, and the other is the water slime. The water slime is a pet of the extraordinary race. Although it is much stronger than the green cottonworm and dragon carp, and is also rarer in Donghuang, these cannot make it escape the fact that it is at the bottom of the elemental life food chain. Shi Yu broke through to the master level and was able to contract 5 pets. Everyone is not surprised, but Shi Yu, who has contracted 2 dominant races, gave a contract position to a pet like the water slime, which made many people extremely confused. No, you can't judge a beast by its appearance. Have you forgotten the extraordinary race Shenbao just now, a supernatural ginseng baby that can instantly attract 100,000 ferocious beasts? Is this reasonable? I'm afraid it's not a 1,000-year-old ginseng. This water slime must be terribly strong, otherwise it would not be possible to be contracted by Master Shi Yu. That's right. The initial form of the Jiuli war beast, the iron-eating beast, the initial form of the fantasy butterfly, the green cotton worm, and the ginseng baby, don't look like very powerful pets. However, the ones in Shi Yu's hand are obviously different from other iron-eating beasts, other green cotton worms, and other ginseng babies. This water slime must be the same. At this time, countless viewers are more willing to believe that this water slime is also unusual. However, they are more curious about what is so extraordinary about this water slime that it can be contracted by Shi Yu. With this idea in mind, everyone continued to watch. In the picture, Shi Yu was holding the ginseng baby and called 11, Chong Chong, Chidan, and Su Su. Chong Chong, You are responsible for guarding the east. 11. You guard the west. Chitin. You guard the south. Susu. You guard the north, and that enemy will be handed over to you. The 4 sacred beasts. Green worm. Chong Chong. White cat. 11. Firebird. Chitin. Swallow the tortoise shell. Susu. Perfect. Baby Shin will continue to release fragrance here. In the future, fierce beasts and contestants will come from all directions. As long as there are fierce beasts and contestants in your field of vision, you should solve them. Don't leave them to me and Baby Shin. You can see who can solve more opponents. The prizes for eliminating contestants and solving king-level fierce beasts are all yours, divided according to the number. In this way, it will be more efficient than acting together. The 4 pets were stunned, and then they were full of energy. Yeah. Baby Shin cried, why can't it go? Why does it have to act as bait and continue to release fragrance? It can also fight. Of course, the final reward must be shared with Baby Shin. It depends on it to gather monsters. Yee. Baby Shin was happy. This is more like it. What is lying down to win? Tactical retreat. Moreover, the Overlord has blown up 2 people, and Baby Shin is really not interested in the small characters here. After Shiyu made the arrangements, the 4 pets started to move. 11 was surrounded by electromagnetics, using electromagnetic levitation, flying with the help of the power of lightning, and instantly turned into a flash of lightning, flying towards the west. Chong Chong used teleportation, disappeared from the spot in an instant, and headed straight to the east. Chi Tong Miaoed, burned the power of Yangayan, turned into an orange-red sword light, and flew to the south. As for Su Su, she didn't have their speed, and her speed was only 1 level faster than Shen Bao. However, this was the speed ranking within the team. Chong Chong had teleportation, and 11 and Chi Tong had full-level speed racial skills. Su Su was naturally not comparable, but if it was placed outside the team, its speed was also terrifying. After all, it was an elemental creature. After mastering the ability of elementalization, they were basically little experts in flying, and their speed was not comparable to Shen Bao's difficult use of grass leaves to condense into wings. Ning, with a whoosh, Su Su compressed the huge power of the water element into her body, compressed herself into a super-fast water gun and fired it out. In an instant, it also turned into blue after image, like a high-speed shooting star, fiercely flying towards the direction she was going to guard. Because Su Su was at the bottom of the last team competition, in order to take care of Su Su, Shiyu gave it a record for nothing. The area where they just captured the players was the north, where Su Su was about to go. At the same time, Shiyu summoned all the pets in one breath, and sent out 4 of them, including the powerful Overlord Race Fantasy Butterfly and Jiuli War Beast. The scene directly shocked all the audience and made the host and commentator lie down. Actually dispersed the pets? Is this to let the pets find someone to fight by themselves? Contestant Shiyu, after summoning all his pets, he actually sent out 4 of them, leaving only 1 ginseng baby with him. What is he trying to do? The linked university contestant seat, the 10 elites participating in the team battle, and hundreds of teachers and students were all surprised to see the water slime that turned into water after image and flew towards the north, towards Lichu. For a moment, their brains were a little confused. The other pets were fine. There were no contestants or active beasts within a certain range, but the water slime was approaching Lichu quickly. The speed of the water jet was even faster than the speed of the tornado just now. Swish. After a while, the water slime Su Su was ejected above Lichu. Then it suddenly landed and looked at the enemy. The sudden arrival of the creature also surprised the captain of Linked University, Lichu, and his tornado, who were hiding on the ground and silently observing the situation. Then, they saw the water slime landing on the ground. What's going on? Li Shu and Long Jwink looked at the water slime that had descended without anyone noticing, with a look of confusion on their faces. Water slime? When? At the moment, in the valley surrounded by mountain walls, Li Shu stood on the ground and Long Jwink stood beside it. The two had already left the riding state, and the water slime landed opposite them and confronted them. Seeing the water slime sent by Shi Yu descending to Li Chu from a long distance, the audience behind the scenes, except for the contestant Li Chu who didn't know what was going on, stared with big eyes and looked incredible. Wow, Shi Yu, the Beastmaster himself, didn't move, and directly sent a pet to snipe Li Chu? He really found Li Chu, right? However, Only sending a water slime? Are you serious? Don't tell them that this water slime has also been cultivated to the king level by Shiyu. Although the contestants of the individual competition are all the best from the 9 universities, among these masters, 2 or 3 of the pets contracted by the masters are considered the best. It is very rare that all 5 of the contracted pets are king level. Moreover, even if they have reached the king level, do they have to fight Li Chu and his 5 contracted pets alone? The confrontation between Li Chu, the captain of Ling University, and the water slime sent by Shiyu made all the audience who were paying attention to the individual preliminaries of the national competition swallow their saliva. Ning. The next moment, the water slime in the picture burst out with strong power, which instantly made Li Chu and Long Jun's pupils shrink. Boom. It was like an invisible blue tsunami bursting out from the water slime. As it looked at its opponent, the air around it began to vibrate with a buzzing sound, and the materialized deterrent fluctuations formed a blue deterrent aura around it. This scene suddenly made Li Chu and Long Junyoon look extremely solemn. King's aura, proficient in deterrence? Water slime, how is that possible? The terrifying deterrence wave spread out. Dragon Sparrow, Li Chu called out. Li Chu's Dragon Sparrow was not a pushover either. It also instantly erupted with a strong deterrence wave. It was also a master-level deterrence. The nearly materialized cyan deterrence aura quickly pressed towards the water slime. But, snap! With the water slime as the center, the deterrence that spread out cracked the surrounding earth and rocks. Li Chu and the Dragon Sparrow were immediately shocked to the extreme. It was not a master-level deterrence. It was a perfect-level deterrence that could materialize and cause physical damage. Boom! The king's aura that the Dragon Sparrow erupted was immediately shattered, and the terrifying deterrence enveloped the Dragon Sparrow and Li Chu. The Dragon Sparrow's spiritual consciousness was instantly shaken, and it directly felt the suffocating terrifying breath. It looked at the small creature in front of it in disbelief, with a look of incomprehension on its face, and its mental state was seriously affected. Li Chu was not much better. The defensive pendant on his chest was shaking violently, shaky, and even had a tendency to crack, making Li Chu pale. It was difficult for him to perform other actions. His thoughts and actions were restricted. At the same time, the dazzling water waves gathered in the mouth of the water slime, and the amazing deterrence entangled it. Superb deterrence, deterrence entanglement. At this moment, Li Chu's pupils shrank again, and he felt an unparalleled threat. Damn, it's not perfect, it's superb, damn it, he shouted. Then, he burst out with powerful potential, and while struggling to resist the deterrence, he burst out with all his strength, using his wind-enhanced talent to act on the tornado. Buzz! The tornado's breath rose steadily, and in a blink of an eye, its strength far exceeded before. However, as the terrifying water flow compressed to the extreme leaped in the mouth of the water slime, at this moment, Li Chu and the tornado did not feel at ease at all. Boom! Deterrent armament, control of water element, water cannon. Fired. The azure light circulated in the mouth and pupils of the water slime, and with a boom, the water cannon, which was extremely thick and fast, compressed its area. It directly locked the tornado bird with deterrence and attacked. At this moment, under the 2-level deterrence lock, the tornado bird was still unable to move. It could only condense the wind jade in its mouth at the same time with difficulty, and used a compressed, spiraling huge wind ball to fight against the water cannon. But this water cannon, after all, was a powerful blow that Su gathered the power of nature, mobilized the sea area stored in the collective body, and was entangled with deterrence. It was not something that the opponent could resist. Even after being strengthened by the Beastmaster, the energy value of this tornado bird was still less than half of Susu's. Facing this attack containing terrifying deterrence and water power, the moment the white wind jade came into contact with it, it was immediately torn into pieces by the water flow like a balloon falling under a waterfall, and even the pieces were swallowed up. The water cannon hit the tornado bird directly. In an instant, the tornado sparrow's expression suddenly changed, and its whole body was swallowed by the water cannon and rushed into the distance. Boom! The whole valley was in turmoil. Because the water cannon directly rushed the tornado sparrow to the mountain wall, the moment the two sides touched, the whole mountain collapsed instantly because of the water cannon, and the rumbling sound was like a tsunami and an earthquake. The mountain wall cracked, the earth roared, and heavy rain fell from the sky. Sporadic deterrence waves flew everywhere, and the tornado sparrow slowly sank into the newly formed small lake, accompanied by gravel, with a tragic expression, completely losing its combat ability. As for Li Chu, who passed by the water cannon, he also stood there in a daze, feeling the wailing of the tornado sparrow that had lost its combat power, and his brain was blank. Ning, surrender. Su Su saw that this beastmaster was not very smart, and his reaction was slow under the deterrence, and he did not continue to attack, which was very considerate. At this moment, Li Shu really lost his ability to think, and he didn't understand what this water slime was. You said it was a wild beast, right? Whose wild beast looks like this and is so strong? You said it was another contestant's pet, right? Li Chu really hadn't heard of anyone who had contracted a water slime, and a water slime with such abnormal strength. The most important thing was that he hadn't even seen the beastmaster yet. At this time, Li Shu was unwilling to face the facts. He only felt that he was still in a dream, and the national competition would not start until tomorrow. Although the other audiences did not have their three views shattered as directly as Li Chu, they were also shocked to see a water slime burst out with such powerful strength and kill the high-level king race, the king-level dragonfly, which had been strengthened by the beastmaster, with a single blow. Now, I am a little doubtful of my eyes. The two hosts and commentators were once again unable to explain the situation in front of them. Is this a water slime? At this moment, as the encounter between the water slime and Li Chu turned into a conflict, and ended with Li Chu being crushed, the teachers and students of Lingde University were confused. Who can tell them what the situation is? Shiyu's fantasy butterfly and Jiuli war beast are strong, but why is this water slime so unscientific? Everyone looked at the dragonfly that was killed in one hit. This is undoubtedly Li Chu's trump card. It was killed in 1 second. They have no doubt that even if Li Chu summoned all his pets, they would still be killed by this water slime. The strength of this special meow is not in the same dimension. Silly child, I told you to run, why didn't you listen? Look, isn't this going to be the first unlucky guy to be eliminated? Moreover, he was eliminated alone by the pet raised by the beastmaster. After knowing the truth, he must be very autistic. In the last national competition, only Gao Zhuan's ultimate holy dragon beast had such strength under the same level as the king. But this time, any water slime has it? Not only Lingde University, but also teachers and students from other universities were shocked to see the screen. Only the imperial capital and ancient capital university were extremely silent, feeling that this situation was both familiar and strange. Obviously, this is not scientific. Recommend a book. This passerby is too calm. Introduction, also known as Hey, You're Stealing the Show Again. Chen Mo is a professional photographer. One day he became popular, not because of his professional and superb photography skills, but his ghostly movement. He became popular under the lens of others. At the scene of the 100-meter race on the sports field, why did a photographer carrying a cannon weighing dozens of kilograms run faster than professional athletes? At the scene of the violent tornado disaster in Oklahoma, facing the oncoming tornado, why did a photographer calmly take a photo with it? When a fighter jet took off, the fast-spinning propeller passed low, bringing up the strong wind and dust that almost lifted the top of a person's head. Why did a radio reporter and photographer report passionately? At the cool extreme sports scene, why did the photographer riding a bicycle and carrying a cannon behind the athlete walk on the cliff as if it were flat ground, and his movement was smoother than that of the athlete? Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline of morality? Chen Mo was confused when he was interviewed. He was just afraid of being overwhelmed by the internal competition, so he was shooting materials like crazy. As long as a person does one thing well in his life and does it to the extreme, he will be a legend. Chapter 316, Physical Strength Comparable to the Butterfly of the Dragon Clan. Too strong, Shiyu's pet has once again refreshed our cognition, regardless of whether it is scientific or not. Since it happened, it is reasonable. Hanlu and Guyu, the two commentators, looked at the water slime and the broken rocks in surprise. Superb deterrence, water gun with power comparable to a tsunami. Not only did it easily defeat the tornado bird, but it also relied on the impact of the water flow to instantly collapse a mountain wall and flood it into a lake. Is this still a water slime? Or is it an elemental creature of that extraordinary race? With this level of deterrence and this level of elemental control, I believe it is the Slime King. No, even the Slime King can't do this. The Slime King is the only superior life of the slime race. It is a king race, but the way it evolves is unknown. There are only slimes that are slime kings from birth, but no slime that has evolved into a slime king has been found. Besides, Shiyu's water slime is just a normal water slime, and it has nothing to do with the slime tortoise. Does such a water slime really exist? The two commentators turned to the three big guys on the rostrum for help. They couldn't figure out how a water slime could be so strong unless it used legendary water resources. The audience also couldn't figure out why Shiyu's pets were so outrageous. Similarly, this time, the three big guys on the rostrum were speechless again. This was the first time that Shiyu publicly sent a water slime to fight. Except for a few people, no one else knew the situation of this water slime. At this time, on the rostrum, President Xia looked at the camera and slowly said, "I only know that Shiyu's water slime is a contract with a dragon palace city in the East China Sea. Obviously, it may not be as simple as an ordinary water slime." After President Xia finished speaking, the audience was silent. Dragon Palace City? As long as the Beastmaster who passed the history exam naturally knew where that place was. The sea area of Donghuang is so peaceful thanks to the behemoth Dragon Palace City. It is the paradise of dragons. There have been several dragon kings in the past dynasties, shucking the sea area. There are countless ocean overlords. Was Shiyu's water slime contracted in Dragon Palace City? Hearing that this pet has the background of Dragon Palace City, the audience fell silent instantly. The information they could get was that Shiyu had been to Dragon Palace City, but if he was qualified to go to such a place, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to see more rare pets, even purebred dragons. In this case, Shiyu only contracted a water slime. What exactly is this water slime? Maybe there is no need to doubt it at all, because the battle just now well illustrates the power of this water slime. Any Beastmaster would not dislike such a water slime, it's too exaggerated. I would believe that this water slime is the illegitimate child of a totem dragon king in Dragon Palace City, +1+1+1, I heard that totem-level creatures can change their races at will. This water slime, can't it be the descendant of a totem? I'm so annoyed JPG, I also want a water slime like this. In the audience of Gudu University, Principal Feng laughed. What do you think? Be bold and guess. This is the reincarnation of the Kanghe elf. Of course, this matter is of great importance, and Principal Feng can't reveal more. Compared to now. Principal Feng looked at the screen. He hoped that one day, after this water slime truly obtained the title of Kanghe elf, Shiyu would still be able to control it to fight. By then, the name of Shiyu will be comparable to those legends of Donghuang dynasties. The game has not even started, but it's over. What is it like? Since Li Chu has no telepathy, he can't understand Su Su's words and won't surrender. There is no doubt that he was directly crushed by Su Su. A bubble skill sent Li Chu to heaven. Then, the Eye of the Stars took on the aftermath. As the first player to be eliminated, Lingdu University's Li Chu was taken back to the East China Sea arena in a daze. When he was sent back, he didn't even know what the water slime was. What am I doing, in the East China Sea arena? When the Star Eye clone teleported Li Chu back, Li Chu stood on the field, feeling the gazes of the 100,000 live audiences in the arena, and looked at everything blankly. Player Li Chu? At this time, the comforting voices of the two commentators Guyu and Han Lu were also heard on the screen. Player Li Chu unfortunately encountered the pet water slime sent by player Shiyu. After a defeat, he was ruled out by the referee. It's a pity, it seems, the first player to be eliminated has appeared. Player Li Chu was already cautious enough. Facing the fragrance and noise released by player Shiyu to lure his opponent, he remained vigilant enough, but unfortunately, player Shiyu still found him and sent out a water slime with terrible strength. Don't worry about Li Chu, it seems that someone is going towards Shiyu again. The barrage was swiped wildly. Li Chu? What the hell? You two commentators, what were you just saying? Say it again? Wow, Li Chu, my Li Chu? In the audience of Lingdu University, the schoolgirls who supported Captain Li Chu said with tears in their eyes, that water slime is so strong and cute. The school leaders of Lingdu University were silent. Their own captain was the first to be eliminated, and they didn't know what to say. Is Li Chu weak? In terms of the growth level of the pet, the king level, naturally there is nothing to say. In terms of the race level, the High King race, if Shiyu is not counted, Gozhuan is the only student in the 9 universities who has a contract with a hegemon race pet, so the High King is naturally not weak even if it is the top batch. In addition, Li Chu can enhance the energy value of the pet to more than 2 million through the good talent he has developed. Among the master players of the 9 universities, he is definitely not weak. So, it's completely special that the opponent is too abnormal. At this time, Li Shu obviously realized how much male silence and female terrors he had experienced. Li Shu listened to the keywords such as Shiyu, the water slime sent out, the first to be eliminated, and saw the water slime standing on the huge rock and looking at the sky on the screen. His eyes and mentality slowly changed from blank to bursting. His expression gradually became ferocious. Ah, damn, that water slime is Shiyu's? The school leaders of Linked University cast a comforting look. It doesn't matter. As long as other schools are as miserable as before, no one will care about our Linked University. Look, the unlucky people from other schools are also heading towards the direction of Shiyu and Shenbao, aren't they? In fact, this is also the case. Those who are close to Shiyu are all unlucky, and Li Chu will not be the last one. At this time, the only thing that comforted the teachers and students of Linked University was that another figure was gradually approaching Shiyu from the east, and was obviously attracted by the noise. It's the vice captain of the school team of Chengdu University, Chu Yang, the president of Linked University said with joy. When the Chengdu University team saw their second player coming, their faces suddenly changed. It was a giant dragon lizard with a golden crown like a horn, a strong body and golden wings. It was flying in the air, and a hedgehog-headed young man was sitting on its rough body. At this time, Yulong and the young man were communicating in confusion. Roar, there is no mistake, it is a thunder and lightning treasure. Roar, the birth of thunder and lightning treasures is often accompanied by thunder. This smell and this formation must be a resource above level 7. Yulong frantically planted grass for his own beast master, looking for it, looking for it, looking for it. As long as he got this, it would be more profitable than crushing 10 king-level beasts. Did the organizer arrange for the players to fight for the treasure? Could it be that they want to use this method to stimulate the conflicts among the players and speed up the game? If so, other players nearby may also be attracted. Don't be careless, be careful. Chu Yang also believed Yulong's evil, and the two of them approached carefully. It's the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon and Chu Yang. Name, Thunder Crown Feather Dragon. Racial level, High King, Quasi-Overlord. Growth level, King level not good. That direction is, after many teachers and students of Chengdu University compared, they silently discovered that their own player, Chu Yang and his pet, were flying in the direction of Shiyu's fantasy butterfly. If, before this, when people mentioned Shiyu, the first thing they thought of about Shiyu's pet was definitely the fantasy butterfly. This pet that made Shiyu be evaluated as a legendary, and showed unparalleled brilliance at the Butterfly Transformation Conference and the Breeding Conference. I didn't expect that less than half an hour after the game, there were players encountering one after another. I have to say that Shiyu's tactics have played a very good effect. According to observation, a large number of players are gathering in this direction. Among them, Chu Yang, the vice captain of Chengdu University, is the second player who will encounter Shiyu after Li Chu. The two commentators were very excited. It was the first time to comment on such a national competition. They also admitted that Shiyu really knows how to play. This method of directly declaring war on all contestants and beasts and telling them, "I'm here," is too rough. However, the one who will encounter contestant Chu Yang and his team is not contestant Shiyu himself, but another pet he sent to this direction, the illusion butterfly. Everyone must be familiar with the illusion butterfly. This is one of contestant Shiyu's representative pets. It is a medium-sized dominant race and a powerful butterfly creature with both spiritual and spatial systems. I wonder what kind of sparks will be produced after it encounters contestant Chu Yang. Lideo, in midair. Chu Yang was riding on the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon. Suddenly, they stopped abruptly. The Thunder Crown Feather Dragon and Chu Yang both showed solemn expressions in an instant. Roar, the Thunder Crown of the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon is like a radar that can sense the surrounding situation through electromagnetic waves. Just now, they felt a strong change in the fluctuation of the spatial magnetic field. A very powerful beast is attacking. Buzz! Chu Yang and Lei Guan Yulong just sensed the change and retreated frantically. Then, with a bang, a huge butterfly creature descended under the ripples of space. A giant butterfly with a body size of 4 or 5 meters and a strong sense of oppression slowly appeared. It has incomparably larger wings, and the entire wing surface is like white waves surging on the blue sea. Its color and pattern are very spectacular, like a work of art. At this time, A string of bright white halos inlaid on the edge of the blue sky like wings of this giant butterfly are shining, very dazzling and gorgeous. The moment it descended, its gorgeous posture instantly shocked Chu Yang and others. At this time, Chong Chong was happy. I didn't expect that I was so lucky to encounter a bonus so soon. Chong Chong was very happy, but Chu Yang and Lei Guan Yulong were not very happy. Empty, thinking, butterfly. Damn. Sure enough, there are other contestants nearby who are attracted by the natural treasures. This pet is Shiyu's fantasy butterfly. There are only 21 contestants in the individual competition. Chu Yang knows almost all the known pet information of all the contestants by heart, not to mention the star pet like Chong Chong, which was recognized by Chu Yang instantly. After leaving Shiyu, Chong Chong returned to normal because he was going to fight, so it was not difficult for the other party to recognize him. No, compared to the normal state, to be precise, it is now called the combat state. The combat state with a fantasy dragon. At present, Chong Chong is training to transform the fantasy dragon state into the normal state. Compared with the explosive skills of 11 and others, his fantasy dragon, as long as it does not use advanced props to exceed the limit of the explosion, is actually not so unbearable now. It is easier to use than 11's restrained edge, Chi Tuang's 10,000 swords returning to the origin, and Shen Bao's time fruit. The most important thing is that after transforming into a dragon's physique, it can deliberately magnify the advantages of a certain dragon race, such as the advantages of a dragon race with strong recovery ability, to make up for its own endurance, such as transforming its own physique into the physique of the sky dragon god, and just eating air can restore physical strength. Of course, with Chong Chong's current ability, it is definitely impossible to achieve a perfect transformation, but even if it can replicate a little bit of its physique, it will benefit infinitely. These are all the benefits brought by visualizing the dragon god statue, which gives Chong Chong a variety of choices that are close to perfection. If Chong Chong himself has vitality, extremely low, energy value, medium, and physique, extremely low, then in the state of fantasy dragon, it has vitality, extremely high, energy value, extremely high, physique, extremely high, and is extremely ferocious. Such a ferocious quality naturally makes the enemy feel a strong threat. In an instant, Chu Yang didn't say anything nonsense. Although he didn't know why he didn't see the Beastmaster, he immediately turned around and ran away as if he was facing a great enemy. I won't fight you. If it was any other contestant, he might still fight, but Shiyu, he couldn't see through it. As one of the few dominant races in this competition, only a fool would fight head-on. However, Chu Yang seemed to think that just running was useless. So the moment the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon and he turned around, another Thunder Crown Feather Dragon appeared between them and the fantasy butterfly almost instantly. Look, Chu Yang and Shiyu's fantasy butterfly have met. However, Chu Yang did not seem to want to fight, but turned around and left immediately. However, in order to stop the fantasy butterfly, he used his Beast Control Talent clone. The Beast Control Talent clone is similar to the clone skill of the pet, but not exactly the same. Through this clone talent, the Beastmaster can create a clone that 100% perfectly replicates the pet's strength. However, the duration of this clone depends on the physical fitness of the Beastmaster. At present, the newly appeared Thunder Crown Feather Dragon is obviously the clone of Chu Yang's Thunder Crown Feather Dragon. Although it is a clone, it is the same and has completely similar power. I wonder if this Thunder Crown Feather Dragon's clone can buy some time for Chu Yang's tactical retreat. The picture on the screen suddenly turned into a confrontation between the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon and the fantasy butterfly. The audience took a deep breath. Most people have only heard of the name of the fantasy butterfly, but have never seen it fight. Spirit in space, what kind of sparks can these two attributes produce? Only some of the audience at Imperial Capital University thought of some bad memories. In order to buy enough time for Chu Yang to retreat, this Thunder Crown Feather Dragon came up with a blue-purple flame all over its body, attacking the fantasy butterfly. Roar! Suddenly, the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon's flying speed increased, releasing a breath that made the air vibrate. With a piercing sound, it broke through the air and its flying speed turned into an afterimage. At the same time, the blue-purple flames on its body surged, and the flames on its body drove the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon's flight. The breath full of murderous intent was mixed with the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon's belief. Seeing this scene, the audience immediately recognized this trick. It's a superclass skill, Dragon Charge. The two commentators said, a dragon-type ultimate move that can cause physical and elemental double damage. The dragon race's unparalleled physique, combined with their unique dragon energy, dragon-type skills have always been synonymous with destructive power. The blazing blue-purple dragon-shaped figure came fiercely. Although Dragon Charge is a dragon skill, it also has some fire and lightning properties, which can easily cause burning and paralysis effects. It is a very threatening skill. This powerful move is absolutely untouchable for insects, especially fragile insects like butterflies. Even Overlord-level butterfly creatures would not be willing to be attacked by the dragon-level skills of the Monarch-level dragon. The audience understood this, so they also subconsciously judged the next situation. However, just when everyone thought that the fantasy butterfly would violently counterattack with skills, or dodge through the weird space system, a shocking scene happened. The fantasy butterfly did not move in place, completely ignoring the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon of Dragon Charge. That's it? Chong Chong wanted to despise the power of the opponent's ultimate move. It was not even as powerful as the leader without skills. In the empty dragon state, it was a waste of energy to use other skills. Boom. Because Chong Chong ignored it and let the skills hide it, a huge explosion suddenly came from the sky. The Thunder Crown Feather Dragon's body trembled as it hit the illusion butterfly, but the illusion butterfly floated steadily in the sky without moving. It was just like a grasshopper hitting an elephant, and it didn't cause any damage to it at all. Feeling the huge reaction force and the pain in its body, the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon's clone's pupils shrank, and his heart was shocked beyond words. This scene also shocked a bunch of viewers and two commentators. Fuck, what's going on? The butterfly's body resisted the ultimate move of the dragon creature. Eye of the stars, take a closer look for me. Zoom in. Fuck, it's really a physical resistance, I report. This is not legal at all. At this moment, all the Beastmasters watching the live broadcast were shocked. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. The fantasy butterfly glanced at the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon clone, and then the right wing waved slightly, and the flesh body touched the body of the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon. The next moment, the body of the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon was directly sunken by half, as if a huge rock was violently pressed on the flesh and blood body. Almost in an instant, the pupils of the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon turned completely white. After the bug slapped it, its body fell towards the forest on the ground like a meteor falling at a high speed. Smoke rose, and the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon that was smashed and fell directly scratched the ground, dragging a deep and long groove, knocking over dozens of large trees in succession, and the sound at the bottom finally quieted down. There was no energy fluctuation throughout the whole process, and the insects relied on their physical strength to complete it. This scene directly made many people sluggish. Fog, butterfly, slapped the dragon to death with a slap. Is this a butterfly? Hu Chuanqi, who specializes in butterflies and cries weak every day, expressed serious protest. The two commentators were also stunned. At the same time, Chu Yang, who had walked a distance in the distance, felt the situation of the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon's clone, and his brain suddenly roared. His eyes were full of incredible and fear, and then, a scene that made his eyes explode appeared, and he saw that he and the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon's body were suddenly fixed by the blue telekinetic light that appeared out of thin air at an extremely long distance. Roar, the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon, flying at high speed, roared loudly immediately, but it had no effect at all. Then, with Chu Yang's horrified expression, he separated from the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon he was riding. Then, under the control of telekinesis, with a boom, the Thunder Crown Feather Dragon itself was also smashed to the ground from high in the sky. Boom. The smoke rose again, and this time the force was even stronger. It still dragged out a deep and long ditch that was more than 100 meters long, knocking over dozens of large trees in succession, and the sound at the bottom finally quieted down. The forest shrouded in smoke was in a mess, as if two meteorites had just fallen. In the sky, Chu Yang, who was fixed and could not even see the figure of the illusion butterfly at this time, was directly scared silly, fearing that he would be crushed by the illusion butterfly by accident. I admit defeat, I surrender, let me go. Another one. At the same time, watching Shiyu's illusion butterfly eliminate another contestant so easily, the audience was speechless. While sympathizing with Chu Yang, they were even more deeply impressed by the horror of Shiyu's strength. The strength of this illusion butterfly was even more unscientific. Is this a spirit in space type? This physical strength is definitely not a spirit, space, and dragon type? Chapter 317, Shen Bao flips his hand and crush the avenue. The second one, in the center of Yunying mountain range, Shiyu and Shen Bao sat quietly on a huge rock. Su Su solved one, and Chong Chong also solved one, which was great. More, Shiyu was happy to be free. His leisure and smile were seen by the audience as a real devil. Another, the pet sent out by contestant Shiyu eliminated another contestant again. This is Donghuang Radio and Television Station, and we are currently broadcasting the individual preliminaries of the national competition for you. Contestant Shiyu's pet is incredible. A butterfly creature with a fragile body can kill a dragon with a strong body in one blow with just its flesh, even if it is the dominant race. The audience across the country was stunned. Especially those beast masters who cultivated the evolved form of the green cotton worm butterfly. They summoned their own butterflies, pinched their tender skin, and were speechless. Butterflies, are you polite? The encounter between the fantasy butterfly and the Chengdu University contestant Chu Yang excited the teachers and students of Lingdu University. Sitting back in the audience, the captain of Lingdu University, Li Chu, looked confused, and always felt that this scene was familiar. Only the teachers and students of Chengdu University looked miserable. They knew that this representative pet of Shiyu's early contract could not be weak. However, Chu Yang was killed in seconds without any chance of fighting back, which really made them sad. At least hold on for a while. If they successfully fought for a few rounds, Chengdu University would not be embarrassed. After all, everyone knew that Shiyu was very strong and that he had entered the top 100 of the sequence battle. But, a pet of the dragon type was smashed by a butterfly creature with just a wing of its flesh. What's this? Even if it was a clone, it was a clone that was 100% consistent with the original body. What's more, the original body didn't show much, and was directly hit by someone's telekinesis from tens of thousands of meters away, and was killed in seconds by a low-level spiritual skill. Shame. Only a few people like Shiyu and Gemcat knew that this was completely normal. Chu Yang did not have a talent for strengthening. His Thunder Crown Feather Dragon, in terms of energy value, was even less than 2 million. He was killed several times by Chong Chong. In addition, a mere sub-dragon, no matter how strong his physique was, compared with Chong Chong, who had absorbed the advantages of the demigod-level dragon god's physique and had a perfect dragon physique, he was really a show of skill but for an expert. This time, the two commentators, Gu Yu and Han Lu, also learned to be smart and directly asked the three big guys on the rostrum to explain this outrageous phenomenon again. After a moment of silence, President Xia said, "That's why I say that Shiyu is a genius. Everyone knows that Dr. Zuo successfully made the green cotton worm acquire the blood of the Phoenix clan during its evolution and evolved into a nice phoenix moth with phoenix characteristics. In fact, everyone should have heard about the strange phenomena that occurred when Shiyu's green cotton worm evolved at the Butterfly Transformation Conference. At that time, a divine dragon appeared, so I guess that when Shiyu's fantasy butterfly evolved, it may have used dragon resources to strengthen its physique. And it was successful. Like dragon blood and dragon balls, they are all resources that can strengthen the physique of other life forms. The fact that the green cotton worm can absorb these resources so perfectly during its evolution makes him a genius researcher who can study the evolution chain of the green worm cocoon," President Xia explained feebly, but this was the only explanation. Everyone agreed with what he said, understood it, and knew it was true. Everyone naturally saw the situation at the Butterfly Transformation Conference. However, the problem now is that Shiyu's fantasy butterfly is no longer as simple as having its physique enhanced by dragon resources. It's a useless skill. It killed a quasi-dominant dragon who is using a superclass dragon skill. Even the same level dragons of the higher level dominant races can't do it. If dragon resources were so powerful, the price wouldn't still be suppressed by time and space attributes, not to mention that this fantasy butterfly is a spirit and space attribute. What kind of resources can be strengthened so outrageously? Wow, my Dragon Ball, President Xia said something irrelevant. As soon as he finished speaking, the jewel cat in the audience of Gudu University immediately pressed its cat paw on its face and cried silently, tears streaming down its face. This is the Dragon God's Dragon Ball. After Shiyu learned the origin of the Dragon Ball from the Sea Dragon King, he did not hide it and told the jewel cat openly. This was tantamount to finishing off the knife, and almost caused the jewel cat to have a myocardial infarction and die suddenly. If it had known that the Dragon Ball with lost energy was the Dragon Ball of the Dragon God of the Dragon Palace City Mirage countless years ago, it would have signed a 100-year food supply contract with Shiyu and Shen Baobao before giving it to Shiyu, instead of being fooled by Shiyu's broken fruit made by a few Shen Baobao commander level. Teacher Ying, are you feeling uncomfortable? Lindsay, as who saw the gem cat suddenly change color and twitch his body, and immediately said, I'm just crying with joy. I'm happy to see that Chong Chong is so powerful. I'm happy too. Lindsay, as whose beautiful eyes were looking around. The price of the iron-eating beast and the green cotton worm set meal should increase again. At this moment, the commentators Guyu and Hanlu suddenly said, Look, the captain of Imperial Capital University, Gojuan, is also heading in the direction of Shiyu and his team. The distance between Gojuan and Shiyu is much greater than the distance between Lichu, Chuyang, and Shiyu. Just now, Gojuan also hunted a king beast easily with a force of thunder. After that, he seemed to have discovered something and immediately locked onto the direction of Shiyu. At present, except for the one related to Shiyu, the other players have not met yet, let alone hunting king beasts so quickly. Only Gojuan hunted a tiger king in a mountain forest. In the picture, Gojuan was riding in the body of a huge ultimate holy dragon beast. The huge silver mecha flew high in the sky. When passing by a mountain forest, it was regarded as an intruder by a king level 1000 rock tiger king and was attacked. Roar, this king of beasts standing on the 1000 rocks has a ferocious body like a rock, and when it attacks, it is a sky full of rock blades. Deal with it. Gojuan and his men were very strong. Like Shiyu, they didn't have to worry about the state consumption after being targeted by the king level beast. But facing the rock blade of the 1000 rock tiger king, the huge outer wall of the ultimate holy dragon beast mecha automatically emerged with a crystal-like transparent protective wall. After instantly annihilating and absorbing all the flying rocks, the ultimate holy dragon beast slowly raised its mechanical palm. The next moment, the green flying dragon energy condensed. Boom. Roar, the energy fluctuations turned into a lifelike green flying dragon, which instantly devoured the 1000 rock tiger king at an extremely incredible speed. The aftermath of the move destroyed a large area of the mountain into ruins, and the 1000 rock tiger king was naturally killed instantly without any surprise. After that, a sudden change occurred. Just after solving the 1000 rock tiger king, the ultimate holy dragon beast suddenly raised his head, quickly took off, and looked into the distance. At this time, the fragrance has not spread here, and the thunder in the distance cannot be heard here, and it cannot be transmitted that far. However, as the ultimate holy dragon beast is a king-level mechanical pet, the top king-level mechanical pet, it has a stronger detection system and is more sensitive to all changes than Shiyu's pets who have mastered supervision. This is now, contestant Gaojuan seems to be flying in the direction of contestant Shiyu. Is he sensing something? I suddenly feel a little excited. Will the two contestants with the highest chance of winning the national competition meet so early? What will happen after they meet? Fuck, Gojuan is running towards Shiyu. Are the two big guys going to love and kill each other so soon? Who will win? Who will win? If it was before, I bet on Team Gao, but now, I feel that it will be a fierce battle. It's hard to say. Contestant Gojuan, 1 year ago, his ultimate holy dragon beast was able to dominate the national competition with absolute advantage. It is said that he has prepared other secret trump cards in preparation for this national competition, and contestant Shiyu is undoubtedly the super dark horse of the national competition. Before the ranking of the sequence competition was announced, before the start of this national competition, no one could have thought that contestant Shiyu, who had just entered college, would be able to enter the highest stage of the national competition so strongly. However, I am actually a little worried at this time. Commentator Guyu said, at present, contestant Shiyu's pets are very scattered. In this case, if he encounters contestant Gojuan, will it have some adverse effects on contestant Shiyu? The commentator's words make sense. Everyone analyzed the current situation. At present, Shiyu has a total of 5 pets, and only 1 ginseng baby is by his side. The distance between the other 4 and Shiyu is almost getting farther and farther. In this case, no matter which direction Gaojuan comes from, Shiyu is at a great disadvantage. Boss Shiyu probably wants to send 4 pets to guard the 4 directions, defeat all the bonuses that are attracted, and pursue efficiency judging from the performance of the Iron Eater, the Water Slime, and the Fantasy Butterfly. I think it's okay. Of course. The premise is that they don't encounter Team Gao. My god, Boss Shi Yu chose this approach. Isn't he really worried that a pet will encounter Team Gao alone, or that a fish that slipped through the net will break through and kill him and Shen Bao Bao? By the way, the defense force around Boss Shi Yu now seems a little weak. Everyone looked at Shi Yu sitting alone on the rock with Shen Bao Bao on the screen, and expressed their opinions. As if to respond to the expectations of countless viewers, suddenly, the two commentators discovered the abnormality of other players again. Moto University, player Shizhou disappeared from the screen, Han Lu commented in surprise. Shizhou is one of the players who is close to Shi Yu. After sensing the movement, he also moved towards Shi Yu, but suddenly, he seemed to have lost his trace. Let's take a look at the replay. In the picture, a dark-skinned young man was riding a giant snake that was more than 10 meters long and moving on the ground. This giant snake was silver-white all over, like metal, with reddish-brown pupils, and looked extremely ferocious. The young man stood on its head and rushed with it towards the direction where the fragrance was spreading. Roar! This giant snake, like the dragon bird and thunder-crowned feather dragon just now, was attracted by the sweet smell and lost its mind, and was very throbbing. The young man seemed to have the idea of going to the scene to find out what happened. Compared with the other two, he was more indifferent, because he had the confidence to successfully escape even when facing Gojuan. It's Shizhou from Magic City University and his Steel Rock Snake. Seeing this person, the teachers and students of other universities were stunned. In the past 2 years, the level of Beast Masters at Magic City University is actually higher than that of Imperial City University. But unfortunately, Imperial City University has a cheat like Gaojuan. As a result, even though the level of students at other levels at Magic City University is one level higher than that of Imperial City University, they have not been able to win the championship in previous national competitions. This year, the quality of students at Magic City University is still good. Shizhou is one of the leading figures among the master players at Magic City University. Of course, there is still a certain gap compared to Gaojuan of Imperial City University. After all, his ranking in the sequence competition is hundreds of places away, just like the master players of other universities, and he suffered from his youth. Getting closer and closer, Steel Rock Snake, Earth Escape, Roar, in the picture, following Shizhou's command, Shizhou on the Steel Rock Snake was suddenly wrapped in a stream of crystals, and then his whole body flowed into the Steel Rock Snake like liquid metal. Then, the huge Steel Rock Snake suddenly plunged into the ground. Boom! In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a huge hole, Steel Rock Snake and Shizhou disappeared from everyone's sight. They entered the underground through the Earth Escape skill, intending to go to the scene in this way to see what happened. The superb Earth Escape skill is the reason why Shizhou thinks Gaojuan can't keep him. As long as he slips away fast enough, unless the opponent blows up the entire island, the opponent may not be able to catch them because of the obstacle of the Earth. Underground. The movement speed of Steel Rock Snake is comparable to that of wind-type pets flying in the sky and water-type pets swimming in the water. It is a racial bonus. Name, Steel Rock Snake. Attributes, Gold, Earth, Racial Level, High King, Quasi-Overlord, Growth Level, King Level. Introduction, a special elemental life living deep underground, it is the king of the earth. Its body, which is forged by underground high pressure and high heat, is harder than any metal and has infinite strength. Turning over can cause strong ground vibrations and easily destroy a town. It turns out that Shizhou chose to let Steel Rock Snake use the Earth Escape skill to secretly approach the location of the movement. Although we can't see Shizhou's position now, through the star eye mark, everyone can judge their position through the yellow dot on the big map. Hey, wait a minute, Shizhou's position at this time. God, the 4 pets sent by Shi Yu didn't seem to find the Steel Rock Snake deep underground. They are now closer to Shi Yu's location than the 4 pets sent by Shi Yu. An interesting thing is about to happen. Although Shi Yu eliminated 2 players before, these 2 people have never seen Shi Yu himself. This time, is Shizhou going to be the first player to really contact and encounter Shi Yu? As this picture was played, the East China Sea arena immediately boiled. The first thought in countless people's minds was that Shi Yu had played too big. Overturned. Even if Shi Yu's 4 pets have good reconnaissance capabilities, how can they be comprehensive? Look, didn't this allow Shizhou and Steel Rock Snake to break through the 4 main forces and snipe the Beastmaster himself? Good opportunity. The teachers and students of Magic City University are more proud than the students of Lingdu and Chengdu University. After all, from the strength of the school to the strength of the players, they are not at the same level. Although it is said that in a fair fight, Shiyu is definitely stronger, but now it is not a fair fight on the field, but a field battle. If it is a sneak attack from underground. Judging from the current combination of Shiyu and Shen Bao, perhaps Shizhou can really eliminate this monster that just caused a huge sensation. If that is the case, then Magic City University will be furious. Even if no one can win the national championship in the end, the prestige of Magic City University has been fully played. Not good. Unlike Magic City University, the teachers and students of Ancient Capital University began to get a little nervous. Don't panic, that Shen Bao is not simple. However, there are also teachers and students in Ancient Capital University who have seen Shen Bao fight, but even so, they are still a little worried. After all, the fighting style of that ginseng baby seems to be ginseng-like, killing cannon and bomb fruit. Judging from these two fighting styles, if this ginseng baby is also at the king level, combined with a strange sweetness, it may be able to fight the opponent head-on, but the opponent is now attacking. It directly passed through the defense line of Shiyu's other pets and came here without anyone noticing. This is not a head-on battle. Therefore, it is reasonable that the teachers and students of Guda University are a little nervous. It's over. Shiyu is going to overturn. Overturn is good. It's outrageous to send all the combat forces and leave only one tonic by your side. I have expected this scene. As the yellow dot on the map gets closer and closer to Shiyu, many viewers hold their breath. Damn, what will happen next? Everyone looked at Shiyu, who was still sitting on the giant rock, recuperating, and the ginseng baby releasing sweetness, and they were nervous and their heartbeats accelerated. I know this Shizhou. His steel rock snake is really good, especially in terms of earth escape. With some other skills, he can complete some special tactics without anyone noticing. Moreover, although they are underground, they should be well aware of the situation on the ground. On the rostrum, even President Xia, who had just praised Shiyu twice, became slightly serious. It's going to be a good show. Director Zhang Yan was also happy. He liked to see this kind of non-frontal encounter. This is the charm of field battles. Why do I always feel that the dangerous one will be Shiwat? Xiao Shuang legend was silent. Combined with the record of the ginseng baby crushing two overlords, plus the fragrance performance just now, and, because of the spiritual connection with the Eye of Stars, she knew very well that among Shiyu's several pets, this ginseng baby was the one with the strongest energy fluctuation. What will happen next? Donghuang Radio and Television Station. Donghuang Radio and Television Station. Now, the two sides are getting closer and closer. Next, Double, the commentator and host Gu Yu was talking, and suddenly, his face was stunned, because in the picture, Shiyu and Shen Bao, who had been motionless and kept the same posture just now, suddenly changed their movements. Deep in the Yunying Mountains, Shiyu slightly moved his shoulders, stood up on the rock and stretched. Someone is coming from underground. Yeah. Yes, Shen Bao next to him said while releasing sweet air. Yeah, they are really unreliable. Shen Bao patted his chest. At the critical moment, he still had to rely on his brother Shenshin. I did think of this possibility at the beginning, but I didn't expect these players to be so good, Shiyu said. 11. Qitong, Chong, Su, they may not have noticed it. But it's not a big problem. Shen Bao is different. Its perception of the earth is deeper. The reason is very simple. It has the superb earth skill of hardening, and the earth race skill of earth chain, which is close to the Tao. With its supervision, its perception of the underground is not comparable to that of the 11. Let it go. Shiyu thought about whether he should play with the other party. In fact, Shiyu was not worried about his own safety. At this time, he was wearing a water drop pendant on his neck. This water drop was the full-level guardian water made by Su. With this, he was not afraid of sneak attacks at all. Unless it was a hegemon-level attack, it would not be able to break his defense. Shiyu had tried it. And this was just one of the strange equipment on Shiyu. Although he was carrying equipment that complied with the rules, these equipment, because they were self-produced and used, must be more brutal than the equipment of other players' full-body armor, and even gave Shiyu the confidence to fight against weaker king-level beasts. Besides, he didn't have to face it by himself. Isn't Shen Bao here? If the last team competition was not held on the glacier, but here where the earth and plants are full of natural energy, Shen Bao might not be defeated by 11 and Chong. Here, some of its combination skills can play a better effect. Forget it, Shen Bao, Leave it to you. Finally, Shiyu chose. Hearing this order, Shen Baobao nodded, then looked slightly into the distance, looking at the ground. Shiyu also looked in that direction. This look immediately caught a close-up of the star eye, and also made countless viewers discover the abnormality of Shiyu and others. Fuck, Shiyu and others, did they look underground just now? Has Shizhou been discovered? I don't know, but even if he is discovered, Shiyu should not be able to lock on to the opponent now, and cannot attack the opponent just now. Contestant Shiyu and Shen Baobao seem to have looked at the ground. Did contestant Shizhou get exposed? It is said that contestant Shizhou's steel rock snake has trained the earth escape skill to the level of perfection, and can be perfectly integrated with the earth, almost difficult to be discovered. With this move, contestant Shizhou once killed a king-level beast in the territory of a hegemon-level creature, and escaped unscathed. So, in theory, their actions are very secretive. The two commentators immediately followed the abnormality and introduced Shizhou's record to everyone. However, no matter how they nursed, it was discovered. Soon, in the picture, Shen Baobao stopped releasing sweetness, and his green eyes looked at the earth deeply. Then, he gently jumped under the rock, bent down, and pressed his palm to the ground. Combo skills, the monster of the earth. Rumble. The next moment, a picture that silenced all the audience appeared. As Shen Baobao pressed his palm to the ground, the surrounding earth, with it as the center, instantly began to shake violently. With a boom, the ground behind Shiyu and Shen Baobao cracked in the screen, and a wooden giant grew out. Then, a brownish-brown substance swept over the wooden giant, and its size was still increasing rapidly and growing wildly. In just 2 seconds, with amazing changes, the wooden giant born behind Shiyu and Shen Baobao expanded to a height of 100 meters, and began to extend its limbs and head, becoming a majestic brownish-brown 100-meter giant. The huge wooden statue, with its height, has made it the focus of the entire screen. The appearance of a huge combination of over 100 meters made the sky and the earth in front of Shiyu and the others really dark, just like the iron-eating beast that shocked the 4 directions just now. The super combination of earth chain plus hardening plus planned control plus lushness, the earth monster that can absorb the power of the earth to maintain its activities appeared. Many people's expressions were stagnant. What the hell is this? What is that Shen Baobao going to do? Shit, this definitely looks like an attack skill. Did they find the enemy? Everyone was shocked as they compared the tiny body of Shen Baobao with a huge wooden statue. At the same time, at the scene, deep underground, Shizhou carefully controlled the steel rock snake to move forward, but the next moment, their faces suddenly changed, and they felt the huge changes in the ground. They felt a little dangerous. But at this time, it was too late. A superb deterrent directly penetrated the earth and penetrated deep into the ground, causing the steel rock snake's eyes to shrink suddenly, shocking it on the spot. The next moment, the ground shook even more strongly. From the audience's perspective, in the picture, after the spirit of the earth monster came out, Shen Baobao resumed his standing position, and then gently flipped his palm. With this flip, the earth monster also moved, and the huge arm fell quickly, and the palm directly penetrated the earth. The entire palm was like 5 mountains, huge and enveloping everything. Then, it touched the earth. At this moment, the earth cracked, and countless rocks and dust flew away. The hard earth seemed like soft mud to the giant hand of the earth monster. With a sound of boom, everyone opened their mouths in shock after a moment. Boom. Shen Baobao turned his hand and crushed the road. Even if they were not at the scene, everyone seemed to be able to experience the tragic scene at that time. The audience's eyes widened. Damn, he really found the enemy. Is this a perspective cheat? What kind of breed is that Shen Baobao? The picture was blurred and shrouded in smoke. When people could see more clearly, they saw that in the picture, the earth monster behind Shiyu and Shen Baobao was still like a god. Its arms and hands have already stretched out from the earth. In addition, unlike when it penetrated the earth, the hand of the earth monster at this time was holding a huge snake with a panic-stricken expression. You are too dangerous. We can't let you wander around underground. The steel rock snake was controlled and struggled hard, but it couldn't break free. Its power was completely crushed. At this time, a figure with a pale face came out of the steel rock snake's body. After he came out, he opened his mouth and looked at the 100-meter earth monster in front of him in shock. He also looked at Shiyu, who was not far away, with his arms crossed and looking at him calmly, and the ginseng baby with his arms crossed. He fell into endless confusion. His mentality exploded directly. Who am I? Where am I? What is going on here? What happened? This is indeed the first contestant to encounter Shiyu, but the tragedy is that he was suppressed before he saw Shiyu, the outside world. Countless viewers opened their mouths wide again, looking at this scene incomprehensible. The teachers and students of Magic City University stood up with dull eyes, saying fuck continuously, and lost the ability to think. The teachers and students of Ancient Capital and Imperial Capital University only felt that this ginseng baby was more terrifying and horrible than they remembered. The online spectators and the two commentators were all shocked at this moment, and their views on strength were shattered again. Shiyu and the ginseng baby found the enemy, but, don't tell them, this was created by the ginseng baby. Is this a ginseng baby? When Shijo came over, many people were worried about Shiyu. At this moment, they looked at the steel rock snake that was pinched and unable to break free, and Shijo who was pale and shocked on the spot and dared not move. They only felt that this world was so crazy. This ginseng baby was not only very capable and powerful, but also very terrifying. Why are all Shiyu's pets so weird? Even the teachers and students of Imperial Capital University who trusted Gao Zhuan immensely, such as Yin Zhengfen and others, all looked worried at this moment. Captain Gao should be fine, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Gao Zhuan was beaten away. You fell before I even used any strength, deep in the Yunying Mountains. The ginseng baby stood on the ground. Behind it was a 100-meter-tall earth monster. Under the suppression of the earth monster, Steel Rock Snake and Shijo slowly fainted. There was a factor of being scared, but there was also a factor of sweetness. The earth monster is actually a very comprehensive combination of skills. As a plant body, it can also produce hypnotic sweetness. Or, it can get the amplification of the moon explosion power and perform partial or overall explosion. It is no problem to crush the opponent. Of course, although it is big, its self-explosion power is definitely not as strong as that of the small ginseng baby. Although the earth monster looks violent, the ginseng baby is still gentle and only uses hypnotic sweetness to solve the opponent. However, no matter how the ginseng baby solves the opponent, this scene is still so incredible in the eyes of the audience. As everyone has seen, I thought Shijo's earth escape tactics would pose a certain threat to Shiyu. But, what is incredible is that the concealment of the steel rock snake has nowhere to hide in front of Shiyu and the baby ginseng. The most shocking thing is that the combat effectiveness of Shiyu's baby ginseng is not inferior to the performance of Shiyu's other pets. It is simply too unbelievable. Hanlu and Guyu, the two commentators, watched everything eagerly. Others also looked at the earth monster created by the baby ginseng eagerly. Damn, no wonder Shiyu dared to send out other pets. This baby ginseng is not necessarily weaker than those pets. I was almost deceived by the appearance again. At the Imperial Capital University, the old president of the Imperial Capital University was silent. Although they are in a competitive relationship with the teachers and students of the Ancient Capital University on the stage of the national competition. However, from the perspective of a beast master, the old president of the Imperial Capital University believes that Shiyu's baby ginseng is the most terrifying. In the brief confrontation just now, she knew that this ginseng baby didn't even use half of its strength. The moon explosion, time mark and even the time fruit, those more perverted skills, were useless. With the time fruit, even if there are side effects, Shiyu must have the ability to compete with the overlord for a short time, although Gao Zhuan is fine now, but, the old president of the Imperial Capital University sighed, not knowing what the result would be. Now Shiyu's basic strength is beyond her imagination. Although she knew that Gao Zhuan was well prepared, she couldn't help but worry. In the picture, the earth monster indifferently threw the combination of steel rock snake and Shijo into the sky. Meaning, the eye of the stars is given to you. The eye of the stars was also very impolite, and directly covered the light and sent the lost child away. After the scene happened, the teachers and students of the Magic Capital University looked bitter, while the Lingdu and Chengdu universities laughed out loud. Of course, the common thought of many viewers at this time was still puzzled. How did that ginseng baby, break the tonic race restriction and gain such a strong fighting power. The vitality and energy value of the tonic race are strong, but the weakness and prize are weak physique and combat power. With high vitality, high energy, and high combat power, isn't this special Meow invincible? Shiyu didn't know yet how much impact the performance of 11, Su Su, Chong Chong, and Shen Bao Bao had caused in the outside world. At this time, he was looking at the earth monster happily. Summon it if you want to. Anyway, the earth monster can connect to the earth, just like those plants. It relies on absorbing the power of the earth to maintain its vitality and will not continue to waste Shen Bao Bao's physical strength. Of course, the premise is not to fight fiercely. If the battle is high intensity, the energy supply is insufficient and the earth monster will collapse quickly. After sending away the elites of Moto University, Shen Bao Bao and Shiyu whispered, and the two sides communicated telepathically. Shen Bao Bao rubbed his hands and asked if Shiyu could teach it a soil escape skill another day. It has earth-related racial skills. Although it is not earth-attributed, it should also be able to learn earth escape. At that time, if you are not good at flying, then you are not good at flying. If you have the ability, 11. Bugs, they burrow into the ground. Everyone is invincible, who is afraid of whom? No problem, Shiyu smiled and sat back on the stone. Isn't it easy to say? Earth escape skills are not rare skills. Every earth rat in the countryside has one. It's okay to copy one for Shen Bao Bao at that time. Although it doesn't improve Shen Bao Bao's combat effectiveness much, it can indeed greatly improve his ability to save his life. In the future, fishing will also provide more means of escape. Shen Bao Bao was excited. Great, great. Shiyu pondered. However, in this way, if there is a team meeting next time, I am afraid that the venue should be limited. Otherwise, by then, those who hide will hide, those who fly will fly, those who escape will escape, and those who dive will dive. The 8 immortals will show their magical powers. These little guys in the team may not be able to distinguish the results, even if they fight for 100 years. After the national competition is over, in addition to adding some super-level skills, you can start a new round of collecting low, medium and high-level skills. Shiyu took a deep breath. In the past, there were too many skills to be learned, and the physique could not keep up. In addition, there was no pressure, so there was no rush. But next, if you want to go to the world competition, then the more cards the better. Next, let's take a look at the other players. In the outside world, everyone gradually got used to the abnormal performance of Shiyu's pet. They swore that no matter what abnormal ability Shiyu's pet showed in the future, they could bear it and would not make a fuss. At this time, many people were confused. Is this really the level of the top 100 in the sequence battle? They felt something was wrong, because these days, it is not that there are no players at the top of the sequence battle who have publicly fought each other, but their performance seems to be not as fierce as Shiyu. At this time, there are players in the sequence battle who are paying attention to the national competition. Among them, there are many players in the top 20 and top 50 who are also paying attention to the national competition. When they saw Shiyu's performance, they were silent and suddenly felt a sense of threat. This is definitely not the strength that a Beastmaster who was initially ranked 81st and currently ranked outside the top 100 can possess. This guy is not that simple. Li Chu, Chu Yang, and Shi Zhou are the closest to Shiyu. Other individual players are far away at this time and are more cautious. Although they are moving towards that side, they are not moving at a high speed. The pets sent out by Shiyu have little hope of encountering them in a short period of time. Calculating the current distance and the speed of the player's movement, the one who is most likely to encounter Shiyu next, is Gao Zhuan, Hanlu and Guyu, the two commentators, analyzed in the live broadcast room. Moreover, judging from the direction of Gao Zhuan, if he continues to fly at such a high speed on the ultimate holy dragon beast, the pet of Shiyu that he is most likely to encounter later is Flame Sword Spirit, Red Eyes. Everyone immediately judged it. This result surprised many people. It was not the powerful water slime, nor the powerful Jiuli war beast, nor the powerful fantasy butterfly, but the flame sword spirit that has no sense of existence yet. At the same time, as Shiyu showed more and more outrageous strength, the most nervous group of people at this time were not the teachers and students of the Imperial Capital University. In many mechanical research institutes in Donghuang, there are super bosses who are worthy of being called the top leaders in the field of Donghuang machinery. For some reason, They pay attention to the national competition. In a certain research institute in the imperial capital, the retired dean of the School of Mechanical Engineering of the Imperial Capital University, an old veteran of the fourth game, who single-handedly discovered and cultivated Gaozhuan, watched the live broadcast of the national competition in silence. Old Liu, can Gaozhuan do it? This Shiyu looks very powerful. He is worthy of being the elite of the 3rd and 11th games. Old Liu, if you said you want to help Xiao Gao apply for resources, then apply. Why send him through the national competition? If this fails, you will lose all your patents. The mechanic named Old Liu kept receiving messages from his colleagues in the bureau, which made him quite unhappy. You know nothing. Just give it away for free. Do you know how to cherish it more and feel more accomplished if you have gone through a test? If this method is not used, Gaozhuan, who stays at the research institute all day, will have the opportunity to meet people of the opposite sex of the same age? Will he marry a robot in the future? Old Liu, who has no offspring, obviously regards Gaozhuan, who has been trained since childhood, as his grandson. Moreover, Gaozhuan did not lose this time. Just watch it, Gaozhuan will not lose. In order to deal with Shiyu, he has strengthened all his savings in advance. Mechanic Old Liu looked at the red sword spirit in the picture and was slightly silent. However, to be honest, this time Gaozhuan's training was indeed a little bigger than he imagined. This Shiyu was indeed a little monster. At this time, the national competition island, Li Island, south of the Yunying Mountains. Qitong was flying in the sky, angrily. Because in this direction, there seemed to be no players or even king-level pets coming. Compared with the unlucky Qitong, other directions were much better. Su Su solved a player. Chong Chong solved a player, and even the Arbe Shen Bao Bao solved a player, but Qitong did not encounter the moving bonus. Although 11 didn't meet any players, he encountered a king-level beast that came after smelling the scent not long after he flew out. As expected, he was stunned by 11's threat. Because 11 had stunned 100,000 beasts in an instant before, including 10 kings, this little experience was not broadcast live at all, but it was also a 10 million bonus. Only Qitong was in a miserable state at the moment. All the people passing by below were low-level noobs, not counted in the record. Meow, Qitong flew in the sky angrily. But suddenly, it was stunned. It noticed that a strong energy fluctuation was coming from afar. This energy fluctuation was stronger than its power. Moreover, it felt very familiar with this fluctuation. It was as if it had seen it somewhere before. Meow, Gaozhuan, the ultimate holy dragon beast. Soon, the little Qitong in the sky was facing a great enemy and extremely happy. What is a surprise? I was complaining just now, but Qitong never thought that he would win the first prize. Meow, the heroine's cool article mode is turned on. Qitong was extremely excited. It quickly notified Shiyu that it had encountered a big fish. Deep in the Yunying Mountains. With a leap of spirit, Shiyu was slightly stunned and looked to the south where Qitong was. At this time, although Qitong was far away from him, there was still a spiritual connection between the two. Not only because of the contractual relationship, nor because Qitong was the soul seed hatched by Shiyu, but mainly because Shiyu was gifted in telepathy. The distance at which he could maintain contact with a contracted pet was much farther than that of other talented beastmasters. It was precisely because of this that Shiyu could easily send all the pets out and was not afraid of losing contact. Gaozhuan finally showed up. Shiyu was as surprised as Qitong. In his opinion, the only troublesome guy in this national competition was Gaozhuan. As long as Gaozhuan was solved, the national championship would basically be locked, and a bunch of top-quality mechanical materials would also be obtained. Qitong, give it a try. If it doesn't work, run away. You may not be able to beat it, but it certainly can't outrun you. Shiyu still recognized Qitong as the fastest in the team. We'll go over there now, and then, we'll beat him up in a group. Qitong, kak? Me. Woo woo woo. What about the trust between the Beastmaster and the pet? Why do other teammates just kill randomly, but when it comes to me, if it doesn't work, just run away? It's said that the heroine is a cool story. Shiyu actually wants to play it safe. After all, Qitong's strength is not as good as 11 and Chong Chong, and it is not like Su Su in the distance, who can have the perfect transformation of the time fruit in his stomach, and the side effects are very small, second only to the ginseng baby, so it's better for it to run fast, and everyone will fight Gaozhuan together. At that time, Qitong will possess him, and rounding it off, It means that Qitong will be crushed, isn't it? Of course, the premise is to try it out, and run if it doesn't work, and if it works, then he will say nothing. Qitong and the others were not sent out by Shi Yu empty-handed. Shi Yu prepared a lot of trump cards for the national competition, and this is not just talk. At this time, on the hilt of the sword of Xiao Qitong in the south, there is a linear ring made of transparent insect silk, which is almost invisible to the naked eye. This ring is not simple. This is a space equipment, made by Chong Chong using insect silk plus space pocket skills. Inside, there are not only low-level equipment of legendary quality, but also General Mu's Gemini silver armor, and an environmental protection badge with an ice dragon phantom made by Chong Chong. In addition, the Gemini silver armor is enchanted with a phantom of General Mu Huayin by Chong Chong, using virtual and real phantoms. Haha. Although it can't last long, if the opponent does not have the strength of a hegemon, facing Qitong's equipment, it's up to him. At the same time, Shi Yu's spiritual consciousness seemed to be in a dark space. The space is like a different world, and the spiritual consciousness of 11, Chong Chong, Qitong, Shen Bao Bao, and Susu are also here. The 6 life forms seem to have started an online meeting and confirmed the situation of the other party, confirmed the position. Let's fight Gaojuan together. Shi Yu's call made Chong Chong, Shai, Susu and others who were far away stunned. Gaojuan is here? Oh. Great. Go to Gaojuan, grab the prize money. The pets are all excited, aiming at Gaojuan's head. This is Donghuang radio and television station. Shi Yu and others found that Gaojuan was approaching, and the audience who were watching the live broadcast could be more sure. At this time, everyone was very excited. Damn, the 2 big boss level players in the national competition are finally going to meet. As you can see, Gaojuan is less than 10,000 meters away from Shi Yu's flame sword spirit, and they will meet in the blink of an eye. In the picture, there is a huge silver mecha with a total height of more than 10 meters, with obvious dragon-shaped features on the head, similar to the dragon man form. At this time, it is flying at a great speed with the support of white energy light wings. Gaojuan is sitting in the body of the ultimate holy dragon beast. Through the detection equipment of the ultimate holy dragon beast, he has now perfectly locked on the red eyes in the distance. In terms of detection ability, Shi Yu's pets are indeed inferior to Gaojuan's ultimate holy dragon beast. Gaojuan had already discovered Qitong before Qitong discovered Gaojuan. Gaojuan looked at the fiery red sword spirit in the picture, and his expression suddenly froze. The reason why he came here quickly was that he did sense something. It was the ultimate holy dragon beast that sensed the high-intensity energy fluctuations, which attracted Gaojuan. But Gaojuan didn't expect that he would meet Shi Yu's pet on the road. Species name, sword spirit, no detailed classification yet, growth level, king level, energy value. 3.95 million. It's Shi Yu's sword spirit. Sure enough, when he first met Shi Yu in the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, he found that this sword spirit was unusual. At the commander level, it had an energy value of 180,000. After the king level, its strength would definitely be more terrifying. And now, his prediction was indeed correct. The energy value of 3.95 million is almost catching up with the normal energy of his ultimate holy dragon beast with special energy enhancement. If this sword spirit could master the skill of possession, then Shi Yu would definitely be a threat to him at that time. Yes, he at that time. As for now, Gaojuan looked at the energy value of the sword spirit, and his heart was not shaken. Fortunately, he was prepared and upgraded the fire immunity system. The power of the same level of flame hitting the ultimate holy dragon beast at this time can be offset by at least 30%. However, what puzzled Gaojuan the most at this time was that according to the powerful detection system of the ultimate holy dragon beast, there was a large area near this sword spirit, and Shi Yu's other pets were not present. Even the huge energy fluctuation just now only appeared for a moment and disappeared. What happened? But no matter what happened, seeing the pet of Shi Yu, the biggest competitor, at this time, even if the opponent's beastmaster seemed to be away, Gaojuan did not intend to let it go. In the picture, the distance between the ultimate holy dragon beast and Qitong was getting closer and closer. Captain Gao, invincible, Captain Gao, charge. At this time, the audience's cheers were getting louder and louder. With a loud bang, Gaojuan's ultimate holy dragon beast descended 100 meters away from Qitong, and the two sides confronted each other in the air. "Where is your beastmaster?" Gojwan's ultimate holy dragon beast was equipped with a telepathic device. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Don't tell me that Shiyu's sword spirit can still kill indiscriminately, even if the opponent is Captain Gao. Don't joke, the situation must be different this time. However, I am sure that Shiyu's mysterious sword spirit can definitely deal with Captain Gao. If you want a real big battle, you may have to wait for the king to king. The audience held their breath. Finally, Gojwan and Shiyu's pets finally met. What kind of fierce battle will there be next? The commentator Gu Yu shouted excitedly. Amid the shouting, the teachers and students of the Imperial Capital University and the Ancient Capital University, as well as the three bosses on the rostrum, all showed extremely serious expressions. I am enough, Qitong. Just you alone, Gojwan laughed. Was Shiyu's pet a little too arrogant? Gojwan stopped talking and directly entered the fusion mode with the ultimate holy dragon beast, and the energy value increased dramatically to nearly 8 million. As for the more powerful overclocking drive mode that he entered with his newly made equipment, Gojwan did not choose to use it directly because of the huge side effects. After all, there are still many players on the island, and Shiyu and his other pets have not yet shown their faces. Using the overclocking mode with strong side effects so early, isn't it waiting for others to pick it up? In Gojwan's opinion, this state is enough to crush this sword spirit. Boom. After entering the combined state, the ultimate holy dragon beast's aura surged, and at the same time, noble golden patterns appeared on its silver-white body. This is the mechanical change after the two sides combined. Seeing this scene, countless spectators were extremely excited. They didn't expect Captain Gao to use the strongest state right away. It appeared, it was the combined loading state of Gojwan and his ultimate holy dragonman, according to the information of last year's national competition. A year ago, the combined state of Gojwan and ultimate holy dragonman could reach a terrifying energy value of 7 million, such a tyrannical strength almost suffocated the contestants of that year. Now that a year has passed, Gojwan must have become even stronger. Everyone, look, this is, in the picture, the ultimate holy dragonman carried by Gojwan slowly raised his arm, and a super lightsaber slowly emerged and was held in its palm. Seeing this scene, the audience's eyes lit up. It is an exclusive superclass skill, a unique trick developed by Gojwan himself, the Holy Dragon Light Sword. In terms of power, it is said to be completely not inferior to the mastery-level superclass skills. Using this move, Gojwan has a record of controlling the ultimate Holy Dragonman to injure a hegemon. The power of the move is unparalleled and very terrifying. Holy Dragon Light Sword. Is it only this extent? But at the same time, just when Gojwan was expecting Shiyu to jump out and save the sword spirit, a voice from the little sword spirit in the distance made Gojwan's veins pop up. Damn. What do you mean, only this extent? Gojwan wanted to angrily chop at this bad girl. But suddenly, the warning system of the ultimate holy dragon beast rang wildly. Danger, danger, danger. 3 consecutive danger warnings made Gojwan stunned, and his attention was raised to the extreme in an instant. However, at this moment, everything seemed to stop, and a cold wind that seemed to freeze time instantly swept across the sky and the earth. The entire ultimate holy dragon beast was almost instantly covered with a layer of light frost. Even the holy dragon light sword, and this icy power even perfectly suspended the ultimate holy dragon beast's reaction ability for a moment. Is this a time-based skill? On the rostrum, Xiao Chuanqi, who was in spiritual contact with the Eye of the Stars, was suddenly shocked. Roar. Then, accompanied by a terrifying dragon roar, everyone stared at the scene that seemed to be frozen in time by the power of ice. What's going on? Shouldn't that flame sword spirit be a dual element of undead and flame? Now this is. How can there be ice skills? The sky suddenly darkened, and blue ice clouds gathered. In an instant, hail and snowflakes began to fall, and the fine snow mixed with a strong wind formed a blizzard. As the wind and snow lingered, many viewers almost simultaneously widened their eyes and showed incredible expressions. Because, at this time, under the lingering wind and snow, a huge monster is forming, an ice dragon. The frost dragon in front of them, with a strong body made of ice and stone, the color is deep ice blue, representing extreme cold. Not only the body, but also the neck, head, long tail, sharp claws, fangs, 4 powerful legs, and the pair of wings are all strong and powerful, and the scales reveal an extremely cold artistic conception. With the wind and snow lingering, it looks overbearing and unparalleled. Its few ice blue beards fluttered in the wind, looking very majestic. However, What shocked everyone at this time was not entirely because of the ice dragon that appeared beside the flame sword spirit, but because of another figure that appeared on top of the ice dragon. On top of the ice dragon, a woman with peerless grace and extraordinary spirit, wearing Gemini silver armor and a flame-like red cloak, appeared. This person had soft snow-white skin, a shawl of fiery red hair, and a face that was very beautiful without makeup. The most unique thing was her pair of deep red eyes like stars. Fuck, this person is. At this time, seeing this person, some viewers widened their eyes for a moment, showing incredible expressions. The shocked audience was basically the Beastmasters who had watched the Lost History on a certain video platform. At this time, they looked at the picture of the perfectly reproduced video, and their eyes almost popped out. At the scene, there were Beastmasters from the 9 universities. Almost every one of them had seen the short film Legend of Muhuian, so at this time, they were far more shocked than the audience watching the live broadcast. Meow, time seemed to stand still under the frost of the ice dragon. In the audience's sight, the sword spirit sent by Shiyu suddenly changed into thousands of forms, splitting into clones all over the sky, and fell into the armor of this phantom. After the 10,000 swords returned to one possession again. The next moment, a red aura burst out from Muhuian's phantom, and the aura rushed straight into the sky. In an instant, the world changed, countless snow clouds dissipated in an instant, and the whole sky was immediately dyed orange-red again. At the same time, a red longsword appeared in the hand of Muhuian's phantom. Then, she looked at the ultimate holy dragon beast with her calm red eyes. Be careful. Don't die. If you have hidden strength, take it out. This, after a brief loss of consciousness in the ultimate holy dragon beast, Gojuan had recovered, but at this time, he was even more lost, looking at all this in disbelief. How is it possible? Swish, as soon as the words fell, a dazzling sword energy of blue and red interwoven about 10 meters high appeared on the opposite side. It was like a rolling snowstorm, like a gushing volcano, sweeping the dragon and phoenix power directly towards the ultimate holy dragon beast, and the interlaced swords. The combination of Chong Chong and Chi Tong spanning thousands of miles, General Muhuian has arrived. Boom. On the opposite side, Gojuan almost withstood the unparalleled pressure, letting the ultimate holy dragon beast swing the holy dragon light sword, and at the same time, activated the overclocking mode to strengthen the ultimate holy dragon beast's defense system to the extreme. Because, this power, is no longer completely the power of pure fire. The fire immunity system of the ultimate holy dragon beast alone, cannot be defended. The next moment, the interlaced sword pressure crushed the space. The amazing sword light almost instantly swallowed the holy dragon light sword, crushing it into sky-high brilliance. Then, as the pupils of the ultimate holy dragon beast in Gojuan inside shrank, the terrifying sword pressure descended on the ultimate holy dragon beast. The sword pressure fell, directly sweeping up the huge smoke, swallowing the ultimate holy dragon beast in one gulp. The terrifying aftermath instantly turned into cold wind and hot wind, spreading around. At the same time, in the sky, the golden and silver figure of the ultimate holy dragon beast, directly like a kite with a broken string, fell towards the distance with a bang. On the body, white smoke lingered and scars were full. At this moment, the sword in the hand of Muhuian's phantom was shuddering. Because it felt that this attack did not hurt the opponent. Although it suppressed the opponent, it was only the most basic scratch. At the last moment, the opponent activated a defense system comparable to the Overlord level, offsetting most of the damage. However, although Chi Tong felt that he did not hurt the opponent much, the scene of it smashing the ultimate holy dragon beast with one sword directly caused an unparalleled uproar across the country. Countless Beastmasters looked at the phantom of Muhuian in the picture with horror, and looked at the red sword spirit in her hand with shocked expressions. What on earth? The two commentators looked at the shocking scene in front of them as if they had lost their minds. In the fourth game, the big guys, especially Liu Lao, got up from the sofa with a swoosh, and their upper and lower teeth kept colliding, and they were very shocked. The teachers and students of the Imperial Capital University at the scene also stood up and said it was impossible. Little Yin Zhengfen's eyes were full of confusion. Even the old president of the Imperial Capital University was the same. It was hard to believe that Gojuan was suppressed by a pet beast alone. Only the teachers and students of the ancient Capital University who had experienced the heroic spirit ruins with Shiyu were extremely excited at this time, and their hair stood up all over their bodies. Their faces were surprised and joyful at the same time. Why did the ice dragon appear? Wait, isn't that figure General Mu Huayan? Fuck, wait, how come the flame sword spirit of Master Shiyu looks so much like the sword in General Mu Huayan's hand in that video on the internet? Everyone was equally shocked. At this time, Xiao Chuanqi felt that it was no longer appropriate for the two Master Beast Masters to explain the situation in front of them. He stood up and looked at the screen with deep eyes. Those are phantoms created by the illusion butterfly. That sword spirit has been carrying the phantoms created by the other party on its body. This is a combination skill that spans a long distance. Xiao Chuanqi's words caused an uproar again, and it was even more difficult for the audience to understand. The flame sword spirit and the illusion butterfly are tens of thousands of miles apart, so how can they combine skills? Moreover, this combination skill form is simply. At this moment, Xiao Chuanqi couldn't explain more, and looked at Principal Feng, who was in the seat of Gudu University. At this moment, only Principal Feng could explain this situation. At that moment, looking at the screen, Principal Feng laughed and said, I know this combination skill, it's called, the Descent of Mu Huayan. The reason for this name is that the sword spirit contracted by Shiyu is none other than the legendary spirit of Mu Huayan, the first general under the command of Emperor Shi of the Donghuang dynasty, who was titled the Ice Dragon General, for a high-level overlord race, and that Ice Dragon Phantom is General Mu Huayan's first war pet. It is worth mentioning that this Ice Dragon has actually survived to this day and has been living in the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain in Binghaoan City. It has even been promoted to the totem level and is the new patron saint of Donghuang. Once, the fantasy butterfly often summoned its phantom to fight. This is also Shiyu's archaeological discovery. If you don't know, you can follow Shiyu's account, where he posted videos related to the lost history, which contains some introductions to General Mu Huayan. This combination skill was created by Shiyu through archaeological discoveries. He is worthy of being the archaeological genius of our ancient capital university. Ha ha ha. After Principal Feng finished speaking, those who didn't know the situation showed the most shocked expressions since today through the clues in their words. And those beast masters who already knew the legend of Mu Huayan and watched the video, after hearing that the sword spirit contracted by Shiyu was the heroic spirit of General Mu Huayan, they suddenly opened their mouths wide and looked at the beautiful General Phantom who defeated Gao Zhuan with one sword in the picture again, and all showed the collapse of losing their dreams. At this moment, the fourth game was shaken, and a group of mechanical bosses who pursued innovation looked at the ultimate holy dragon beast who was suppressed by archaeology with their eyes wandering. Xiao Shuang Legend, President Xia, Director Zhang, and others also looked at Principal Feng and the phantom combination skill in the picture in silence. At this moment, the commentators wanted to cry the most. They swore that they would never comment on Shiyu's battle again. It was too difficult. They could not do this question. However, the battle was still fierce and they could not allow everyone to be too shocked. Looking at everything on the screen, the commentator Han Lu suddenly made a surprising discovery. Wow! Look, after the ultimate holy dragon beast was beaten to the ground, it did not lose its fighting ability, but it did not continue to fight back. Instead, it turned on the escape system, turned around and flew away. In the screen, after a round of confrontation, Gozhuan was shocked beyond words. Although he could turn on the final overclocking drive mode at this time to fight the sword spirit to the death, Shiyu himself had not shown up from beginning to end. In this situation, he frantically suppressed his impulse and did not dare to act rashly. He decided to take a long-term view and turned around and ran away in an instant. As the saying goes, if you keep the green mountains, you will not worry about lack of firewood. This sword spirit is so weird. At the same time, seeing Gozhuan running away, Gozhuan's supporters all opened their mouths wide. Ah! Captain Gao was beaten away? Chapter 319 Shiyu tops the national competition. Gozhuan was beaten away. The audience looked at Gozhuan who was running away, their mouths wide open. The teachers and students of Imperial Capital University, such as Yin Xiangfen, were almost fainting. After Shiyu showed some of his strength, everyone imagined many situations. Sometimes Shiyu and Gao Zhuan both went all out, evenly matched, and then someone won with a slight advantage. Or, when Shiyu and Gao Zhuan collided with all their strength, one side showed amazing strength and showed a huge advantage throughout the whole process. However, no matter who it was, no one had imagined the current situation. Gao Zhuan just encountered one pet of Shiyu, and was directly crushed and beaten away in one encounter? Damn it. This result directly made all the audience who watched the national competition last year and felt Gao Zhuan's dominance lose their minds. Although it is said that what just now is theoretically a combination of sword spirit and illusion butterfly, the problem is that from beginning to end, illusion butterfly did not show up. The sword energy that spanned the sky and the earth was still mainly emitted by the sword spirit. Even if there were no other phantoms to cooperate, everyone felt that this sword spirit would definitely not be weak. At least it would be no problem to fight against the ultimate holy dragon beast. Moreover, theoretically speaking, Gao Zhuan and the ultimate holy dragon beast combined, which could be considered a combination skill. Being defeated so directly was unreasonable. No way. That sword spirit is too terrifying. The words of President Feng of Guda University continue to linger in their ears. A high-level overlord race, a legendary title, the first general under the command of the Emperor Shi, the heroic spirit of Mu Huan. How could it be weak? It sounds like this is probably the most powerful pet in Shi Yu's team. Until here, all the audience shuddered. Shi Yu actually contracted 5 king-level pets. The growth level of the 5 contracted pets was actually king level. Among other players, those who can contract 2 king-level pets are considered good. Most players only have 1. Moreover, Shi Yu's Jiuli War Beast, Illusion Butterfly, and Sword Spirit are all overlord races. No, the 2 Ginseng Baby and Water Slime that killed the high-level king race and king-level opponents in one blow, their own races must not be as simple as low-level races. Definitely, they were also strengthened by Shi Yu to be comparable to the overlord race. When thinking of this, thinking of Shi Yu as a master-level beastmaster, but contracting 5 overlord race and king-level pets, countless audiences looked blank, and the beastmasters shed tears and saliva of envy and jealousy. Every top-quality pet is the lifelong pursuit of the beastmaster, and Shi Yu, alone, has 1-5. The ranking of the sequence battle will be updated after today. On the rostrum, President Xiao looked at the rising star in the picture with shock. Although I know that Shi Yu is very strong, I didn't expect him to be so domineering. The 5 pets, no matter which one, have such a terrifying record. Even if 2 of them are combined, and they cooperate across a long distance, they can crush Gao Zhuan in his combined state? He looked at President Zhang Yan, who was also shocked, because this old man, in addition to being the director of the 8th Bureau, Education Bureau, is also one of the leaders of the committee responsible for ranking the players in this sequence battle. Monsters, 5 dominant races. I don't ask him to be born 10 years earlier. As long as he's born 5 years earlier, he can definitely become a super player like Yizing, who perfectly represents her Donghuang in the World Championship. Director Zhang Yan couldn't help but feel sorry. The World Championship requires an age of under 30, and Shi Yu is only 19 years old. If Shi Yu is given another 10 years, wouldn't Donghuang be more stable in this World Championship? Even if Shi Yu is not a combat talent. It's a pity. However, judging from Shi Yu's current record, it is absolutely no problem for him to rank in the top 20 of the sequence battle. As for whether his strength can be close to the top 10, it depends on the subsequent battle between Shi Yu and Gao Zhuan. After all, Gao Zhuan doesn't seem to have completely lost his combat ability, but just retreated strategically. And after Shi Yu's sword spirit unleashed such a blow that rivaled that of the Overlord, it was probably not easy. How, at this time, Xiao Xuanchuanqi, a genius mechanic who also came from the 4th Bureau, looked at the situation on the screen and smiled faintly. Although she was also optimistic about Gao Zhuan at the beginning, this time, why did she feel that Li Lao's plan was going to fail? If those mechanical materials were really taken away by Shi Yu, then Liu Lao and Gao Zhuan would have to cry in the toilet even if they didn't have to go to the rooftop. However, due to the high recognition of Shi Yu by her father and sister, Xiao Xuan did not reject Shi Yu snatching the resources prepared for Gao Zhuan in the 4th Bureau. After all, everything was a competition within the rules, and Shi Yu probably wouldn't be able to use these resources. At that time, 80% of them would still flow to the market. After that, Gao Zhuan would have to save money to buy it himself. Anyway, the awakened talent mechanic made money quickly. Everyone, look, in the commentary live broadcast room, commentator Gu Yu looked at the figure of the ultimate holy dragon beast on the screen and continued to explain. Gao Zhuan, in the attack just now, although his superclass skills were destroyed and he was thrown hundreds of meters away, he unexpectedly did not seem to be seriously injured, and later, he chose to retreat tactically, The screen began to slow down and replay, and everyone immediately saw clearly that when the interlaced swords were about to hit the body of Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast, a white Holy Dragon shield with a Holy Dragon logo appeared in front of Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast along with a blue summoning diagram. In addition, the shield was immediately connected to Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast by the dark red current bursting from the arm of Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast. After that, the shield and Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast seemed to be one, and under the lingering dark red current, it burst out with super strong defense, perfectly resisting the full force of Akame just now. Although Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast still suffered a huge impact, due to the appearance of the shield, the body did not suffer much damage. The audience was shocked when they saw the slowed down replay. This is a high-level king race, king-level mechanical life. The Holy Dragon Shield is a mechanical pet created by Gao based on the original defense system of the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast to further enhance the defense system of the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast. Although they belong to different individuals, Gao briefly combined the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast and the Holy Dragon Shield into one, bursting out a stronger defensive force and successfully resisting this attack. Legend Xiao Shuang sat on the rostrum and said lightly. After the words fell, the audience was stunned and looked at the screen. Damn, Captain Gao finally contracted a new mechanical pet? However, as expected, he continued to strengthen around the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast. Wait, that is to say, just now, Captain Gao was suppressed in a situation of more against fewer. Suddenly, the audience discovered the blind spot and looked at the sword spirit figure in an even more incredible way. Xiao Shuang's expression was deep. Not only that. Just now, Gao summoned at least 3 new mechanical pets, and entered a combined state with the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast to resist the sword. An energy-type machine, an energy conversion and connection machine, and a Holy Dragon Shield. If it weren't for this, the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast wouldn't be able to combine with the Holy Dragon Shield so easily to exert its defensive power against the Overlord's attack. This is all connected by the energy converter. If she was not wrong, Gao should have also developed an attack-type machine that can be combined with the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast, but it has not been used yet. However, Xiao Shuang also saw that this state is a high-load mode for Gao Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast, so is this the reason why Gao chose to retreat tactically? Even facing Shi Yu alone, he couldn't easily crush him. Even if he burst out his strength with all his strength to fight the sword spirit, his state would definitely be ridiculously poor afterwards. With Shi Yu himself nowhere to be seen, Gao was obviously unwilling to throw his biggest trump card to a small sword spirit. After Gao chose to retreat strategically, Shi Yu's sword spirit chose to continue chasing. In the sky, Gao drove the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast away. Behind him, Qi Tong saw this and naturally couldn't let go of the bonus. Single kill. Qi Tong's eyes glowed, and he immediately dispersed the phantom and turned into a swordlight to chase after him. In addition to wanting to kill him alone, the more important thing was to help Shi Yu and the others navigate, and not let Gao and the others escape successfully and slip out of sight. Soon, such a picture appeared in the sky. A huge smoking metro was running away quickly in front, and behind it, an amazing swordlight was constantly chasing. Unfortunately, because of the use of the interlaced sword of the 10,000 swords returning to one just now, Qi Tong's load was not small, and his speed was much slower, but soon, his amazing endurance was also revealed. In Shi Yu's team, under the specific strong sunlight situation, Qi Tong was actually the one with the strongest endurance in the team. Its mastery-level spiritual solution comes with a regeneration flame of restoring physical energy and life. And the effect is close to the mastery-level super-level recovery skill. Therefore, the skill of spiritual solution can be regarded as helping Qi Tong unlock a new ability that is not inferior to the super-level skill at each proficiency stage. And the proficiency of this new ability is close to the proficiency of spiritual solution. Therefore, the red eyes can basically be regarded as having a super-level skill of restoring physical strength and vitality, close to the mastery level. At this time, the sun is good. During the pursuit of the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast, whether it is the physical energy just consumed or the load brought by the use of the 10,000 swords returned to one and the interlaced sword, it is recovering at a high speed. Of course, the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast is not without endurance. In the nutrition cabin inside the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast, Gao is lying breathlessly. In the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast, there are also a bunch of large and small facilities running frantically, replenishing energy by absorbing solar energy and wind energy. Damn, how can this guy be so fast in the ultimate holy dragon beast? Gojwan felt the sword spirit behind him chasing him, and his face turned black. Too much? Gojwan has never been so cowardly. Until now, he still has a feeling of unreality and is extremely confused. Go after it if you have the ability. In the ultimate holy dragon beast, Gojwan saw that the other party was chasing him relentlessly and cursed inwardly. He is very annoyed now. Very annoyed. Seeing Qitong chasing him relentlessly, like a dog-skin plaster, Gojwan immediately thought about tactics. In short, he must not collide with this guy head-on. If he had to collide head-on, he would find Shiyu first, and save the ultimate move for Shiyu, striving to eliminate Shiyu in one go. So now, Gojwan's tactics immediately changed from strategic retreat to running and searching for Shiyu. What he was most worried about was that Shiyu would pick him up after the outbreak, but as long as he eliminated Shiyu with the outbreak, there would be no problem. As for other players, although they were also threats, they were not that big. Whoosh, Gojwan's ultimate holy dragon beast and sword spirit flew past one after another, with a terrifying speed that made the fierce beasts below look at them eagerly. It must be said that Gojwan's tactical vision was indeed good. Whether it was not throwing the trump card to Qitong, or deciding to find Shiyu himself first to burst the ultimate move and eliminate Shiyu, it was the best choice under normal circumstances. However, accidents often happen very suddenly. The sword spirits of Gojwan and Shiyu are still chasing each other. However, long before they met each other, Shiyu seemed to have sensed something special through telepathy with his pet. At present, the iron-eating beast, fantasy butterfly, water slime and even Shiyu himself, who were sent out by Shiyu at the beginning, have left their original places and are heading towards Gojwan. Everyone looked at the red dots on the big map moving towards Gojwan, and immediately worried about Gojwan. Because, judging from the distance, Gojwan was about to run into another pet of Shiyu who was surrounding him. Aooo. This also led to, "Is it over?" Feeling the huge energy fluctuations coming from the front, Gojwan was suddenly dumbfounded. That was Shiyu's iron-eating beast. Fuck, Captain Gao, that direction, that position. Fuck, it's an iron-eating beast that intimidated 10 kings of the same level and 100,000 beasts in seconds. The audience also quickly discovered that something was wrong and soon realized that Gojwan was already in a state of being sandwiched. Boom. Under a thunderous thunder in front of the sky, a huge monster with a height of more than 100 meters appeared. Roar. Under the thunder, in the distance, the Panda King 11, who had transformed into the form of the Jiuli War Beast, was extremely excited and looked at the ultimate holy dragon beast flying towards this side, and was extremely happy. Of course, it was very happy, but the ultimate holy dragon beast and Qitong, who were flying towards this side, were not happy. Qitong saw that 11 rushed to the scene so quickly to grab the head, and was furious, and tears were already in his eyes. At this time, Gojwan was even more shocked to find that something was wrong with the Jiuli War Beast in front of him. Energy value 8 million. 11, who entered the sharp state, directly exploded to the level of 8 million energy value, blocking Gojwan and the others thousands of meters away. After discovering the terrifying energy value of this Jiuli War Beast, Gojwan cursed directly and was very puzzled again. If he knew that 11 could continue to use natural lightning to burst out and obtain energy values comparable to tens of millions, he would definitely be even more puzzled. Of course, in 11's view, there is no need to fight so hard to deal with Gojwan, who would flee in panic when facing Qitong. In 11's view, this state is almost enough. After all, he still has to save strength to eliminate other players. After discovering Gojwan, the giant 11 roared, stretched out his huge palm, and slapped it through the air. Swish. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. 10 Dao bears appeared in the air, in front of 11's palms, hugged each other, activated hardening and solid as iron, hugged themselves into an iron ball, and kept growing bigger. Boom. The next moment, under the giant 11's super electromagnetic bear combination skill, the solid as iron Dao bear army accelerated by electromagnetics was like a huge golden blue cannonball, bursting through the air, aiming directly at the ultimate holy dragon beast in the distance. 11, who shot the Dao bear cannonball, had a deep look in his eyes. Eat me, danger, 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 fuck me. In the distance, Gojwan felt this blow that was not much inferior to the sword spirit's sword just now. His eyes exploded to the extreme. What the hell is this? The most important thing is, isn't this Shiyu's original pet? Why didn't he see Shiyu's unlucky thing? Still can't stop it, have to use overclocking drive mode again. Soon, Gojuan was shocked to find that the ordinary fusion state was still unable to withstand this outrageous attack. Moreover, the speed of this move was extremely terrifying, and it was entangled with a shocking deterrence. Even the mechanical pets with excellent deterrence resistance could feel the irresistible oppression at this time. Ying. Soon, the super electromagnetic bear broke through the air and tore a long space crack in the air. Almost instantly, the red eyes in the distance turned around and ran away, not wanting to face the aftermath of this move. The ultimate holy dragon beast, which was locked by the deterrence and supervision, was not so lucky. As the pupils of the ultimate holy dragon beast in Gojuan inside shrank, the Ying electromagnetic bear army came with a bang, erupting with amazing destructive power, and once again swallowed the ultimate holy dragon beast, who raised the shield in despair, in a huge smoke. The aftermath of this time directly turned into an electromagnetic storm, sweeping around. At the same time, in the sky, the golden and silver figure of the ultimate holy dragon beast, like a kite with a broken string, fell towards the distance with a bang. White smoke lingered on the body, and it was full of scars. It scored twice, and this time the speed of the fall was even faster, crashing into the distant mountain and knocking down a peak. Fuck, Captain Gao. The extremely reversed incident made the audience open their mouths and some of them lost their voices. Damn, Captain Gao was knocked away by a pet again? At this moment, countless spectators once again realized the amazing strength of the Jiuli War Beast. This is fucking, how do other players play? Shiyu is a monster. Every pet is so perverted. However, this doesn't seem to be over yet. After being knocked away this time, the ultimate holy dragon beast still doesn't seem to be seriously injured. However, although the machine is in good condition, Gojuan's mentality has collapsed at this time. What the hell, he shouted, and once again commanded the ultimate holy dragon beast to speed up and fly in another direction. His eyes were extremely horrified. No, if this goes on, the ultimate holy dragon beast will really be scrapped, Captain Gao. That direction is. Everyone looked at Gojuan's escape trajectory again and was suddenly shocked. Lingdu University seat, Li Shu, who returned here, swallowed his saliva and looked eagerly at the ultimate holy dragon beast flying in the direction of the water slime, on the glass island. 11 and Chitong saw that the ultimate holy dragon beast was still fine and had not lost its combat ability. They were stunned. Then, the two of them fixed their eyes and chased the ultimate holy dragon beast and Gojuan again. But soon, the two of them were stunned like the audience. Because the ultimate holy dragon beast had not run far, it was directly intercepted and locked in mid-air by a water slime with a face full of surprise, as if it had won the lottery. Ying, meow, stop Su, let go of the holy dragon beast and let them come. Fuck, what is this again? Unlike other players, Gojuan has a strong ability to detect. He once again spotted a water slime floating in the air from a distance, blocking his way. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the energy value of this water slime has reached an incredible 4 million, and it is still rising. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. In the distance, Susu looked at the ultimate holy dragon beast flying towards her with joy, but she also knew that she would definitely not be able to beat the opponent, so she directly activated the power of time stored in the infinite swallowing space. It was not too greedy to transform into the power of the Overlord at once, fearing that it would fall down after a blow, but it only raised the energy value to the barely bearable level of tens of millions and stopped, and then its eyes were fiercely aimed at Gojuan and the ultimate holy dragon beast. Ning, the sky was full of water mist erupted from the little slime, and it opened its mouth wide. Under the shocked expression of the ultimate holy dragon beast, it instantly condensed and compressed a strong stream of water in its mouth. Fuck, 10 million. At the same time, Gojuan was stunned when he felt the energy change of the slime. Damn, where did the monster water slime come from? Wait, Zhang Fan seemed to have said that the fifth pet of Shiyu's contract was a water slime? At the same time, the slime roared. Water element control, water dragon ice bomb. Roar, as the water flow compressed in Susu's mouth, a water dragon suddenly formed, as if it was formed by the compression of all the water flow in a bottomless sea. The water dragon with bared fangs and claws was wrapped in an ice blue halo, and with a roar, it smashed towards the oncoming ultimate holy dragon beast. Bang! With a huge impact force, the ultimate holy dragon beast was directly pushed away and was instantly smashed hundreds of meters away, and then boom hit a mountain peak with its whole body. The mountain was shattered, and the entire peak was frozen into the ice dragon snow mountain by the combination of water dragon bomb and frozen water. The ultimate holy dragonman, which was hammered into the sunken mountain wall, felt its frozen body and became extremely irritable. Inside, Gojwan gnashed his teeth. What happened just now? Who am I? Where am I? And what is it? At the same time, outside, the audience watched Gojwan and the ultimate holy dragonman being hit by Shiyu's pets like a ball, and their mouths opened again. Captain Gao. What a sin, what a suffering. The successive setbacks increased the burden on the ultimate holy dragonman, resulting in the ultimate holy dragonman's inability to immediately recover its ability to move this time. Frustrated. In the sunken ice dragon snow mountain, Gojwan and the ultimate holy dragonman were extremely frustrated. However, what made Gojwan very happy was that after experiencing a lot of difficulties and setbacks, he finally captured the fluctuations of Shiyu's existence. In the distance, Shiyu, carrying the baby ginseng, teleported in a flash under the teleportation of the fantasy butterfly. Chong Chong burst into tears. Why can other teammates go directly to block Gojwan, but only it has to turn back to pick up Shiyu and the baby ginseng? Bah, it's all because the baby ginseng can't fly fast. Although Shiyu arrived a few steps late, he still arrived quickly. Lideo didn't know where. Shiyu's figure flashed and finally arrived at the scene of the battle. After discovering Shiyu's arrival, 11, Chitong, Susu and others gathered beside Shiyu. I want to ask Shiyu who this bonus belongs to. All villains. After arriving, Shiyu looked at the ultimate holy dragon beast embedded in the iceberg with a strange expression and fell into deep thought. Gojwan, it seems that he is not as powerful as he imagined? Or is it that his pets have become too strong without knowing it? At the same time, after Shiyu arrived, Gojwan and his team shattered the iceberg and came out of it. Whether it was the ultimate holy dragon beast or Gojwan, they looked at Shiyu surrounded by pets and were furious. Shiyu, damn it, I'll fight you. After finally seeing Shiyu. Seeing that all of Shiyu's pets were gathered here, Gojwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He admitted that he had completely underestimated Shiyu. This guy is simply a monster. The moment he learned about this guy's identity, he should have paid full attention to him and been on guard against him. If he had been more prepared, he would not have been suppressed so badly now. But it's not too late now. He finally saw Shiyu himself. He can finally put down all his worries and burst out with all his strength. It's over. The whole team of the great demon king Shiyu has arrived, and Captain Gao is finished. Captain Gao, my Captain Gao, it's over. It's hard to fight one of the pets alone. Now that all the other members have arrived, Captain Gao has no hope since when, countless supporters of Gojwan, even teachers and students of Imperial Capital University, have developed psychological shadows on Shiyu after seeing his achievements one after another. This archaeologist with telepathic talent is a super monster, and his whole body is outrageous to the extreme. Before this, people had never thought that a rising star in the mechanical field with the same awakening talent as Shin'en Legend would be suppressed so badly by an archaeologist with telepathic talent. First, it was the heroic spirit of General Mu Huayan, then the evolved Jiuli War Beast, and then, it was that outrageous water slime when Gojwan rode the ultimate holy dragon beast. He encountered 3 pets of Shiyu in succession, but the result was that, without exception, they were all crushed and repelled, although the ultimate holy dragon beast resisted one move after another with its strong defense. From the current situation, Shiyu's combat power has a clear advantage at present. Both sides have finally met. Captain Gojwan is in an extremely unfavorable situation. He is completely at a disadvantage and has been forced into a desperate situation. Could it be that the 2 most powerful players competing for the championship in this national competition will be in the preliminaries, and the winner will be decided less than an hour after the preliminaries started? I have to say that even if I watch the live broadcast, I can empathize with Captain Gojwan. No one expected that the strength of player Shiyu's pet was so terrifying. This oppressive feeling like a big devil is simply breathless. Under the commentary of the 2 commentators, countless viewers held their breath. From the beginning, it was believed that Gojwan had a greater chance of winning, to now Gojwan was forced into a desperate situation. The turning point was too fast. In the picture, the ultimate holy dragon beast holding a shield and Shiyu, who was surrounded by 5 pets, looked at each other in the air. No, just when the two sides were about to have an amazing battle, suddenly, the commentator Guyu discovered some changes. A materialized and amazing breath suddenly burst out from the ultimate holy dragon beast. The entire ultimate holy dragon beast was like a flesh and blood body, with muscles growing rapidly all over its body, and countless metals spreading out, making the ultimate holy dragon beast expand rapidly. The space around the ultimate holy dragon beast began to collapse, and energy substances like a black hole spread from the ultimate holy dragon beast, changing the ultimate holy dragon beast to dark red. The ground under its feet was completely shattered into nothingness, the mountains behind it instantly turned into powder, and a dark dome appeared in the sky, making the sky and the earth dark. Boom. The drastic changes not only startled the audience outside the venue, but also shocked Shiyu and others in the venue. They were all shocked by the domineering momentum of the ultimate holy dragon beast and retreated in surprise. Is there any trump card? This energy, did he successfully awaken the metal skeleton into a mechanical weapon? Outside, Xiao Shuang Legend's eyes condensed, and immediately reminded the Eye of Stars to focus all his mental attention here. Don't worry about other players for now, at least we must ensure the safety of the confrontation between these two super standard players. This is, with the huge changes of Ultimate Holy Dragonman, it was the turn of the two commentators to be confused again. At this moment, except for the members of the fourth game, almost everyone else was puzzled by the new form of Gaojuan's Ultimate Holy Dragonman. 5-in-1 full power overclocking mode, Gaojuan did it. The big guys in the fourth game were silent. They naturally knew how many special mechanical materials Gaojuan had taken from the game to strengthen himself during this period. But they didn't expect that Gaojuan actually did it, and he was really forced to use his full strength. But in this state, the load on himself and the damage to the opponent will be immeasurable. I don't know if Xiao Shuang can control this situation on the spot. Player Gaojuan entered an unprecedented state, as the ultimate holy dragonman changed from a dragon man mecha interwoven with gold and silver to a dark red giant soldier. Such a reversal made the two commentators shout immediately. This state is the 5-in-1 mechanical combination mode, connected by special energy and special converters. The core is the entire metal skeleton of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the life of the Overlord Dragon. At this time, Xiao Shuangchuanqi stood up and spoke solemnly. 10 million, 20 million, in this full power overclocking state, Gaojuan and his team can temporarily gain comprehensive overlord power. The power that can be exerted is not comparable to a simple attack by an overlord level beast. Of course, the load on itself will also be extremely great. While speaking, Xiao Shuangchuanqi's eyes were filled with light, communicating with the Eye of the Stars in the distance, and fully escorting this battle. Her words instantly ignited the whole audience. Captain Gao still has a trump card. At this moment, the teachers and students of the Imperial Capital University were almost instantly surprised to the extreme when they saw the huge change in Gaojuan. The teachers and students of the ancient Capital University, however, lost their excitement, their eyes instantly condensed, and their expressions became serious. This Gaojuan is so difficult, Principal Fang gritted his teeth. Yes, that's it, win. The old principal of the Imperial Capital University clenched his fist. Gaojuan's fall from the altar just now made them think that Imperial Capital University would miss the national championship, but now it seems that everything is not over yet. There is still hope. Come on, big brother driving a mecha. Fuck, what's this trump card? Are you trying to murder Shiyu? All-round overlord power. The same overlord level attack, a low-level skill of a overlord level life and a serious attack of a overlord level life, or a full strength attack, are definitely different in level. At the moment, the power that Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast can burst out has reached the average power level of Overlord level life. With Sister Xiao Shuang here, you will be fine, but next, it's your turn to suffer. Gaojuan was angry inside the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast. Combination skills, Black Star Annihilation Cannon. The entire body of Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast has been transformed into a completely different body from the Ultimate Holy Dragon Beast just now, full of tyrannical aura, and its arms have turned into huge gun barrels. Boom. The terrifying dark red energy, like a small star exploding, turned into a violent energy beam that could devour everything, locking the space and sweeping unstoppably towards Shiyu and his group. The entire screen was covered by dark red energy fluctuations, which instantly shook the hearts of all the viewers watching the live broadcast. This oppressive feeling. At the same time, Xiao Shuang and the Eye of Stars quickly locked onto Shi Yu and his group's situation. The live broadcast screen also turned to Shi Yu's side. But what surprised everyone was that Shi Yu was still calm at this time when facing the ultimate holy dragon beast, whose strength was becoming more and more terrifying. Just like when he just arrived and faced the ultimate holy dragon beast and Gao Zhuan, he was still calm. However, what stunned everyone the most at this time was not Shi Yu's expression, but Shi Yu's state. At this moment, Shi Yu, with a small Jiuli war beast standing on his left shoulder, a fantasy butterfly on his right shoulder, a water slime on his head, and a sword spirit in his right hand, was fully armed. He looked extremely serious, but not so serious. As for the ginseng baby, he hid in the back, looking at these guys with a headache, rubbing the fruit. Is it really that cruel? Shi Yu's state made everyone stunned. What is this guy going to do? It can actually block the space. Shi Yu was very surprised, but it didn't matter. This level of attack is just a blow from any of his pets that ate the full-strength version of the time fruit. It can be easily cracked. Facing the incoming Black Star Annihilation Cannon, Shi Yu and his friends did not dodge, but chose to fight back head-on. Then let's show you our strongest attack under normal circumstances. Boom. In an instant, red fire threads burst out and lingered around Shi Yu. At the same time, the sky above and under his feet changed almost instantly. A very close fiery red sun appeared in the sky. Under his feet was an amazing sea of thunder surrounded by black clouds. Chong Chong almost instantly materialized the environment that Shi Yu needed most at this time. Fantasy realm. Under the shining of the flame, Shi Yu's eyes seemed to contain flames, and his pupil color gradually changed towards the direction of the burning red pupil. Boom. With a sound, a fierce aura like the flame of the sun turned into a flame and covered Shi Yu's whole body. At this moment, Shi Yu's whole body seemed to be thinner but more powerful. And at this moment, Shi Yu's hair also turned completely bright red, and his skin became whiter under the illumination of the flame aura. At this time, Shi Yu's aura completely changed, not like a human. And the emotion in his eyes faded a lot. The moment the red pupil possessed Shi Yu, 11 also hardened and armed Shi Yu's whole body, and gathered the power of thunder hardening on the spirit sword in Shi Yu's hand. Golden Thunder Flame Sword. As for Su Su, she completely turned into liquid frozen water and merged into Shi Yu's body to help him cool down. Thunder Flame Sword Pressure. At this moment, Shi Yu raised his arm high, and the flaming sword condensed in his hand and slowly fell. With a loud bang, the flame aura on Shi Yu's body instantly merged with the lightning. At this moment, Shi Yu was surrounded by blue lightning and orange-red yang. The interweaving of the two intertwined forces further enhanced Shi Yu's momentum. With the intertwined sword as the core, the sword pressure that integrated the power of thunder and the power of yang instantly exerted a force beyond the limit. Boom. In an instant, the thunder flame sword pressure field that bloomed in front of Shi Yu, the huge thunder and fire power that rushed into the sky, squeezed together with a Black Star Annihilation Cannon, and the shocking collision sound was endless. But in just a moment, the extremely powerful Black Star Annihilation Cannon was directly pushed back by the thunder flame sword pressure. With a boom, under the incomprehensible gazes of the ultimate holy dragon beast in Gaozhuan on the opposite side, the sword pressure instantly swallowed the ultimate holy dragon beast and Gaozhuan completely without a trace in the incredible sight of everyone. Boom. Then, the thunder flame sword pressure continued to advance, directly splitting the island land in two wherever it passed. The huge thunder flame storm instantly devoured everything around it. At this moment, almost half of the contestants and creatures on the island were shocked to see the terrifying thunder flame cloud rising from the sky. What happened? The contestants all over the island showed shocked expressions. Outside the island, the audience looked at the live broadcast screen that was briefly black, and also showed incomparable shocking expressions. Damn! What happened? Countless audiences, as well as the two big guys on the rostrum, looked at Xiao Shuangchuanqi. At this time, Xiao Shuangchuanqi's expression was full of disbelief. That kid is a monster. Gaozhuan has done this, but he still has no power to fight back. A moment later, everything disappeared. The ultimate holy dragon beast and Gaozhuan's figures were completely gone, and what came into view was a mess of island ruins that was split in two, burning with flames and spreading lightning. The ending is self-evident. Although they didn't know what happened, the audience was shocked beyond words. Countless audiences stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths wide open in shock, and they were speechless. Wow, wow. Everyone looked at Shi Yu, who had red hair and red eyes and looked like a god, and looked at the spiritual sword in his hand, as well as the Black Star Annihilation Cannon and the ultimate holy dragon beast that were crushed without a trace, and were shocked to the extreme. Is this Muohuan's heroic spirit possessed by Shiyu? But the power of this sword move. Did it, the ultimate holy dragon beast, just now have the complete power of the overlord? This. Where is the ultimate holy dragon beast? Where's Gojuan? Could it be that Shiyu? Is this guy a monster? Seeing Shiyu calmly burning everything with one blow in the face of Gojuan's full strength burst, at this moment, the commentator and the audience were directly stunned to the extreme. Doesn't this guy have a limit? Gojuan is fine. I have teleported him off the island and he is judged to be eliminated. At the same time, on the rostrum, Xiao Shuang took a deep breath and spoke. At this moment, the bosses of the fourth round, especially Liu Lao, suddenly felt dizzy. Everyone looked at the screen again. After dealing with Gojuan, Shiyu immediately exited the state of possession, and then heaved a sigh of relief, feeling a little tired mentally and physically. Fortunately, at this time, Shen Baobao had already made several exclusive nutritional fruits in the back and handed them to Shiyu and the others. In the screen, Shiyu bit into the apple-like nutritional fruit, and the other pets also ate happily. While eating the fruit, Shiyu sighed. Mechanical pets, they have to prepare quickly. It's still tiring to possess themselves and attack together, but if they can create a huge mecha that can perfectly integrate the power of 11, Chong, Shen Baobao, Chidan, Susu and him, and the side effects are not so great, it would be perfect. Gojuan, count as everyone's together, Shiyu said. Ying, Mi, Yi, Ning, the 5 pets cheered one after another. Okay, the most tough guy has been dealt with. Next, we can quickly clean up the other contestants on the island without any worries. Shiyu finished eating the nutritional fruit and said to the pets that had also eaten the nutritional fruit. The next moment, a scene that all the audience and the contestants of this national competition regarded as a horrible nightmare appeared on the screen. Jiuli War Beast, Fantasy Butterfly, Ginseng Baby, Sword Spirit, Water Slime, each separated into 5 clones, and then, this bunch of clones burst out with terrifying power, flying into the sky, flying to all parts of the island. This scene shocked the audience outside again and they couldn't close their jaws. Suddenly, they thought of a horrible fact. Gojuan was easily solved by this monster, so are the other contestants still a match for him? Definitely not. In fact, in the eyes of this monster, it seems that other contestants can be solved by using the clones of pets. Seeing Shiyu's pets flying out excitedly like hunting for food, the 2 commentators blurted out, This. Shiyu, is he going to eliminate all the players in the preliminary stage and become the final winner? The commentators' shouts echoed in everyone's ears. Countless people were stunned, but they felt that this seemed to be not a difficult thing for this monster. In less than an hour, he had easily eliminated the last champion plus 3 players, as well as more than 100,000 beasts, as if there was no limit. At this time, the teachers and students of the Imperial Capital University had already sickened and spat out blood when they saw their invincible myth easily defeated. Of course, the scene at this time fell into the hearts of Shiyu's huge supporters, and they were very happy all the way, especially those who had been paying attention to Shiyu since the professional assessment and grew up watching the Iron-Eating Beast Night. The audience was completely excited to the extreme. It's stable, in the audience seats of the ancient capital university. Looking at Shiyu's figure in the picture, the gem cat said happily. It's stable. Principal Feng next to him also blushed. Are Shiyu and his friends going to win the national competition? Senior Panda was still confused and hadn't reacted. At the same time, is he a devil? As the screams of contestants and beasts continued to be heard from all over the island, the audience was terrified. Of course, there are also some that are not so miserable, but you have to know what's good for you. In a forest, Baizai stared blankly at the arrogant clones of Shiyu's pets, and subconsciously raised his hand. This national competition has become a sure field. As Shiyu continued to clean up the remaining contestants, more and more beast masters who were not paying attention to the national competition also turned their eyes to the national competition. Just because a monster appeared in this national competition, not only easily eliminated Gojuan, the genius mechanic who won the 4th game of the previous championship, but also eliminated other contestants one after another, intending to end the national competition in the preliminaries. Chapter 320 National Champion Shiyu. Lee Island. After Shi Yu solved Gao Zhuan and let his pet recover a little, he chose a more efficient way to play. That is, let the pet split into clones to solve the remaining players. When he was a child, he watched cartoons. Those big villains waved their hands, and then a bunch of minions went to destroy the world, which was super efficient. Shi Yu happened to have similar skills. He even let them form a small team, and each team brought a ginseng baby clone, which could gather and clear monsters faster. As for whether it would overturn, Shi Yu looked at Dao Dao Bear with an energy value of more than 1 million and shook his head. This clone is almost comparable to the trump card battle pet of ordinary players. Gao Zhuan has been eliminated, and it is impossible to overturn. Deputy Captain of Imperial Capital University, Bai Wenji. The contract has a king-level pet, the Glacier Mammoth. The strength is not bad. He once fought against Shi Yu in the exchange activities between Ancient Capital University and Imperial Capital University. Because he underestimated Shi Yu and did not open the talent of beast control, he was defeated by the commander-level fantasy butterfly. This time, he was teleported to a snowy area on Li Island through a lottery. His luck was pretty good, as it was a home environment. Although it's home, why do I feel like there are no players nearby? Sure enough, I still have to go to other places to have a look? That's right, I guess no players will run to the snowy area. Hey, after arriving at Li Island for an hour without seeing anyone, Bai Wenji sighed and decided to take the initiative. But at this moment, he unexpectedly saw 5 figures flying towards him. Seeing these 5 figures, Bai Wenji's face changed drastically. The ice ribbon phoenix under him and the glacier mammoth next to him also became extremely solemn in an instant. It was the electromagnetically flying small iron-eating beast, the fantasy butterfly flapping its wings to fly, the flying small sword spirit with flames all over its body, and the elemental creature that turned into water and swam in the air, and the ginseng baby held by the iron-eating beast. This combination made Bai Wenji, who was rich in information and had experience with Shi Yu, almost instantly determined that Shi Yu had locked onto him in secret. Moreover, they sent all their pets to encircle and suppress him. Not good. If it was a few months ago, even if he lost to Shi Yu, Bai Wenji would still be very unconvinced. But since Yin Xiangfen came back from Dragon Palace City and shared Shi Yu's record with the school team of Imperial Capital University, and Shi Yu's name appeared in the top 100 of the sequence competition, Bai Wenji knew that this monster with an incredible growth rate was no longer something he could fight against. So, this time when he saw Shi Yu sending all his pets to encircle and suppress him, Bai Wenji immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy, and he and his pets turned around and ran into the snowfield, hoping to use the ice and snow environment to increase the combat power of the pets and deal with Shi Yu. However, boom! Who knew that when these 5 pets saw Bai Wenji, they rushed over with red eyes like hungry wolves seeing lambs, and even the ginseng baby instantly broke free from 11's arms and sent out a beam of energy from a distance, hoping to grab a head. A moment later, East China Sea Arena. The vice captain of Imperial Capital University appeared here with a blank expression. He was upset and unwilling. He didn't expect Shi Yu's pet to be so strong. He didn't expect that he would be found and eliminated by Shi Yu just 1 hour into the competition. It was even more difficult to accept that he didn't even see Shi Yu's figure. Captain Bai, after Bai Wenji was eliminated, a student from Imperial Capital University immediately came to pick him up. Bai Wenji felt ashamed to face the cultivation of Imperial Capital University, the expectations of his juniors and teachers, and he was eliminated before he even met the standards for entering the finals. Damn, Shi Yu's pets are really strong and too fierce. I guess the school will understand me. But at this time, the students who came over said in silence, Captain Bai, listen to my explanation. What I am going to say next may be a little cruel. Should I say it, or should you watch the live broadcast yourself? Bai Wenji suddenly found strangely that when a super genius like him was eliminated, the 100,000 audiences at the scene didn't react at all. What he didn't know was that the audience had become numb. He looked at the live broadcast screen in confusion. At this time, the commentators Han Lu and Gu Yu were also saying with regret, what a pity. The deputy captain of the Imperial Capital University, Bai Wenji, was also defeated by the pet clone team of Shi Yu. It seems that Shi Yu, who defeated Gao Zhuan, can really be stopped by no one, even his pet clone. Let's take a look at the search and capture situation of other clone teams. In the split screen, there were several teams composed of 5 pets flying high in the sky of Li Island, searching for lone players and king-level beasts. Seeing the players, this group of clone teams rushed up like chicken blood, and in order to grab the heads, they fought with all their strength and eliminated the players in a few seconds. Of course, if they met acquaintances, they were still polite. For example, in a dense forest, Xia Qingwei, who had served as an assistant to Shi Yu, stared blankly at the arrogant group of Shi Yu's pet clones. After hearing their Gao Zhuan is dead, Gu Duxing, King Shi Yu, he almost turned around and ran away. But running was useless. Then, the phantom of the insect used insect silk, the clone of the ginseng baby used the sweet hypnotic breath, and several pets eliminated Shi Yu's acquaintances with sympathy and did not cause any harm to them. Fuck. Is that a clone? What? Captain Gao was killed in 1 second, in the arena, after watching the live broadcast for a long time. Bai Wenji finally reacted. The reaction arc was a bit long, and he was shocked and screamed. Another crazy one, Li Shu, who had been eliminated long ago in the Linked University contestant seat, Chu Yang, who had been eliminated long ago in the Chengdu University contestant seat, and Shi Zhou, who had been eliminated long ago in the Moto University contestant seat, looked at Bai Wenji, whose pupils had also lost hope, with no hope in their eyes, and said regretfully, "Next." The other eliminated contestants, as well as the teachers and students of the Imperial Capital University, looked at this fact in silence and no longer wanted to struggle. The three big guys on the rostrum looked at this national competition preliminaries that seemed like a massacre and no longer wanted to say anything. Bingin City, Pingcheng. Master Lin, Captain He, President Feng and others swallowed their saliva and watched the live broadcast of the national competition in a daze. Shi Yu's successive performances in the national competition constantly impacted their three views. Although they knew that Shi Yu was very strong, several Pingcheng masters never expected that Shi Yu would be so strong. 5 king-level pets of the Overlord race? Kill Gao Zhuan, the last national champion who has the same talent as the mechanical legend and the most talented in the mechanical field, with one blow? A good national competition has been turned into a baby cup of chaos, in the waters outside the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. In the Environmental Protection Base, Brigadier General Zhao Qin, Wang Qi, Qin Mingzi and other naval rookies who had experienced a battle with the Vortex monster with Shi Yu watched the live broadcast and covered their eyes and couldn't bear to watch it. Let a monster that killed 2 overlords and shook a group of guardian gods to crush a totem monster to participate in the national competition. Isn't this putting a tiger into the sheepfold? That Gao Zhuan is a bit miserable. At this moment, all over the country, whether big shots or passers-by, are watching the national competition and swallowing their saliva crazily. Xiao Hai Legend of the Navy Headquarters, Yin's Hongrong of the Ancient Capital, Hua Xiaojin of the Divine Capital, and Bai Legend of Wuling, these senior big shots are no exception. Is someone finally able to feel my pain? Even the Master of Distortion and the Bull-Headed Beast King in a certain place watched the competition calmly. As all of Shi Yu's pets showed up in the national competition this time and showed their outstanding strength, many talents finally recognized this young man who had only achieved academic success before, and did not expect his strength to be so terrifying. The national competition was open for less than 3 hours. It was not even noon that day. Everyone was shocked to find that all the players sent to Li Island had been eliminated by Shi Yu alone. 1, 2, 3, 5, 11, 17. At this time, somewhere in Li Island, Shi Yu and his pets were still struggling with arithmetic problems. Damn it, whose clone eliminated the 2 guys we just found? Didn't we agree to keep 2? Shi Yu shouted in confusion on the island. Several pets were also confused. Damn, who is it? Everyone looked at each other, looking for the traitor. The competition time is 1 day, and it's only been a short time, and there are still a lot of king-level beasts on the island. If all the players are eliminated so early, what if the organizer teleports us out before the time is up? Shi Yu muttered. It's all bonuses. Ying, Yi, Me, Ning. The 5 pets were stunned. Yes, yes. At the same time. Just as Shi Yu said, with all the players on the island eliminated, the Eye of Stars, or the legend of Zhao Shuang who controlled the Eye of Stars, did not intend to continue the preliminaries until 24 hours later, that is, tomorrow, and directly let the Eye of Stars teleport Shi Yu, the wolf cub, back. This also led to Shi Yu and others on Li Island looking at the big eyeballs that appeared almost unwillingly. Not long after, Shi Yu and his pets were also teleported back to the East China Sea Arena. At the same time, The two commentators shouted wildly, "Incredible! In just 3 hours, Shiyu eliminated all the players with his invincible strength." It seems that the individual champion of this national competition was born in the preliminaries with an absolute record. He is Shiyu from Gudo University, the commentators shouted very hard. But as Shiyu appeared, the East China Sea arena was still silent. The teachers and students of other universities, as well as the players just now, all looked at Shiyu with vicious eyes. This wave belongs to one person, who defeated 8 universities and became the public enemy. Shiyu smiled slightly. There was nothing he could do. The organizers had put a price on the players from each school. At this time, Hanlu and Guyu, the two commentators, suddenly fell in love with Shiyu. Oh my god, they were supposed to do the commentary for 24 hours, but this time, it ended so quickly? Please bring more players like Shiyu next time. They like him. But it was useless for them to like him. This time, Shiyu was too ruthless. He directly traumatized the 8 universities. He would definitely not be liked by them. Only the teachers and students of Gudo University were so excited at this time. Of course, the senior beastmasters of Gudo University who participated in the team battle were also excited, but they also felt very miserable. They always felt that after Shiyu finished pretending, they would be beaten and retaliated again, just like the exchange match of Imperial Capital University. In addition, Baizai, who was also forced to surrender by Shiyu and was sitting in the audience, was also angry. Shiyu, this kid, doesn't know how to give way to her. Ho ha ho ha. In the end, it was director Zhang Yan's laughter that broke the incredible silence. He stood on the rostrum, looking at Shiyu and said, "I guess you already know that you won the individual championship of this national competition. Congratulations, what do you think?" President Xia and Zhao Chuanqi also took a deep breath. Shiyu stood at the venue for a moment, then said happily, "The national competition is great, I'll come again next time." Ying, me, Ning, they also found it interesting and will come again next time. Isn't this picking up money? Everyone? 8 major universities? The 8 major universities only realized that Shiyu, this animal, is only a freshman. Those freshmen, sophomores, and juniors of the 8 major universities, who are about to replace their seniors as the junior elites representing the school, instantly widened their pupils. "You kid. Get out. Don't come over." Crash. The presidents of the 8 universities were shocked. All the education funds this year were given to Gudo University. Can this kid be banned from the competition for life? This, Director Zhang was also slightly annoyed at this time. If he had known, he would not have asked. Shiyu did not stay in the venue for too long, mainly because the site was too hot and he could not stand it. He ran back immediately, and did not even plan to participate in the interview immediately. He decided to watch the live broadcast replay and appreciate the heroic appearance of himself and his pets first. Originally, the individual competition preliminaries were supposed to last a whole day, but because of some accidents, it ended in less than half a day. The players naturally returned to the player village, and as for the audience, they returned to their residences and waited for tomorrow's team battle. Of course, compared with the intense individual battle, the low-level team battle is not very discussed and concerned at this time. The entire Donghuang Beastmaster field is still discussing Shiyu's affairs. At present, the most sensitive person to this incident is Zhu Xiangwang of the Dark Club of Magic City. Zhu Xiangwang didn't pay much attention to the national competition, but as he found that Shiyu defeated Gao Zhuan, Jiuli War Beast evolved again, Mu Huang's heroic spirit, national champion Shiyu eliminated all members. The mystery of the physical strength of the fantasy butterfly, is the water slime so strong, is the ginseng baby worth the contract, and other hot searches climbed step by step, overshadowing the opening of the national competition, and dominated the hot searches on major platforms. Zhu Xiangwang realized that something was wrong, his eyes gradually turned red, and he was extremely envious. Damn, why are there so many hot searches related to Shiyu? This is an achievement that is even better than being the first in the hot search. Damn it, I'm envious. This guy. How can he be so cruel? Now this guy, I'm afraid his popularity is higher than Yizing. Why not invite Shiyu to sequence battle? Wait. This kid's strength is so strong. What if I lose? Then, there were various hot searches such as Shiyu promoted to sequence 24 in the follow-up. For a time, Shiyu's name swept the country. This time, the recognition has reached the national level, mainly because this national competition is too outrageous, and the attention is several times that of last year. At this time, the core of the whole event, Shiyu himself, and his pets, are resting well in the contestant village. By the way, they are calculating the prize money. Each hunting of a king-level beast is 10 million, which is too stingy. They only give the prize money and confiscate the beast. Some beasts have materials worth more than 10 million, not to mention that I have preserved them so intact. If I don't hunt more, there will be no materials. It is better to find materials in the wild and sell them in the future. A total of 31 king-level beasts were hunted, which is about 310 million, a prize of 20 million for each eliminated contestant, which is also stingy. We eliminated 20 in total, which is only 400 million in total. Gojuan has so many king-level pets, and he is the champion of the previous session, but he is worth the same price as senior buy. This reward system has a bug. No matter who says it has a bug, Shiyu and his team counted for a long time. In the preliminaries, they can get about 700 million in prize money. However, these are all incidental bonuses. The most important thing is that the physical rewards for the final rankings of these 21 contestants and the physical rewards for the first-ranked national champion are the big ones. Although there are only 2 rewards, they are both valuable. The first prize for the individual champion is the 100 change stone, wind, and a set of top-quality basic mechanical materials that match it. The 100 change stone is an 8th level mechanical material with wind attributes, worth more than 1 billion. And it is a super rare resource that is difficult to buy even with money, and the quantity is extremely limited. The second prize for the individual champion is the Void Crystal, Space. This is a 6th level ore resource with space attributes, worth hundreds of millions, and is a resource that assists beast masters in improving the level of beast control space. It was once given to Shiyu in the 3rd game, and it was this that helped Shiyu upgrade the beast control space from level 4 to level 5 within a few months. Now that Shiyu has reached the master level, the effect of the Void Crystal should be much weaker, but it is better than nothing. Therefore, in this national competition, Shiyu has gained a total of resources worth more than 2 billion, which is a huge profit. Of course, Gudo University also made a lot of money with Shiyu this time. This year's education funding should be able to surpass that of Imperial Capital and Magic Capital University. At that time, Shiyu, as a great contributor, will definitely benefit a lot. Add to that the Gemcat's small treasury, no, that's his small treasury of billions. All in all, Shiyu felt that he was already rich. Hey, what's the point of being rich? I have to use the mechanical materials myself, and I may have to add money to it. The rest of it can't even buy half a legendary resource. I'm still poor. However, after just a moment of joy, Shiyu sighed. The bonus and prizes can only be claimed after the competition is completely over. Shiyu is thinking at this time, is there any other place to get resources or money? The national competition is over, and the next step is to look at the long term. He plans to collect 5-6 legendary resources in a year, and his own space level will preferably break through to level 7, become a legendary beastmaster and obtain the qualification to go abroad. Whether he participates in the world competition or not, he wants to see the world tree. Shiyu also knows that time is terribly tight, so let's see if adding some super level skills to the pet this year can bring his level and the pet's level up at the same time. At the same time, the Imperial Capital University Athlete Village. Gojuan, who was wrapped in bandages, opened the door dejectedly. He subconsciously said, "Principal, I didn't." Teacher, Gojuan was stunned. Seeing that the person who came was not the old president of Imperial Capital University, but Mr. Liu, his guide in the 4th game, he suddenly didn't want to face him even more. Lost? You must feel very uncomfortable, right, Mr. Liu, who rushed to the Magic City, looked at Gojuan and asked with a sigh. I'm sorry, teacher, I failed your expectations and lost the game. I didn't get the mechanical materials, forget it, it's not your fault. Mr. Liu shook his head. If Gojuan lost the game due to other personal reasons, he would indeed be disappointed, but this time, Shiyu suddenly appeared this time. Even if Liu Lao himself put himself in Gojuan's shoes, he didn't know how to break the situation. He was just in deep despair. This little monster was too strong. Gojuan was already well prepared. Except for the small forbidden weapons that he couldn't use, he had already played all his cards. But even so, he was still no match for Shiyu, and not at all. Liu Lao could only sigh that this newcomer in the 3rd and 11th rounds was really terrible. Guzhuan's loss was not unfair, he admitted it. It's just a piece of 100 change stone, it's not a rare thing, Liu Lao said. Guzhuan was silent. It wasn't about the 100 change stone or not, but the loss of this game made him very uncomfortable and itchy. It's also a good thing. If Shiyu is not counted, you should be the youngest Beastmaster in the top 100 in the sequence ranking. You are only 21 years old and have achieved such an achievement. You are already very talented. I was worried that you would be proud of it, but now you don't have to worry. There is a monster younger and stronger than you in front of you to spur you on, so you don't have to slack off. It's just a national competition and it's far from the end. Since he is also participating in the sequence competition, you will have a chance to fight again sooner or later. In addition, don't you want to participate in the world competition? If you have a hope of entering the top 10 in the sequence ranking and he succeeds in entering, in addition to being competitors, you will also be teammates in the future. The stronger your teammates are, the more at ease you should be. In short, only by encouraging each other can you grow together. Do you know what to do next? Don't worry about the national competition for now. You will graduate soon. At that time, concentrate on preparing for the mechanical conference. This conference is far more important to you than the national competition, I understand, Guzhuan nodded. The mechanical conference, similar to the animal husbandry conference, is Donghuang's annual innovative mechanical product exhibition conference. Due to Donghuang's vigorous development of the mechanical field in recent decades, the mechanical conference has received more attention, more value, and various welfare rewards, and the entry threshold is even higher than the animal husbandry conference. Guzhuan has been researching an extremely important innovative technology product through the awakening talent for a long time, and he may have the hope of winning the gold medal of the mechanical conference. Many seniors in the 4th Bureau are also optimistic about it, so in addition to the national competition, the 4th Bureau has also prepared very generous rewards at this conference to support new stars in the mechanical field. Thanks to the leaders of Nile Yuanhang and Lu Sheng. Chapter 321, The Auspicious Beast Killing. Shiyu had already made a decision. Originally, Shiyu's plan was to wait until the pets had mastered the high-level will, that is, the dominant will, before teaching them super-level skills. Teaching success rate high seemed safer. But now, he changed his mind. Beastmasters are fickle. Teaching success rate medium may not necessarily fail. Although, if the pet's will and mind are not strong enough, forcibly receiving super-level skill experience may cause the mind to lose its rationality, thus causing the teaching to fail. But Shiyu thought about it, and Susu was really right in the contract. When adding points, Shen Bao was nursing him. Shiyu and Susu had the ability to purify the mind. Wasn't it for nursing the pets that were given super-level skills? If he gave 11 and the other super-level skills, Susu was there to purify their mind so that they could better withstand the baptism of super-level skills. Then in theory the success rate would not be low. Moreover, according to Susu's feedback, the process of adding super-level skills was very tempering of will and mind. Perhaps by adding super-class skills, we can improve their will and strive to achieve the will of the Overlord. Shen Bao, feed me, Susu, purify the pet. If it goes as expected, we should be able to achieve freedom to add points soon. Shiyu was still lying in the dormitory. After calculating the rewards, he continued to check his resources. At present, the resources he has are the relic ring, archaeology, breeding illustrations, awakening mirror, relic crystals left by the Emperor of Time, meteorite fragments, and unicorn fossils. These are relatively precious. In addition to these, there are 3 level 7 dragon resources, the whiskers of the ice dragon, the fossilized teeth of the Tyrannosaurus rex, and the scales of the sea dragon king. Although these looked good before, they are basically useless now. Shiyu has prepared to let Susu swallow the whiskers of the ice dragon and the scales of the sea dragon king. As for the teeth of the Tyrannosaurus rex, they will be kept for the experiments on the mechanical beasts. There is also the Gemini silver armor given by the ice dragon. Since it is broken, although it is of legendary quality, it is not precious. When I first got it, it was still level 6, but after several uses, the energy loss was very serious and it has dropped to level 5. The more it is used, the worse it is. Shiyu plans to leave it to Qitong as a training resource. Although it will accelerate the damage rate, Qi Tong's interlaced sword skill may be able to rely on the Gemini silver armor to approach the mastery level. In addition, Shi Yu also discovered that there is a drop of level 8 life water drop, 10 drops of level 7 life water drop, 100 drops of level 6 life water drop, and a bottle of level 7 dragon blood in the ruins. These were all sent by Prime Minister Turtle after he came back from the colorful islands. The Sea Dragon King saw that his hair was gray and he looked weak. Shi Yu has not used it yet, but these life water drops can be used together with the nourishment of the ginseng baby after he continues to add some super level skills. As for the 7th level dragon blood, although it is also an extremely precious resource, since Shi Yu does not need to exercise his physique, it seems to be of no use to him. He can sell it in exchange for other resources. Other daily consumable resources, such as food and nutrients for 11, are replenished as they are consumed, so Shi Yu did not care. Finally, he looked at the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex that was still jumping around outside the Fossil Research Institute. By the way, Shi Yu suddenly thought of something. It seemed that they had not studied the Killen fossil together after Chong Chong broke through to the monarch level. Although Shi Yu had already added the dream-stealing skill to Chong Chong to the full level, these full-level skills could not be perfectly effective with the strength of Chong Chong and their commander level at that time. Just like the time fruit of Shen Bao Bao, the time fruit it made when it was at the commander level, if it was given to 11 and others, the side effects would be great. If Shen Bao Bao himself reached the totem level, there might be no side effects. There is also an ordinary low-level skill Fireball, which is used by extraordinary pets and totem-level pets, and the effects are completely different. Since Chong Chong has made a breakthrough, can we try to study the Killen fossil again? Although there is still no progress in using the Tyrannosaurus fossil to study the mechanical fantasy beast, this does not prevent Shi Yu and others from being curious about the secrets of the Killen fossil. After all, it is a fossil suspected of being a god-level life. If you can really enter the dream successfully, the mechanical fantasy beast is secondary. The most important thing is an opportunity to contact the mythological era. Chong Chong, Shi Yu shouted, and then he entered the relic space, Fossil Research Institute. Shi Yu sat in front of the table, and Chong Chong landed on the table. Both of them stared at the unicorn horn fossil in front of them. The white fossil is very beautiful, like white jade, but it is called a unicorn horn fossil, but in fact, it looks no different from a sheep horn fossil. This is normal, because the Killen and the dragon, in myths and legends, are totems composed of different racial characteristics. Among them, it is said that the Killen has a sheep's head, wolf's hooves, a body like a musk deer, a tail like a dragon's tail, and dragon scales and a pair of horns. Of course, this is the myth of the earth. On the blue star, the Killen is a mythological race that is more mysterious than the dragon and the phoenix. The appearance recorded in various unofficial histories is completely different from the Killen described in the earth mythology. Shi Yu gave up the substitution. As for why this Killen fossil was collected in the Dragon God Mystery Realm, it is unknown. The horns are so beautiful, it must have been a girl when she was alive, Shi Yu judged. Well, Chong Chong was silent. It is also very beautiful, but it is still a boy. The leader is also very cute, and he is also a boy. As for this guy Shen Bao Bao, Chong Chong has been wondering, is there really a gender difference in the Shen tribe? Don't be narcissistic, Shi Yu said. Chong Chong? Bah, scum beastmaster. Hurry up and do business, Shi Yu said. After the words fell, Shi Yu entered a meditative state, and Chong Chong maintained a spiritual connection with Shi Yu, and the fantasy field unfolded, trying to steal the dream of the unicorn horn fossil. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 minutes passed, and still nothing happened. Shi Yu opened his eyes and sighed. Chong Chong also opened his eyes and sighed. This fossil. How can it still be closed to the outside world? You can try again. Shi Yu did not give up, and said, take a bite of the time fruit. Chong Chong was stunned and looked at Shi Yu with tears in his eyes. It didn't have many time fruits in its collection. Shen Bao Bao was unwilling to make more for them. It's okay, let Shen Bao Bao reimburse you later, this is all official business, Shi Yu said. Chong Chong was relieved when he heard this, and took out a time fruit that Shen Bao Bao gave it from its own space pocket. Ouch! Then, it enlarged its body and swallowed it in one bite. Kaba. After biting the fruit and swallowing it, Chong Chong's aura began to rise steadily, and it briefly entered the Overlord realm, and seized the opportunity to enter the dream-stealing state with Shiyu again. Use the dream-stealing skill with all its strength. In the darkness, Shiyu locked onto the unicorn horn fossil through meditation, sweat on his forehead, and he didn't know if he could succeed this time. Chong Chong yides. Time fruit yides, but at this moment, he heard Chong Chong's boasting and praise for Shen Bao Bao. With a in the dark meditation state, a white halo began to spread over the unicorn horn fossil that Shiyu locked onto. The light became brighter and brighter, as if it was going to cover Shiyu and absorb him into another world, the dream world of the fossil. Boom! Shiyu opened his eyes, and then, together with Chong Chong, he appeared on the barren land. In this world, the sky was covered by gray clouds and mist, and the earth was full of dry dust, a dead-end scene. In this scene, soon a creature that was not only beautiful, but also extremely handsome and elegant appeared in the eyes of Shiyu and his friends. This is Seeing this creature running on the barren land, Shiyu's eyes widened instantly. Could it be that it succeeded? This is the owner of the unicorn horn fossil, the mythical beast Fakilin? This creature has a body like a deer, but it is lighter and more slender. On its white body, there are some cyan patterns that condense into cloud-like hair, reflecting the image of the wind. It is completely different from Shiyu's impression and the unicorn pictures he has seen on Earth. It would be good if it is 10% similar. It is more elegant, beautiful, and handsome than those unicorn pictures he has seen. The whole body is like the incarnation of wind, and the head is also more petite and soft. Every time it steps on the ground, there is a light breeze around it, and the more elegant hair on its head, like a cyan blue ribbon, also flutters in the wind. Unlike the previous dream of entering the Tyrannosaurus rex fossil, they were killed by the irritable Tyrannosaurus rex in seconds. This wind unicorn, which looks like a cub, is full of fear and anxiety in its eyes, as if it is running for its life and wants to escape from here. Although it was a dream phantom, it seemed to have seen Shiyu and Chong Chong. It was still in a panic. It stepped on the breeze without even thinking. With Shiyu and Chong Chong's blank expressions, it turned them over and continued to run away, as if it wanted to save some lives in the face of some disaster. During this process, Shiyu and Chong Chong found it difficult to resist, because this dream was very strange. They felt that their power was sealed, and the natural energy around them was almost non-existent. Even at this time, Shiyu and Chong Chong could not even speak. It was like a ghost pressing on the bed. Although they could think, they could not actively break free from the dream or shake their bodies. Boom. Then, I don't know what happened. The dream was completely shattered. Shiyu and Chong Chong were reborn. They all broke away from the fossil dream with sweat all over their heads and reappeared in the real world. At this time, due to the side effects of the time fruit, Chong Chong was completely exhausted and lay helplessly on the table and snored. Shiyu, in addition to sweating profusely, looking pale and a little weak, was not in a good mental state. He shook his head and looked at the unicorn fossil again. Isn't the unicorn a lucky animal? Why is there a doomsday disaster around? Shiyu panted and wiped his sweat. In this world, there are also sayings of lucky animals. Success finally entered the dream. After seeing the phantom of the wind unicorn in the dream, Shiyu was very happy, but what Shiyu cared about more was the world and era background he was in at that time. Would it be the mythological era? After a long time, Chong Chong also recovered. It also looked weak, even when it entered the phantom of the Tyrannosaurus rex fossil, it didn't feel so uncomfortable. Can you copy the phantom of the unicorn just now? Shiyu asked. Chong Chong shook his head. He couldn't move in the fossil dream just now, and there was no way to proceed to the next step of stealing dreams and copying its state. Take a rest, and then try again, Shiyu said unwillingly. At the same time, he called the ginseng baby to come to supplement himself and Chong Chong. Chong Chong, Greek letter sigma, degree. Still coming. Of course, Chong Chong burst into tears, feeling so tired. When Shiyu and Chong Chong were working hard to study the unicorn fossil, a day had passed in the outside world. During this period, Baizai, who was eliminated by Shiyu, turned her grief and anger into motivation and continued to temporarily guide the tactics and make suggestions for other team members in the team battle. Although she was miserable in the individual competition, Gudo University was at least the first. Not bad, the next team battle can't be too bad. Afterwards, the national competition continued and the second day of the team battle began. There are a total of 9 colleges and universities. Because it is a point system, each school is required to play against the other 8 schools in turn. So there are a total of 36 rounds of competition. This team battle lasts a long time and will last for several days before it ends. During this process, the gem cat was too lazy to watch and slipped back to Gudu, while the panda senior sister remained at the scene and continued to accept interviews on behalf of Shiyu. As for Shiyu himself, he told Principal Feng and Senior Panda that he had some insights and needed to go for emergency training. After leaving the interviews to them, he and Chong Chong devoted themselves to studying the unicorn fossils. To outsiders, it seemed that he had disappeared in the national competition. Is it still not working? A few days later, Shiyu and Chong Chong had tried to enter and steal dreams countless times. If they had no results every time, they would not have tried so hard. The main reason was that every time they entered a dream, they felt that they were in a better state and were getting familiar with the dream. So this was the reason why the two of them kept trying. After a few days, Shiyu and Chong Chong could barely move in this fossil dream, and Chong Chong could barely steal and copy the dream phantom of Fenkilin by contacting it in the dream. But unfortunately, in the last few times, it felt like something was missing every time. Every time Chong Chong's copying progress reached 99%, it was suddenly interrupted and failed to copy successfully. After Shiyu and his friends tried countless times, with the help of the abilities of Time Fruit, Imagination Field, Virtual and Real Phantom, Dream Stealing, etc., and with the assistance of Shiyu, Chong Chong finally made a breakthrough around the Linhorn fossil. With Chong Chong's current temporary overlord level power, he cannot materialize the phantom in the fossil dream out of thin air, but relying on the Linhorn fossil, covering the phantom on the fossil and making the fossil the core of the phantom, Chong Chong can barely do it. In any case, it is also successfully materialized. Chong Chong and Shiyu were both surprised instantly. At the same time, through the dream stealing, Chong Chong and Shiyu also instantly contacted through the dream and knew the skills mastered by this Fenkilin. However, what makes Shiyu and Chong Chong wonder is that they don't know whether Fenkilin only knows these 3 skills, or the fossil is too old to cause the dream phantom to be incomplete. The phantom that Chong Chong tried to materialize has only 3 traces of skills. Although it is a mythical beast in mythology, it does not have the so-called divine skills. There are only 3 super-level skills. Of course, these 3 super-level skills are really awesome in Shiyu's opinion. Name, turn danger into fortune. Introduction, a superclass skill of the wind system, which can absorb dangerous skills to itself and rebound them to the enemy with double the power. Name, Wind Spirit Pearl. Introduction, a superclass skill of the wind system. The Wind Spirit Pearl can absorb and adapt to most attributes, and can spread the power effects of other attributes to the maximum release through the power of wind. Name, Blessing of the Wind. Introduction, a superclass skill of the wind system, the time system, and the space system, which uses the natural wind to improve luck. There are no magical skills, but it is normal. It is unscientific for the bugs to materialize the divine beasts that master the magical skills. Even if there are no magical skills, the 3 skills that this Wind Key Rin Phantom comes with are also very powerful. What the hell is this Blessing of the Wind? The same 3 series skills as the Fantasy Dragon? And the dual series of time and space? It's too abnormal. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. At the same time, as the blue and white wind swirled around the unicorn horn fossil, the unicorn horn fossil, which had been baptized by hundreds of millions of years and had lost all its energy, gradually revived the remaining dream phantom inside under the stimulation of external forces, and soon became the unicorn phantom that Shiyu and Chong Chong saw in their dreams. But at this moment, Chong Chong was suddenly stunned and his expression changed. He shouted nervously. After it materialized the fossil phantom through the unicorn horn fossil, it unexpectedly had no control over the phantom. Usually, it had absolute control over the dream phantoms of other creatures, but this time, its power seemed to be just a medium for the revival of the dream phantom of the unicorn horn fossil. The moment the phantom appeared, it broke off the connection with the other party. What? Shiyu was also stunned. At the same time, the phantom of the wind unicorn, which was not tall and only 1 meter tall, slowly opened its confused eyes. However, the next moment, the phantom dissipated, as if the energy on its body was not enough for it to be born. In just a moment, it turned into a breeze again, and its figure completely dissipated. The unicorn fossil at the core of the phantom also fell to the ground again. This scene completely confused Shiyu and Chong Chong. Then, The great consumption also made Shiyu and Chong sit on the ground soon, looking at the unicorn fossil tiredly. This phantom, it's still a phantom, not a living body. Now the question is, how to transform it into a living body and keep the blessing of the wind. Shiyu looked at Chong, and Chong also looked at Shiyu eagerly, and then they all looked at the unicorn fossil eagerly. Skills to improve luck? It doesn't sound good, but can the dual systems of time and space be weak? Shiyu instantly felt that these days were not in vain. If this skill can be copied and added to the maximum level, it would be so amazing. Will it add a wind of luck to itself, so that the enemy can be killed by a meteorite falling from the sky even if they want to harm itself across half a planet? This is too fierce. Let's take a step back. If a wind of luck is added to two totem-level creatures that are having sex, is it possible for them to be reproduced in one shot? The unicorn will give birth to a child. At that time, no totem will be used casually. Also, if luck is better and the probability of listening to history can reach 100%, it will be even more perfect. I must get this skill. Shiyu climbed up. So the question is, the Tyrannosaurus Rex phantom is so difficult to transform into a mechanical life. How to revive this unicorn phantom that looks more difficult to deal with and transform it into a mechanical life that can inherit and release the skills of the original phantom? Oh, Chong asked what to do next. Shiyu didn't know. He just got up and continued to lie on the sofa, sighing. Let's do this first. The competition is over today. Let's go get the change stone and mechanical materials first. It's still too much effort to study mechanical phantoms by myself. It's too much trouble to ask other legendary mechanical masters for help. After all, it's not a big deal. I don't have time to put all my energy into it. It's not good to slack off while others are working. Suddenly, Shiyu was startled. Wait? Others are working while you are slacking off? He found that his previous thinking was completely wrong. Why do we have to create machinery directly with phantoms? Why do we have to do it all at once? Even Gaojuan's ultimate holy dragon beast was not a dominant race when it was created, but was modified and upgraded step by step. This is extremely outrageous and belongs to the creation of a new mechanical field. Even those legendary mechanics, with their mechanical knowledge, may not be able to do it. What's more, he is a mechanical rookie. Find a big boss to lead. Soon, Shiyu thought of this method, but not a big boss in the traditional sense. Instead, create a big boss yourself. Mechanical life is divided into combat machinery, auxiliary machinery, and research machinery. Most machinery has the ability to learn and grow by itself, and the so-called race level can also be improved through acquired upgrades. He doesn't need to pursue mechanical phantom beasts from the beginning. What if you contract a research-type mechanical pet, and then max out its research ability, learning ability, creative ability, and mechanical knowledge through the skill atlas, and then let it study how to transform itself into a mechanical fantasy beast of the mythical beast template? Why do you have to study it yourself? If you squeeze your pet to work, there will be no psychological pressure. At this moment, Shiyu's thoughts were instantly unblocked, and all the pressure on his body was gone. Even if you contract a most ordinary research-type mechanical life, then by maxing out its research ability, let it upgrade itself, and I will only add points and pay for the materials. When the time comes, it will be enough to study the mechanical fantasy beast with a mechanical pet and Chong, and I can fish, as long as the pet is trained into a research-type boss. The beast master, will be equivalent to a boss. Next to him, Chong listened to Shiyu's muttering, and his eyes were horrified. Damn, what level of capitalist are you? Thank you for being the leader of the Big Brother Igor. Chapter 322, Changing Stone Machinery. On that day, the national competition came to an end. In this national competition, the national champion of the individual competition was won by Shiyu, and Shiyu's name was widely discussed. The championship of the team competition was won by Moto University. Imperial University ranked second, which was very miserable. Not only did it not win the individual competition, but the team did not win either. Of course, in terms of team competition, Gudo University was even worse, ranking 7th, which was the third from the bottom. This proves the saying that the strong are really strong, and the weak are really weak. However, in next year's national competition, the audience has reason to believe that the overall performance of Gudo University will be even better. At least next year, Gudo University will definitely have more education funds. The school has money, and more resources can be invested in students. The competition should be over at this time, Shiyu came out of the house in a listless manner, and his mind was full of thoughts about a mechanical pet. He came out at the right time, and Principal Feng also came from the competition venue, accompanied by a lady in a black windbreaker. "Are you done?" From a distance, the old man asked with a smile, and he was very happy these 2 days. Although the team performance of Gudo University was as bad as usual, the individual performance this year was strong. Except for the lucky second place in Lu Qingyi's class, Gudo University has not entered the top 5 in the past 10 years. This time it has completely taken off and directly won the first place with an absolute advantage. "I'm done," Shiyu replied with a smile. "Xiao Chuanqi." Then, Shiyu greeted the lady next to Principal Feng. This person was the referee of this competition, the legendary mechanic Xiao Shuang in the 4th game. Yet, Xiao Shuang saw Shiyu and said, "You don't look very good. It's been so long since the game ended. Haven't you had a rest yet?" It turned out that Shiyu's knife that chopped Gojuan's mecha into pieces in the national competition also had great side effects. Xiao Shuang was silent. Indeed, after they chopped it, it seemed that they had eaten a lot of supplements. Shiyu shook his head. Was it true? He had just eaten the supplements of Shen Bao Bao. Did he still look weak? Did Shen Bao Bao become weaker? Or did he become stronger? Maybe. "We will immediately start other training after the game," Shiyu said. "No matter what, it's fine as long as I don't feel it. Others' weakness is 1/100, while my weakness is 100/10000. They are different." Xiao Chuanqi nodded. "The genius is indeed extraordinary." Ahem, Principal Feng didn't notice anything unusual about Shiyu. He said, "The game is over. Xiao Chuanqi came here in person to give you the prize. There will be an award ceremony tonight. However, the trophy that will be awarded is just a symbol of honor and is not worth a few cents. The truly valuable ones are the monetary and physical rewards issued by the organizers. Other contestants may have to register by themselves, but for Shiyu, Xiao Chuanqi chose to come here to personally distribute the prizes. The most important thing is to get in touch with Shiyu in person. She had only seen him in videos or from a distance before, and she still wanted to observe this perverted young beastmaster up close. Excellent beastmasters are always attractive. "There are 3 prizes in total," Xiao Chuanqi said: bonus card, empty crystal stone, and wind-type variable stone and matching basic mechanical materials. As she finished speaking, a white light flashed in front of her. It was unknown whether it was a relic space or other special space equipment. A large white suitcase-like box immediately appeared between Shiyu and her. On top of the large box, there was a wooden box the size of a photo frame. In addition, there was a black card that appeared out of thin air in Xiao Chuanqi's hand. She first handed the bonus card to Shiyu, and then introduced, "The wooden box contains empty crystal stones, and the white mechanical box contains variable stones, advanced intelligent chips, and various basic materials for adaptive devices. You can use the empty crystal stones for your own cultivation. As for these mechanical materials, they are quite complete. With the existing materials, you can synthesize a mechanical life of a high-level king race. If you have an idea, I can help you." "Of course, the Mechanical College of Gudo University can also do it," Xiao Shuang said. Shiyu should know these things. After all, the rewards for the national competition were introduced in sufficient detail when they were announced. Although these were all prepared for Gaojuan, they certainly could not be made clear when they were announced. Therefore, what is advertised to the outside world is a set of top-grade mechanical materials that can be assembled into mechanical life of the advanced king race. It is composed of 3 parts, the variable stone, wind, the advanced intelligent chip, and the adaptability device. Among them, the wind-type variable stone determines the race, attributes, and core capabilities of the mechanical life. Generally speaking, mechanical life made with a variable stone as the core will have 2 skills. 1 high level and 1 super level. The high level skill is the variable of the mechanical system. It is a very rare mechanical skill, mainly seen in the variable stone. The variable is divided into 2 abilities, decomposition and combination. The effect is roughly that decomposition can decompose a piece of variable stone into countless small variable stones, similar to the elementalization of elemental creatures, and also similar to the clone, but with an entity. It is the direct splitting of the main body, not made out of thin air. And the combination is that the decomposed body parts can be perfectly combined again. The relationship between the two is similar to the shrinking and gigantic in the multiplication, and they are deeply connected. Through decomposition and combination, the variable stone can realize its ability to change. As long as the level of these two skills is high enough, they can change in 1,000 ways. If a Rubik's Cube-shaped 100-change stone wants to change into a triangle, it may only need the entry-level 100 change. But if you want to change from a Rubik's Cube to a complex fighter or mecha, you may need a higher level of skill. Moreover, it is not enough to have a skill level. After all, the 100 change only determines the appearance. It is just an empty shape. If you want to have matching abilities, the mechanical life must be equipped with other mechanical equipment during the 100 change process to enhance the strength of the complete transformation. Therefore, although the 100 change stone is a top quality pet that is very suitable for novice mechanics, it still requires a certain degree of mechanical literacy to help the 100 change stone create different mechanical forms. The super level skills are the element control of the corresponding attributes. The wind 100 change stone is wind element control, a very adaptable wind skill. Similar to water element control and plant control, it is a higher level skill of a bunch of basic wind skills. If the 100 change stone is the body of mechanical life, then the intelligent chip is the brain of mechanical life. At the beginning, mechanical life can only be created by beastmasters with awakening talents. However, with the birth of smart chips, even ordinary people who master the corresponding mechanical knowledge can create a mechanical life with wisdom and self-thinking ability with the help of smart chips. It is the most critical part of a mechanical life, which is related to whether the mechanical life can be called life. At present, there are ordinary smart chips, advanced smart chips and top smart chips on the market. Smart chips determine the talent of mechanical life, that is, learning ability, comprehension ability, calculation ability and other abilities. Ordinary smart chips can give mechanical life intermediate skills basic intelligence. And advanced smart chips can give mechanical life high-level skills advanced intelligence. Of course, there are also low-level intelligent skills that can only execute fixed programs, but they are prepared for some special machines, such as taboo machines. In the rewards of this national competition, the only mechanical material matching the variety stone is the advanced smart chip. This is normal. Because the top-level smart chip cannot be created directly, it is upgraded later, and each top-level intelligence is difficult to copy. It is the result of the joint efforts and wisdom of the legendary mechanic and his own mechanical pet. It is a super-level ability and very rare. As for the adaptability device, it is a device that allows the changeable stone, smart chip, and other mechanical materials to adapt to each other quickly and can be perfectly assembled. Although there are only 3 types of mechanical materials, they can be assembled into a mechanical life, and it is a highly plastic and changeable mechanical life. This is the champion prize promoted by the national competition. For most beastmasters, it still has a very fatal attraction. Xiao Shuang looked at Shi Yu. However, she felt that Shi Yu should not be interested. After all, Shi Yu has 5 dominant race pets. Unlike other players, his vision must be very high. Even if he contracts a new pet, there is no need to be interested in the mechanical system that requires extremely high professional knowledge and literacy. It is not enough for beastmasters to worry about. Some beastmasters who have no mechanical knowledge, good talent and potential, and are ambitious will never choose mechanical life, especially complex mechanical life. The reason is very simple, that is, it is too troublesome to maintain, too troublesome to upgrade, and everything is troublesome. Thank you, Shi Yu nodded and said, I remember that your trump card, Xiao Chuanqi, is a super machine created with 100 changes stone as the core, right? Shi Yu suddenly looked at Xiao Chuanqi. If nothing goes wrong, I should also create a mechanical life contract with 100 changes stone as the core. I don't know, before that, can I take a look at your mecha? Xiao Shuang was stunned. Wait, what did you just say? Are you really going to use this 100 changes stone to create a mechanical life contract? Are you kidding? She quickly looked at Principal Feng. Meaning, Shi Yu's previous pets, the Iron Eater, the Fantasy Butterfly, the Ginseng Baby, the Sword Spirit, and the Water Slime, are all very conventional pets. Is the 6th one suddenly contracted with a mechanical life? Cultivating mechanical life is different from cultivating animals, plants, and elements. It requires a huge amount of professional knowledge. This, Principal Feng smiled bitterly beside him. To be honest, he doesn't recommend it either. There are generally 2 types of people who contract mechanical life. 1. There is really no choice. Buy mechanical life with good strength and break the jar. There is no hope to climb to the top by relying on the mechanical department. Just live a muddle-headed life. Upgrades and repairs all depend on spending money to find a mechanic too. He himself is a mechanic with strong professional qualities and has the ability to transform, upgrade, assemble and repair mechanical life. He doesn't know whether Shiyu is the former, but it is definitely not the latter. But he can't bear it. Shiyu just wants to contract. Principal Feng is not unaware of this. He has heard Shiyu muttering about wanting to contract a handsome mechanical life more than once or twice. This kind of playful idea, he is also helpless. Is it okay, Xiao Chuanqi? Shiyu still looked at Xiao Chuanqi eagerly. Are you really going to contract a mechanical life? Although Xiao Chuanqi believes that the mechanical department is the strongest, it is in the hands of the mechanic. People who don't understand mechanical knowledge to contract mechanical life are definitely going astray. Although it is not too late for Shiyu to learn mechanical knowledge at his age, if it were someone else who had a high-level monarch mechanical life, she would fully support him to enter the mechanical field. However, the problem is that Shiyu, this beast, already has 5 pets of the overlord race. Why is he still thinking about a monarch race machine? Even if the versatile machinery is extremely plastic, it is not so easy to upgrade to the overlord race. Because her pet is based on the variety stone, she knows it very well. I haven't made a decision yet, so I want to see your overlord body, the black-winged demon god, Xiao Chuanqi. After Shiyu finished speaking, Xiao Chuanqi was silent. After a long silence, she said, okay, she didn't care. Anyway, she didn't know Shiyu well. This matter should be left to Principal Feng to persuade. Xiao Chuanqi sighed, stretched out his hand, and immediately a cube prop shaped like a black Rubik's cube appeared in his hand. Then, this black Rubik's cube flew away by itself, split into smaller black cubes all over the sky, and combined in the sky. In the blink of an eye, countless black magic cubes combined into a superhumanoid body that was more than 10 meters tall, full of black rock texture and possessed huge rock wings. This is the black-winged demon god. What do you want to see? Xiao Shuang asked Shiyu after summoning the mecha. This super mecha that has mastered multiple powerful attribute skills such as dark, mechanical, and space is her masterpiece. Can I touch it? Shiyu looked at the black-winged demon god, who was 100 times more handsome than the purple electric mecha of Dean Hao of the School of Mechanical Engineering, and said with stars in his eyes. Black-winged demon god, Xiao Shuang nodded and said, touch it. She finally saw that Shiyu was like those mechanical men in Xingdu University. He was more unable to walk when he saw a mecha than a beautiful woman. Such a guy should be sent to Xingdu University. It would be a pity to go to Gudu University. Shiyu quickly came to the side of the black-winged demon mech and asked, Sister Xiao Shuang, Senior Black-Winged Demon, is it advanced intelligence or top intelligence? Xiao Shuang said calmly, top intelligence, although the variety stone is known as the easiest mechanical material to control. In fact, the complex variety stone requires extremely professional mechanical knowledge and the mechanical life itself has extremely high computing power to perfectly exert the racial ability. If you really regard the variety stone as a new mechanical material, you are wrong, the black-winged demon nodded proudly. It can pass through countless fragments in an instant and assemble a huge mech with various mechanical equipment in its body. Its computing power is not to be underestimated. Shiyu was surprised and asked, how many results are there after the permutations and combinations of these numbers from 1 to 100, Black-winged demon? Xiao Shuang, Principal Feng, copy successful, name, God network, attribute, mechanical department, spiritual department, level, superclass, introduction. It can split into multiple intelligent brain areas to form a complex neural network system to have computing, analysis, and learning capabilities that surpass supercomputers. Shiyu's heart stopped. Skill illustrations, always great. However, super-level skills, damn, new little machines, can they learn them? Chapter 323 Return to the Ancient Capital. After Shiyu successfully copied the Godnet skill, he took a look at the black-winged demon mech. This Godnet is undoubtedly a top-level intelligent system. It should be a unique skill developed by Xiao Shuang Legend in combination with the racial characteristics of the changing stone mech. After having the skill, Shiyu took a look at the mech, teaching success rate, haha, Shiyu was stunned. There is actually a hegemon's will? Awesome. But then again, how to judge the will of mechanical life? He really hadn't paid attention to the will level of mechanical life before. Do they all start from the lowest, Or does the will level vary depending on the level of the intelligent chip and the initial settings? Unlike other lives that are blank at birth, when some mechanical lives are born, they are not actually a blank sheet of paper. Most mechanical lives will be added with some settings before they are created. For example, there are combat and guardian machines with a setting of protecting the master. For example, there are mechanical maids with a setting of only loving the master. There are also working machines with a setting of overtime is a blessing. These settings are equivalent to the dreams of mechanical life, which are written by the creator innately. Shiyu felt that this kind of mechanical life that can write down the initial settings, although the will level will not be very high, it is estimated that it will not be low. After all, a human can change his dream and ideal at will, and finally choose to lie down because of laziness. However, the execution ability of mechanical life with fixed settings should not be weak in this regard. It means that the will should not be bad if it is replaced. Although it is unrealistic to expect a sweeping robot to explode, as long as it still has energy and is not damaged, it will not go on strike for no reason. In some positions, it is too common for mechanical life to stick to it for decades. Although it is a combat machine, it is at least a top-level intelligence. The question you ask is too simple, Xiao Xuanchuanqi said calmly. Her words interrupted Shiyu, who was thinking. Shiyu was slightly startled, smiled and said, I just ask casually, just ask something useful, Principal Feng said. Xiao Xuanchuanqi is the most promising new generation mechanic in the field of machinery. Generally speaking, top intelligence only appears in those research-type machines, but Xiao Xuanchuanqi has successfully upgraded combat-type machines to top intelligence, which is unique, Principal Feng said with emotion. If you have any questions, please ask Xiao Chuanqi for advice. Principal Feng didn't think he could persuade Shiyu not to contract a mechanical pet. Since he couldn't persuade him, he would try to make Shiyu take fewer detours. Is it difficult for combat-type machines to have top intelligence? Shiyu asked. Xiao Xuanchuanqi said, it's difficult, but not impossible. You can regard top intelligence as a superclass skill. Mechanical life is actually the same as other pets. The principle of being miscellaneous but not refined also applies to them. After all, the body capacity is limited. If you focus on developing combat capabilities, it will lead to limitations in other aspects, and vice versa. Then your black-winged demon god, Shiyu asked. Its top-level intelligence is only used to assist in combat. Although my black-winged demon has top-level intelligence, if converted into the proficiency of super-level skills, it is almost only at the proficient level, not even at the mastery level. Its main upgrade route is still the combat direction, so its combat-related super-level skills are upgraded relatively smoothly and have reached perfect proficiency. So if you really want to contract a mechanical life, my suggestion is that whether it is combat, assistance or research, only specialize in one direction to upgrade. It's like a fighter plane. Its own function should be to gallop in the sky. Continuously strengthening its flight and combat capabilities is the right way. For a research-type illustration, it is better to focus on developing intelligence instead of expecting it to fight. Although the mechanical life of us legendary beastmasters involves all aspects, we are not proficient in all of them. It is just to assist the main ability. After all, the decomposition and combination of the 100 change stone does require huge computing power to support. Shiyu nodded. In the final analysis, the energy of mechanical life is limited, and it is impossible to take into account all abilities. Just like Chongsun's suggestion, just focus on one superclass skill, and don't put too much energy into other skills. It's the same principle. Shiyu understood. Illustrations, add points. Combat skills, intelligent skills, max them out and you're done. If you create mechanical life with 100 changes stone as the core, you can actually choose combat-type machinery or research-type machinery. The special decomposition and combination structure allows them to be competent for a variety of tasks. As for which major or minor you choose in the future, it depends on your own ideas, Xiao Xuanchuanqi said. Because Shiyu also has achievements in breeding and archaeology, it is not impossible to contract a research-type machinery as an auxiliary. Okay, is there anything else you want to ask? Yes. One day later. Ancient Capital. After the national competition was completely over, the large group of Ancient Capital University returned to the Ancient Capital. There was nothing new about the award ceremony. Although Shiyu was the champion, he fished in troubled waters throughout the whole process, and his mind was all on the mechanical pet. On the contrary, he copied 3 useful skills from Xiao Xuanchuanqi. They were the top intelligent systems skills divine network, which were superclass skills. The high-level mechanical combination skill loading is similar to possession and combination talent. It is a move that allows the machine and the beast master to become one. And, the high-level skill of the mechanical and space dual system, mechanical space. Mechanical space is a skill similar to the space pocket of Chong Chong, and can also open up an independent space in the body. The reason why Xiao Shuang's legendary 100 stone transforms so smoothly and can directly transform from a Rubik's Cube into mecha is that all its other mechanical equipment is loaded in the mechanical space. Damn it, can't Senior Yu pay more attention when making equipment? After returning to Gudu University, Shiyu sighed. Last night, he tried to awaken the advanced intelligent chip in the prize into an extraordinary life. As a result, it failed. After a careful check, Shiyu realized that even if other mechanical materials are not involved, the high-level intelligent chip is simply awakened into a mechanical life chip, and the race level is also the leader of the race, which is a top-grade research-type mechanical core. This is very annoying. The awakening mirror can't be used again. After all, this thing can only awaken the most basic extraordinary race. In other words, even though he has obtained the advanced intelligent chip, he still cannot awaken it directly with the awakening mirror. Of course, if he goes to the ancient capital mechanical college to ask other mechanics for help, he can still awaken it. The so-called advanced intelligent chip is actually a piece of transparent glass, the size of a mobile phone screen. It is not ordinary glass, but a special substance. Mechanics also accidentally discovered this substance in nature. After special transformation and exposure to special rays, they can give birth to intelligence, and can perfectly fit most mechanical materials. It is the core of today's mainstream mechanical life. In the Mechanical College of Ancient Capital University, you can find special rays for awakening intelligent chips. Therefore, Xiao Shuangqi said that the Mechanical College of Ancient Capital University has the ability to help Shiyu use these materials to create the high-level king race mechanical life. Why are you frowning? This is a great harvest. After getting off the plane, Baizai patted Shiyu on the shoulder. Beside him, Lin Ziazu said with a smile, resources are something that will never be enough. The more money you have, the higher end things you want, and the less you have. Lin Ziazu, who had been saving materials for the evolution of the iron-eating beast for so long, felt deeply. Principal Feng said, I guess he is worried about how to use the transformation stone. Shiyu looked up. Principal Feng and Senior Sister Lin understand me, but Senior Sister Bai doesn't. Baizai? Hualala. Then, other teachers and students came down. Shiyu waved to Principal Feng and others and said, I won't go to the celebration banquet tonight. I have other things to do. Hey, Shiyu slipped away as soon as he arrived in the ancient capital. He planned to go to the School of Mechanical Engineering to use the Mechanical Research Institute there to conduct the initial awakening of mechanical life. The limitations of the awakening mirror were still too great, and the ability was still too weak. As a mechanical rookie, he was not satisfied with it at all. Even if it absorbed more physical strength, Shiyu didn't care, but limiting the awakening level was too much. In the initial stage, it is better to use modern methods to awaken it. After you train your mechanical pet into a mechanical boss, you can let it upgrade itself with the awakening mirror. After Shiyu left, he summoned Chong Chong directly, intending to let him take him to the School of Mechanical Engineering. But suddenly, Shiyu thought of something and frowned. Wait, let's go to the resource library first. Shiyu heard that the gem cat also went to the national competition. However, he didn't even see it. Shiyu had reason to suspect that the gem cat was hiding from him and didn't want to give him resources. Solve this first. Chong Chong was stunned and said he understood. After a while, Shiyu's figure appeared in the resource area. At the same time, in Gudu University, the sleeping gem cat was startled, woke up from a nightmare, and immediately looked for the source. The next moment, it teleported in front of Shiyu and the others who had returned to Gudu University, and bared its fangs and claws, fearing that this guy would directly empty the resource library. Wait, don't move. The gem cat appeared and waved its claws. Hey, are you a clone or your real body today? Shiyu said cheerfully. Real body. Mao Mao's face darkened. Teacher Ying, when will you give me the resources you promised me before? Shiyu said. Gem cat was tangled. It had just broken through and was in a state of joy, so it agreed casually. But then it thought about it and felt a little reluctant. These days, It has been thinking about remedies. How about we change our thinking? Gemcat raised its head and grinned. Unfortunately, it really found one. Huh? These broken gems of mine have a collection value greater than the practical value. It's useless to you if I give them all to you, and it's very troublesome to resell them. Right, a legendary resource. My collection will stay. I'll get you a legendary resource. How about that? Gemcat said viciously. Shiyu was stunned. Chong Chong was also shocked. Are you serious? The value of these collections of Gemcat is lower than the legendary resources. The lowest value of legendary resources is also in the tens of billions. Isn't it because I have feelings for these gems? Gemcat said with tears in her eyes. Inside, there are also birthday gifts given to me by my late electric mouse and other friends. Woo 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 woo. Shiyu, stop, stop, stop. Legendary resources, what's going on? Think about it. Gemcat analyzed it for Shiyu. You helped Gudo University win the first place in the competition, so Gudo University must reward you, right? Shiyu nodded. In addition, you have made indelible contributions in archaeology, breeding, and helping me break through, right? Shiyu nodded again. You don't need other things, then. The school rewards you with a legendary resource. Isn't it too much? Gemcat said. Shiyu was stunned. Chong Chong was also stunned. Misfortune, misfortune? At this time, Shiyu certainly felt that it was not too much, and it would be better to have two. However, the association was so stingy and hesitant to apply for legendary resources, and it has not been approved yet. Compared with the Beast Taming Association, Gudo University is even poorer. Can it take it out? Although Gudo University is poor, it still has one or two legendary resources in its collection, which are the treasures of the school. The legendary resources I used for my breakthrough were bought from Gudo University. Although I failed to break through, they were genuine legendary resources. It must be difficult for you to apply alone. Even if Principal Feng agrees, he can't make the decision alone. But, don't you have me? I have broken through to the totem level now. When the time comes, I will support you and guarantee that you will get another legendary resource. When I was in Motu, I applied to Principal Feng. How about it? Gemcat said. I guarantee that you can get a legendary resource, and then, don't touch my gem. Shiyu fell into deep thought. It's not a loss. There will be many places to squeeze cats in the future, so don't force it too hard. Deal. Gemcat breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it will use the power of the new totem to help Shiyu grab the legendary resources. In short, it will be good to keep the gem. In this way, there will be two. At the same time, Shiyu also muttered in his heart. Donghuang Association and Gudo University, 2 legendary resources in total. That's a happy decision. Is there anything else? Gemcat felt that he was up to it again. I've already promised you this kind of thing, so it's not too much to do me a favor, Gemcat? It suddenly had a bad feeling. What is it? Nothing, just take Chitong and Susu to the battlefield of the undead to train some other day. Mao Mao immediately had a myocardial infarction. Damn, that kind of dangerous place. Oh, it has a totem, then it's okay. Okay, Gemcat breathed a sigh of relief again, thinking it was something difficult. What about other things? Nothing for now, I'll think of it later, Gemcat. Oh, by the way, take me to Dean Howe of the School of Mechanical Engineering? Chong Chong doesn't know the map over there, Gemcat. Okay. Wait, what are you going there for? Gemcat asked. Use the National Championship reward to awaken it into mechanical life, and use the Mechanical Research Institute's rays to illuminate the Advanced Intelligent Chip. Hey, haven't you reached level 6 yet? Awaken first. It won't be too late to make a contract when you reach level. Anyway, you can set it up to love only me. Scumbag behavior. Chapter 324 The Birth of a Mechanical Pet. Gudo University, School of Mechanical Engineering. Gudo University's archaeology major is top-notch, but the level of the mechanical department is not so good, even worse than the animal husbandry department. But that was in the past. Shiyu, are you really going to let me help you awaken the machine? Are you really going to contract a mechanical life? Dean Howe of the Mechanical College rubbed his hands with excitement. I have a feeling that you will be the pride of the mechanical department of Gudo University in the future. It is reasonable that a student is the common pride of the archaeology department, the combat department, the animal husbandry department, and the mechanical department. No way, I'm just a mechanical rookie, a pure newbie, Shiyu said modestly beside him. Behind them, there was a sighing cat. The gem cat was already thinking about what this mechanical pet would be cultivated by Shiyu in the future. You have to think in an unscientific direction. It looked at the sky. Will it become a space battleship? At that time, will a star destroyer cannon in the universe be able to destroy a totem country below? Or will it become a time machine that travels through time and space? Haha, in that case, leave it to me, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Dean Hao patted his chest and said. The most correct thing he had done in his life was to participate in the research on the evolution of the iron-eating beast and help 11 build the evolution armor. Now, he is helping Shiyu with the initial awakening of the mechanical pet beast. What is this? In the future, Shiyu will be very successful, and his name will definitely be mentioned in a bold and colorful way. As for whether Shiyu can be very successful, it goes without saying that Dean Hao has never seen such a monstrous beastmaster as Shiyu. Although the national competition was not on site, it did not prevent him from twitching all over when watching it on TV. When he thought of his granddaughter, who was only 10 years old at the time, questioned in her soul, "Grandpa, is this the person you asked me to learn from, Brother Gao Zhuan? He is so miserable. I don't want to be a mechanic anymore, I want to be an archaeologist." Dean Hao was speechless for a while. Shiyu is very good. He successfully made the granddaughter of a mechanic lose her dream of being a mechanic and want to be an archaeologist. Dean Hao took Shiyu and the others to his own research institute. There were a bunch of messy mechanical equipment in the research institute, and Shiyu couldn't understand them anyway. Beside him, the gem cat was normal. It had tried to transform its clone into a robot cat in the past. Although it failed and caused the clone to be blown to death, it had rich experience in mechanical transformation, which was not comparable to a rookie like Shiyu. As for why it hadn't left after sending Shiyu here, it was mainly to see what initial instructions Shiyu would set for the mechanical pet. This was related to the character and behavior of the mechanical pet in the future, and it was very curious. This is it. Shiyu and the others came to an independent room. In this room, there was a huge experimental table with 3 large lights on it. To Shiyu, it felt like an operating room instead of a laboratory. What should I do next? Shiyu asked. Put the smart chip on the table, and then use the awakening ray for a while. Well, it's as simple as the information, Shiyu. It feels no different from the awakening mirror. Haha, Dean Hao smiled and said, this is not easy. You feel it's easy. That's because the awakening device has been built. If you build an awakening device of this level from scratch, you will have to invest at least hundreds of millions. In addition, the release process of the awakening rays will also consume a lot of rare energy. The consumption of the awakening advanced intelligent chips can paralyze a town. Well, don't the change stone and the adaptability device need to be assembled in advance? No, to be precise, you can't do that. If there is a beastmaster with awakening talent, he can directly assemble the 3 together, and then use the awakening talent on it. At that time, the mechanical life of the king race can directly birth, but the awakening ray of the awakening device can only awaken the intelligent chip. If you assemble them together and use the awakening ray, the result can only be failure. The general process is to awaken the intelligent chip first, then connect other mechanical materials through the adaptability device, and finally activate the intelligent chip to complete the combined evolution. If successful, it means that the creation is successful. This process is more cumbersome and troublesome, and the failure rate is extremely high. Once it fails, the mechanical material has a chance to be scrapped. It is safe and convenient without awakening talent, but you don't have to worry. The reward you get from the national competition is a set of top-grade mechanical materials with perfect fit, so there is no risk of awakening failure. Shiyu nodded. Awakening talent is equivalent to the evolution talent in the mechanical system. It can increase the success rate of the combined evolution of mechanical life and reduce the risk of failure. With awakening talent, mechanics can upgrade mechanical life with half the effort. Of course, there is also a mechanical system with the highest risk of failure. Dean Hao laughed. Biological transformation, Shiyu said. Yes, this kind of mechanical system is more dangerous than the mechanical system that simply uses smart chips. So except for Zhengde University, other universities do not have a mechanical discipline for biological transformation. Biological transformation is very dangerous. As for why it is not prohibited, the reason is also very simple. Because the upper limit of biological mechanical transformation is also very strong. The Divine Wind Country, also known as the Divine Eagle Country, is because they successfully transformed the local totem wind eagle into a semigod level mechanical eagle. In addition, There are rumors that the current legendary Beastmaster of the Seven Islands is a man-made person involved in biological mechanical transformation, so even without the power of pets, their own combat power can be called a Valkyrie. After the Dragon Palace City encountered the invasion of the poisonous dragon totem, without definite evidence, the reason why they did not dare to find fault directly and chose to investigate the evidence first was because the other party had a Valkyrie sitting in the kind of man-made person in Dragon Ball, Shiyu muttered in his heart. This was all gossip from the Dragon King of the Sea in Dragon Palace City. There was no record of this in Donghuang. In other words, it is not easy for ordinary Beastmasters to know. Okay, come on, Dean Hao said as Shiyu took out the advanced smart chip from the relic space and put it in the groove of the laboratory table. After a while, under Dean Hao's operation, 3 lights lit up and emitted red, white and blue rays. The 3 body rays were concentrated at one point, just covering the entire advanced smart chip. Soon, the transparent glass-like smart chip was dyed with 3 colors, and the 3 colors began to flow and merge in the mirror-like liquid. About a minute later, the color on the advanced smart chip began to fade and return to the appearance of a transparent lens. At the same time, the light of the 3 lights also slowly disappeared. The gem cat was watching eagerly beside. Okay, Dean Hao laughed and said, next, it is to assemble it with the changeable stone with the adaptive force device. Shiyu heard this, nodded, and took out the Rubik's Cube-style changeable stone. The changeable stone is not big, but it is composed of 27 small cubes, like a Rubik's Cube, and the middle can be turned like a Rubik's Cube. Depending on the attributes, its color is different. For example, the wind-type variable stone is white with a faint cyan halo. The adaptability device is very similar to the advanced intelligent chip. If the advanced intelligent chip is like a hard transparent lens, then the adaptability device is a pile of transparent stickers. Although it looks simple, Shiyu and his team have used supervision to carefully observe these mechanical materials and found that both the intelligent chip and the adaptability device have countless dense codes on them, which are very cumbersome and complicated. The variable stone is easy to awaken, easy to combine, and easy to transform. You only need to stick the adaptability device on both sides of the intelligent chip, then insert it into the variable stone, and then stick the adaptability device on the 54 small faces of the 6 external faces of the variable stone to complete the assembly. Okay, Shiyu immediately operated according to Dean Hao's teaching. It was indeed simpler than he imagined. It is worthy of being the most friendly mechanical material for novice mechanics. After a while, Shiyu completely completed the operation. At the same time, I don't know whether it is the variable stone that is glowing, the adaptability device that is glowing, or the 3 that are reacting. The cyan light instantly enveloped the entire 100 changes stone, which was very dazzling. Seeing this, Dean Hao stroked his beard and said, that's it, it's done. Next, as long as you touch it physically and enter a meditative state for more than 1 minute, you can establish a mental connection with it and set initial instructions. After this is completed, it will be completely activated, and it will complete the final evolution and become a real-life form. In addition, since it is an advanced intelligent chip, it has a certain understanding of the worldview as soon as it wakes up, and has a certain amount of basic knowledge stored inside, just like a professional encyclopedia. It can be regarded as a genius student with a very good foundation. No matter what you want to teach it, it can accept it very quickly. This also includes some basic mechanical knowledge, which I'm afraid you don't know anything about a mechanical field, so it can take good care of itself at the beginning. So you don't have to worry about it getting sick. Of course, it knows a little bit about everything, but it only knows a little bit about everything at present. For example, the knowledge of archaeology and breeding is definitely not as rich as the knowledge recorded in your archaeological illustrations and breeding illustrations, so if you want to upgrade its data chip later, you can also come to me, which will be faster than learning it later. However, although it has a certain foundation for worldview cognition, in essence, it is still a newborn. How its acquired personality is related to the initial instructions you designed. This process can also be regarded as early education guidance, Dean Hao explained to Shiyu in detail. After a while, Dean Hao finished. Shiyu picked up the 100 changes stone and thanked him. Thank you, Dean Hao. I will go back to do the final awakening now. Dean Hao was stunned and nodded. Meow, the gem cat was also stunned, looking at Shiyu, wide-eyed, and said, what initial instructions are you going to set? Set it up and let it wake up before going back. Shiyu refused ugly. How could a cat like you know such a private matter? The gem cat was angry, and guaranteed that Shiyu must have no good intentions. After returning to the dormitory of Gudo University, Shiyu immediately went into the Mechanical Research Institute of the ruined space and got rid of the curious gem cat. In his own research institute, Shiyu sat on a stool and took out the 100 changes stone. Ning. After Shiyu came back, the 11 of them surrounded the room, muttering and talking. They all knew that Shiyu was making a baby inside. What do you think? After Shiyu sat and thought for a while, he opened the door and looked at the pets. The reason why he came back was that he wanted to hear the opinions of each pet. Shiyu positioned the 6th pet as an all-round machine. It is both good at research and proficient in combat. It would be best if he could research himself into combat mecha that can accommodate multiple pets. At that time, he would sit in the cockpit, use the red pupil as a weapon, and evolve into self, which can connect to the contracted sea and have infinite energy value as energy. 11. Chong and Shenbei would each perform their duties, which would be invincible. Therefore, when setting the initial instructions, some of 11's ideas should be incorporated, so that everyone can cooperate better in the future. In addition, in daily life, Shiyu also felt that he just lacked a housekeeper or assistant pet, so he could try to do something about it. Now, it is equivalent to shaping people in the game. However, the game is shaping appearance, while they are shaping personality, behavior, and dreams. Ying, outside the door, seeing Shiyu suddenly poking his head, 11 was the first to give suggestions. He hoped that the character of the little machine would have elements such as hard work, self-discipline, and diligence. Okay, Shiyu nodded. Of course there was no problem with this. As for the mechanical department, as long as you don't die, you can work to death. Be willing to work hard. Chong also gave suggestions, which were similar to 11's. However, Shiyu's mouth twitched, and he always felt that something was wrong. Are you afraid that when you study the mechanical fantasy beast with a little machine, the other party will slack off and exploit you? Knowledge changes destiny. Shenbaby pushed his glasses. He heard that the new little machine would be a top student? Oh, it seems that there will be one more assistant. Top student Shen looked up at the stars. He had already imagined himself wearing a battle mecha and shooting one Dao bear with one shot. Shiyu nodded. This must be there. A machine that can't study and research by itself is not a good machine. Me, girl, Chitong strongly suggested. Shiyu raised his eyebrows. Can this also be set? It seems that it can be. But why do you have to be a girl? Is this to reconcile the yin and yang in the team? Of course, there is no problem with this. Even if Chitong didn't say it, he was planning to do so. The female voice system sound is definitely more pleasant to the ear than the male voice system sound. Ning, Susu's idea is the simplest and most plain. I hope the small machine likes pollution-free energy. After all, its hometown, the colorful islands, is polluted by the power of the forbidden machinery of the 7 islands. Yes, Shiyu nodded. The changing stone, wind, uses wind power as its main energy source. In the future, when it merges with Susu, it can also use the energy of the sea as power with the sea contract of the sea elf. Wind power and water power are all pollution-free energy. Shiyu will naturally take this into consideration, otherwise, when Susu and the small machine quarrel in the team, it will be bad. Okay, you all go to training. After listening to the pets' ideas, Shiyu drove them away and returned to the research institute. He began to build a spiritual connection with the mechanical pets and set up initial instructions. In the bright room, Shiyu sat expectantly, playing with a Rubik's Cube in his hand, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. 1 minute later, Shiyu seemed to have entered the virtual online game space of a VR game. His spirit was connected to the 100 change stone machine. The surrounding scenery was like a cosmic tunnel, and the sky was full of mechanical cubes swirling around him. First, gender, female, position, housekeeper, assistant, secretary. As for personality, hardworking, diligent, willing to work hard, likes to learn, has a rock-like perseverance, and has a very strong sense of responsibility for work and tasks. Shiyu set it up for several minutes, regarding 11, Chong, Shen Bao, Chitong, and Susu as companions. I admire and worship the most handsome and outstanding creator Shiyu in the world, and regard him as an idol. Shiyu coughed dryly. The dream is, or should I say the main line is, to become the most powerful all-round machine and assist the Beastmaster Shiyu and his companions to become stronger. Shiyu kept pinching the machine in the spiritual space, and the initial settings of the small machine were being improved bit by bit. Inside the house, Shiyu was holding the 100 change stone and muttering. Outside the house, 11 and the others were looking at each other. Why didn't they come out yet? Obviously, they didn't go to training, they were all waiting for the results. After a long time, completed, after kneading slowly for a long time, Shiyu finally exited the mental connection state. At this moment, the advanced intelligent chip was completely activated. The 9-square grid of one of the 6 faces of the 100 change stone was directly transformed into a smooth mirror, just like the screen of a mobile phone. At the same time, because it is an advanced intelligent chip equipped with human language, the 100 change stone directly used human voice to say its first sentence after its birth. At this time, the 100 change stone machine was like a smartphone. One side of the screen lit up, and a virtual avatar automatically synthesized according to the existing data, and Shiyu's settings appeared on the screen of the cube. This is a Q version avatar of about 10 years old, with long white hair, which is tied into a ponytail behind the head and droops naturally, and there is a hair on the top of the head. It slowly opened its eyes and made a crisp and capable female voice, like the sound of the wind, saying, "Are you, my master?" Shiyu frowned and looked at the Q version avatar on the Rubik's Cube screen. Why is it a Q version avatar? Are you, my master? It's fine if the avatar is Q version, but why is it pixelated? Shiyu looked at the fuzzy avatar on the screen that looked like countless small grids, and was speechless. What era is this advanced intelligent chip from? Are you, my master? Teaching success rate, medium. However, what made Shiyu most happy was that the success rate of super-level skill teaching of advanced intelligent life was actually medium. It was medium at the beginning, so cool. Are you, my master? Yes, I am your Beastmaster. Shiyu smiled deeply. My master is the most handsome and excellent Beastmaster in the world. You? The new little machine made a puzzled sound, which made Shiyu's heart skip a beat. How could there be a bug? Am I not handsome? Am I not excellent? Even if it is not, you have to think yes. Wait, or even if the initial instructions are set, you have to guide it slowly? Dean Howe seemed to have said that advanced mechanical life was different from ordinary machines. It was not a low-level machine that rigidly executed programs. It also had a certain ability to think for itself. The initial instructions only played a certain role. If you want to make the mechanical life believe it, you still have to strengthen the settings for a long time. It's me, Shiyu said firmly. I am the most handsome and excellent Beastmaster in the world. Shiyu, the avatar on the Rubik's Cube screen, hesitated, then nodded, and chose to believe it temporarily. Advanced mechanical life, in fact, is similar to the spirit species of heroes. It will have a certain spiritual connection with the person who set the initial instructions. So even if there is no contract for the time being, it will regard Shiyu as its master. Of course, the benefits of the contract cannot be enjoyed before this. Next, I will give you a name. Shiyu looked at the glowing Rubik's Cube and said, well, let me think about it. Later, you will complete a research task and use the dream phantom of a Kirin fossil to transform yourself into a mechanical phantom. This is also the direction of evolution in the future. So the name should also be found in this direction. Why not just call you Rubik's Cube? The avatar of the small machine disappeared and turned into a pixel question mark. It can understand the meaning of the name, the meaning of the task, and the meaning of evolution. Even for a mythical beast like Kirin, there is a simple record in its basic information that it is a mythical beast representing auspiciousness in the mythological era. In short, it can understand every word that Shiyu said, but when it is connected together, it doesn't understand why its name has become Magic Cube. It doesn't seem to matter. It's so difficult, just call it Lin. In Earth mythology, the male Kilin is called Kilin and the female is called Lin, similar to the male phoenix being called Feng and the female phoenix being called Wang. Although there is no such saying in the Phoenix clan in the Blue Star mythology system, Shiyu still researched and named a virtual assistant according to this saying. Not very good, the name doesn't sound like a girl's, the little machine. Wait, how about Yeoguang? Shiyu pondered. Yeoguang in the Big Dipper represents auspiciousness, and Kilin is also an auspicious beast. Moreover, this name seems to match mechanical life. Wait, after reading it carefully, Shiyu felt that this name was a bit like a villain and not friendly. It gave people a sense of deja vu that would kill the owner and destroy the planet. It was not auspicious at all. The avatar in the Rubik's Cube said seriously, "Please think about it seriously, forget it, let's call it Lin, and change the pronunciation of the word Lin." Shiyu said, "Lin means serious, take work seriously, and when you become a mecha later, it's better to be majestic." The avatar was silent for a while and accepted it silently again. It looked at Shiyu, then looked outside the house, and after a moment of silence, it said, "From today on, I will set strict learning and training tasks for the master and your pets. Now collect basic information. May I ask how long you meditate every day, master?" "Oh, meditation? If you have time, meditate for a while. If you don't, just let it go. Everything depends on fate. It depends on whether you have time on that day, Lin." According to scientific research, the best meditation time for a beast master is 8 hours a day, so in order for you to sign a contract with me as soon as possible, you must maintain a strict meditation time of 8 hours a day. Shiyu had a strange expression. "Wait, did something go wrong when setting the initial instructions? Why are you still in charge of me? I will make a training plan as soon as possible, and then I will collect the daily training information of my companions." After saying that, it wanted to go out to find the 11. Don't worry, no, it's my fault for wasting too much time." Shiyu looked at the Rubik's Cube that turned around, like a confused little shark. Looking at the ceiling, always feeling that there was something wrong with the design this time. It seems that a troublesome guy has been designed. How can he still slack off? Is it necessary to be so serious? Outside. As Mechanical Rin came out, 11, Chong, Shenbao, Chidan, and Suso immediately surrounded him, with a look of novelty and curiosity. At the same time, Mechanical Rin also carefully observed the companions in the setting. Iron-eating beast, a medium-level extraordinary race. Unknown butterfly, suspected to be insect type. Shenbao, a high-level extraordinary race. Unknown spirit, should be a dead spirit type. Water slime, a high-level extraordinary race. Its main task is to help its master and companions become stronger. In addition, it is hard-working, diligent, and willing to work hard. It has a rock-like perseverance and a very strong sense of responsibility for work and tasks. Therefore, it immediately asked 11 about their current training tasks and wanted to formulate a more detailed and scientific training plan for them. It believes that it can do it well. The moment it saw its companions, Mechanical Rin's basic information was quickly arranged and combined to form a theoretically very scientific training plan. Ying, Wu, Dot. When faced with the questions of their new companions, 11 and the others naturally answered them seriously and spoke at the same time. Ying, now is the will training stage. We need to transform into a juvenile form to swim in a volcano and jump from a height of 10,000 meters. Wu, recently, I have been talking to the successive dragon gods of Ryugu City in my dreams, piecing together their racial advantages and sticking them on myself. I have been studying the concepts of reincarnation and rebirth recently, and the time fruit. Is it possible to summon the power of the reincarnated life form in the previous life? Shiyu came out right after him, but it was still a little late. Outside, the screen of the Mechanical Rin has been blurred, and the expression of the avatar has become at blurry eyes, as if thinking is a little overloaded. Beside him, 11 and the others looked panicked. I just talked about the daily training situation, how could it become like this? Rin, analysis failed. Restarting, Shiyu, let's raise Rin's intelligence first. At the current level of intelligence, it is probably difficult to understand the daily behavior logic of the 11 pets. Not to mention the epic tasks of studying mechanical fantasy beasts and combined mechas, it is probably difficult for novice pets to complete the tasks alive. Name, Lin. Attributes, mechanical, wind, racial level, hiking, growth level, awakening level 1, racial skills, changeable, high level, advanced intelligence, high level, wind element control, super level. Shiyu touched Lin twice. Teaching success, advanced intelligence, entry level, has been upgraded to advanced intelligence, proficient. At this moment, Lin's eyes instantly became a little wiser, but feeling the upgrade of intelligence, more of it is still confused. I can't understand. Seeing the stupid Mechanical Lin, the 11 pets shook their heads. Mechanical life is not very smart. Is this a nerd? Chapter 325, Master adds points. In Lin's cognition, as a mechanical life, taking advanced intelligence skills as an example, there are only two ways to improve the level of this skill. First, improve intelligence through continuous self-learning. Second, upgrade the intelligent chip with the help of other top-quality mechanical materials. The former requires a lot of time, while the latter requires more rare mechanical materials and superb mechanical technology. However, Lin was surprised to find that his master only touched him twice, and his intelligence level was improved. This, he couldn't understand at all. At the same time, what made it even more incomprehensible was that the master's pet, that is, his other companions, reported to him about the daily training situation. It was completely inconsistent with the intelligence data it analyzed. A ginseng baby should have honestly strengthened his life force and earth affinity, and with this training task as the core, strive to evolve into a ginseng fruit tree with the wood and earth dual systems and stronger vitality as soon as possible. This is the scientific training route. As a result, what is the concept of reincarnation and rebirth, and what is the fruit of time? Mechanical Rin found that he could not understand what his companions were saying at all. He almost got sick after forcing himself to analyze it. Shanbao, heal me, Shiyu's weak voice came from the side. With 1+1 heal, in the confused eyes of Mechanical Rin, its advanced intelligence level has reached the mastery level from the entry level. At this time, Mechanical Rin's avatar was still staring at Shanbao and Shiyu in confusion, and still did not understand the mechanism of this set of operations. Because Shiyu and Shanbao's combination of adding points and nourishing skills did not look like a normal operation for a mechanic to upgrade a mechanical life. We have to continue, Shiyu and Shanbao's mumbling voices came from the side. Add points, keep adding. Mechanical Rin still doesn't look very smart. Soon after, as the level of advanced intelligence began to rise from the mastery level to the perfect level, Mechanical Rin's eyes were finally no longer so confused. Gradually, he had some clear cognition. Mechanical Rin said, Greek letter delta, Master, are you using external tools? Shiyu and Shanbao paused. It can't be said to be a mistake. This is called adding points. You can think of it as my second beast control talent. Second, beast control talent? I can't understand. It's okay, I'll understand it slowly. Wait a minute, I need to check if there are any safety hazards first, Mechanical Rin said nervously. This sudden upgrade made it feel uneasy. It stopped adding points. Beside it, 11 silently gave a thumbs up. Chong, Chitong, Susu looked at each other. As for the hidden danger, it might be easy to get addicted. However, the new partner can calmly analyze the problem as soon as it is born, which is still amazing to some extent. Okay, we can take a break. Shiyu and Shanbao took a breath. Next, Shiyu planned to increase the Mechanical Rin's transformation and advanced intelligence points. In this way, Rin can use transformation to transform various mechanical tools by herself to do research and upgrade herself. At the same time, she can also gain better learning and analysis abilities to assist 11 and others in training. After a while, Mechanical Rin didn't seem to have any problems. And through self-analysis, it found the so-called point addition, which was all good: name, Lin, growth level, extraordinary, racial skills, changeable, superb +1, advanced intelligence, superb +2, wind element control, beginner. With Shiyu's addition of points, Lin's 2 high-level skills, changeable and advanced intelligence, quickly reached the superb level and were heading towards the maximum level. In addition to changeable and advanced intelligence, Shiyu did not choose anything else. He wanted to click on the loading skill first to experience the feeling of being integrated with a machine, but the problem was that he couldn't click it. He copied a total of 3 mechanical skills from the Black-Winged Demon God of Xiao Shuang's legend, namely Godnet, loading and mechanical space. Among them, only the super-level skill Godnet is in a teachable state. Loading and mechanical space both show that the degree of fit is not enough and cannot be taught. Shiyu probably figured this out. The mechanical system may have a higher requirement for the degree of fit of skills. If you don't have the corresponding mechanical equipment, it is difficult to learn the corresponding mechanical skills. If Shiyu wants to teach Lin the 2 skills of loading and mechanical space, he has to further upgrade Lin's own race in the future, and he needs to upgrade the corresponding mechanical parts. On the contrary, the top intelligence of Shen Wang is just a description of splitting multiple intelligent brain areas to form a complex neural network system. It does not need to be upgraded. It can be upgraded by adding points to the existing advanced intelligent chips. For this discovery, Shiyu did not think it was a big deal. When Lin's intelligence is improved, he will only provide materials and let Lin upgrade himself. Don't say it. After raising the change and advanced intelligence, Rin's changes are very big, so big that Shiyu can now feel good. Rin, in the relic space, Shiyu held a Rubik's Cube. Under Shiyu's command, the Rubik's Cube in his hand changed rapidly with a tangled face. It took less than a second to turn into a multi-barreled rotating Gatling machine gun, which was held in Shiyu's hand. Ink blue, very cool. The next moment, infinite wind elements gathered. As Shiyu pressed the switch, the muzzle of the machine gun began to emit air bullets compressed by the power of the wind element with a sound of thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. After a minute, nearly 10,000 bullets hit the mountain in front, making a hole in the entire mountain. This is not over yet. Shiyu was having a lot of fun. Master, I think this doesn't make any sense, just change it. The next moment, Lin turned into a silver sniper cannon again. Shiyu took it in front of him. As the power of the wind element condensed and aimed, a single wind pressure shell with a stronger power boom sounded, directly blasting the small mountain in front into powder. Machine guns, sniper cannons, and mechanical swords. At this moment, Lin, who has superb transformation and advanced intelligence, can all be quickly transformed. Of course, it's a pity that it's just empty form at present. Different forms have no other functions except that they can better play the different uses of wind element control. In other words, it's just a flower frame at present. If you want to really upgrade these forms to the trump card forms with great strategic significance, you have to collect mechanical materials around these forms and carry out targeted upgrades. For example, if the sniper rifle form is equipped with vital lock, full-level supervision, loading combination, energy solidification and other abilities, Shiyu can use the sniper rifle to play its effect even more. It's not a big problem to assassinate the enemy with one shot from 800 miles away. Of course, these are just for fun and can only be used in specific occasions. The most important thing is the mecha form with the most comprehensive ability. However, this form is difficult to complete with Lin's current ability. It's not that the intelligence level and the transformation level are not enough, but its body is just a piece of transformation stone. When the growth level is not enough, there is not enough volume to decompose and combine into mecha. This is also the most difficult part of the transformation machine. If you want to combine into a larger mechanical life, you need to continue to fuse more transformation stones in the future, which are all small money. Of course, this difficulty can be easily solved by Shiyu, because he can teach Lin the skills of clone and multiplication. Therefore, as long as it is given the structural diagram, it will take a certain amount of time to transform itself into mecha. However, the performance of this mecha is a matter of opinion. The mecha that is forced to transform, whether in terms of combat power or endurance, is definitely worse than the mecha of Xiao Shuang Legend that is fully equipped and composed of real 100 change stones. But it doesn't matter if the configuration is imperfect, it doesn't matter if there are no special abilities, and it doesn't matter if it is simply transformed as an empty shell. For now, it's all about being handsome. As for how to become handsome and useful, that is a question that Lin should think about himself, otherwise it would be even more meaningless to increase the advanced intelligence so much. Okay, today's gun test is over. Continue to go back and add some points. A few days later, the mechanical Lin's 100 changes in advanced intelligence were both maxed out by Shiyu. At this time, the skill of changing has reached an extremely exaggerated level of precision. If it is decomposed, it can decompose the body of the size of a Rubik's Cube into countless super small cubes that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Shiyu does not know whether it has reached the atomic level. Anyway, it is difficult to judge the number of the body after Lin's decomposition with supervision. As for the combination ability, it corresponds to the decomposition ability. It can control these countless small cubes at the same time and quickly combine them into new objects. Judging from the current precision, the new machine it has become is definitely the best among mechanical life. It has a very solid foundation. After adding other mechanical materials for upgrading in the future, it will be difficult to have defects and loopholes with this precision as the foundation. As for how strong the full-level advanced intelligence is, Shiyu is not sure. Anyway, all the mechanical equipment he bought and placed in the Mechanical Research Institute can now be quickly disassembled and quickly assembled by Lin, just like a legendary mechanic. And from Lin's calm appearance, it is estimated that it has already had some clues about a mechanical fantasy beast plan and all mechanic plan. Outside the Mechanical Research Institute, Mechanical Rin, who already had the posture of a big boss, floated in the air. He looked at the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex running in the dragon circle and said, "Leave it to me. I will try to complete the mechanical fantasy beast project within 3 months. As for the combined mecha project and the mythical phantom mechanical project, they may have to be after that." "Why 3 months?" Shiyu asked. "Because 3 months later is the start time of the new mechanical conference of Donghuang country. If you can successfully research the ancient phantom machinery, the master can consider whether to participate in this conference. If you can win the championship, it will be of great help to research the more difficult combined mecha and mythical machinery in the future." Mechanical Lin analyzed. "The mechanical conference, like the breeding conference and the national competition, is recorded in my initial data, but you didn't notice it, Master." "Mechanical conference?" Shiyu was stunned, and then his expression gradually became happy, and said, "There is such a conference? Then you should do your best. Let's take the championship first. When the time comes, it will be easier for you to upgrade yourself by mixing a mechanical illustration of the 4th game." His archaeological illustrations and breeding illustrations record various high-end archaeological materials and breeding materials of Donghuang. So in theory, the 4th game illustrations should record mechanical data, right? "Yes," Mechanical Lin nodded. In Lin's current research difficulty judgment, the ancient mechanical phantom beast is the easiest to study, followed by the difficulty of the whole team's combined mecha, and the most difficult thing is to transform yourself into a mythical phantom beast machine. "I will try my best, but please meditate hard, Master. If I can sign a contract, my learning, calculation and research abilities will be further improved," Lin urged. Okay, tell me if you need any mechanical materials or mechanical knowledge, and I will help you buy materials and find teaching materials," Shiyu said. Okay for now, basic mechanical theory knowledge is enough. All mechanical systems are inseparable from the foundation. There should be no mechanical theory data on mechanical phantom beasts, so the demand for other mechanical knowledge is not very large at the moment. What I need to do now is to deduce a new mechanical system, but during this period, I may need the help of 11, Chong, Shinbeo, Chidan, and Su. After reaching the full level of advanced intelligence and updating the information of 11 and others, Lin is now not so difficult to understand the situation of 11 and others. Among them, 11 is a weapon arsenal, Chong's phantom, Shinbeo's time and life fruit, Chidan's soul exchange ability, and Su's mind purification ability. Lin thinks that they may be helpful in the process of studying the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex, so it needs teammates to give some support. Okay, at this moment, Shiyu is very relieved. Okay. The mechanical beast project can finally make progress. If everything goes well in 3 months, maybe I can get the first place again. What's more, I don't have to worry about it. That's great. I should have done this a long time ago. It seems that my capitalist skills have not yet reached the level of skill. Master, it's time to meditate, Shiyu. Principal Feng has something to ask me. Meditation, I will definitely do it tomorrow. The task list has been updated. Today's meditation tasks have been reasonably allocated to the next 3 working days. Shiyu, Principal Feng did ask Shiyu for something. To be precise, it was Principal Feng and the gem cat who asked Shiyu together. Hey, Teacher Ying, why do I always feel that this is a bit unkind? Principal Feng looked vicissitudes. Gudo University currently has only 2 legendary resources, which are the treasures of the school. This time, the gem cat used the power of the new totem and its own seniority to apply for them. Principal Feng and the totem cat work together, and their right to speak is indeed unmatched by other core senior executives of the ancient capital university. Bang! The family property of the ancient capital university was all gone in an instant. No way, those 2 legendary resources are just sitting there, and resources are good resources only when they are used. When Shiyu and Qingyi grow up, it will be worth it, the gem cat said with certainty. Principal Feng looked strange. You, the guardian overlord, emptied the ancient capital university directly after a breakthrough, and there is no one else. However, after being bewitched by the gem cat, Principal Feng still subconsciously stood on the side of the gem cat. The reason is very simple. The gem cat is applying for legendary resources for Shiyu and Lu Qingyi, the 2 most outstanding students of the ancient capital university in recent decades, and Principal Feng is also very optimistic about these 2 people, so he supports them. Otherwise, he and the gem cat alone will definitely not be able to decide the ownership of the treasure of the ancient capital university. Of course, The most important factor is that the gem cat has been promoted to totem. Not to mention 2 legendary resources, even if there are 5, the value is not as good as a totem in peak state. Well, this is all for the good of Gudu University, the gem cat reassured, and would not say that this was the best way to keep his gem. However, these legendary resources are indeed useless if they are just collected. It is better to give them to the new generation of beastmasters with potential. Gudu University collected a total of 3 legendary resources at the beginning. The 3 legendary resources all came from the secret realm of the battlefield of the dead. 100 years ago, Gudu University suffered a disaster of the dead due to the dual effects of the rampage of the undead phoenix and the appearance of the secret realm of the totem era. Although this disaster caused huge losses to Gudu, Gudu also gained countless treasures in the secret realm. These 3 legendary resources are part of what Gudu University got. One of the dead gems, the gem cat used it himself, wasted it. The remaining 2 are also dead legendary resources. The gem cat calculated them and planned to give one of them to Shiyu. In its opinion, this resource is very suitable for Shiyu's little red pupil, and it will definitely be useful. Name, Bone Sword, Attributes, Necromancer, Level 9, Legendary, Introduction, the Sword of the Dead, which can revive the killed life in the form of undead and control its will. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.